Good morning, hello. Here we are, another day of Western European Regional Qualifiers for TI11. I'm Gareth, joined by Sheepstick, as we get ourselves into the lower bracket now. Had a few upper bracket matches yesterday. A little upset. Something happened yesterday where one of the main teams dropped down to the lower bracket, and I think we can just take a quick look at the bracket, and you can take us through what happened.
Yeah, so honestly, it was like really sad. So Liquid beat DGG 2-0, and now DGG are in the lower bracket. Like I
Oh,
don't think any of
wow.
us expected this. I for one was a massive fan. I really thought that they would clutch out. They even got out the pleb Morphlings, like his best hero, but it wasn't enough. And I mean that just kind of shows that Liquid is on another level here, and DGG, I'm sure they'll make that lower bracket run to the top three. So that's
Hey,
that was the hypest thing from yesterday.
they've got a long road ahead of them, that's for sure. But as you can see, Goon Squad, they 2-1, Enigma Galaxy, Secret, 2-1 ITB. Lots of long games yesterday in the latter two series. I think we were, I don't know, fortunate or unfortunate, whichever way you look at it. We had 30-minute games all the way through. Owen and
Yeah.
Fogged had like hour-long games in 3-game series. Like their night went on until like 11 p.m. Europe
I
time.
know. I remember tuning in the evening like, "Wait, this is still
Yes.
going?"
I went to Fog and it's like, wait, are you ready to play? It's like, no, I've got another series to cast. And then Entity 2-0 Alliance. Honestly, okay. Let's just say it. Enigma dropping down to the lower bracket. That's the surprise. That was a little bit of a shock and an upset. They will be playing later up against Brame. But genuinely watching that Alliance series, Alliance looked way better than I think any of us have been giving them credit for the past several months. They've obviously not been a stellar team, but they put up a good show against Entity, even though it's a 2-0 scoreline. They looked like a solid team, genuinely.
Yeah, I think Fogg said it too during his cast. He was just like, "This is definitely like the best we've seen Alliance in a long time," and that's hype. I think Weehaw, especially in that game one, really showed up on his Lina. He was, destroying kids. He was a part of most of the kills on his team. He was trying so hard, man. And it was really nice to see them like putting their all out there
Yeah.
and looking better. Uh, NCT are my prediction to win this qualifier. So I don't want them to look shaky. Come on, NCT, let's go, baby.
Yeah, let's go. I'm thinking
But,
Secret. That's going to be a tough challenge later on in
yeah,
that winner bracket.
that series was good too, though. Into the Breach is definitely not a team to be underestimated. I think they took that game, and I saw like some comments from people just saying like this should how does this happen? Secret should have 2-0'd this, but
Mm,
honestly, I genuinely believe that Into the Breach is a really good team, and I've heard that they are quite strong, especially if you don't know like how they play and their strategy.
yeah. And there's the schedule for today. Of course, we're starting off with DGG up against Ivy in that lower bracket round one. Moving on to Enigma Galaxy against Brame. And then further on down that lower bracket, ITB against Water Rune Enjoyers and Alliance against Bald Reborn. As we are ready to get into game one here of this best of three. No best of ones. We are straight best of threes here in Western Europe. And of course, it is top three that get their chance or direct move towards TI. First place goes to TI. Second and third go to that last chance qualifier. And the draft is ready, Sheepo. DGG against Ivy. And
Woo!
going into this, we like you said, we saw DGG. They looked, I guess, like a lesser team against Liquid. Definitely not on that upper echelon of gameplay. How do you think they're going to match here against Ivy?
Definitely better.
10 seconds
Obviously, just
remaining.
you're playing against not
Wow.
the top
Wow.
of Div 1. But at the same time, I see like a really nice kind of attitude when I look at Ivy. You look through their history, they've been playing in a lot of third-party tournaments, like some ESL German tournament. They're playing the 1X series, Dota 2 Champions League, European Pro League. It tells me that this team really wants to, they want to improve, they want to play a lot, and they want to get better. So that reads really well to me. I think from DGG, we haven't seen what they're fully capable of just because they got stomped really hard yesterday by Liquid. Like there wasn't much of a... it was rough. All their mid moves got kind of stumped by the opposition. They tried to outfarm and outscale Team Liquid, which doesn't happen when that team is capable of hitting their timings faster than you and running you over. They have a lot more to show, I think, and they might come out in this series.
All right, yeah. Looking forward to that. And just thinking about past results, they've both 2-1'd each other previously in DBC Tour 3 and a little bit earlier on in Tour 2. So they've got the one apiece. And of course, they were third and fourth last tour. So should be pretty evenly matched. We'll see, though, of course, new patch, new drafts. Let's see if they've figured out something else and can move forward. And Lina Marcy going to be the opener from DGG, and DP first pick material for Ivy.
I have seen so much priority on Undying and DP in general that this doesn't surprise me that they would rate that. Lina is becoming a very common counterpick to the DP as well. I've seen enough Lina to think that this hero is absolutely top tier. I don't think she doesn't feel first pickable, but she definitely feels like she fits nicely into this like pick right after first pick or at the end of first phase. Like she's still a first phase hero. We just haven't really seen her as the top priority for that first pick. And I just like her. We cover this every single time she's picked. She's really good for that magic burst damage build. She's really good for that right click damage build. She just wins her lane. She's a solid hero.
Yeah, and even flexible, right? We saw position 4 Lina. That's the theoretical possibility. You can shift her around if you really need to. And
that is true.
It feels like small camp changes haven't really affected her that much either, because you've been talking about it, the mid laners kind of just sticking in the mid lane, blocking their waves, but also kind of going for these dives under tower when you've pushed your wave out, as Lina is very good at doing. You can actually get a lot of denies and harassment because she's such a ranged hero. You can actually go play aggressively rather than falling back and just blocking.
Yeah, she's great at that. I think that is something that can be punished. Obviously, a single support rotation could lead to her dying in a situation like that, and maybe we'll see teams start to adapt more to it and try and punish those types of moves from Lina, because she's very squishy when you get on top of her, and she doesn't have very good mobility like other mid heroes like Quap. So she's very good at bullying, but punishable, and as the meta develops, I'm sure we'll see more people trying to do that. This Clockwork is already a really nice start. Any rotation from him onto the mid lane could spell her death.
Yeah, that's true. And even looking into, mid-game team fights, having that hook shot to get on top of the Lina, who can be a bit of a glass cannon. It's always nice to have that hardcore form of initiation. And potentially even your offlane duo here, right? Your DP Clockwork could just be your 3 and 4.
Dire team ban.
It could be. I wasn't that massive of a fan of the Lina 4, but it's not bad. Especially when you have a Marcy on your team who is being capable of jumping in and making moves for you in the early mid game, because that was my biggest issue with Lina previously. It's just that she's very slow. She doesn't have very long range until an ether lens. So her capabilities as a 4 for playmaking are quite low. She's more just that damage.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
But it's still valuable for laning, right?
What are your thoughts on Marcy then, as in terms of role attribution? Because I still feel like we're at this point where people are basically playing Marcy as a core. And is it fine to do that from the support role, or is it time that people just say, hey, she's a position 3 or a carry or whatever, and get her items faster?
She's so good at laning. I think you can't say she has to be a core, or that's her one role. I think as a support, the ability to give your safe lane or off lane, depending on your other carrier off lane, like giving them such a good lane, having that kill threat is insane, because she doesn't have to get gold, and she kind of farms poorly as well. Like, I think having to commit 2 spells to clear a wave is pretty rough, I would say. So if you're able to really use her as a support, she's great. The biggest problem we've seen with her is if she does play support and your game is not going perfectly, or you're not giving her that space for a lane to farm a little bit, then she won't finish a BKB, because we've moved away from Ether Lens Blink now. Some people still do on Marcy, but for the most part, people are going this BKB build. We've seen into Basher, which is amazingly effective. But yeah, if you're having a rough game, she doesn't reach that BKB timing, and she's really useless. She just jumps in and dies, and it's sad because the pullback doesn't stun anymore, so you're not even getting a chain stun off onto whoever you're throwing.
Like a worse version of Tiny if she's not able to scale.
Pretty much, yeah. So I can see why people might be trying to put her in a core role and just saying, okay, we're gonna ensure that she gets the BKB Basher, because that is powerful. I mean, we've seen support Marcy's with that build killing cores.
Yeah, just a core killer, right? Running around chasing people. Yeah,
Vignum.
Yeah. Or Jin-Q. As it looks though, Lina mid, Marcy 4, Wyvern 5, probably the stable setup here for DGG. Ivy now moving into this 3rd pick for themselves, knowing, you're kind of looking at this and thinking, I know the mid matchup. Is this where you pick your, Queen of Pain or something?
Yeah, maybe. You have to decide, I think, where you're putting DP. If it's that off lane or that mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, yeah, you see, like you said, you see your mid matchup, you can pick your mid here. If you've decided you want DP as your mid, then you probably want to pick...
Dire team pick.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you pick here, DGG is going to counter it. If you pick your off lane, then the DGG should pick their carry. If you pick your carry, I mean, DGG also could pick their carry and have a good carry matchup, or they could pick their off lane and try and counter you in lane.
Is there a nice way
the power
to
of
keep
second pick.
Is there a nice way to keep the DP flex? Is there a hero out here that you think, hey, we can pick a hero now and say we can swap it wherever we want to? Well, the Alchemist says pretty much nah. We're just gonna pick our carry. So they do keep the DP flex from mid to 3, but they do show their safe lane there.
Yeah, sometimes people pick these heroes that can go mid and off lane and stuff and keep it flexible, like a Pango type hero.
Remaining.
Obviously, I don't think they're going to want to pick that into DGG's heroes, but just as an example. I like the Owl, just a little bit more confident. It is a little scary because of that counter pick option. You don't have like bans to protect this Alchemist straight up. I'm assuming they planned for it in some way. With these previous bans, they banned out Pleb's Morphling. Faceless Void's been a massive issue for people. And Terrorblade 2, just really nice versus the Alchemist. So they've set up for it somewhat. And they have a strong lane in Enchantress, and he should have a good game.
Sorry, can't quite hear you.
Over the elephant? Yeah, I already turned the volume of my Doa client down to 1%.
Yeah, they're going wild. Pleb is spamming out all the chat wheel lines. Oh, Pudge for DGG. Gives them a nice bit of tempo there. You can definitely fight a little bit earlier than the Alchemist. What does this mean for their lane? Is going to be the Pudge 1 then? They're still looking for their off laner.
I'd imagine so. I don't think I've seen a Pudge be played in any role other than carry in any Pro Dota game I've watched.
Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
sure he's out there being played as a force somewhere though.
It's a little bit sad for me, you know. Cube,
remaining.
he's kind of the Pudge player, you know, for the past couple of years, and he was always playing it as a position 4 or 3. And now the Pudge is viable; it's a carry hero. He's got to be pretty miffed at that. And come on, guys, I don't even get to play my own hero.
Yeah, that's quite sad. At least out there, Gremlo is happy.
Oh yeah, so
10
happy.
seconds remaining.
But I guess at least Cube's gonna be playing Clockwork, so he's gonna have some kind of hook to play around with.
Yeah, he likes that. He played it a lot in Tour 3. And I think I really enjoyed Clockwork in Tour 3, just throughout the regions I covered too. This hero is so powerful on support, like being able to help create 1v1 situations for the carry, being able to sort of, in these mid-game fights, split fights apart, and you know, these teammates want to be sitting next to each other and covering each other, and Clock really gets in the way of that. I've generally just really enjoyed the impact that this hero's had.
Yeah.
It's good to see him again.
Yeah, and you know, we kind of have these checklists as casters where we're thinking about drafts in kind of reductionist and simplistic terms, where we're thinking about tower push, catch, initiation, you know, wave clear, and all these little check boxes. You're like, yeah, they've got a bit of this, bit of that. That looks good. I feel like recently the biggest complaint we've had about some drafts is the ability to scout smokes or just go in and do shit. And Clockwork is one of those heroes that absolutely loves just, you know, scouting with rocket flare, moving up high ground, hook shotting in onto people. I agree. I love the pick and the confidence to pick him so early on here, giving you the direction of your team fight. You know that you're always going to be able to latch onto somebody. And now Timbersaw gives them a tremendous amount of damage coming out of the laning stage as well.
5 seconds.
Yeah, Timber's really nice here. It obviously, the later this game goes, I think it could get a little scary if this Lina scales up hard, gets her Skadi and so on, because she has a really good core-to-core matchup against Death Prophet, Alk, and Timbersaw. They will obviously be looking in this later game to get something like AC plus Abyssal Blade on Alchemist and try to jump that Lina. But if she's protected with a Marcy and a Winter Wyvern, she should have a pretty decent game. What is happening? Is this an offlane Marcy with a full Lina?
I don't know. If it is, I'm glad we talked at length about it, honestly.
I'm so glad. I just said how good that Lina was as a core this game, so they could not pick it.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, it's safe lane SF then?
It's offlane Winter Wyvern.
Offlane Winter Wyvern, mid Lina.
Yep. Carry SF.
And we talked about how we've never seen a Pudge outside of position 1.
Thank you, DGG. You make me look so good as a caster. I appreciate you, man.
To be fair, like we touched on all these points, and I'm so glad we did because
that is true.
This makes this so much more interesting. Yeah, we've not seen this. This is not something that has happened that much. I remember several months ago, maybe 6-7 months ago, we saw the Shadow Fiend Mask of Madness Dragonlance build coming from the safe lane a little bit. More recently, it has been just mid SF, but
yeah.
I mean, they're not going to lane swap here, right? They're looking at this mid DP and thinking Lena's fine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they lane swapped yesterday. It was very weird. The idea was there, but it didn't execute that great. It felt like watching them play Enigma from mid. It was quite awkward. The lane was okay, but he wasn't having the same level of impact.
Yeah.
Right, as just a Mickey running around. It was not the best thing I've seen, but I definitely love this SF last pick. When I talk about all the things that make Lina so good against the heroes on Ivy, SF has the exact same kit. He's just a long range, damage dealing hero who's gonna be able to buy stuff like a Scotty and just like keep his range and kill. And when I'm thinking, okay, well, Ivy can play around that in this way, catch Lina in this way, and maybe that's how they can win their fight. Well, now you have two of these big win conditions that you have to deal with.
Yeah, that's a good point. He is very similar kind of hero archetype to Lina. Mixed damage between physical and magical. He's a long-range artillery cannon. Well, maybe next time. He was thinking about the hook there. Caught a glimpse of the DP and the Alk for a second. I'm just looking at these lanes and making sure that they are going to be set up as we expect. It looks like yeah, Lina's mid. SF has that stick, so he's going to be down in that safe lane. So what's it good? Is it going to be SF Pudge or SF Marcy? Like both of these heroes have displacement tools. Both of them are really good with razors, right?
I would prefer having the Marcy in the lane. Just you're playing off lane Wyvern. You want to match that with I would just want something. I would feel like the kill threat is less in lane with the Wyvern core. So I would want just someone who can kind of be a body for me and help trade with the support and keep them off my back.
Mm-hmm.
So I would prefer Pudge for that. Whereas this Marcy could set up a lot of kills for you.
Yeah.
For SF.
Yeah.
With these razors, yeah.
And I guess also against the Clockwork, you've got Dispose against Cogs, which works out pretty nicely. Let's see, Marcy down in that bottom lane as the 5 with Pleb SF. Mid lane DP versus Lina. We've seen lots of mid lane matchups where both of these heroes have dominated. Both of them very good with the new Spirit Siphon. You like to go on about with the flat damage being so very powerful nowadays. And Lina, not really having changed, just continues to launch spells at people. Which way does this go? Like DP against Lina in particular?
We watched it in one of the games, and it seemed like Lina crushed the lane. Obviously, this is a matchup where I'm sure it depends a lot on skill of players. But Lina, the last time we saw it, Lina dominated the DP, and then the DP got a bunch of support rotations, and then they were able to kill the Lina just with the power of this Siphon, like you said. Very, very good.
Like I said, you said.
You said, and I said, we both said, it's broken spell.
Yeah. A pretty busted.
Yeah, you just get... Like, Inch swings on mid with a creep, Clock comes in, gets her in Cogs. Like, that's a dead Lina. For sure. And we've seen how greedy these guys like to be. I think maybe going for their boost of travel or what have you. Or they're not tanking up. They're not buying stats.
They're greeding out.
Yeah, you'll see some Lina like 15 minutes with maybe 1,500 health or something, and it's so easy to kill.
Wow, MNT is hunting. They brought the Ench down pretty low, nearly had the kill. Trading couriers. MNT, he is level 2, and he lines it up for the hook on the Ench. Really nicely done for first blood. Well, there's your kill threat. It's MNT
Nice.
on his Pudge with the hook.
So I like to see. Okay, well I didn't expect this, but
Poor little Bambi being dragged around the lane.
if they can win their lanes, it's massive for them. Just because I think Ivy have kill lanes or strong lanes, and they intend on winning lanes. So DP, just a solid laner. Ench, meant to massacre lanes. You have a Timbersaw and a Clockwork bot who definitely want to be getting kills, or at least threatening and pressuring. And if these lanes don't work out, we might just see a lot of rotations around the map. Like, hey, okay, this isn't working out for us. Let's mix things up. Maybe we'll bring Clock to top and try and get a kill there. Maybe we'll go to the mid and just collapse hard on the runes and try and pressure Lina.
Right, and this SF pick last, like he's getting run out a little bit down bottom, and Coop with some nice little body blocks. Lab's gonna get forced out there, but they do dispose the Max Timber under tower. And this is what I wanted to ask you about this SF last pick against the Timbersaw. It feels like a counter in lane with razors against reactive armor.
It does, for sure. The raise damage has been insane, and you can't even buy something like a range up to really deal with it. God, top is just fighting so hard.
Yeah, low skill chucks the concoction at own me, and they will get some revenge up top. Maybe next time, losing a lot of his own HP with that rot on. Gonna have to try and run away while Cube does die to Pleb, and they get the double kill on the Alk up top. It looks like bottom lane, Lodine still trying to rebound, but doesn't quite have the range to get on top of the Timbersaw.
Yeah, top is hard because Winter Wyvern is a very weak hero. I think it's one of the biggest reasons, like, why I struggle to play her as a core. We've seen her a lot mid because I feel like that is where she probably thrives the most, getting the levels and being able to have points in the Splinter boss and then just shoving the wave out and kind of playing in that way. But when you play on a side lane, she's weak. She has a weak damage. You know, the last thing is quite difficult for her. The like her stats are just not that great. Like trading wise, if you're getting hit by two heroes, it is, you know, struggle city.
Yeah.
And these guys are playing into an acid spray, and they're both just dying
With an edge.
with an edge. Yeah,
That's nasty stuff. Yeah, it feels like silent
is
heroes
bad.
nowadays need some kind of recovery mechanism, and I just don't feel like Wyvern has that either. From the mid lane, you're always going to be getting your golden XP. From the side lanes, if you get shut down, you are shut down completely.
I guess the one thing that pros always tend to do is when lanes become hard and the lanes break up, we move towards 10-minute mark, they start to shuffle. So like Wyvern could get put mid and she'll just sit there happily and push out waves, and you know, you might see the carry go and farm that mid lane too. Everyone just kind of does a little shuffle and moves to whatever lane they feel like they need. If we're going to bring heroes top and pressure the tower there, then yeah, maybe Wyvern takes mid and Lina's top with someone else and they just take that tower.
Maybe next time, I'm gonna be hooking some creeps. He was trying to smoke in towards mid. And Lodine missing another rebound. I think that's 3 in a row that Marcy's not landed his rebound onto the Timbersaw. And I'm not sure if Max is just sidestepping and outplaying, or if Lodine not quite up to par and his Marcy skills.
100% an outplay. He's just better.
Yeah, skilled gamer.
Yep. He's gaming. These things have relaxed now for a little bit.
Oh, the hook though. No
Never
relaxing.
mind.
No relaxing for the Enchantress. They're gonna get a TP top from Cube though. Clockwork's coming in to save the day, keep the Ench alive. Maybe next time with a cold embrace on. Not doing an awful lot of damage with a rot. He just gets turned around with a battery assault. Good rotation from the Clockwork, and that's the ideal situation here really for Ivy, because Timber is already level 4. He's pretty happy to stay down here alone. Hasn't died the first 6 minutes, so that, you know, maybe potential counter of the SF in lane hasn't really come to fruition yet.
I'm thinking, definitely looking forward to this level 6 timing on Timber 2. I wonder if he's able to like stick it on the...
Oh, Mobe.
Oh god, they're just more fighting. Let's
Yeah,
go.
I mean, Lodine just jumps straight in on them. The hook misses. And the DP just turns with the Exorcism. Good cogs from Cube as well. They'll land the Light Strike array in, and MTD does have a Laguna Blade, but nobody's low enough for him to try and blast down.
And they're killing top as well.
Are they going in? Yeah, they found this Own Me Winter Wyvern. Another kill across the board. Ivy just demolishing them.
Yeah. You have to compare these offlaners. Timbersaw can be left alone. He's self-sustaining. If necessary, with the supports gone, he can just cut the wave. That's not an option for Wyvern. Wyvern has to get through this Ench, who will, you know, slow him if he tries to take the waves and just deal a super amount of damage. Low skill on his Alk, always able to connect with that unstable concoction. They can run Wyvern down pretty much anytime they want. It's so hard to lane alone as a Wyvern. You're much too weak of a laner. So the ability for supports to move around on Ivy is just much greater, and you see that going mid.
Yeah, and then when this Timber hits level 6, the SF starts to become a little more afraid. Timbersaw hero can output some serious damage. But now maybe we see the strength of this SF Marcy lane. Couple of raises in towards Max. Pleb trying to line up the long range as it came off cooldown. But he won't find it. It really felt like that. That bot lane should have had kills on a Timbersaw in the first 4 or 5 minutes. But not getting that has allowed Max a free time.
He did.
And
Just need
Alchemist.
that one little rotation to help SF out, because the 1v1 is whatever. Max has just been Timber chaining around.
And look at them
Not
swarming
getting
into mid
the
now.
Oh,
Cube's readying himself.
MTD.
Hellbear's coming. MTD going for bottom rune. Arcane is there. Who's going to get it? Light Strike not in time. He throws Laguna Blade in there as well for good measure, but now trapped inside the cogs. In comes Ivy, chasing down the Lina, and Cube. Right place, right time again. He's been all over the map, setting up pretty much every kill they've gone for.
He's honestly having so much impact on this game. It's great. You see Lina is playing to the south side just because that's where the ward is, that's where Marcy is. She wants to play on that, but Cube is just so ready. He can just walk through. It doesn't matter. They're just... I don't know. It feels like sharper, and Lodine is sadly missing his spells a lot.
Yeah.
He misses rebound again on that mid lane.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the laning stage. It just doesn't feel like Lodine's got that eye for it. Going to dispose back the DP. They're diving under this tower. Now he will rebound away safely and successfully. But already 9 minutes in, some good damage with the last remnants of this Exo. Bring it down pretty low.
You have an Ench, you have a DP. This tower should definitely be falling at some point. Even if you don't commit a bunch of heroes to push the tower together, just the ability to enchant a creep and run it at mid, within its death, it'll do a lot of damage. And you can just chip it down like that.
And all this noise in the mid lane has given Alchemist a lot of freedom. He's already top of the net worth. Happy time for him. 2,500 gold saved up towards that relic. And it doesn't feel like there's anything that's stopping him anytime soon. They're all just trying to respond to all of these issues. Like bottom jungle, Lodine is battling with the two supports. Ivy planting themselves on the enemy side of the map. MNT Pudge. He sees the Alk. With the Chemical Rage, there's nothing he can really do to stop him from running back into the jungle and continuing that farm rate. SF is one of those heroes that's pretty good at keeping up in terms of farm with these very greedy heroes. He is a flash farmer through raises, and he's already got his Dragonlance treads. It feels like he could be ready to fight already.
SF is one of those heroes where he can output a shit ton of damage, but dies very quickly. It's just very similar to Lina. They have basically picked the same core twice, and it's kind of like with Ivy, your clockwork is level 5 right now, he's going to hit 6. At that point, they can just look towards killing Pleb. You know, when you're playing with a Jug or something, oh, they're just diving mid, okay.
Yeah,
And they're just going aggro. They're just going aggro everywhere.
They won't finish him off. And they're keeping
They're
MNT
gonna
at
get
bay.
tower.
Yeah, tower dying. Centaur creep going to tank it up. And this Exo, thanks to the Arcane Rune that the DP had, is just another one, you know? Third Exo of the game or whatever, 11 minutes in. Just keeps them flowing.
Yeah. But you're chill. You just have a lot of options. Like I was trying to say, if you have a Jug or a Lifestealer, you feel pretty bad.
Oh, the Requiem disposed. That's a nice little play. Get in a couple of raises for good measure.
Alright, nice. Yeah. But you can feel limited, like, okay, they have magic immunity, it's hard for us to get our spells, we don't have enough chain stun, blah, blah, blah. But someone like an SF, someone like a Lina, they're always killable. So even if they are getting this kill, even if they're feeling good, Ivy can definitely just get that hook shot and be like, okay, we're going to look for our kill now. We have a play to make. We have the damage to do it.
It feels like very much DGG looking towards 20 minutes for those BKB timings. It looks like SF's going to get his a little bit early to straight Dragonlance BKB. Lina does want the boots to travel first, as Lodine and MTD just pile it onto Cube, but he's got raindrops, fluffy hat, and a hookshot to escape. He's perfectly fine. Tell you what, he baits 3 heroes down into bottom jungle, makes them waste their spells. That's Unleash and Laguna Blade, and he just says goodbye.
You're okay with that, I think, just because the hookshot is the kill threat.
Oh.
And now that that's gone, you can just keep farming. Because that's what DGG want to do. Their whole game plan is we want to farm.
Oh, you can't let DP get another Arcane Rune. I guess you don't have a choice.
Yes, you can.
The Warpine Raider blocking out MTD. No stuns, so TP home is good. Looks like Lodine should be able to get away here with a rebound over the Pudge if need be. Not going to use it, didn't need it in the end.
I keep reading these support movements by the Pudge and Marcy, like they want to make something happen mid, and they just can't. So they just keep settling for like, okay, I'm gonna go bully Max for a little bit, and then they go back to mid, like, oh, I'm sure we can do something this time, but it just isn't happening. The DP is way too strong. Ench is playing mostly around mid. She's not really going to bot. In fact, I think the supports in general are not really playing around bot. There's just so much action mid that every time this Marcy and Pudge go there, it just like never really works out. They're bringing SF this time. Strength in numbers, you know?
Bring all the tools you can. And I'll see the DP. Catch her out with the stuns. Requiem for good measure. And down she goes. That's a lot of nuke damage from DGG to blow her up.
A little bit of confidence there on the DP to walk like that alone with no supports.
And no vision, yeah.
And no vision, but it's okay.
It's space for the Alchemist, you know. He got his Radiance a minute and a half ago, and he's already well on his way to Blink Dagger. This guy is accelerating quickly. No,
He really is. He's gonna hit this timing with. He's going BKB. That's crazy. They just wanna fight soon. I guess they're feeling really good on DP.
Oh, he's still got stacks to take. That's a Radiance Blink 14 minutes in. Very quickly off the mark, Mr. Low Skill. Looks like Cube is also stacking out the triangle as well. And one of the limitations here, it feels like, for DGG is they don't have that Enigma Beastmaster kind of hero top, right? This Wyvern, not the best at pushing towers, even though you clear the wave, you do need the rest of your squad to come up here and help. And they're going to amass, what, every single hero up here? Lena decides to fall back to the triangle just for a few seconds, but everybody else ready to shove on this tier 1. While Alchemist just farms out the stacks, gets himself even bigger. A 5k lead built up 15 minutes in is a pretty good sign here for Ivy.
Not having BKB is scary for Alk. I wouldn't be surprised if he has this blink, but he only gets involved as like an absolute last resort. Ivy are strong, but they don't have magic immunity. They have 2 hoods, and it could be enough if we look at how that DP died in the mid lane. It required a Laguna Blade, it required an SFO, it required a Dismember, and everything from Marcy too. So if we look at that on just one hero, then to deal with a Timbersaw and an Alk on top of that, it might be quite difficult. The fights probably would require them to do a lot of kiting and use of their spells where they can like disengage for a moment with the Wyvern ult and then re-engage with their spells again.
I guess they've got quite a decent amount of team fight. We talked about the Clockwork and how we liked that pick early on, but it feels like Coop is, you know, their primary but also only form of initiation and team fight. But if he gets off a hook shot and cogs like that, that's all you need. Coop with a perfect jump in allows the DP and the Timbersaw to shred through the Shadow Fiend. Pleb gonna get the Requiem off in time, but the Winter's Curse overlaps, does no damage, dies to the Spirit Siphon in the end. Lodine barely escaping the grasp of the Ghost. Ivy responding. I mean, two supports dying there for the Shadow Fiend and defending your tier 1 tower. Gotta feel incredibly good, especially if Alk can chase in for a bonus kill. Diving onto tier 1 and looking for the Wyvern as well. They're gonna get more out of this than they ever expected. Low Skill has found owned me. They silence up the Wyvern, and away they go into the tree line. Oh, another concoction, but the fog of war in the trees. Low Skill's not gonna find it, but they'll have the Chakram over the top to make sure that the Wyvern dies.
Bit of a dive. This is the nice thing. Alk can just keep farming, and then when a dive like that happens, you can just TP in and react. And clean up shop. Like this hook shot was the key point of that fight for them, and just the ability to catch 2 heroes there in one, especially this SF who then can't pop the ult. They need BKBs desperately. I think they have one coming for SF right now. Yeah, that's a shame. To take that fight like that when you have a BKB about to be finished is not great, but now they're a lot stronger for the next fight.
Like if that was
Lena too.
If that was old Dragonlance, he would have had it, right? He would have disassembled, he would have the BKB top.
Yeah.
Not with the new one. But yeah, I don't know, I was about to start complaining about Ivy not having a massive amount of team fight, and Cube just pops off. Got himself a 4 staff now as well. Pretty farmed on this Clockwork, being so involved early on. But it's such a challenge now. 15k on the Alk. He's got BKB, he's working on AC. And I don't know. Do you have a way to deal with him? Are SF and Lina going to output enough damage to kill him?
In late game, they can, yeah. But right now, no.
Coops in, hooks out. Maybe next time. Nice little grab on the Marcy.
This is the risk. So the way that DGG have been playing is very passive. We haven't seen them smoking up, making rotations. We saw that one smoke to mid where they killed DP, but other than that, they've been very passive. They're moving their supports around, trying desperately to kind of make plays happen, but it's not coming easy to them the way that it was for Ivy with their clockwork. So they're just chilling. They're thinking, okay, we take this to late, we win with our Lina and our SF. And it's something that they tried to do against Liquid as well and failed, but you're reaching kind of critical mass on this Alk. Like, he's smoked up with his team, he's ready to fight, he's got his BKB.
Yeah, this is late game. It's a late game out because 18 minutes in. let's go kill some heroes, fight the Purge, take him down, and then move into Roshan. What's stopping them at this point? I'm also looking at this DP, and she's just not going to go BKB. Hood into Kaya Sanj, tanking up, getting more damage.
This is the results of the way DGG's been playing. This Alk has had complete free farm. He's about to have an AC in the next few minutes, given that it's Alk. They're going for the fight here. They have BKBs.
Oh yeah, I mean, SF just goes in with his BKB Requiem, tries to fear them away, but look at the Alk! 3-man concoction! Low skills in on top of them. Doesn't have the chemical rage though, so a little bit difficult outputting his damage, and the hook shot whiffs. DGG get themselves away from what could have been a disastrous team fight, because they'd already lost out on the Age of Steel.
Yeah. A nice idea to try and contest just comes a little bit too late. They definitely have potential to win a fight just because the DP's being greedy and not buying a BKB. Same for Timber, he's not really a BKB buying hero. You always have a way to fight as long as you have spells and they aren't buying BKB. But again, Alk is your main problem. It's really just a game of like, can we buy 4 stars? Can we kite this out? Can we, keep him from killing our hero? Because he's gonna finish his AC. Then he's probably gonna go Basher. Oh, Pudge in trouble?
Yeah, might just get solo killed here. Acid sprays down, there's no one to help him out. Maybe next time tanking it up for Pleb to farm out that one additional wave.
I mean, yeah, like, he doesn't even have attack speed right now on Alk. Just think 2 items down the line how hard it is going to be for DGG to deal with it. A lot. Obviously it's going to be a little bit difficult because they're going to have to fight into the high ground to take racks eventually. And playing into ranged heroes like a Wyvern, Core, SF Lina is difficult in that regard. Onmi has his Ags. He's only going to get stronger. You probably want to take a fight as Ivy outside of the base and then push in, if you can.
Just try and outrange all the heroes.
Yeah.
Low skill, getting pushed away from that bot tower. He's got Cube and Mobo near him. Looks like DGG trying to figure out how they can reclaim their bottom jungle. They're getting pushed back on every lane though, like Timbersaw freely shoving in mid. And low skill.
Ivy are pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, they're hunting.
Yeah. As Ox stuns himself.
there was someone in the trees, but they TP'd away.
Yeah. I just think that they're in a really good spot right now to win this game, or at least try and outfarm DGG, and as long as they don't overcommit, I think the worst thing that they could do is just make some absolutely insane play where they're diving some high ground or tier 2 tower and have heroes split. This is great.
Yeah, being forced to BKB that.
Yeah. This is exactly what you want to do. You want to kind of split your, you want to apply pressure. We've seen it with all these teams. We saw Liquid do it to DGG yesterday, right? Where you're just threatening them around the map. You're not allowed to play here. We're going to run at you. We're going to force your BKB. Now you don't have a BKB. It gives us a place to get an objective or pressure you even harder. You just keep doing this over and over again until the net worth lead really widens, and then you just play for like next Aegis and then try and end the game.
Because usually we see this kind of binary system where a team is either...
Wait, are they going for a hook into a Requiem?
Oh, they are. Well, try.
All right, so continue.
So we usually see this this kind of binary system where teams are either playing wide map or closed map, right? They're playing as 5 together, going around smoking, ganking, team fighting, and forcing fights as 5, or they're doing the kind of split push, spread wide, get as much farm as you can across multiple heroes. And it kind of feels like Ivy are between those two styles where they are spreading wide and farming. You know, top lane being pushed out by Timber, mid being held by the DP. But then they've also got this group up together from the Clock, Ench, and Alchemist, holding hands to really protect areas on the map that they can control and keep DGG away from.
Yeah.
And right now, Lodin, he's having struggles dewarding, and he might have to pay for it. He gets jumped and Alex stuns himself with a concoction again. He's always going to have that second life. 1 minute left on Aegis, so not too bothered about just jumping straight in there.
They're like, kind of going off what you said, they are playing closed map, but they're also playing kind of wide map but together. Yeah, just we're gonna try and cover the entire map, but we're gonna run there as a team. We're not gonna give you any pick off.
Yeah.
And when they run top, for example, and force someone to TP back home, they suddenly become very locked in their base because they can't then swing to the bot side of the map and push that out because they won't have a TP.
Oh, hook in there off the Light Striker, right? Gonna take down the Aegis. BKB's in the backpack still for the Alchemist as Pleb. He winds up the Requiem, but it's cancelled by Cubes. Hook shot back. A dive from Obey behind tier 3. Zones away the rest of DGG. Well, Max is still in there, but the hook back in. Maybe next time. Grabs the DP, but it's not enough to kill her. Requiem now from Pleb will be able to push and fear back the Timbersaw. As the Winter's Curse on the Alchemist holds him in place for a few seconds. They can't drag him back, though. The BKB gave him the safety against any kind of disposed play.
I can't believe that DB lived. Honestly, that was, whew, skin of his teeth. This was definitely the type of play I wasn't looking for from Ivy. I wanted them to kind of relax with the Aegis expiry and just play this triangle, cut the waves. Like we talked about, them running to bot, like put a ward in the bot jungle or something, and then if someone shows on that, you run at them, and so forth. Use your smokes that way, and just keep the map as close as you can until the next Roche. Going high ground like that is just so scary. We just saw how quickly the Out can die to a single like, stun into hook.
You can know pretty quickly. It felt like Ivy were testing them, honestly, though. Like, oh, we'll go high ground. We'll see what they do. See how they respond. And DGG not afraid to chuck everything at them.
Yeah. That was pretty best case scenario, though, for Ivy, given what the worst that could have happened.
Yes.
They nearly died on like DP and Alk.
Could have been pretty disastrous.
Yeah.
And nice for DGG, though. They get to reclaim their triangle, get some D-wards. Lodin finally removing all of this vision that Ivy been placing around. And if what feels like their first real smoke movement of the game, 25 minutes in. They've got 4 charges on Spirit Vessel, so a nice little start there for them. MTD going straight into Monkey King Bar.
Throughout this whole game, Gary, we talked about SF and how his razors are so good in the lane and just how this... Oh, never mind, they're going for a fight. This we'll save for later.
Yeah, that's fine. Low skill. Concoction blocked by the BKB. Rebound in. Dispose, no. The Lincoln Sphere, low skill. Able to block out that reinitiation as the Winter's Curse. Just going to try and delay the push forward from Ivy, but in comes Cube again, finding the line. Angles onto MTD, forces another BKB. Jetpacks away. Just a bit of poke and prod here, but Ivy've got another round of battling to go forward in towards the Wyvern and the SF. Lodin's jump back into the DP as Pleb holding the high ground and trying to race back into Mobe, looking like he's going to get the kill with a final touch. Cube with the cogs trying to block them back, but the Laguna Blade is there. And Ivy maybe struggling now to get the damage they need, but you're right, SF is stuck. Low skill's got the kill, a double for the Alk. Maybe next time, and Own Me still trying to turn this around though. Arctic Burn with the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, long range and big damage from this Winter Wyvern. And they've killed off 4. Chasing the Enchantress now, MNT not going to get the hook though. Lodin. Lodin's in. He's got the Dispose, still unleashed up. Gonna drag the Enchantress back and a team wipe coming in. DGG, they get them all.
What a great fight from them. I was really scared at first. They felt like their BKBs were kind of getting forced and like in unfavorable situations. Lina had to BKB just, you know, on like 10% health. But like, it was hard for Ivy to commit. Like DP, she got just pushed away. She doesn't have an armor item to deal with the SF damage, so she's just getting clicked down by that. She doesn't have a BKB, so it's really hard to kind of just run into Lina, who could just turn and kill you.
Yeah, then like I honestly thought that after this Winter's Curse, it would just be Ivy go again. You know, the hookshot looked good, everything lines up. But once the Alex BKB is down, we start to see this Arctic Burn and Spirit Vessel. You know, the Pudge with all these charges. Yeah, he hooks away the Alk, puts Spirit Vessel on him. Winter Wyvern's going to come back again and deal with the Alchemist. And how did Pleb get stuck there? What happened to him?
He got knocked by the cogs, I think.
Yeah, you're right. There it is. Oh, he tried to TP as well. Yeah, concocted by the Alchemist. But this offlane Wyvern's starting to scale up pretty hard.
Yes, they need dispels on Ivy. The Alchemist, I think he can get the shard, which dispels, and then Timber can buy a Lotus Orb. He has one now, yeah, and that should help a lot.
Clock's
you just need
one.
ways. Yeah, you just need ways to get off this vessel. Obviously, you can't really deal with the Arctic Burn just because he has Ags. He can always reapply.
That's true. Yeah.
But the vessel, at least, is a big issue.
Well, 30 seconds for Roche now. I mean, what was that? It was like a 4K swing or so. It was a big jump in net worth, and like win probability jumps pretty hard as well. Nice little comeback from DGG there. Let's see if they can continue get into the rhythm.
I do strongly believe in their late game, although Ivy are definitely still in it. You can't tell anyone otherwise. The most important thing going forward, though, is just if you can have good vision and play under a cliff ward or something like that, it would greatly aid them because they need to be killing this Wyvern first just to stop this curse. You don't want your Alks BKB to get stole out by curse. They have a lot of ways to break this Lincoln, so it's not a reliable defense mechanism. So just killing this Wyvern would be absolutely like top tier priority, best case scenario for Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, like Alk is peaking right now. He bought that Lincoln Sphere, going Swift Blink next. He doesn't have that Basher or Abyssal Blade to kind of contend with the BKBs of Lina and the SF. I'm kind of wondering where he goes next. Like, he's going to grab the Aegis here and does already have his shard. But is this the point at which Alk starts buying Aghanim Scepters for his team? Oh, a hook missing there, and MNT can get the hook back into him. Nearly getting blown up by the Timber Sword, while low skill, the Alchemist jumps straight on the Marcy, takes her down. Trying to catch up to the SF, the Lina, the Wyvern, but they've all spread their separate ways. Doesn't look like they're going to catch any bonus kills. Yeah, this is really where it feels like Ivy should be at their strongest with this Alchemist, isn't it?
Definitely. I would have liked to have seen a Basher. I just think it's a bit hard to deal with the BKBs otherwise, but I'm not opposed to, like, okay, MTD is just in, man.
Well, they found him, yeah. Tracking back all the way towards their Ancients. But a BKB TP will give her the security, knowing the hookshot is down.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, I do like how they approach the last fight, at least. If you're able to kill the supports, if they're out of position, it could force DGG's course back. You know, oh, we don't want to fight. We don't have a Marcy. We don't have a Pudge. These are our saves. You know, you have a Pudge with the Shard. Just these little things. It's hard to just stand there and fight when you're not fully at your own peak. Talk about Alchemist peaking. Well, SF is nearly about to finish a Scotty. MTD, he has an MKB. He's starting to hit pretty hard, but he can still use some more items. He's going for that AC. When we see this AC, these Daedalus, I think when we have like the Scotty Daedalus type builds coming out, that is when I would say Lina and SF are peaking. But we're quite a ways off.
They've definitely got room to grow.
For sure.
And there is that Skadi done for Pleb. So another issue for Alchemist. And now Ivy's starting to play that tighter, closed map style with 4 heroes down bottom. Timber Sword doesn't... Okay, yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't have travels, but it does have the outpost to TP2, so they will group as 5. But you just see how much damage Alk is taking from a few clicks out of Pleb. That's going to give you some worries.
It's really hard to push high ground. As long as they are just standing on their high ground, I feel like it's kind of impossible to just ram your head into it. You don't have any slow siege. Unless you're just going to like run animals at the high ground, but I mean, that's not really going to work. They can kill it so easily. You need to, I don't know, you need to force something outside the base, whether that's just getting a smoke and a side lane pick off, whether it's, I don't know, hoping that they'll just run into them on the...
It took me a second to realize what you meant by run animals at the high ground. Like, oh yeah, they have an enchantress.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, run creeps, I should say.
Just talking about the squad themselves. Just go. Animalistic behavior, charge towards your opponents.
Send Clockwork up there.
Yeah. Get in there. Little Tin Man with the battle plan. Charge up high ground. Yeah, DGG. Still kind of hemmed back in their base, but Lodine's going to get the D wards, remove the vision, and now they can play under their own observer ward. Oh, but if they're not together, this is where they are weak. Lina is exposed. So is the SF a little bit, and that allows Cube to get in with a hook shot. Pleb, he's got Pike and BKB, just turns to fight the clock. MTD zones away the Eng, and Alk with DP straight on the pudge. Winter's Curse trying to hold her back, and Cube the first one to die as Lina and SF turn around onto low skill. The physical damage takes him down. The Ghost, not something they're too bothered by. The Requiem will get the fear onto the Alk at least, lacking the damage from it, but they've got plenty to back it up. And Ivy falling short.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They were not ready for that, it felt like, on Ivy. They smoked, they clearly had a plan, but they find SF and initiate on him with no follow-up. There was no stun. They get the hook shot, they get the pushback with the pogs, and then nothing. He's able to literally just stand there and not care. He doesn't even pop his BKB. He's so unthreatened. I think... I'm definitely feeling the effects of DP's Iron build. Not having an early BKB posed some problems for her. Not having armor is posing even more problems for her into Lina SF. Like, you see how easily she just dies in these fights. Literally just gets clicked and dies. And you're seeing as well, they have a lack of lockdown. They didn't have that follow-up. I think she needs a lot. She needs some Shivas, some armor. She needs a Hex.
Just looking at getting clicked down by the Lina there.
Yeah.
When low skill loses a second life pretty quickly as well. And this is all under Radiant Vision as well. They're next to their base. They have that high ground ward. So a little bit of a very risky move, honestly, from Ivy going back in to the D-warded area. Even though the Lina was kind of separated from her team, the fact that she is very speedy. Fire Soul stacking up, got herself back into position, and now, even though there's a 13k lead for Ivy the past 6-7 minutes, it's felt like DGG have a grasp on this game that they're not going to relinquish anytime soon.
Yeah, they're hitting their item timings. They played so passively up until like recently. We haven't seen them being the ones that make the smoke moves. They're not being the aggressors. Ivy's kind of the one that is sweating and realizing that they have to try and end this game. And they're not doing it in the cleanest way. They're getting wiped. They're losing their Aegis. These are their advantages that they're meant to be taking advantage of, and DGG are coming out on top. It's very hard. I fully appreciate that. It is really hard to be in Ivy's position right now. Because ideally you would have ended like 10 minutes ago or something on the last Aegis.
Or at the very least you would have had a Lena Rax.
Yeah.
You've not even broken the base yet. I mean, tier 3s are all very healthy still. And you've got at least a 2-minute wait until next Roshan. And even fighting around Rosh, you're going to be a little worried here about the Curse, the Requiem, the ability for DG to fight around it in these choke points.
That is Ivy's potential saving grace, is if DGG come out of their base and give up a good position to go fight for Rosh, that's when Ivy could win a fight. I just want to see more lockdown. I want to see a Hex. I want to see an Abyssal Blade.
They're coming. As quickly as they can. I mean, Max had it queued up. He shouldn't be too far away from it now. It looks like he just needs the Mystic Staff. Has the money for the orb. Might be keeping buyback though, thinking about how these team fights are going.
Nice. That would be really good for them going later if Max has a Hex and if DP can get one as well.
And Alk. Well, Alk had the Abyssal Blade queued up, but he's changed to Nullifier now. What's he nullifying?
He had a Rapier queued up for a little bit. Then I saw him switch to Abyssal Blade, and now he just has the Sacred Relic queued up.
I think he's bought the Helm. He's committing to Nullifier.
That's interesting. What is he nullifying?
Sidekick?
Oh, the Eon Disc. He wants to be the one that kills the Winter Wyvern.
Ah, you're clever. That's the one.
It's not a bad idea, but again, you don't have lockdown other than your concoction, which is going to get dispelled when Wyvern's Eon Disc procs. So you kind of need that Basher, but he's not even going for that. He's just going to go for Ags now.
Yeah, he's slotted. He's got no room left. I'm trying to go for the sneaky surprise move. They've got high ground vision here on Lodine, but the quick BKB. Marcy has her item.
And now she's going the Basher! We're scaling!
Oh yeah. And just the little brown boots though, didn't finish off the phase or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And a full 2 minutes for Roche to respawn. I know. Yeah, well, where does Ivy go now? Like, they feel like they're forced to play as 5. Do they just continue, like, farming jungle together?
Ideally, when a team is playing like this on DGG and they're all in this bot lane pushing up to base, usually you're pressuring something else. Either you're threatening Roche, which isn't gonna respawn right now, or you're pushing their base and forcing them to TV back. Right now, they're not getting anything. It would be nice if they could at least make a pretty big effort to control this triangle. They're very split right now, which is quite scary. There's no vision from Radiant side to know this, though, so I think that it is a bit of an effort to kind of push into them. I mean, at least you're doing it into fog, so you need to play with like a ward on a high ground. I guess Pleb's just going to be very brave and walk in.
They've got this jam on SF now, so Pleb trying to scout out his own triangle, see what's up. A D rune down bottom. The last one we saw got picked up by the clock just to try and steal it away from Radiant. But SF is walked straight in and got it. BKB's ready, turns to hit into low skill. Pleb's at half HP, but they lose the clockwork quickly. Now Ivy, the one's on the run away. Lodine was looking for that reinitiation with the rebound. But Ivy realizing very quickly they just cannot stand their ground and fight it. They do have high ground vision here, though. Alchemist with a concoction, winding it up to try and make a jump. Not gonna happen.
The nullifier got rid of the DD on Pleb. I was really scared. When he started hitting, I was like, oh boy, this is gonna hurt. And then I realized it had been dispelled. I was like, oh, never mind. He's not hitting too hard yet. He's actually gone for a very defensive build. I expected more damage items coming out. I think Lina is the one that's going to be covering that instead. Even she's going for a Satanic. Like SF, he's had the Satanic queued for a while. He's got a Shadow Blade, BKB, Scotty, Hurricane Pike. It's very, very low damage. So we saw without the DD there, he hit the Alk and it didn't really do that much. But the nice thing though is that when you're combining your Lina, Wyvern, and SF hitting people together, it is a lot. Yeah. And I think that's why you can afford to go an item build like this, which does just let you sustain and live.
Have multiple lives, basically. It gives you the freedom to play aggressively like that. Pleb jumped on. He doesn't have BKB, but he does have the hook and Dismember to save him. Exo going to be expended here by Mobe, but look at the damage from Lina and now the slow from the Skadi. Hookshot back in from Cube, though, trying to zone out the Shadow Fiend and isolate him, but they've got the heal. Cold Embrace going to keep him alive a little bit longer while Lina trying to unload her damage, but she's been silenced, sent back. Ivy hold the high ground in that top jungle, and now they're moving forward with the Alchemist to find maybe next time. Lina from the high ground, though, the artillery cannon launching in. They've got the Winter's Curse onto the Enchantress, which blocked the damage onto the Alk, though. Owned me. He's still looking to get back in here and maybe save the Lina, but gonna be left alone to die. MTD there. A buyback came out from the SF as well towards the tail end of that team fight, thinking they're gonna contest this Roshan even further.
Oh, love fight. I love fights around Roche. I love it. It's like the do or die. Everyone has to commit buybacks. You have to go all in. This Aegis means so much, especially the later it goes. We have a friggin' refresher shot. Like, this could be absolutely game changing. Getting 2 BKBs, getting 2 Wyvern Cousins, I mean, whatever have you, just the ability to just fight and fight and fight.
Low skill?
It's so big.
Low skill? Okay.
Fine.
He's all right. Looks a little bit scary there, but now when he's concocted himself, Pleb just has the Requiem on him. Rebound back in, hook across. Lotus Orb still on him, so MNT can't dismember just yet. Damage not coming fast enough. Low skill is still alive somehow. Another Lotus put on him. I don't know how he's managed to weasel himself out of that situation. Looked like he was dead.
I didn't see what happened to Lina, but she died and brought back. Yeah, I was watching the Alk the whole time, and he was so low, but SF just didn't have the damage output to kill him?
Yeah, apparently not. Yeah, Alk killed off that Lina.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right.
A pretty expensive one for DGG.
They've used all their buybacks now, right? If I look at buyback status, we have not many.
No Pudge, no Lina, no SF, no Marcy. So Wyvern is the only one with the, you're right, with the buyback. Alk and DP on the other side do have buyback, and another DD rune spawning. This time around Roshan.
Oh, loading BKB by accident.
Oh no.
Alright, give it up. It's time to hold high ground. right now you have no buybacks. You can't risk this. Ivy have so many more lives right now. If they can just go bot and take this outpost, I think it would be really big for them. If they can kind of create a line that pushes DGG into their base, and you're kind of playing here around. If you can take a fight around bot with the outpost control, that would be the most ideal, I think, just because you would be able to buy back and TP back in on your heroes. Like having a who has buyback? 3 heroes have buyback right now, so it's essentially an 8v5.
Yeah.
You know, in a fight situation like that. So that would be great for them if they could do that. It's obviously just really ideal and not likely to happen. And DGG understand they have no buyback, so they're going to be playing mega safe, not taking risks. They're not going to be splitting up super hard. They will want to hold this high ground. This is the type of situation where you do get those absolutely massive deficits in net worth because they're not moving out onto the map. So you can just play it that way on Ivy and look for example, like extra ways to have win conditions. So getting Aghanims on everyone from Alchemist. You know, if you have like the clock has the overclock now, right? If you are able to hookshot in, for example, on SF, refresh, do it again, that is a lot of lockdown and could be more than enough time for them to blow him up. Or I mean, obviously, ideally, you want to get this Wyvern. They're just gonna get more and more gold, and more people will become cores. Like looking at this Ench, he's going for an Ags. He wants to be a carry too. You have so many heroes that can kind of push at this tower.
Oh yeah, they changed overclocking, didn't they?
Does it not refresh now?
No longer refreshes all of Clockwork's abilities on cast.
Well,
now it's supercharged
for me.
No, I saw Scriff hover over it and I was like, wait, hang on. I was like, yep, Sheepo, correct, nodding my head. Yep. And then I was reading it and the first sentence just like, nah.
Thanks,
so now it's I'm sorry. So now it supercharges all the abilities.
Thank you, like genuinely thank you. Sorry, my British sarcasm came out at the wrong time. We're all learning today. What does it do to the hookshot then? Oh, the stun
it's a
radius
long
duration.
tooltip. You can read.
I look.
Supercharges his abilities.
Why would they change that? You know what? Fine. I'll just change what I said. Everything I said still applies, but the idea now is they get a bigger net worth lead, and Clockwork buys a refresher.
There we go. That's the way around it. See, that's a true Dota 2 analyst move right there. It's like when you're doing a maths exam, all your working is wrong, but you got the right answer. It's like you made 2 mistakes that cancelled each other out, and you got the correct answer. Good job.
Well, the patch was big. I thought I remembered most of the changes, but that one caught me by.
Man, I was playing with Fogged last night, and he was testing me. I was playing Enchantress. He was like, "Do you know what your shard does?" I was like, "Yeah, it's like a mini wyvern. It's a little wyvern curse." He's like, "Oh yeah, good job, Gary." It's like if you ask me about anything else, I'd probably get it wrong.
I only remember the end shard because of the name. I love the name Little Friends. It's so cute.
Yeah, happy little tree friends.
Yeah, it's so useless. I don't think I've seen that shard ever do anything.
I used it last night, and I mean, yes, it's probably useless, but it was pretty funny watching a bunch of creeps, because the range is huge. It actually like gathers creeps from like 1,000 range away that chases this hero down. They they're tracked. So we had super creeps, like 3 or 4 waves chasing it down an enemy CK into his fountain.
But it's only 6 seconds long, and it's
like,
by the time they get to the hero, it feels like they don't do very much damage from what I've seen.
It didn't really do anything apart from make me giggle watching like 30 creeps following an enemy hero past his towers.
They just like start sprinting very fast.
Yeah, they're pretty quick. But here's the seed from Ivy, right? This is where they've bunkered down as DGG held back in their base. And DP just going to be the one to front line, get onto that tier 3 with the Exo.
Yeah. Need to be careful with how they approach it. I think if they had buybacks, then they have no problem kind of standing there and attacking them and sort of forcing the issue a bit. Because they know they're stronger if they can start this fight from high ground when they have, uphill. But if you stand up like that and you get hooked, for example, you're dead with no buyback, and that could just be the game.
Yeah, hook into Requiem, something DGG continually trying to utilize. So Ivy get the tier 3 and then they get out.
Yeah.
And Aegis is about to expire on Max.
That's okay.
No reason to stick around.
Yeah.
And BKB up for the Enchantress. Scaling up into a core. Pike, Glimmer, BKB.
Low skill is just buying ag after ag. He's got one for
Radiant's top
Timber done.
barracks are under attack.
Oh yeah, very nice.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Curse on the creeps.
What was that for? He
Scare
didn't
them.
break his Lincoln, so I don't think he misclicked either.
Scare them.
He just was to, yeah, make them afraid.
Defended the melee racks with it.
Okay.
What's the cooldown? 80 seconds? It's long, but it's not one of those, 2-minute long cooldowns that you're afraid of throwing out there once in a while.
Is this one of these games where they're just gonna chill till next Roche?
It looks like it. I mean, given how it was, 25 minutes in when they tried the first high ground push and how poorly that went, they're probably going to be holding back a little bit now. But this is where the siege breaks. You were talking about kind of keeping the Radiant back in the base, the net worth deficit, building 39,000 now. The Radiant populace is starving. They've got no access to medical. They're all dying inside this castle. Their king, the Shadow Fiend, is the one out, getting himself, feasted on these creeps.
But here's the nice thing. We got buybacks again.
Oh, we do.
Lena's is coming up now, so I think they're pretty good. Feeling pretty good.
Vincenzo. He's BKB'd up and sproinked back. Aghanim Scepter on the edge, giving a bit of a gap, but in comes Cube, hooking onto his DP. Not landing on the SF or anyone as the Impetus launched out long range, but Pleb the one to be focused and forced back towards his base. Another missed hook. MNT was attempting to catch the Stragglers on their retreat. And just a buyback from Marcy, defends the base and holds it. Wait, what's SF Courier doing? Is he trying to drag the wave, or he's just trying to go to the secret shop? But he dragged a dire wave into creep camps.
Radiant's
And it's dead.
And it's gone.
He wanted his satanic. He's definitely been struggling for farm in recent times. I mean, they've been stuck in their base, but I remember seeing him looking for the satanic about 10 to 15 minutes ago. And he's got 7k gold, but he wants to keep that buyback. It's just more important.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, Lena finished hers, right?
Yeah, at least Lena's about to pop off. That Daedalus is going to be massive. Alk has just been going for Ags for the last 10 minutes. He has nothing else that he feels like he wants to buy. I personally really wish he would buy the Abyssal Blade. I don't know what he would replace, but it's like rough to watch. He just starts hitting someone and they don't lock him down.
I don't know if he can just keep pushing all the lanes.
Yeah.
Another reasonably long Roche respawn, though. 2 minutes again. Plenty of time for the Radiant to gather up whatever creep waves meet their base. They're actually going to smoke up together. MTD is
They
the
have
one
Daedalus
that's not...
finish. This is big.
Yeah, you're right. And who are they going to come in contact with? Max, feared by the Shard of SF. Can't quite get the catch on him. The hook misses. Max turn to get that Scythe of Ice in, and now low skill arrives. Whack, whack, whack into the back of maybe next time. Nearly kills him off straight off the bat. They did disarm Pleb for a second there, but the turnaround, the damage, the Daedalus you called for. MTD shredding through the cores of Ivy. And now with the Requiem, they're going to fear up Mobe. The DP's down, and Pleb grabs a double kill.
That was a bit sussy. The Alk stunned the Pudgeons. Oh no, because he wanted to make sure he couldn't shard. Okay, never mind. I was thinking, shouldn't he have stunned the SF? He just kind of let him live. But yeah, no. When there's a Pudge next to you, you kind of have to make the decision. It's definitely a big problem here between these teams with their lack of lockdown, right? There's another reason why I kind of wish there was an Abyssal Blade, because then you can just stun the SF. Abyssal Blade, the Pudge as he walks out. I guess the range is pretty high. I guess it's kind of hard. You kind of needed to be ready with all your heroes there. That's what the smoke was so good for. It just caught them off guard. Nice play, actually. Sorry, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yes, that was good. Very good, DGG.
Yeah, I love the cogs turning as you progress through the
and now the cogs are dying, top lane.
Yeah. Good segue.
Hey!
Cube down, gem gone. Lodine's going to grab it. And this is when Roshan's respawning. He's about to pop back up. So Ivy might have to expend some buybacks here. MTD's going to scurry away from mid lane.
They're fine with 20 seconds, I think, on Alk. the buyback.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
You don't want to push the issue and throw. Yeah, you have buybacks, but you don't want to expend them because then you end up in your base again. So I just do Roche.
And they take it pretty quickly. Now, Ivy.
Keep this coming.
I mean, they can't position themselves fast enough, can they? Can? Oh my god! Cube! He just grabs the Aegis! What else did he get? Aghanim's Scepter taken as well. He's gonna die here again. Oh god, no, he can't escape from this with the jetpack and the Force Staff, the range damage, the Ghost Scepter. He's bought himself enough time. Okay. Went to Ivan, gonna jump forward though with a blink and the catch on Clog. Finish him off with a Splinter Blast, but what a god.
Oh my god, it was so close to it. A perfect getaway. Alright. Nice Ags. He drops it on the floor. But let's be real, you have an Alk lineup who's actually taking that Ags. If anything, you actually don't even want to use it because you want Alk to give away the Ags so he gets the Ags granted buff. So if anything, this is kind of just a dead item.
And like Alk can't pick it up and give it to someone, right? It's something you have to pick up and use yourself.
Yeah.
He's got to actually build the Ags with his own bare hands.
Yeah.
Oh man, that could have been game potentially. Like if DGG gets that Aegis, they do still have the cheese that's over on the Pudge, but having Ags and Aegis there kind of allows them just to plant a hero on high ground, hit tier 3, and force Ivy to fight. They're gonna go and try and do this anyway, but it gives another window here for Ivy to actually have a good scrap with DGG around their high ground. Low skill, protecting his Timber. Shadow Fiend so incredibly tanky, and with that double BKB off the Refresher Shard, and he does still have, it gives him the confidence to stay high ground and hit buildings. I don't know if this glyph is going to stop them. It always feels so bad just glyphing barracks, you know, no tier 3 or tier 4 to get those AoE projectiles out. And a nice little dismember there. Gets the Shadow Fiend away from danger. I mean, Lodi nearly dying to the impetus hits.
Oh, he changed his items. Jam, he was going butterfly on his Enchantress because he got gifted the Ags. He was trying to be a big boy carry, but he's changed his items up now. He's going for the Hex instead, which I respect. I think that's the right play. They just need more lockdown, more stuns, the better. The Ags that they stole. Low skill ate it. They gave it to Alk and he ate it, but I think it was a mistake because it didn't increase the Aghanim's granted count on his bar, and so I think it basically would just kind of because you get a buff for eating a Ags you made, right? I want to say
you don't anymore, right?
Wait, you don't anymore?
Because they changed it so that you didn't need to eat Ags anymore, and you just get the buff from giving it to people.
Okay, but then what's the point of yourself eating an Ags? It doesn't give you stats. If it doesn't give you a buff as well, what's the point?
I'm not sure. Maybe he can give it to himself, but... Yeah, Lina unloading a bit of damage on the clock. Low skill. He's on that Pudge, but the Yule Scepter, it's actually the neutral item there. Stormcraft buying a bit of space, while the Winter's Curse holding the DP in next to the Alchemist, allowing Pleb to get a big two-man Requiem. Aeon is popped over Mobe, but low skill, he's dead. Does have buyback, but DGG are just stomping all over this fight now. Shadow Fiend and Lina. Huge damage from these long-range right-click cores, and he catches the Timber Saw with the Light Strike Array, grabs a triple kill, and off they go. Waltzing towards high ground.
They are just so strong. Oh my god, this tower.
It's gone. And, like, what do you do? You're going to catch the Lina here? She doesn't have BKB, and there's no Dismember to save her. They used it on the Shadow Fiend already. Lodine getting feared back towards the Dire base as well, trying to de-ward on his way out. So Ivy with the triple buyback. They do fight back and defend their buildings. Not a single Rax has fallen this game, even though we've had several high ground pushes and it's looked close.
But now you gotta get something back, and what are you gonna get? Probably could force a Lina buyback, and then what do you do? Now you don't have buybacks. It's very much getting into this late game scenarios. You force buybacks, and then what do? You can see it go either way. You can either see teams both play it hella passive, hide up in your base, wait for the buybacks to come back, and it becomes a very long game of back and forth, or you be brave There was one game I watched where some team was so brave, no buybacks, they smoked up and took the best 5-man fight of their life and won the game. So,
That's what they need.
yeah, I mean, it requires a lot of things. Like, what do you feel like you need to win a fight? What do you feel like it gives you the perfect way to win that fight when you have no buybacks? Do you need to be playing under a cliff ward? Do you need the enemy to be split up? Is it like a pick off? Or God, it's late game Dota is fascinating.
Yeah, because usually we'd be looking at this and thinking, hey, Alk peaked legit 20 minutes ago. You know, his time has come and gone. We're now nearly at tier 5 item times. That might be what the teams are really looking for, is some sick tier 5 items to come out. But you're I don't know, you're basically a single core as Ivy. You know, DP and Timbersaw scale a bit, but nowhere near as well as this Wyvern Lena Shadow Fiend. And it's really going to come down to who they can scythe, who they can catch, surprise kills off the back of vision. I think that's what it comes down to a lot of the time in these late game scenarios. You know, we talk about the team spirit style, right? Having these high ground wards that they just 5-man sit around waiting for people to come towards them, reading smokes, understanding the flow of the game and what your opponents are going to do.
Yeah, there's a DD top as well. That could be another way in if you're able to get a kill or a good fight off the back of having that DD.
Who's going to get it? Cube is eyeing it up.
Oh, they're smoking. They all have buyback. This is a really good fight for Radiant.
They see Max. The Timbersaw feared up. They've got Lodine to jump in. Hook shot catches the SF, but the Timbersaw looks like he's pretty dead. Does Timbersaw chain away? But the final hook is there to take him down. Alchemist jumps on the SF and realizes quickly that's not a battle. He's really... Oh, you can take it? Can he? No, they've got the heals and the Lincoln Sphere on him. He turns instead onto Lodine and finds the Marcy, but Low Skill's dying. Blink forward from Own Me, slowing him down, and Lena gets the damage she needs. Dismembers on the back on the Enchantress as Pleb gonna shred through Vincenzo. Mobe still trying to jump in and play aggressively with the Ghost and the Spirit Siphons, but they just turn and kill her. They find the curse on the Enchantress. That's 3 heroes dead. The 4th one about to come. Cube, the only survivor. A disastrous fight for Ivy. Might just lead to the game ending. DGG ready to go high ground and looking for this game 1 victory. Finish her off with a hook. Maybe next time secures it. Buyback is immediate. But DGG realized with no buybacks on Ivy available, they can go for tier 4s.
They finally bought the Abyssal Blade on Alk. And he nearly killed the SF. It was probably the closest they've come in such a long time.
And then there's a cold embrace. And then there's a satanic. And he keeps healing back up. Cute. Last ditch effort to hook shot in. Buy a bit of time. But it's never going to be enough. GG called. And game 1 going the distance. We do get to 60 minutes. Don't think we saw any tier 5 items, sadly. But DGG take the game 1 victory.
It was a pretty good game, if not a little bit slow. I definitely respect both these teams. They're clearly, playing for their lives. This is the lower bracket. You can't afford to be rushing in and potentially throwing it all away. It is kind of sad for Ivy. I think that they were very close to, doing it. I think they just, playing scared, trying to play careful, it can be your undoing, right? They needed to kind of force the issue or find that opening. Maybe props to DGG for not really giving it. But when they use all those buybacks, I think that might have been Ivy's timing to really just try and go for it when you have your own buybacks. Because instead, DGG, they just kind of hold up. They got their buybacks back. And they knew, because they have this confidence. They know that they just have to wait. They have to get their items. And they will just outscale them. And we saw it. Fight after fight after fight from like 30 to 40 minutes onwards. Everything just kind of swung in their favor when they got an actual 5v5 going.
Yeah, it felt like their window just got completely shut. And I don't know, you talked about it a little bit, sort of 20, 30 minutes in, about the DP's item build. And do you think it was too greedy to go for this Hood, Kai Sanj, delay the BKB? Because she didn't really seem to synchronize with the Alk, who scaled very quickly, and then she tried to scale towards later?
It felt like that, yeah. I'm not... The Hood probably is okay if he feels like he needs that to be able to fight early, because he was quite the menace early, taking towers and being out on the map, right? But after that, I think the Kaya Sanj, it felt like it held him back, because it felt like he was scared to fight and just stick on someone because he didn't have armor, because he didn't have the magic res, like the immunity, sorry. I wouldn't pin the whole game on his item build. That's for sure.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
You know.
I was poking at that a little bit, but yeah. There's a lot of things went right and wrong for both teams, but going to 60 minutes, it feels like that's what DGG were aiming for against Liquid, and you're going for this late game where they get player built up, and an exceptional performance from him and MTD, those two heavy hitters. And you add in Onmi's offlane with Wyvern, a lot of surprise flavor there from DGG's draft. But we'll take a quick break, everybody. Game 2 coming up right after this.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to your TI-11 regional qualifiers for Western Europe, as we've got Ivy up against DGG. Game 2 coming up for you, joined, of course, by the wonderful Sheepo. Game 1, it didn't feel like a drafting issue, didn't feel like anything like that. It was mainly execution and timings from Ivy that kind of let loose on that game, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. They had a clear timing, I think, of when they were the stronger team and could win, and they put themselves in a good position for it as well. Like, I won't lie, whilst DGG won, I definitely think Ivy looked like the stronger team in the early game. We saw kind of like when we watched them play Liquid, when we watched DGG play Liquid outpaced them. Their mid moved faster and better than theirs, right? It felt like every time they wanted to make a move, Liquid were just a little bit faster to it, and their options got limited, and they played very passively. Their carry didn't really want to get involved, and they just took it super slow. This is something that I saw kind of remnants of in the last game as well. I think this is a very slow team. I think this team doesn't want to make a lot of moves. If you're able to overwhelm them super hard and end early, this seems like the best strategy against them. And Ivy are a team that can definitely do that. I'm honestly surprised they're not picking Queen of Pain more, because it's a hero that they have really rated highly in their like previous matches. I know JM loves his Chen, so him getting Chen here is pretty big. It was banned last game, I think. But yeah, like they really like Chen, they really like Tiny, and they really like Queen of Pain. So seeing that comfort come out could be really nice for them here. It's not bad as well into Undying, is it?
Yeah, give them the tempo they need. I mean, Undying definitely a signal of DG just being like, hey, let's protect our cores, give us some early laning and teamfight presence.
Yeah.
Ivy straight out with the Timbersaw again.
The Timbersaw, it didn't go terribly. Given how hard the lane could have been, I think he did a pretty fine job. He just didn't feel like the kind of Timbersaw, like, you know, not to compare to the top, right? But when you watch a Ma play this Timbersaw, he usually is the big bad that feels like the threat on the map. You know, he'll first pick his hero playing into any counters, and 15 minutes into the game, he's the one on any lane just kind of being like, I dare you to try and touch me. And he'll get those kills. It didn't feel like Timbersaw last game was that scary. It felt very much more on like DP being big and the Alk hitting his timings, and then Timbersaw was just kind of like along for the ride.
Yeah, I like you bring up Amar there. It usually feels like either he's getting those kills or you're forcing 4 or 5 heroes to rotate into his lane to stop him. Max didn't have that same kind of resistance.
Yeah, and I don't want to blame him, obviously, as a player, because I think a team has to play around a Timbersaw too. It's sort of like the fact that the tier 1 tower didn't go down for a really long time. If your Timbersaw is struggling to do that because they kept bringing Marcy back around to that lane, right, and threatening Timbersaw, getting those kills, he couldn't push into the SF because he was just clearing the wave so fast, then maybe you need to think about bringing more hero rotations down and just opening the map up sooner, because they are playing a really passive lineup, but B, very weak heroes that struggle to fight early. Like Alina, SF, Wyvern, I mean, it's decent, but you can get on them and kill them for sure, and they want to farm a lot, so they're probably going to be a little bit resistant to going all in to defend this bot tower. You have ways to play around it, and I think the tempo on Ivy could have been like a little faster in terms of playing around their Timbersaw. Yeah,
that's probably true. We saw the supports, the Ancient Clock, kind of playing playing forward from the Timbersaw. You know, they're guarding that bottom jungle and trying to zone people away from areas of concern. They weren't really gathering with the Timber to take down those objectives super early on.
Yeah, they
Ivy
played
with a snap.
much more for the mid.
The snap Lena ban. just immediately you ban T8, right? Lena's gone. Get rid of that.
Yeah. Well, the big thing at least is we see Undying. Timbersaw is obviously really good against strength heroes, but it's still really scary to play into Undying, especially if you have a lot of magic nuke. Because you're just going to lose your health pool and then you are susceptible to magic. We might see another hood coming out just to try and deal with that. The lane in early levels can be really hard.
And what do Ivy want to look to ban now? And thinking about what they've played previously, they've shown their 2 supports now, so it's core bans for sure. But do you want to remove, you know, like your Beastmasters and your offlaners, or just the Lena Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, I was gonna say Ivy needs to get rid of heroes that are good against A, Timbersaw, and B, what they plan to pick. They have the upper hand in this draft going forward just because they have second picks. They have the last overall pick of next phase, so they don't have to, you know, you're not banning to protect a counter pick bus, whatever, you know, DGG, right? They're gonna have to pick a core of some kind next, and then Ivy are gonna get to counter it. So they need to ban heroes now that are good against whatever they want to pick there. Whereas Ivy are like, okay, we're gonna get rid of Lena and SF. They were really good last game. They're really good against our Timbersaw. Maybe we want to pick this hero, so we want to get rid of this and this and this. Like an Ursa could be in a Thor, or something that deals really well with, like bursting their Timber or
Earth Shaker.
Yeah, okay. I like the Morphling ban. Just even though there's an Earthshaker and that's a nice hero versus Morphling, Chen Timber don't have any real lockdown.
Yeah.
So Morphling could get out of hand.
Yeah, neither of them really vessel purchasers.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. And as well, like Morphling,
5 seconds remaining.
it's Pleb's best hero. It's his favorite, I think, that he likes to play. And you still get to turn into Earthshaker when it's on the enemy team, so you could go for that Ags.
Sure could. I guess there is still the potential for Marcy to slip into position 3. Still looking for that. I think Secret played it last night, where they did have a core Marcy. So
Did
there
they
is.
carry Marcy or offlane?
I think it was offlane. I think it was Rezo playing it.
Hype.
Yeah, Luna. That's going to give them a nice bit of tempo. Mixed damage as well. Seems DGG big fans of these carry or core heroes that have a magical burst early, then can scale into physical later on.
This also makes sense playing into Timbersaw. It's good against Timber in the lane. If you're playing against Undying Luna, it is a really rough lane. Just the amount of spam. I mean, he needs an early stick. He needs to, maybe with this Earthshaker especially, have a lot of lane pulling going on. Like he needs to go boots on Earthshaker and just pull lanes. Because Luna with the Lucent Beam spam, it can be really obnoxious. She might not even do that. She might plan ahead and just be like, okay, Timber's gonna get high levels and try and take over the lane. I'm just gonna get glaives and I'm gonna go farm jungle. Because this is a hero that can just back off and farm triangle and so on.
10 seconds.
Right, accelerate your farm very quickly, but we've got the combo. Luna Visage.
Radiant team.
Yep.
Luna Blessing with the familiars, very nasty, and a pretty quick TB response. So they will be able to outrange the Luna in some of these team fights through Metamorphosis. Maybe even deal with the Visage familiars as well.
It's scary. For those that aren't aware, the Luna aura is now global at nighttime, and it affects Visage's buds.
Pretty spooky.
Yeah, it's nice. Just being able to globally have that amount of pressure as well, and you're playing into Ivy's support duo, which honestly can't really threaten the Visage, I would say. When he gets 6, and you have supports like Undying Marcy who are really good at brawling and scrapping, I mean, like, Earthshaker wants a blink, he wants levels. If you're just walking at a tower, you don't have something like a Wyvern, a Grimstroke, or anything that can shove the wave, or I guess you have to rely on using Chen's creeps to sort of drag aggro that way, maybe. But you definitely don't have a quick and easy way to clear waves. You might even need to rotate your Timbersaw out of the off lane and move him to something like the safe lane to try and defend those towers. Like, your tower defense right now is very shaky on Ivy outside of just using Timbersaw as a body.
Yeah.
I think you might have enough damage to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Assumption is no joke.
Yeah.
Definitely a way to get around it. And a Primal Beast last pick for DGG. Is that their mid laner then?
I hope so. That's so exciting. There's no Lena in the game, so you don't have that to worry about.
Although we saw GPK kind of beat Alina mid in one of the Eastern European games, right? It was Primal Beast against
10
Lena and he came out on top.
remaining.
But that's,
Skill gap, skill
that's
gap.
that GPK, yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah, who's the Visage player for DGG? Like, I'm assuming it's going to be offlane for them. But we have
Yeah, I
seen
would
a
think it'd
few,
be
like,
on me.
yeah.
You may now select
Venomancer.
your heroes.
Okay, Ivy. That gives them another way to kind of guard towers through Plague Wards, set up little zones for you to control and push through. Decent way to break through Gravekeeper's Cloak as well.
True. The last time, I mean, in general, whenever I see Venomancers, it's very scary because it can go either way. I mean, you look at Primal Beast alone, and with Onslaught, he doesn't care about Gale or like Plague Wards. He's not relying on a Blink necessarily as a core, at least in the early game, and you can die to that. Obviously, the slows are really nice to kind of keep him off you when he's trying to trample, but overall, I think like he can be jumped and he can die. However, that being said, after watching S4 play Venomancer yesterday, I am such a fan of
10
this hero and the
seconds
capabilities that he has. The amount of damage he does, I mean, just by ulting. I mean, everyone knows that Veno does a lot of damage by ulting, but being able to put that amount of pressure on a team, I really saw the effectiveness of it yesterday and how people were just forced to back. Like, you think, okay, they have the chance to re-engage, which is what a team like DGG probably want to do, but Veno really puts, like, you know, a metal bar in the middle of that and says,
Yeah.
no, you can't do
and
that.
having the added options to chase as well. You think about Rebound from Marcy, the speed of Luna and Visage, Familiars, and even just like an Onslaught from Primal Beast. You put that ulti on people, and you're right, they kind of want to reset, rethink how they want to approach the team fight, and then they're being run at by all of these DGG heroes. It's pretty spooky. But yeah, we've definitely seen some great stuff out this Venomancer. If he's not showing on lanes, probably one of the biggest weaknesses is when Veno's out there, you know, shoving alone, getting caught out and killed. I think S4 did an exceptional job of just sticking back and hiding in trees, waiting in the fog.
Yeah, he died a few times, I'll be real. But it's hard not to on Veno, especially when you want to start getting involved after laning phase, because I think Veno is really strong A in laning, and then B late game. In the mid game, it gets scary, it gets spooky, because you don't have the items necessary to protect yourself properly. Like, you want to go maybe... I don't even know what Veno's build nowadays. Jesus Christ. I was going to say Veil. I was like, does anyone even buy Veil anymore? Like, what? But
Do
it
you
was
want
like...
a Vessel this game?
Yeah, you can go Vessel. That's a good shout. It's like... S4 was kind of in danger and dying a couple times until we finished that 4 stuff, for example.
I feel like Veno's one of those heroes that doesn't have like a core item set. He can buy anything, but very often feels like he needs another item to feel good about himself in the game. Laning stage definitely important for him. We'll see how he sets it up. It's going to be in that Veno Earthshaker lane, it looks like. TB with the Chen. We've got plenty of heals and sustain to keep that TB alive in lane. But it looks like Max scouting pleb coming high ground. The jump from the rebound. Lodine's in on this Veno. And there is the trample from MTD, allowing Onmi to claim the first blood. A very early move from them.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah.
They're going to get some D-wards as well. Got any sentries? Yeah, they do.
Nice,
So they'll
nice.
deny their own observer ward. Remove the opportunity.
I'm well happy with that. In terms of the lane, obviously it's ideal to give your mid the first blood just because they get a faster bottle or whatever, but honestly your offlaner getting it is so great. Especially on a Visage, who sometimes can struggle in the early parts of the lane because his attack is not that strong. Like, he can get out CS'd by a lot of carries. Like Juggernaut, for example, is picked often as a response to Visage. Because like Jug's bat is just so much greater, he's able to deny everything. So getting any amount of early items and early stats that can help you lane, or more like mana so that you can spam your spells, just anything that helps your lane go better is great. So getting that first blood, I think, is very, very happy.
It sure is. Visage Undying. 2-man decay already started off. Chen gonna steal the range creep, but just look at how much damage JM's already taken early on. And it will be that mid lane Timbersaw up against this Primal Beast. Interesting lane matchup. It feels like Mobe's gonna get the upper hand, but we'll see how that goes. I don't think I've seen this 1v1 before.
It seems incredibly, I want to say Timbersaw favored, just because not only is it a strength hero, a melee strength hero, playing into Timbersaw if he wants to max his Welling Death. I mean, he's a mid Timbersaw, so usually we see max Timbers not go Timber Chain, so you're playing into extra levels of Welling Death, which must suck.
Yeah.
But also, we've seen Primal Beast when played mid in the past, like by GPK, they really like to go and rotate. And if you rotate against Timbersaw, he just takes your tower. Also, Max is gonna die, I
Max.
think.
That's a good fisher from Cube.
Yeah.
We'll actually keep him alive. Pleb and Lodine not wanting to get into the trees. Trading blows with the Earthshaker instead. Max looking a little worse for wear, though. Needs to get through his regen. Heal up quickly because he's being hunted. And down at the bottom, yeah, pressure is on JM. Maybe next time. Love his item decision here. 5 mangoes. Spam out all these decays. A little bit of added extra regen there. 14 regen a second with the tango going.
And that's the way. I mean, this is such an effective combo.
Oh, Max.
The amount of...
This time he's dead, right? And
No.
Cube with another fisher. Throws the gale,
Yep.
but the loosened beam from long range will find him in the end.
Good try. It's hard life to be a Venom. This hero is so good at feeding. I don't mean that as any slight to the player whatsoever. The hero is just really hard. If the enemy have the right ways to kill you, he's just so slow.
Yeah.
He's slow. He's squishy. He just can't really defend himself. I really love this play from DGG to just pressure him super early.
Maybe a bit of an overreach from Lodine, though. Went with the rebound and gets turned on. Denied by Pleb, though, and then he's going to get the cross kill onto Cube's Earthshaker. Big creep wave arriving for Max, so at least something here as it'll come close to his tier 1. But yeah, we talked about this the other day, where it's the V heroes, the Visage, Venno, and the Viper, all struggle if they're killed off 2 or 3 times in that early laning stage. So, you know, they don't really have a way to recover. They are meant to dominate the lane and try and get kills and pressure the enemy carry. MNT, gonna lose his Observer Ward. Finally, JM will take it down. He's able to actually turn around and fight with his stick.
The nice thing about the Venno, at least, is just that he can change up his skill build. I think when S4 did it, he went the max Gale and Poison Sting, right? I want to say.
Yeah, he was like 2-3-1 or something, like getting into level 6. He definitely didn't max out the Plague Wards.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just keeping them pressured away from the wave at this point, though. Lodine and Pleb. I'm taking a bit of damage on the way back, but no big deal. And down bottom, low skill, dead to the Soul Assumption. Owned Me gets the launch of the projectile out in time. This is not a good lane for the TB. He's got 16 last hits. He's managed to scramble a few creeps away, but yeah, dying like that's going to feel pretty bad.
It's hard, but at the very least, Visage is also not really lasting. He's focusing way more on just trying to kill.
Is Max dying again? Oh, he's got those stick charges, and the Fisher there from Cube blocking Lodine, but another deny. Oh, Pleb, he's got himself a couple of kills on his own teammates. MTD trying to do a bit of damage there. Trample is magical, so not caring too much about the reactive armor, but also Mobe not caring about the Primal Beast.
He's changed it. I like the change up in skill build. So while maxing Welling Death would be nice against the Primal Beast, he understands the only way this guy does damage to me and threatens my life. Max, please don't die.
Wait, MNT's nearly dying bottom. They got the soul rip off, but Pleb dead up top. Both side lanes having a go at each other.
God, can they let me speak? I have so many thoughts. I have so many things to say. They're all just getting lost in the source of death.
Well, the chaos consumes you. And another one, a double for Pleb. Gets the Earthshaker now. So top lane doing very well for DGG. Bottom lane going solid for DGG. Mid lane is the only one where it feels like Ivy really getting the upper hand.
I'm speedrunning what I'm gonna say. Let me go. Alright, he knows that the trample is the only damage that the Primal could do, therefore he went a point in Timber Chain and he's maxing his armor and he is not going to go super hard into Welling Death. He does not want to give Primal the chance to kill him. Top lane, Max, if this lane does go terribly, he can just go into that Max Plague Ward build and then go to the jungle and farm up there. He's not super restricted to going into Max Venomous Gale or Poison Sting, they are trying to be aggressive. They are trying to pressure you. Don't want to give them a free lane. So we did see him go this like 1-2 build at level 3 and try and play up. But yeah, you gotta consider going the wards now.
Yeah.
And then bot lane, yeah, what a nice lane for Visage. You're lowering the amount of, oh god, Max, stop, relax, I'm finished.
Oh no! Max is dead again. Oh, the Fairy Fire, Raindrops and Wand. And that's a Lucent Beam and a final touch from Lodine. Finds another kill on it. Does die to the tower in the end.
And finally, this bot lane, yeah, it has just been a very nice time for Own Me. Like, the Undying lowering the amount of health you have into the absolute massive nuke of Soul Assumption, it was really nice for them early. They did get that kill, but at this point it's a little rough, I would say, because you are pretty bad. Like I talked about his bat, right? It's pretty hard to last hit, especially when you're playing into a Terrorblade with meta. You see the CS difference, it's pretty in TV's favor.
Oh, the Fisher blocks, but doesn't actually land on Own Me. So maybe next time, coming back in to do a bit of damage to Cube. Not much mana here on the Visage, though. Needs to regen back up with his Falcon Blade. And his Bassi. Gone for lots of mana regen. Well, the onslaught from MTD, and now the Uproar, slowing down low skill, but another good Fisher keeps them away. I think one of the other upsides of this bottom lane now is that, like, just looking at the Chen CS, JM is 30-5. This support hero, he's farming like a madman in the jungle. So you've kind of left the TB alone for a little bit, brought Earthshaker down here to defend, and Chen is getting closer and closer to that mech. You're right, though, with this Primal Beast rotating. Wanted to get involved down bottom, and it looks like they're gonna aim for low skills TB. They've blown up maybe next time, though, with the arrival of Mobe's Timbersaw, and now the MT Primal Beast is stuck behind tower. Chakram down. 4 heroes rotate into that lane. And DGG gets shut down.
Yeah, I mean, what a nice time for Timber. He doesn't feel pressured to rotate right now. I think he's just him playing like that, where he's farming and getting his items that he can mid, and then just like rotating with the TP instead, makes the most sense. I don't want to acknowledge it. I don't want to acknowledge it anymore.
He's got 3 denies. We're going to be breaking records at this point. We need Knoxville in here to be saying, yeah, there's maximum 4 denies per game from a single player.
I feel really bad for Max. And he's trying now, because he went that 1-2 build, and now he's trying to max the Plague Wards, but getting XP in this lane is so risky because of the kill threat from Marcy.
Yeah, 5 deaths.
I guess it's relieved mid a little bit. This Timber's never had the rotations really coming in to make his game that hard. But as a result, you are having a Veno who's struggling. God, he's struggling. I mean, at the very least, they are putting that emphasis on getting Chen farmed. Like you pointed out earlier, he is CSing quite a lot. He's farming the jungle. And it means that you're going to get that early mech. You're going to have someone doing a lot of damage of his own.
He's got his 9-minute mech coming.
Nice.
Trying to contend with these Visage familiars. Own Me, he's going to snipe out one of his creeps, though. A bit of room here for the TB now as well. He's finished off his treads on top of that Bracer Wand, Raindrops, lots of early game laning items. Try and withstand that Visage damage. Yeah, I am always afraid going up against a Luna like this, who's had a free laning stage, 70 last hits, 5k net worth at 10 minutes. And with Mask of Mana's treads now can accelerate even further back in the jungle. So the rest of the squad can group up together, and DGG will make a play into the mid lane, but Timbersaw gets a bit of distance with his chain. Now playing aggressively back into the Primal Beast. He's invis, disposed across away from the Chakram. But they're able to get in on top of him still. MTD being hounded by this Timbersaw, and the rest of them arriving. Cube, Fisher's on cooldown for 10 seconds. Doesn't seem to matter though. Just enchant totem. Can't catch the Marcy though. Rebound, such a long range to disengage. But in the end, they'll get what they came for, really, is that tier 1 tower.
Yes. Despite your top lane, you still have really good heroes on the other lanes. TB able to get involved with that meta early, coming mid, really nice rotation from him. He's just going to sweep through this jungle, farm what he can, and take that space away from DGG, and then he has, you know, whatever space open to him. He can stay top and take that lane and help take this tower. He can then go back to the Ancients. They don't have any stacks for him yet, but it's fine. I think he's okay with that, considering he doesn't even have meta cooldown now. That just lets Timbersaw take this rough lane bot. He's feeling confident. He's very tanky. He's got that hood. Probably shouldn't be that danger. It would be nice if they had a lane ward though to spot TP rotations to bot from DGG, because they will at some point commit heroes to try and take the spot tower. I mean, maybe they'll just do it cheekily with Visage because it's quite low. You could probably just run the birds around the side and not even care about the timber.
I mean, it just feels like DGG are following their primary game plan, which is get pleb as big as possible. Maybe you look at this Undying, he's suffering a little bit, buys the tome, and he's still level 5. And Primal Beast hasn't had the best time. Whereas the farm distribution on the Radiant is very nicely spread across multiple heroes, right? We talked about the Chen being farmed, Timber, and the TB. Even the Earthshaker getting a little bit of money here towards his Blink Dagger, 800 gold away, and given a double wave mid. So they're going to have 4 or 5 heroes, 4 heroes that are ready to fight. Venomancer, sadly, going hand of Midas to try and recover. Whereas DGG, they need to get pleb involved, transfer this net worth into kills, and a Timbersaw one will be a nice pickup to transfer that into a tier 1.
Well, don't need the lane ward to see TPs. They're not gonna TP. They're just gonna smoke. Right bot. Good move. This is a much faster pace than I've seen so far from DGG, and I like it a lot. Taking the initiative to realize that Timber had no TP, they go mid, and like Visage kind of messes around with them bot, so he can't come and defend, and then yeah, they just take that mid tower, sweep the bot, get that kill, get that tower. Now your map is much more open. I mean, it's kind of even things out at least.
Yeah, I really like the fact they brought pleb there, because it's so easy as a Luna just be like, I farm top jungle, I go triangle. But rather goes bottom lane, gets involved, then falls back on triangle, so you've carved a much larger area of the map for yourself, and now and triple observer wards from the Dire watching from top rune down to bottom lane. They see a lot, but what they don't see, Sheepo, is inside the Roche pit. There are a lot of things hitting Roshan. Chen creeps, TB illusions, now a Timbersaw coming to tank it up. And yeah, DGG just have absolutely no idea this is happening until they scan it now, and it's just too late.
They have absolutely an idea.
Now they do have an idea, which is let them have Roshan because they've already got it.
Yeah, you're not set up for it. I think they trade this for some pressure on the tier 2 bot. I really like Ivy taking the initiative to kind of go for that trade there. Like, as soon as they commit hard bot, it's like, yeah, okay, we know we're strong enough to do Roche. We understand our lineup. We understand our strength. Nice play. It's just what can they do with it now? Probably keep farming with TB until the next meta, and then maybe you can look at poking at that top tier 2 and take that outpost.
It feels like this is where their timings converge, and why I brought up that distribution of farm earlier on, because now we've got Blink Echo, we've got Timbersaw with Hood, nearly got his Sange done. JM has the mech, of course, he's had that for a while, and they're going aggressive into the enemy triangle with a Blink Echo from Cube, sets it up on the Luna, chain stunned into Oblivion, just completely taken out of the game. And this was the hero that you were building up as DGG to be the one true carry of this game.
You got a little secondary carry in the Visage. I mean, this is very much adjacent to how a team like BetBoom would play. I know it's not carry Visage, but you have a bunch of kind of strong mid-game timing carries that can still scale a bit into late game. But at the same time, yeah, it's rough. It's rough, especially if Ivy are playing well like this and getting that early blink timing by Shaker. I mean, that's amazing. Like, good on them. And then they smoke up with it instantly and make most use of it. And now they're just gonna take this jungle area as well.
MTD comes in here and a good high ground tomb placement. Trying to get on this Timbersaw, but he's so tanky with Hand of God, 12 one charges still, and that Hood allowing him to withstand the onslaught. Cube's even thinking about going back in onto this Undying. Yeah, they don't have to retreat. They're still here pressuring tier 2, and meta is back up. So you were talking about this group up around the TB, play with his next meta. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. He functions the same way as the DP. If you ever think, what would TB do? Just think, what would DP do? She has EXO, she's gonna go take the tower. We have meta, we're gonna go take the tower.
Use ulti, take tower.
Use ulti, take objective.
And this is so much space for the Venomancer. He's recovered.
He's got a Midas.
What, he had 5 deaths in the first 7 minutes, I want to say. Now he's not died in a long while. Has Midas, has drums. Scaling up into BKB next. Yeah, did also see Lodine buying a BKB pretty quickly. Oh god, Max is just being dived under tower. We spoke too soon. The heal from Chen won't keep him alive. Primal Beast dive and the Wraith Pact there. As Ivy trying to return the favor onto MTD. Looking at the familiars, looking at the Primal Beast. Cube has blinked in. The onslaught gets him a bit of distance until Mobe comes in with that nuke damage. Just raw power from the Timbersaw and getting on top of the Visage now. Have they got another stun? Where's the Earthshaker? He's there, ready with the Fissure. Blink back in, find 2 core kills. That's your position 2 and 3, who are way too far out in front, pressuring tier 2 tower.
That's not ideal for sure. The space that you're giving Luna is not really worth that. I mean, Ivy are just committing a lot of heroes.
Oh,
They've been spotted by Scan.
They get the read. They know they're up here. In comes Cube, the Echo on the 2. Max, he's got the damage with the help of low skill to bring down Lodine and Pleb. So 4 kills in quick succession there. 3 core heroes dying on the side of DGG. Ivy really hitting that momentum hard.
They're speeding up. They're kind of hitting that stride that they had in game 1, except game 1 they weren't able to close it out. With this lineup though, I want to say it's much easier for them to push the high ground. The tower defense on DGG is way worse. They don't have that range. They don't have that spell spam, really. The best they can probably do is throw down a tombstone and try to kind of fend Ivy off, but this game, if they play it slow and they just increase this net worth, it definitely becomes way easier for them, especially with this push from the Plague Wards, with the Chen creeps. You have the meta. It's definitely their win condition becomes much easier. I like the draft way more from them. That being said, I don't think DGG is completely helpless here. You are still farming up on that Luna. She's top of the net worth charts. If she can manage to get a BKB, I think they could take a really strong fight.
Yeah, and if it coincides with the Primal Beast BKB as well, they've got a really strong timing.
Yeah, it definitely won't coincide with that. I mean,
yeah.
She's going for a Manta first.
That's true. I was looking at it thinking, yeah, just disassemble Dragonlance. Nah, you can't do that anymore.
That's it.
Yeah, you're right, going Manta first.
I've seen some carries go kind of desperation mode, where they're like, I can't buy BKB, it's too, like, we're too far behind, I have to go damage or whatever. Like, you could maybe see her go for a Satanic or something else after the Manta, where she feels like she just has to be that carry and hopes that the team can lock people down instead. I don't personally like that. I do want to see him go BKB, and I hope he buys one. Because as a unit, they're not that weak. Like, yeah, there's the Echo Slam and all this stuff, but you have a Wraith Pact on your Visage. You're doing damage reduction. You just need your Primal Beast who has his BKB now to really be able to get in there and split up Ivy and make them uncomfortable in these fights, and not just be able to stand there and use their spells. Make them have to, you know, make choices. Do I slam the Luna? But there's also a Primal Beast on top of my Chen, and, you know, all these things. You have to deal with, make them have to deal with multiple things.
DGG bringing everyone top. Gotta deal with that. Well, Max is up here. Plague Ward's trying to scout people out. He does have that safety item now with the Force Staff. Try and get away from people, but I just have to give up that tier 1. And TB does get up to high ground down bottom, so forcing reactions there from DGG. At least the Undying comes down to contend with them.
These birds are so strong with Sidekick. Just the amount of damage they were doing to the tower was insane. I mean, they get, like, how much extra damage from it?
You weren't kidding about this semi-carry Visage, right? With Luna Blessing plus the Sidekick. Hey, look at 50 plus 101. And we'll catch out the Marcy, though, with a Fissure from Cube. Metamorphosis getting used by low skill. Another minute at the very least for Roshan to respawn, so they need to get something off the back of this meta usage. It should be the tier 2 mid. Let's see what DGG can do to try and mount a defense here. They're holding high ground in their triangle. Timbersaw scouting with his body. Facing off against them. MTD waiting in the trees here. Looking for a chance to go in, but it's just to clear the illusions. Well, they force Ivy to scramble away. Everyone back alive now for DGG, so eyes on that next Roshan.
DGG are strong when together. Even just looking at this bird, right? You have Aura from Vlad's giving damage. You have Luna Blessing giving damage, and then they have I think they have their drums finished too, right? Yeah. So just altogether, you're doing so much damage, and the sidekick, it puts the bird damage at like 100 plus, like 150 or something stupid like that.
It's a lot of damage. Oh, they don't find the Timber Saw. He's already TP'd out.
Yeah.
And grouping up just to push out this bottom wave. That's what you need to do when you're preparing for Roshan. Like, you know the fast spawn is now, so you want to get your lanes in a good position here where you can actually just go sit top jungle. That's what they signal out, right? Undying, M&T, draws the circle around top jungle, enemy triangle. That's where they need vision. That's where they need to be. They're kind of standing on the platform, waiting for the fight to happen. But Ivy are already there. They're prepping for this. And Chen has his Wraith Pact, his mech, TB's up in the front. Nearly at his BKB. He'd love to have that for this next Roche fight, and he's probably going to have it. What, 45 seconds to go? Another wave top. He's going to be very close. Just got to hope for his sake that a fight doesn't kick off before it arrives.
It could.
The Timbersaw's trying to scout anything coming. He's cutting mid-wave, looking for the smoke. First point of contact is going to be the Chen creeps. MTD just charging forward. Onslaught and the Trample. Walks into the middle of everybody, and Ivy looking to turn around, get the Poison Nova on him, force the early BKB, and Roshan respawning in 15 seconds. Oh, TB still doesn't have the money for his. What is he, 110 gold away?
This is ideal for Ivy if they can just quickly finish this BKB and bring it out. You're playing into a Primal Beast with no BKB. They use their Wraith Pact as well. This is the best thing they have going for them right now is this high ground. If the fight starts here, if Ivy really push the issue, you're playing into a cliff with a tombstone on it. You need to be super careful.
Yeah. I mean, even the Timbersaw is a bit tentative about going high ground. Pokes his head up, says hello with a courier from Chen. They do Fisher maybe next time as they get the high ground tomb, and Lodine unleash onto JM. Trying to chase forward. There's zombies all over the place, and Venno with their Plague Wards out as well. They're trying to blow up the Timbersaw, but don't get the job done. Mobe, Timber chains away. He's healed back up, and MTD, the first core to fall as Pleb. He's got a TP home. No stuns, so he does successfully retreat, but now this means Roche is unlocked and available for Ivy.
It's way too hard for Primal Beast to play without BKB. It's probably the biggest weakness of this hero. It's just how kind of simple it is to burst him down and cancel his spells. Like, your ult so easily cancelled. Your trample so easily cancelled. It's difficult. It's really hard.
And there's our second Roche. Aegis for the TB again. Meta expiring, so a good 100 seconds here before they can really go and push the issue.
Yeah. You know what's super hype though? Is our lovely observer just kind of hovered it. Max has his shot on the Venno.
Oh. Latent toxicity.
Yeah. Obviously, I think when this was first scouted, people were like, oh, this is really good against heroes like Jug and Lifestealer who just pop their rage, spin, and don't care anymore about your spells. But obviously, it's just also, in general, amazing versus BKBs. You're playing into a Primal Beast who wants to run in, use his BKB, and ult someone, right? If you're able to get that latent toxicity off first, there's nothing he just can't use his spells. It becomes so hot. Does it also work on Manta Dispel? I remember there's something it isn't good on. It might be Yule's because you're stunned during the cyclone, so it doesn't matter.
I'm not entirely sure. It's a new one for me.
It's a cool shot, that's for sure.
Yeah, stun and damage.
Yeah.
And MTD clears out mid-wave. Stomps away. Max is chasing though, and they've got the Timbersaw coming in behind. MTD didn't want to expend BKB. He's going to use it now, but look at that, you're right. Latent toxicity just holds him in place that additional few seconds for them to finish the kill.
It's so threatening. Like, anytime you're chasing, this stun is like you cannot BKB TP out against it.
I'd imagine being that Primal Beast, like, what stunned me? How am I stunned? I use BKB. Why can't I just TP home?
Honestly, such a cool shot. I love it. I think one of the biggest problems I had with Venno was that his weakness to the spells was so, latent.
Yeah.
And this has made him so much more of a useful hero.
That's pretty cool. What's the cooldown on it? 20 seconds, so I guess a decent cooldown. If you get it on the right target, that's all that matters. Out to high ground they go, Ivy. 26 minutes in, about the same time in the last game they tried their first poke up the ramp towards tier 3s, but like you've been saying, this lineup and the fact they've got a Terrorblade and he has Aegis makes life so much easier for them to break the base. And it doesn't feel like DGG are ready for this whatsoever. Yeah, they've got the Luna BKB finished, but you have a reflection on you. Chakram's killing your Undying. He's got no buyback, and there's always the threat of this Blink Echo Slam from Q, and the Hand of God heal with the Wraith Pact mech from Chen. So making a jump just seems impossible. I try and keep them back with the decay spam, but this buyback from MNT just quickly dispatched. Oh, MTD's in onto Mobay. The Eclipse, there's the heal though, and the Sunder from low skill keeps the Timber in fighting shape. Caught up by a Primal Beast, but they're just lacking that additional damage to burst people down. Your racks are now falling, and another great fissure from Cube into the Blink Echo finds the 2 cores. He'll get pushed around by the Onslaught. Low skill still has that Aegis though, so a second life for him as Ivy clearing through DGG heroes left and right, forcing another 2 buybacks. They've delayed the Rack's death, but it will inevitably still die.
Nice use of the glyph there to get the multi-shot and just destroy the Aegis plus Earthshaker in that dive.
But in the end, it's still Elena Rax going down.
It's Lena Rax, it's 2 buybacks, it's a dieback on Undying, it's... You didn't really get anything good out of that at all. You got the Aegis, I suppose, but... You're left in a worse position. The net worth lead is growing. Luna finished that BKB, but she has to use it, you know, under her tier 4s. It's probably the least ideal place. Usually you want to get this BKB smoke up and take a good fight off the back of it. Right, but this is hard into an Aegis. Now at least they have a moment. There is no Aegis. If you find someone now, it's scary. They won't, but you still have this 20-second BKB cooldown. Maybe a little rash, but it's okay.
Actually, like watching it back makes me think that both of these lineups are kind of similar in how they want to execute their mid to late game team plan, where Terrorblade walks up high ground, he's the one you kind of go on, Timbersaur's the tanky one that's causing problems. And the same on the other side, they want to kind of stand their ground, you know, set up in an area of the map on an objective, stand their ground and fight around Tombstone, fight around your Luna who wants to sit there glaving people down. But the fact that the Radiant are ahead and had Aegis, they're, what, 18k to the good, means that these clash of styles, if you're behind, you're behind. You're not able to match the same kind of play style. And now Undying dead for another 40 seconds means low skill can just come and plonk himself in front of a tier 3, whack away at the towers. And again, DGG, they have to make some kind of miracle happen. I don't know, manifest a magical moment here to get in behind, but Mobe's already blown up your MTD Primal Beast. Luna's hunting for the Chen and did wrap around, but the Blink Echo from Cube locks her down. That's Pleb destroyed even through the BKB, and that's gotta be game now. 3 heroes dead, no buybacks. TB still has this metamorphosis going, and Timbersaur just walks up to high ground and starts whacking your racks again.
I think you're right, Gary. It's not looking good anymore. This push is so powerful.
Oh, this Grove Bow Terrorblade. Super long range hits into the tier 4s. Don't even bother with the bottom lane of barracks. 26 seconds for Luna, 40 for the Marcy. Plenty of time here for Ivy to start breaking these tier 4s. Looks like they're a little afraid of the Tombstone. They come into the back looking for Own Me. Did get off his little stone form there. His MTD slapping max, but they lack the damage they need. No amount of soul assumptions are breaking your way through this line of Ivy as they charge towards your tomb, towards your tier 4s. And MTD's Primal Beast will onslaught back towards Fountain, but they're going to get slowed down here and caught. Wraith Pact is out. The TB with the Skadi will make sure there's no retreat for any of DGG. And there it is. The GG is called. Luna with a commiseration ulti. Dies in the end. Tying things up, going to game 3. Ivy looks so much stronger, like similar to game 1 in terms of their timings, but they with this draft they're able to hit it much harder.
I liked Ivy much more this game. I liked them last game in the early game. I think they just kind of took that and rolled with it much better in the mid game this time. getting the TV so involved in everything. Every time meta came up, they used it for something very purposeful. Taking mid tower, taking Roshan, taking top tower, like everything had a a reason behind it, and super efficient with that. I think Mobe was absolutely insanely good on his Timbersaw. I liked his use of TPs in the early game to react to DGG diving and punish them. I liked the itemization and how much damage he was able to do, going for these assassinations over and over again. I definitely think the biggest struggle it felt like DGG had, whilst they upped the tempo and played definitely a different style of duo than we've seen from them before, it felt like this Primal Beast did not work out for them all.
No.
He didn't own his mid lane into Timber. His TP bot, that gank failed. The next gank was countered by Timbersaw. It felt like he
Yeah.
wasn't able to get his footing and then wasn't able to farm like a quick BKB.
Yeah, 0, 5, and 4 for him. And Max, with his early game going, 1 and 5, recovered very nicely with his Midas, the Philosopher's Stone, got into his utility items. But I really like the aesthetics of JMN's scoreline in the end. 0, 0, 17 on Chen, 11,000 flat net worth. Beautiful numbers. Love the nice rounded net worth there at the very end as well. And, he kind of just, he didn't really give up on the lane, but he was able to find so much farm in the jungle that he got, a 9-minute mech, then into the quick Wraith Pact. He was basically as farmed as the Visage was. He was over the Visage at the very end, in fact. But there we go, tying things up 1-1. We'll have a game 3 shortly, so we'll see you after this break.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, welcome back. Here we are, game 3, nearly underway as Ivy take on DGG. And it's, 1-1 in this series, of course, as we're heading to game 3. But Sheepo, it's kind of felt like Ivy have been the better team, even through losses in this series, hasn't it?
Yes, I definitely think that they are the stronger team. at least so far. I think DGG need to really, I don't know, I guess give themselves in draft either a way to make early moves or just execute better at the same time. Because last game we saw them, do a lot more. They were a lot more active. They were trying to push together. They were bringing the Luna and taking mid tower and stuff like this, smoking to bot. They were making moves. They definitely were not AFK, like we kind of saw them be sometimes. But at the same time, they clearly seemed to struggle to keep that momentum up. It felt like after they took those 2 towers, they were kind of like, well,
10 seconds remaining.
what do we do now, guys?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
There's definitely like a vast gap between thinking about how they're playing and let's say how LGD plays. It feels like DGG are completely reliant on item timings, where they're like, we're not strong, we can't do anything until we have Manta or BKB, whatever it might be. Whereas a team like LGD will be like, right, this is our time to strike, we have ulti ready, we can just go, we don't necessarily need this item, we can find a smoke gank and make that move. Maybe a lack of confidence, maybe relying too much on pleb to be that hard carry in these games. And like, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, I find it's difficult and a struggle for teams to deviate away from the game plan, right? Like if they've scrimmed and planned and they've played a lot of these matches where pleb has come out 25 minutes in and they're ready to go, and that's what they've practiced, changing away from that can cause things to go horribly wrong the other way.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, I did really like the draft from last game. It's just okay. Let's think about it. They had the heroes that could fight, right? They had a Marcy, they had an Undying. There was nothing really stopping them. Maybe it was just more in this mid, and just having like MTD needing to have a good game or be on a easier to do
10
hero.
seconds remaining.
Right, like the primal
Like a
beast felt
bat?
like, yeah, like a bat. I mean, this
5
could,
seconds
yeah,
remaining.
they don't play this offlane, do they? I'm not sure actually.
Not sure. I
But
feel like being let through the draft now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Radiant
it was-
team ban.
this is definitely something I like more. But at the same time, you're playing into a Queen of Pain. The last time this happened to them, they kind of panicked. They had that Enigma. I know it's banned this game, but they had that Enigma, and they were like, okay, we're just going to put that mid instead against Queen of Pain and send the bat offlane. And the bat offlane was so-so. I think the hero still did the most in the game for DGG. However, at the same time, it was playing side lane. It was playing into like a gyrocopter. It was getting shoved off the lane.
10
Really
seconds
struggled to
remaining.
kind of take over and dominate and get the kills that it wanted. And the mid Enigma
5
was
seconds
a total
remaining.
bust.
Yeah. That was a
So-
really rough match for them.
Radiant team
Yeah,
ban.
I want to make sure that this bat actually goes mid. I mean, I don't know. Is he not comfortable playing into Queen of Pain? I don't want them to panic. I want them to definitely just pick decent lanes and have a solid plan of what they want to do and how they can make moves. Because right now, Ivy is setting themselves up for pretty much the exact same thing as last game.
Yes.
Hey,
Dire
we
team
don't have a TV, but we have a DP. We're gonna hit Exorcism. We're gonna click towers. We're gonna click Roche.
And looking pretty good in those first 2 picks. Grabbing 2 cores, sometimes a little bit risky here, but if you've got the ability to fall back on your jam and cube heroes in that second
10
phase,
seconds
you're gonna feel
remaining.
good for yourselves. But coming back to your point, I guess the Marcy definitely enables
5
you to have
seconds
those
remaining.
early laning stage rotations to help out the Bat, maybe look for kills, but most importantly, guarding water runes. And it feels like when Bat is shut away from runes, he just completely falters, doesn't really get the momentum he needs out of lane stage. But if he's able to get runes, refill bottle, and maybe even deny rune from his opponents, that's where you can start diving towers, finding kills, and really getting his name out there.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
would love to
Radiant
see another
team
aggressive
pick.
support here. That's not an aggressive support. Well, never mind. I would love to have seen another aggressive support just so that they can keep up fighting. Like, for me, I've really enjoyed seeing this clockwork come out a lot, and the ability to do like a hook shot into a cog pushback, into a lasso,
10
into a
seconds
Marcy
remaining.
rebound, whatever have you. Just ways to chain stun and keep fighting.
5
Something like an
seconds
Omni
remaining.
Knight is much more, I don't know, it's passive, it's relaxed. It means yes, Batrider and Marcy can still make moves, but your Omni is going to be much more focused on smoke breaking and keeping the carry safe and enabling him to have a good time, which I guess it's very synergetic to the usual game plan of DGG and letting pleb be that carry.
Yeah, that's a good point. My main focus there was, I don't know, I guess just ask your opinion on this. How much of that is a block pick? How much of that Omni Knight pick is, we've banned Abaddon, we'll pick Omni so they can't have it against the Batrider?
Maybe it is one. It's scary though because there's so many saves. They could pick a Venge. We've seen Venge being picked loads as an answer to Batrider, as an answer to Faceless Void who's banned. We've seen Shadow Demons be quite effective because you get the Shard and you're able to just constantly dispel and purge the damage from the Batrider. So his Witchblade and Sticky and whatever don't really do as much. There's also obviously an Oracle, not so much of a picked hero, but definitely something that could be considered just because of how good his ult is with Death Prophet. Like her getting the Siphon with the ult on her, it basically just means she always comes out at full health. This has been a long-standing combo.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty one. Like they're digging deep here, taking their time for this third pick.
I mean, I wouldn't mind Oracle. It's kind of rough because he's a little weak in lane, and someone like Marcy could abuse him really hard, but the Q on Oracle also dispels the Omni Knight ult. It would give you kind of a... him and Shadow Demon are both pretty great. This time they'll be the ones that take the Primal Beast, but it's not going to go mid and it's not going to go off lane, so it looks like it's probably a support. We saw someone like Sweden Strong playing it as a support, and it didn't look too bad, honestly. It's just a little sad because you don't get that early BKB.
Yeah, that was the thing, right? Because we also saw Roger playing it where he did that blink rush, and it looked good the first like 3 minutes after the blink where he's jumping people, and then quickly you realize without a BKB, you're really in struggle city. What's the chance though that they put DP on support? Because that is something that a few teams have been toying with again.
Dire team pick.
Oh, I can see that.
What is that?
Happening? I'm scared.
Slacks!
Help!
Someone come and deal with the Wind Ranger, please. Oh, is this a mid? No, it's not. It's a support Wind Ranger. What?
It's probably a support Wind Ranger.
10 seconds remaining.
So that's your 4 and 5. You've got 3 DP, 2 Quap, 4 Beast, 5 Wind Ranger, and you're leaving your low skill hero till the very end.
Who let Seb in here?
Yeah. I guess it's a hero that can like disengage from Marcy and Bat decently. Yeah, I struggle
that's not
to
really
see...
the job of your support, is it?
That's what I mean. I struggle to see a world in which any other support with a stun would be worse than a Wind Ranger. There's so many options out there. It is a cube hero. Thinking back, this is alongside his Pudge and his Clockwork, probably top 3 of his best heroes. So maybe it's just a comfort thing.
Yeah, that's fair. I definitely rate that. If it's a comfort thing, what I like a lot when you're playing against Batrider is something that can TP to mid and play around there and have a way to help, like, peel him off your mid laner, get that extra kill. She can rotate on mid if you get that shackle. He might die. It's fine. It does make me a little bit confused on the roles, though. I guess Cube's there 4, right? So is this this could be an off-lane Primal Beast with a pos for Wind Ranger. The DP Wind Ranger lane, I guess it could work.
Okay, so they played Wind Ranger yesterday.
Yep.
What was it against? It was against Queen of Pain, against the DP, so it's not like a specific hero matchup. Yeah, that's a curious one. And DGG coming out with a troll.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out their lanes, because I really like this Troll Warlock, because what made most sense to me seeing that was a Primal Beast offlaner with a Wind Ranger support in a GP pos 5. However, now that there's a Troll Warlord in play, I think it makes the Primal Beast a little bit worse. At the same time, you're still doing a lot of damage with your Trample. Yeah, it's not ideal. I think I really loved the Hoodwink Primal Beast lane. That was probably my favorite off-lane combo we've seen. The ability to stun and then have that long-range catch-up with Onslaught. You could probably do the same thing with a Shackle, but it's just a little less reliable. And you're also playing into Omni Knight. I think Troll really should just have a good lane bot. I would prefer it if they put DP bot. I think she would be the best hero to kind of contest these.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see who picks up these heroes. I mean, if it's confusing for us and we're trying to figure it out, DGG definitely going to be scratching their heads, wondering what they're going to be up against.
Dire team banned.
Last band's coming out, Viper and Mars removed, so yeah, they're expecting the mid Batrider. And now DGG aiming towards low skills hero pool. Medusa gone. What kind of carry matchup do you want against a troll? Because this is something I've struggled with recently. Is it doesn't feel like troll has any like carry counters.
5 seconds remaining.
His name is Faceless Void. Let's not be.
Okay, but
let's not
he's
be
always
rude here.
banned. He's just banned all the time. He's too good. Void is good against. Like, your answer is like, well, who's good against Storm? You just say Doom. It's like, okay, nice.
What? How dare you? The answer was obviously Faceless Void.
Okay.
But no, I don't know. There's typically in the past, it's anything with like
Radiant
hypermobility
team
that
pick.
doesn't really care. Like, you know, a Morphling, for example. It's definitely harder now because the Troll Ensnare pierces BKB, so you can't rely on that to get out. But stuff that can kite him. So I guess it's less mobility and more kite. Some stuff with stun,
Dire
stuff with,
team pick.
you know, Faceless Void is a good one. He's so good. But
Well, there's a Weaver.
That's okay. I'm not sure how I rate Weaver. Every time I've seen him as a carry, he tends to be a little bit underwhelming, especially if he has a bad lane. And because they have Lost Pick on off lane here to deal with it. I would like to see more stun. Just you don't really have solid control right now on DGG. Like you can't rely
5
on
seconds
landing the
remaining.
Marcy rebound versus Weaver, and you can't buy this blink anymore on Marcy to get a stun off on Weaver. He doesn't care for it. And usually Weaver's a carry that likes to rush a Lincoln Sphere. So you're playing into Batrider, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, do they go back for their Wyvern again as the off lane?
No, please don't do that. Wyvern is really bad off lane against what Weaver. It's so hard because Weaver just gets on top of you and kills you. It's like impossible lane. They could play something, just anything with stun, some Pango, some
DK.
DK. Yeah, I'd be down for DK. What else is there? Like even a Sand King, I'm not super against.
What happened to Brewmaster? Where's he gone?
I think it was good too.
Oh, they go for a Doom.
Now select
What counts as a Weaver?
heroes.
Gary? Doom.
What counts as Queen of Pain?
Doom.
What counts as your position 5 Death Prophet?
Doom.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to play a melee offlaner like this into DP because you don't trade with her very well. With early levels of Scorched Earth, you're not outputting that much damage, and you attack so slowly that it's just really hard to trade. Your pos 4 at least should help relieve some of that. I think the best thing you can do is just try and get DP as far away from the lane as possible, and just try and lane into Weaver, because if you scale up your Devour, you get armor from it, and at level 2 Devour, you get like 3 extra armor, so with maybe a Ring of Protection and the armor from Devour, you might be fine laning into Weaver. It's just, when they're together, it's scary.
10
A DP
seconds
going on you with
remaining.
Siphon, a Weaver with bugs on you, like, they could definitely kill in this lane.
5 seconds
Yeah, they've got a
remaining.
tremendous amount of chase and damage from Shikuchi to get on top of people.
Yeah,
There we are.
the lane equilibrium, very, very important for this lane.
So if that's the case, do we see Marcy go for like boots first to try and drag waves and get them away from the tower? Because you really don't want that long lane to be chased down in, do you?
I wouldn't be against it, but at the same time, Weaver level 1 is not scary. It's more about that level 2, 3 when he gets points in the swarm and stuff, and then they have all that damage to be able to kill you. A level 1 Weaver is honestly very weak, so if they want to go stats and just trade, it's not that bad, especially because DP level 1, if she gets Siphon, only has the 1 charge,
Yeah.
so she's not that tanky either.
Yeah, that's true. But it looks like we're going to see all the lane matchups we kind of expected at the start, even with the curveballs thrown in there. Bat against the Queen of Pain, and you called for that Primal Beast with the Wind Ranger, as it does move that Death Prophet into the 5. So your gut read on that was absolutely correct, leaving low skill in that carry role.
Yeah, feeling it. I'm just the biggest thing I'm thinking about is this Doom lane, just because it feels Weaver and his game is very crucial to how Ivy want to play. If a Weaver has gone bad, we saw in Europe East, the Weaver's had a bad lane. He's now farming with like a Midas for 20 minutes and literally not taking part. We don't want that to happen. Really, it would be
Yeah,
nice.
we had a couple of games of it, didn't we?
Yeah. So I want him to have a good lane, and then I'm just thinking, okay, how can Doom deal with that? Because something I've seen some Doom pro players do is they go Scorched Earth level 1, and then they just stand in the wave and kind of push it out really hard, and then they either just push into the tower, and then the wave then obviously swings back towards their tower as a result, or they push into tower level 1 and then they go cut the wave.
Yeah, definitely options for him. Looks like they've got a little issue they've got to reconnect to the game and sort out. As Ivy have all 5-man smoked, getting ready to get out onto the map here for game 3. As we are, of course, down in the lower bracket for the Western Europe TI-11 Regional Qualifiers. And the winner of this, moving on to lower bracket round 2. Not sure who they're going to be facing up against next, but our next series gonna tell the full story on that. Enigma Galaxy against Brame. Then we've got Into the Breach against Water and Enjoyers, Alliance against Team Bald Reborn as those lower bracket matches. And later on in the week, we've got Liquid, Secret Entity, and Goon Squad all in the upper bracket waiting for us. Things are getting a little bit spicy here in Western Europe. You know, we've gone from a 4-team race to potentially a 5-team one. A lot of bated breath for that Enigma Galaxy squad down in the lower bracket though later on today.
The Goon Squad was so impressive. I loved watching them play. I really, really want to watch more Goon Squad games. They were great. It was so awesome. Being able to come back the way they did in like game 3 was insane.
Yeah, some really sick execution. Like the game 1 draft was an all team fight all the way. But back into this. We have resumed game 3 underway between Ivy and DGG. It looks like Ivy are the ones to get some very early vision down in spots which are unlikely to be dewarded. DGG, no observables placed at all, just holding their triangle, waiting to see who comes. Nobody's showing themselves though. No, a late smoke. Oh, heading into mid.
Level 1 is not that good, but maybe they can get a kill anyway?
Maybe. And smoke's going to break on the Marcy. MNT sees the Weaver, and that's not the hero they want to go on. So it looks like there's smoke just to try and reposition themselves, get loading up to that top bounty rune, get 3 bounties for themselves.
We take those. Feels good to be a DGG fan.
The smoke paid for itself.
Yeah.
And Pleb got a good amount of damage onto Cube, down to half health already. Starting that regen battle early on in that top lane.
The biggest thing about these runes is just how quickly it helps the mid get to the bottle. And you look at MTD as well. He didn't start with as many items. Playing into back, Quap has to go a stick. So her ball is quite delayed, and MTD's going to get his pretty soon. And he's already got 5 stacks on her.
Yeah. Gonna try and drag that wave around.
Yeah.
Get away from the bat sticky. I mean, that top lane is going to be pretty spooky for Ivy early days here. Omni with the hammer, Pleb with the ranged axes, and Troll just being that ranged hero. Which allows him to secure last hits and get a lot of chip damage in onto people. Well, down at bottom, MNT dragging the wave. It gets contested by the Weaver and the DP, as it looks like both Doom and the Marcy very scared of facing up against them. They're not going into the wave itself. They're trying to poke and prod.
They bought items to trade, they bought stats and stuff, but I mean, it'll let them be around here now. But yeah, we'll probably see a lot more wave manipulation. This is not a lane where you want to really be just standing up to them and testing them.
Especially with the DP just continually right-clicking you.
Yeah, it feels
Nasty
terrible.
Stuff.
He started with a
Max.
wand, too.
Yeah, sure did. Big tanky on that DP, just going 1v2, winning the fight. Forcing maybe next time back, and there's no salve there for her. Tries to rebound back in, and they do have that Scorched Earth from the Doom. Just a little bit of back and forth. But I want to look into the mid lane quickly, because Queen of Pain is slaughtering Batrider.
Yes, that is so many CS. Oh my god. Yeah, he was just like
14.
focusing on getting loads of sticky. I mean, the stickies are still going to be threatening with getting the levels. Like right now it's level 2, which is going to kind of push the Queen of Pain a little bit up the wave. But yeah, god, the CSing is much easier for Queen of Pain. There's a reason that people really value this matchup.
Max gets his stick off. It looked like Troll was going to be able to finish him, but now Pleb, the one with no regen and relying on that Omni Knight to heal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like against Queen of Pain, we've seen Batriders go for Flame Break level 3. You know, like a 2-1-0 build.
Yeah.
Because you very rarely get Firefly on the Queen of Pain, whereas Flame Break gives you that bit of chip damage with a, you know, he had 5 sticky napalm stacks on him. So what's the reason here? Do you think MTD's gone for Firefly instead?
Maybe he was hoping that Queen wouldn't have skilled
Blink.
Blink. I don't know. I mean, because you can, because at level 4 this skill build makes sense because the idea is you napalm, then you flame break them back, or you start to go on them with the firefly, then they blink away, then you napalm them back. Sorry, not napalm, flame break them back, and then you can run them down and kill them.
Yeah.
But Queen of Pain's doing such a nice job in the lane, just in general, keeping her space, not letting the stacks get too high.
I mean, a dominating performance from Mobek.
Radiant's courier has been
Halfway through level 4. And Weaver's having a pretty good time down bottom as well. 22 and 9 on low skill. Doom at 10 CS. He's picked up a little mana burn creep. Level 1 Devour, 2 in the Scorched Earth. Marcy struggling to find a place in this game though. Going to get chased down by the Weaver and the DP, but we'll have the rebound back to tower. Trouble being, this is now a long walk back to base and then a TP return to lane. So you've left your Doom completely alone.
Maybe MTD could square up on mid and lose some health or whatever, and you get a ball refill from Marcy. You don't need to. There are war runes, and you don't really need to risk your life for no reason. Might just go right back bot.
I just like the difficulty of going back bot is both of these Radiant heroes have full sticks. So even if you come back here full HP, you trade a bit. Now, if you just pop them, they're in fighting shape again. And it's 5 DP, such a nuisance. Okay, go on, Marcy, give her the punches, dispose back, and then what? 8 stick charges Vincenzo back to full HP, basically.
Hey,
And
as long as this DP is hitting Marcy and not Doom, it's a good time, because otherwise this happens.
Yeah. Only the one in trouble.
I think Marcy should have started with boots. You calling that was pretty big shout. This lane seems so sad. When you're playing a lane dominator, bully, support, like a Marcy, when you're not able to walk up and trade, it feels terrible.
Oh, Courier just walks over the top of the Doom there and dies. Curious one. And it's also double range against double melee. That's a struggle in its own right.
Yeah. It's a really big CS deficit on all lanes, it feels like. Everyone's kind of winning hard in one direction.
Yeah, like Troll. Doing very well in that top lane. Like, at least the Primal Beast is getting more than the Doom is. It feels like two very solid lane victories from Ivy in these first 6 minutes. And then it's going to come down to this Queen of Pain offering so much magic and pure damage. If she rotates into one of these lanes, especially top, she can completely upset the balance there and potentially look at a 3-lane victory from Ivy in this lane stage. We do have a rotation from Cube. Now we're definitely looking towards these runes for the Batrider. If you're able to shut him down and guard the active runes, it really makes his life difficult. But the first blood actually comes on the DP, picked up by the Doom.
I don't think any of us expected this. I was watching the runes.
Yeah, same. I mean, now I'm watching top lane because we do have the rotation in. Queen of Pain hasting up towards top, finding the takedown on Pleb, and Lodine stranded here in the trees. 2 kills there for Ivy.
What a call from Gary! He's so good! Whoa! The balance is upset!
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone caught that bottom lane death of the DP.
Nope, wasn't looking. I saw his corpse on the floor after the sound happened. I'm assuming they just committed on, like, he moved a little bit out of position, Marcy got the rebound, throw back, you just click him down. Like, Onmi has 3 points in Scorched Earth. I know he only did, but he had 2 when that kill happened.
We're going the Weaver now.
Oh boy.
We'll dispose across. Swarm is on them. Onmi doesn't want to stick around and continue fighting. Very, very irritating lane to play into, and all your raindrops are being popped by this position 5 DP.
Does not feel good to have to buy so many small items when you lane like this. Also, Max is just getting chased down. Wind Ranger, anytime Wind Ranger leaves, they can just run at him.
We're going to go for a turn, though, because Queen of Pain's arrived again. Level 4 Troll gets off his whirling axes. 4 seconds for Blink on Quapper. Now MTD, he's in here with the potential to lasso, but the Shackle Shot going to hold him in place, and Max gets a bit of room to get into the trees, but still dies. Whoa, Queen of Pain blinking aggressively forward into the lasso of the Batrider, giving a double kill to MTD. Lane recovered. Balance upset again, but the other way.
I'm sorry, I should have predicted that. I didn't live up to your glory.
I predict the Queen of Pain blinking into the middle of 3 heroes.
Yes,
very,
I should have known.
Ballsy.
It's my job as an analyst to know that would happen. That is not good. I think maybe he overestimated how much mana MTD had, because he had kind of all of the chance after TPing in to use a flame break into a lasso, and maybe he thought, okay, he's not doing that, he must be out of mana, I'm just gonna go for it. You know, this troll kill's more important maybe than my life. But unfortunately does not get it, doesn't have the damage for it. Overestimates himself. What can you do? And he'll just go right back to the mid farm. Good for MTD's game though. Since he did have such a rough start to his lane, him getting these boosts of travel now is also going to make him more of a threat on all the side lanes. I don't think he'll be able to kill the Weaver at least, but definitely top becomes harder. And Ivy are going to need to bring a lot of heroes to take this tower if they want to.
And it slows the game down as well. You know, looking at this DP, Primal Beast, Queen of Pain, they've been the ones moving out on the map and trying to stamp their place in these lanes. If you're able to combat that and break the rhythm a little bit and give space for Own Me here to get into his Hand of Midas, because a bit of room for the Doom as he does chuck the ulti onto the Weaver, but he preemptively got the Shikuchi off.
You thought you had me, didn't you?
Good voice line. I think they're going to go back in onto Own Me, it looks like. Queen of Pain wants to blink forward, keep that aggression going. Sonic Wave to make damn sure he's dead. Now, this is the signal now for top lane for a play to be made by MTD. Trying to get in on top of Max. Doesn't have the onslaught here on the Primal Beast, so no real disengage available. Lasso ready in a second, and that's what that Flame Break opens up for MTD, just to grab and drag the Primal Beast back.
Nice, trade offlaner for offlaner. And I think you're pretty happy. You're getting kill farm on your bat, your troll is in the jungle hitting creeps, everyone seems to be getting a bit of XP.
Yeah, we've had a fair number of troll games where he's given us a bit of room. 15, 20 minutes in, comes out with Battle Fury BKB and says, right, I'm ready to go. What have you got to stop me? And with an Omni Knight behind him, it feels like Troll's going to be the... I like the phrase you'd like to use, the big bad. He is the big bad evil guy in this game.
Yeah. It's also just so nice when your offlaner is like a Doom and he's had a rough lane. Like, this recovery comes quite easily with the Devour. They are looking for a fight top though.
Yeah, Pleb, smoke breaks. Do we have onslaught yet? We don't. So no disengage for Max. Gets tossed back. Flamebreak is there as well. And very quickly get rid of the Primal Beast out of this top lane. Fly over the top and burn him down. And this is what we've been looking for from DGG. Action, getting involved. Really getting stuck into these rotations. Batrider, of course, enabling all of that.
He's been really active. His game was completely recovered. That one slip up by Mobe top pretty much just gave him back his game, and he's stayed at the top of the net worth since. Right now, he's just going to keep playing like this, keep kind of going between lanes. They're going to have to defend this mid tower where they can. I think Own Me is maybe feeling a little bit sad with... I mean, he maxed the Scorch Earth to try and pressure the lane. Like, he really wanted to have lane presence, and that's why he did that. But it limits your catch-up potential just because the Devour is like lower cooldown. Sorry, not lower cooldown. Lower level. You're not getting as much bonus gold. Now he has his Midas. Now he's going to start to level up the Devour and go for that max and start his comeback proper. But the rest of his team are doing a good job of like holding the map in the game.
Yeah, they're just lassoing this DP top. Position 5 gets the EXO out. Bit of heal there coming in from the wand, and the raindrops saving her for a little while. But Queen of Pain has to blink away, and now Max is stuck in the middle of 4 DGG heroes. And Ivy, it starts to feel like they're desperate. Are they on a timer here against this Troll and the Doom? You're talking about the scaling and the catch-up. Do Ivy desperately need these tier 1s to fall?
I don't know. I don't think they should feel desperate. I think they have I think they have things open to them. I mean, you just need to kind of balance what you're getting and how hard you're committing. So going top is a perfectly valid play. You want this top tower, you want to pressure it, but you have to understand that Bat is very happy to oblige your fights. He's TPing in constantly. You cannot be diving under the tower without good vision. You have to respect the fact that they have, really good return. And what do you need to be like? You need to be having a hero mid while you do this. So we saw Weaver hitting that tower. That's good. They just need to not feed top so that when DGG respond and go top at the same time, you're not losing heroes and you're pressuring mid. And that way you're kind of winning this trade where you're dragging heroes top and getting something good from it.
Yeah, good response by DGG. Just Keeping this troll farming as well.
Yeah. Just gotta balance nicely and keep it clean. Like Max needs to not be onslaughting into the back of the tower and dying as well. Just get the kills that you can. If you need to smoke to get a pick off, do what you know. Going mid right now, this is a really nice play.
It's a big timing with their Wind Ranger. You can see Cube, he's going for the Maelstrom. He wants to scale into a hard-hitting core hero, and they will get the Pulverize on the bat. Sonic Wave will push maybe next time back as well. A big streak to take, and a Shackle Shot latching onto the two of them allows Ivy to play aggressively behind this tier 1 tower. They won't find any additional kills, but they get the objective that they wanted. As Cube with the Javelin just coming in, making sure that everything lines up perfectly for them.
Move like that is perfect. They kind of realize that they're ramming their heads into top and they gotta stop. And they'll just swing to mid instead. A smoke like that, they could have done this earlier. I mean, maybe it's a little bit harder because Bat was not showing on mid for quite some time. But still, he shows now, they understand. Everyone's been using their TPs, or they, supports are playing behind the carry top. Just they had an opening, they took it, they got it, and I like that. The Weaver is going for his Maelstrom, which I like as well. He had the option to just rush a Lincoln Sphere into these heroes, but he wants the Maelstrom instead. I think maybe it's just more damage, maybe lets him just farm a little bit more easier. He's gonna be maybe playing more conservatively as a result, like playing more for the jungle than the side lanes, or maybe he'll be bold anyway. Maybe he'll just get involved in his team's team fights with this Maelstrom, and it really depends on how good he feels and if they feel like they can get him involved. Otherwise, yeah, he might just farm with this Maelstrom up till Lincoln Sphere. All right.
Definitely gives him the options though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Let him farm if he wants to farm. Let him fight if he wants to fight.
Something I feel is good with this Maelstrom though, Gary, is the DP on your team and the bugs. It means you can do Roshan very, very easily. And maybe going something like a Maelstrom just means that, yeah, you can go into this Rosh pit, get the Aegis, and then you don't care about the Doom anymore, right? If you're a Weaver with a Maelstrom, you're doing loads of damage, you have an Aegis, you don't care about getting doomed, and now you can fight. Now you are doing damage, you're able to take part, and maybe Ivy can use that to kind of springboard themselves into getting more objectives and map control.
Yeah, because that's something they've struggled with so far, is keeping tabs on this troll. Well, he died once in lane, but since then he's been farming up a storm. 6,300 net worth. 100 gold away from Battle Fury now as well. And that's when this troll for Pleb is really going to start to build up his net worth. Get into that BKB. Wow. Become a force. And Cube, he's looking for him. He's scouting into that top jungle. Where's the troll? Can't find him anywhere. And it feels like DGG don't have the same options that Ivy have had in terms of taking objectives. Not the best tower pushers until they are ready around that kind of 20-minute timing when the troll wants to come out of the jungle. And they're going to try and mass their forces down bottom. 2 heroes already down there. They're pinging the tier 1. It takes numbers, though. This is going to relinquish a lot of control. Allows for Ivy to take top tier 1 with the DP Exo. Yeah. And if they all show down bottom, it's complete map space top for Ivy to get in there.
Yeah, I don't think they can rush now, though. Just having used that Exo, the time it would take to get into the pit, the Exo would basically be over. So I think looking forward into the future, 130 seconds from now, maybe they want to try and rush with it. Until then, yeah, they should just get some ward, map coverage down on this top side, and kind of just play there and keep this side of the map. They want Roche to be in their hands. They do not want to give DGG free space. You want to kind of poke at this top tier 2. You maybe want to force someone to have to be there and defend it. Then maybe you can look for a dive. Maybe you look for a poke to force TPs. And when everyone TPs top, suddenly you have the option to maybe smoke to the triangle and look for the carry there. You have, just you could take a fight from their high ground jungle. Maybe it's something really good for you there. It's kind of just like you want to be in the control. You want to tug DGG around.
Oh, Max. Is this an overstep?
Nah, he's good. Don't worry about it.
He's fine?
He's fine.
Okay, I'll just say 3 dire heroes are waiting up that staircase for him.
Yeah. I talked about all that stuff that Ivy can do, but at the same time, DGG can kind of do the same thing on bot. It's just hard for
away
them to push
from
down.
Roche.
Yeah.
Oh, Pleb. Feeling himself, just sat in that mid lane looking for tier 1 with a catapult wave, and the blink lasso from Bat finds the DP. Primal Beast tries to onslaught in with his trample, but a Doom now landing on the Queen of Pain means they're able just to shred through her. A double kill for Batrider as DGG plant themselves in the mid lane, and it looks like they're gonna simply take down this tower.
Blink reveal. Let's go, dude. A nice move for sure. I think Ivy just weren't expecting that. Defending your mid is definitely not a bad idea, ever. However, they did it sort of the wrong way around. They didn't, well, not wrong way around, but it's rough. You don't have vision. You don't see DGG's heroes. You didn't force anyone to go top, so it meant that the full force of DGG was there to fight if necessary. So you don't feel comfortable committing in.
And you still didn't have Primal Beast BKB. That feels like the real key here for Ivy. You know, Max has had a pretty rough time, and he's shared a lot of the gold with Cube to get this Wind Ranger up and running with the Javelin. Looks like shifting now to Blink over the Maelstrom. And yeah, Primal Beast just hasn't had that same amount of impact as the Doom has, the Batrider has. And Queen getting doomed in that fight needs the Lincoln Sphere as soon as possible. A top 3 net worth now, all DGG heroes. Because they are a scaling.
I'm watching Lodine try to find the ward. He's put 3 sentries down in his jungle so far and hasn't found. They have 2 wards down in this area. Really
3.
Nice warding. Oh yeah, 3, but 2 for the deeper side. And they haven't found any of them. Very impressive.
Wind Ranger's pinging it, saying, "Hey, look at my ward." They're not finding it.
Yeah, maybe they want to smoke to it. Maybe they're just thinking about it. I mean, they know where all these heroes are right now.
Maybe next time. Standing atop the staircase. Looks like he does. And they're pinging Pleb. They see the troll. Rebound away. Pleb on the run. Oh, the shackle shot. A good attempt from Cube. Not going to latch, though.
Yeah.
That would have been a nifty little move if it had landed.
Maybe it would have led to a death blow. We don't know. That would have been a pretty big dive.
Yeah.
If they had gone for it.
Would have been very deep. I think, yeah, you're
Showing
right.
on the ward again.
Yeah, still under vision. They're all being pinged out. It looks like they've got an idea that there's still vision around here, but Ivy, you've all set up for the move forward. On to maybe next time. Onslaught in, not going to work out though. The shackle shot latching on to the Doom in the back, and the Pulverize with that Sonic Wave clears through him. DP with the Exo, trying to burst through maybe next time, but they've got that Guardian. Lodine trying to keep them alive, but the magic damage now being burst through. DGG lose 3 heroes, and this could be a quick shift into the Roche pit.
Exo still running, probably not going to be that impactful for the pit, but yeah, you got the damage on Weaver. He's getting involved, just like we thought he might with this Maelstrom rush build. Should pay off for them. They have Swarm in 10 seconds. It is only level 1, so the cooldown is very long. But we see the difference in teams and what they're committing. Yeah, sure, you're bringing your heroes, you're going to get Roche off the back of it. It is very good. However, Troll is farming this whole time. He is not getting involved. And he is at the top of this net worth chart. He is about to hit his BKB. You know, a couple more items. They're probably going to try and play quite passive during this Aegis because they don't want to feed into it. And yeah, it might pay off. We could see 5 minutes from now them smoke up on Aegis expiration and take a really good fight.
Yeah, maybe even before that, right? With the triple BKBs, might feel comfortable fighting straight into it. And, I mean, look at Pleb. Battle Trance gets the roots, nets up the Queen of Pain, and solo kills her. Oh, Pleb, yes.
What a gamer.
Just hides there, waiting for her, sets the trap and springs it.
And look at that lovely ward that they have just down there in that jungle that spotted the Clop and let him make that play.
Maybe next time does die solo to the Weaver top, but I don't think they care too much about that. It's like DGG don't care about them having Aegis, don't care about the Marcy dying, because they're going to have triple BKB very, very shortly. A fresh one on the Troll, fresh one on the Bat, and Doom is but 100 gold short. We've seen if they can get the jump, their team fight is overwhelming.
They're finishing that Doom BKB. They didn't use the Doom last team fights. They do have it. I think what you said sounds very good. If they do want to do that earlier smoke, I always praise Spirit up and down whenever I watch them play because they are a team that loves to smoke into Aegises. They are very aware of their own strengths. So if DGG are feeling themselves, they know, yeah, we can do this, then sure, like, why not? They're about to finish the Lincolns on Weaver. That's probably the biggest thing they need to be worried about. If they were to take a fight now without seeing this, they might scout it on this mid wave, perhaps, but yeah, you don't want to... You don't want to start a fight by dooming a Lincoln. So that's like worst case scenario, especially into an Aegis.
Well, they'll see. Oh, well, there's the lasso. It's delivered right on time.
Yeah.
Lasso pops the Lincolns. At least it wasn't the Doom, but it's still pretty bad. And the quick smoke from Ivy, ready to go back again.
I don't blame him. Weaver actually showed on that mid lane without the Lincolns, so they definitely clicked him and checked and saw he didn't have it.
And the courier swoops in and saves the day.
Yep.
And backing up the Weaver with this smoke in behind him as well. But DGG all positioning themselves behind that mid-tier 2. Only Doom trying to slip down towards bottom lane, it looks like.
Wow.
Nothing there for Ivy to catch.
Ivy are playing well. They're not forcing it really hard. I love the instant smoke up. It makes a lot of sense just knowing, okay, no lasso, we can definitely fight, but they don't want to dive at tier 2.
And now they've got to catch on the Wind Ranger. No deny. Low skill. Dusted up by maybe next time. Oh, the timing of this.
Oh, lots of time to plan.
Max is close, and he's got his BKB. Low skill does have the Aegis, so with that and time lapse with the Lincolns, plenty of lives to play around with.
Yeah.
And JM did pop his Exo here, silenced up the Bat Rider. See what MTD does, because he does have BKB, but with no lasso, I don't know, does he turn and try and fight into Exorcism?
He might come join his teammates and try and get the Aegis off the Weaver. If they're able to just quickly snipe that. I mean, he has time lapse. I think he's waiting for Shikuchi to be a little bit lower cooldown before he pops it, purges the dust, gets his health back, and then just Shikuchi's away. Yeah, because you don't want to do it when it's like 4 seconds left, because then you just die.
Clicking everyone. Any sentries, any dust, anything? Nope. MTD Bat Rider's going to firefly up to the high ground. Weaver still alive. Low skill, rebounded upon, but there's the time lapse back. Only has another dust, and the Blink Wall Stomp will catch him, but a great onslaught and the trample. They need this Guardian Angel to allow Pleb to turn and fight. Takes down the Primal Beast, claims the Aegis life, and turns quickly on to JM Vicento. But they want the Weaver, that's the target they'll get. Wall Stomp stun, Lincoln's popped, low skill, about to die, and MTD takes him down. Fighting into Aegis with their BKBs, working out wonderfully. As Bat Rider will have a blink away, helped out by the DP with a silence, but a 4th kill here on the cards for DGG. Aiming for the Death Prophet, even in front of this enemy tier 2. With the Spirit Siphon, though, JM actually getting back in towards them, and Bat Rider so close to death. They'll shackle shot up the Omni Knight. He's the sacrifice that they're willing to give in the end, but a resounding victory for DGG again.
This troll is starting to become a big problem. He has a lot of gold. He's about to have an Ags, and that's just going to let him... What does that even let him purge other than the dagger? I mean, they don't really have that many... It can't purge the swarm. It can't purge the silence if you're silenced.
Can you dispel like uproar or something from enemies?
Oh, yeah,
is there anything he wants to dispel
the Wind
from his
Ranger.
opponents? Windrun, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
There we go. We found it.
We got it. Why buy an MP when you can just dispel it?
Definitely.
I posed the situation which allowed you to think of the answer.
No, you thought of the question and the answer. I didn't say Wind Ranger.
That's true. You're right.
That's
I did
what
do
I'm
that,
saying.
but you were there for me in my darkest time.
Moral support.
I listened to the sound of your voice and came to the conclusion. Thank you, Gary.
Oh, I just love saying we, because look, Lacoste is like, what do you mean? I'm the one who said it.
Oh, see, I'm your friend, Gary. That's the difference between me and Lacoste. He makes puns, and I love
You're the friendly one. You're so happy to share the glory, even though it was yours.
For sure. What do you take me for? Some horrible, egocentric Brit?
Ah, yes.
Maybe a little bit.
That's what they're all like.
Yeah. It's looking good. We have had such a good time casting this game. Big old back and forth. I'm getting a little scared. This Troll Warlord going for that blink now as well, just to be able to help deal with all these mobility heroes, the Queen of Pain, the Weaver. If you're able to go on Queen, force her blink, and then just blink after her, that's massive.
Oh, gonna get the quap. In we go, the lasso. No Lincolns yet, and Troll with the net will catch out 2 kills here for DGG. And that observable there getting dewarded as well.
What can I say?
This is going to be a move up to that top tier 1. Take control of the enemy triangle. As DGG starting to really emerge 25 minutes in as kind of the victors of this game already.
Yeah, but what can Ivy do? It's definitely hard. I think their draft is a little weaker than the previous 2 games. Even, you know, in their losses, it felt like they had a lot of plays to make. In this game, it just felt a little bit rougher. We saw them kind of, you know, shoving their heads into objectives, trying to make something happen, and their catch is just a little bit weak. But
yeah, I'm looking at this Cube Wind Ranger, and like I don't know, the pick surprised us. The item build he's going for is very greedy.
Very true. Yep.
Is he the one that's going to recover this game for them? Shackle shots and focus fires with MKB procs. And maybe he's the one, the hidden carry. You know, they don't focus him, they focus the Weaver, the Queen of Pain. Suddenly, Cube comes out, gets a couple of kills.
Yeah, it requires a lot of items. I mean, we just went over Pleb getting that Ags, so Wind Ranger's not even going to be able to, you know, dance around him with that Wind Run. It's hard, but they have, like, 2 supports who scale, which is obviously a very nice thing to have when your Wind Ranger's getting an MKB, probably a BKB after that. Your DP's always going to have that Exorcism. He's going for that Lotus Orb, which is just going to help assist the Weaver in able to fight without too much fear. Oh, careful. And there's the Dispel.
In goes Pleb, straight on the Wind Ranger. Cube going to get jumped by the rebound, but quickly blinks away. Barely escaping from it. 30 seconds minimum timer on Roshan. There's still a little bit to wait here for DGG before they can go into the pit. They got some good ward coverage down, though, from top through towards mid lane. Yeah, they want to go deward that high ground obs that they assume that Ivy has over near their own triangle.
Oh, that sentry. So close to spotting it. Now Max is stood on that ward. They're running right towards him. And they're going to be under the vision.
He finds it now.
Nice. Giving your wards to your troll wall. Like, can you do this for me? I'm scared. Alright, they've just committed wards here, so I really hope they keep playing around it. I don't want them to kind of back off and move somewhere else on the map and then just have that get dewarded. Or at the very least, if someone shows on it to deward, I hope they smoke and run towards it instantly to try and punish.
It's nice for them that bot lane's already pushing in just from the creep wave itself.
Yeah.
So Ivy has to come back and maintain that. Was that observer ward hidden by all the trees? Near the top rune spot. Radiant Obs ward is like under 2 dire sentries, but hasn't been... Okay, now, yeah, maybe next time it's like, dude, there's an Obs here.
Sometimes, you know, a little good placement. Keeps it hidden.
Did for a little bit. But like Ivy now in wave cutting mode.
Yeah, you're playing towards bot because it's kind of all you really can do. I think when you're in a worse position, you understand the flow of the game. You know they're waiting for Roshan. You know that they've de-warded your wards top, so they're most likely playing there. You're just gonna go bot. You're just gonna try and get what you can, farm their ancients, push the wave, try and get the tower. Anything you can. If you force some TPs and able to get out, great. Maybe then you can swing to top and take that area for Roche. If not, at least you're getting some form of net worth to try and get your next item to be able to fight. Because yeah, it's a ticking time bomb. Roche will respawn in 1 minute from now. I don't even know if IB want to contest it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they've already used Exo bottom, haven't they?
Yeah.
I get the tier 1. They're continuing to push forward to tier 2. But you're all grouped up together here. As the rest of the map spread wide open for DGG. They're cutting wave mid, pushing out top. Troll is so confident he's just blinking past tier 2, hunting for anyone that's lurking in the shadows. In a few seconds, they'll see that Roshan respawn and they'll be ready for it.
Get the tier 2. Not too useful since you can't take the top outpost since you ain't playing there. I mean, looks like they're going to really try and get these TPs if they can. Just pressure that base slightly. 26 seconds till this Roche. It's getting scary.
And they've already scanned the pit. It turned red, so they may be thinking the Roche is already being taken. And doing nothing to respond to it. You're right, they're just getting blink on this Primal Beast. Getting Cube that MKB finished, so that's going to be delivered in the next second or 2.
5. Don't give up hope, guys. Get back in there.
Yeah, Pleb. Pleb knows it. He feels it in his bones.
Nice.
And they've got a drag back on Jan Vincenzo down at bottom lane. MTD. He spends the lasso, but doesn't quite finish her off. And now the TP home. Oh, that's close.
Oh.
Dies in fountain, doesn't she? Yeah.
Sad for him. He was so close.
And now the smoke from DGG, they've actually halted their Roche take. They want more kills. They're bloodthirsty. Are they going to see the Queen of Pain? They will. The bash, the stun, and now the Doom. They've got the AoE Doom, so that catches Max as well.
That is so massive. Just playing into a Weaver and a Quap with Lincolns and not having to care about it, and these BKBs even as well, they just can't use them. Ivy really need to mount a formidable high ground defense, I think, if they have any hope of winning this game at this point. They get 2 glyphs, so they have a glyph right now, and then as soon as the tier 3 tower is taken, they'll get another refresh. So maybe there's a way that they can hold their high ground with the use of those, maybe protect their racks. If they can just find a way to kind of poke them down, you have a lot of nukes, I suppose. You got a Crypt Swarm, a Power Shot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
scary.
We've seen time and time again, DGG, they like to go late game, and now we're reaching that point. Pleb he's in his stride. This is his natural habitat. 30+ minutes into the game, holding Aegis, holding high ground, low skill, moving forward with Max, blinking up towards their triangle and finding the Doom. Only gets out his BKB and a War Stomp. They've got that Guardian Angel to keep him healthy, and Pleb turning, trying to fight here. Pops the Rampage, holds the Battle Trance, gets the first hit bash off the ranged hit. Low percentage chance of that. Now the melee bash to pair up with it. Shackle Shot will be there to hold him back though, allowing Max to get a bit of distance, but Troll with a blink closes that quickly. They need another Shackle Shot here. Battle Trance is out from Pleb, chasing forward, gets the axes in, and the Root Bash, he just chain stuns the Wind Ranger down. MNT looking to dive tier 3s. Pleb really feeling himself. They've got the Infernal Blade, the bash, the stuns. He just can't move. The Weaver locked in place. They can't press any buttons when the Pleb Troll is up in your face. They get the dive into tier 3s, kill off the DP. Queen of Pain's dead elsewhere as well. She was fighting in a 1v1 against the Bat Rider. MTD just solo kills her.
Oh no, Ivy. I mean, it just can't go well. I mean, they're trying to disengage, but they don't really have the items for it. Usually your supports are buying 4 staffs and stuff, but no, your Wind Ranger's got an MKB. your DP's got a Glimmer Cape, but it's not helping, especially when everyone's really carrying a lot of dust and detection. This Troll Warlord Ags too, it just lets you dispel the Glimmer Cape. It's not even that useful.
Well, DGG, they got their warm up against Liquid. They were knocked down a couple of notches, but here against Ivy, feels like starting to find their style. One laner axe down, looking for the second. And it feels like there's only really one more chance here for Ivy to fight back. They've got no buybacks. So it is just going to be this 5v6. The fact that Pleb is holding Aegis still for another 2.5 minutes. Looking for an angle of JM. DP coming in from that northern side. They want to chase. They want to come out of their base and fight, but they just can't have the opportunity. BGG will not hand it to them.
Just plays a ball, I think. You got 2 minutes left on your Aegis. You can just go again. I am struggling to think of how they have to defend their high ground. It's very difficult. It's just you don't have any like displacement tools.
Yeah, and if you get jumped like this, you are just losing a hero straight off the bat. Max gets his BKB out, the Doom. He jumps in the back, the AoE one on the Queen of Pain, and the onslaught across puts Max in even more danger. Onmi's going to hunt them down into tier 4s. Ivy down 2 heroes now. Jay and Vincento caught out inside that Doom. The third one falls. Primal Beast and Weaver, they're being dealt with in the back lines, hunted and killed. That's GG called, and the road ends here for Ivy as DGG will move on.
Jeez, I didn't expect this. Ivy looked so dominant in the early game of both games, but coming into this one, it was really well played by DGG. They super impressed me. They kind of just completely flipped their play style. Yeah, like Troll was kind of not getting involved, but I think they did such an amazing job of fighting with the rest of the team. I mean, even like early game, right? You're like, okay, Doom's had a rough time. What are we going to do? We're going to go bring our Troll to some engagements, right? Play to our Troll, defend our tower, take good fights, punish overextensions, and let our Doom kind of recover a bit. Now Doom has his spells or a blink or something. Now we're going to let Troll just finish his item, and we're going to go fight as 4 elsewhere. Their heroes, on paper, they don't look like they're super suited for it, but I think DGG did an amazing job of kind of including everyone in the parts of the games that they needed to get the timings to win the game.
Yeah, it felt like they were way more fluid. I don't know if it was having a couple of warm-up games or what it was, but coming into game 3, they looked like a much better team in reacting and playing back off each other, getting the farm they needed. I think a lot of it, MTD's Batrider was involved in a lot of these reactive plays. TPing top, killing that Queen of Pain, really slowed down her progression and made it much more difficult for Cube and JMN, these two ranged squishy supports who want to be playing active and aggressive, right? If Ivy aren't the one getting the jump, if they're being jumped themselves, the fights just completely fall apart from them.
Yeah, they were great. I loved, like you mentioned, Batrider. MTD had such a bad lane, and his comeback was phenomenal. He was just on it every time he got his boost of travel, and he just like kept going from lane to lane, kill to kill, hunting, pressure. Just it was so hard for Ivy to play. I think obviously the itemization was probably a little rough on that side. They didn't have 4-stars. They didn't really have good saves. It meant that, especially when this Ags came out from Doom, no one was able to push like Queen of Pain out of it. It also felt a lot like DGG were always the ones getting the jump towards the end, and Ivy never really got to take that fight on their own terms. Good on DGG there.
Yeah, great performance from them. 2-1 victory. Ivy, unfortunately, the road ends there for them. But we do have more Dota coming up as Brame take on Nigma Galaxy in its lower bracket round 1. We'll have a quick break and return with that series coming up next.
It's what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And away we go, moving on to our second series of the day here in the lower bracket for the TI-11 Western European Regional Qualifiers. We've got Brame taking on Enigma Galaxy. And once again, I'm joined by the wonderful Sheepo as we really look forward to this series. A little bit of an upset, of course. Goon Squad taking Enigma out in that upper bracket and dropping them down here where the lower bracket run potentially begins for them.
I don't know. I actually really like Brame. As a team, I think they're very powerful. This team has been playing, like last series, like Ivy, they've also been playing in all these third-party tournaments. You know, the 1X series, the European Pro League, the O2 Champions League, and in 2 of those, they came first place. And I want to just point out here that it wasn't like a wish-wash teams in this tournament. They 3-0'd Into the Breach. This is the same Into the Breach that just took a game off Secret.
Yeah.
So, if we're trying to, look at skill levels here, Brame is definitely a contender here for this series.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about momentum, through a LAN, through a tournament, through a regional qualifier, but even from tournament to tournament, they're on, a 5 or 6 series win streak, so they're absolutely confident and feeling themselves in terms of drafting and play style. Now they just have to transfer this into these TI qualifiers against, a star-studded squad such as Enigma Galaxy. And it's going to be a challenge, but I think you're right, they've definitely got what it takes.
100%. They're coming out mad confident. Bringing this Marcy Shadow Fiend into the mix. This team really highly values strong laning supports. Whenever they have 5-pick, I know they don't this game, but they love to take the Chen, the Undying, the Enchantress, the Dawnbreaker, the Marcy. These heroes they really like having. They just value it. I think it's good. I think a lot of other teams value it too in this patch. Giving yourself this lane good start really lets you snowball things. It lets you take your earlier level 6s into tower taking. You can take that enemy safe lane, you can take that mid tower. We've seen DPs that Enigma have picked up being able to take this exorcism into a tower, into a Roshan, into a tier 2. Any objective taking, any strong lanes, anything that you can really do to give yourself a boost in the early game has paid off massively, it feels like.
Yeah, it gives you so many options to smoke, to think about brute forcing stuff. I've got to say, I've been a big fan of this Shadow Fiend recently. It looks incredibly strong. Now, you were saying very similar to Lina in terms of mixed damage types, long range right clicker once we transfer into late game, and a natural BKB buyer, which is always handy to have. Add in the fact that he's a flash farmer and he's accelerating as quick as some of your trolls and your alchemists.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it's nice too that he's not just restricted to this mid lane. We've seen him being played as a carry. And his lane presence is pretty good too. Obviously, they've picked this in response to a Death Prophet. I think they are assuming that this DP will be going to that off lane, and they want Shadow Fiend to kind of match it. Obviously, you don't have the best lane matchup possible. If it's a melee off laner, it's much easier because you can abuse them with raises. But at the same time, just the ability to out CS them super hard with those souls is very nice, and the ability to kind of clear these waves and keep them off your tower. The longer you can keep your safe lane tower up for, the better, right? And SF helps a lot with that.
Yeah. And now exploiting the fact your opponents of first phase Earthshaker, grabbing Rubik. So you've got 2 pretty nice supports here. The Marcy and the Rubik able to grab people, close the gap, and set up team fights for the Shadow Fiend. We saw even previously today, right? We had Marcy Pudge or whatever it was, hooking people into Requiem. Now you've got Telekinesis and Dispose to get them in on top of the Razors, the Requiem, and all the damage the Shadow Fiend brings.
Faceless Void.
Oh my god, we got a Faceless Void in the mix.
Here it is.
Alright, they lost to it enough times, they're mad. They're bringing it out themselves now.
I mean, best carry this patch, it feels like, along with the Troll Warlord.
I've loved seeing Troll. But yeah, Faceless Void #1 for me. This carry is insane. Pre Arlington, China heavily favored Faceless Void. I think they were the only region that was really like picking it a lot and valuing it a lot. Kind of similar with Spectre, but more so on Faceless Void. And then at Arlington, we saw China come in, pick this Faceless Void, made it look really good. A lot more other teams started to then pick it up, and now we're just seeing it snowball into, you know, a couple buffs in the new patch, and he's looking really, really powerful.
Especially with the rise of Hand of Midas. Feels really good buying that golden money hand on the Void, and there is the Pudge again. Let's see this Pudge SF duo.
Yeah.
So it looks like SF going to be heading to mid. Pudge your carry, Marcy and Rubik your 2 supports.
10 radiant remaining.
If you got one nice hero versus the Chronosphere, it's got to be Pudge. It does mean that anytime anyone's, I mean Marcy too. Honestly, if she does go Ether Lens build, gets a telescope later down the line or what have you, you have the dispose as well as the hook to kind of help save people from the Chrono, which is going to be a very nice toolkit as well. Like Pudge with that shard, he has another option there to eat. It's nice ideas. Obviously, a lot of how it plays out is going to matter. How many people get chronoed, you know, whether Enigma Galaxy kind of go in and force spells to be used and then kind of follow up with the Chronosphere. Because a DP, something she's very effective at, is running in and forcing cooldowns, forcing responses. As well as that Faceless Void, when he gets that shard, we've seen a lot of times him able to just jump in and poke, get a BKB or whatever, and then just jump back out. Very, very strong.
I mean, Enigma right now, quite a bit of damage from that DP into Chrono. They've got saves from Chen, bit of tower push from him and the DP. Lots of ways to convert teamfight victories off the back of like a Blink Echo or a Chrono to actually get objectives. So pretty nicely rounded draft here for them. I feel like maybe they're lacking a little bit of damage and looking towards this potential mid lane hero for Sumail. We've seen Leshrac in the past. Might be something along those lines. Lena's still out there, right? Hey, hasn't been banned.
That's true. She is. She might get banned next. Brame have one more ban. I'd like those long-range heroes to kind of help deal with the Shadow Fiend. Something like a Sniper, also kind of similar to that. And maybe not into the Pudge. Brame do have a lot of catch. I think that's probably the biggest thing about their draft right now that I think is scary for Nigma. Because for them, they're going to be wanting to do a lot of like bodies. You get your DP, you take that safe lane tower, you go into the jungle, you stand there, you have Chen out front with his creeps and stuff. Like, until Earthshaker Blink Dagger, they're a bit limited, and if they can bring Faceless Void to Chrono, of course, but he wants to get a Midas, he wants to get a Maelstrom, he wants to farm. So, looking at Brame, they can really exploit that. They have a lot of playmaking. There's an SF in the safe lane, you can bring your Marcy there to kind of threaten the offlaner and maybe get some kills there. You know, your Pudge, actually, I'm assuming this might be Shadow Fiend mid, now that there's a Pudge, yeah.
Well, we did see some switch ups earlier, right? We had the 4 Pudge, we had people move around to give that Shadow Fiend the safe lane.
With a Rubik?
Yeah, that would mean what? Marcy would be a, I don't know, core. Yeah, it gets a little bit messy then.
Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, sorry. In that situation, yeah, then your Pudge safe lane. I mean, definitely hard to kill a DP, especially if you're a Pudge. Because you are just kind of suffering in lane from getting right-click down, siphon down. But there's kill threat if they bring both supports. I think these are like quite aggressive heroes that can smoke around and do a lot. Oh no,
does
it's
this
gonna
mean
be a DP mid.
Yeah.
Alright, that's actually really good. I mean, Nature's Prophet is great at harassing in lane. It's also a mind control Nature's Prophet. Everyone, really likes that and respects it a lot. But Nature's is way easier to kill than a Death Prophet. This Pudge Marcy lane, I'm assuming, with any Rubik rotation is now a lot scarier for him. Potentially. It really depends on how the early levels go and if they're able to kind of deal with the harassment from the treants and stuff.
Oh, see how it goes. It's another hero that can scale as well to give damage into Chrono. Now, we could be seeing this potential Orchid build on the Prophet, zooming around, finding pickoffs. Because then you've got pairings of heroes, you've got the ability to play with Earthshaker, with DP, and then the push that comes, like if Nigma are able to win like any team fight, it's just towers crumbling.
I think Brame really need to pick a playmaker here. I need something that is able to sort of halter the tempo from Nigma. I want them to be able to fight without relying on a core that wants to be farming. Because your Pudge wants a Vanguard, he wants an Ags. SF, he usually goes this right-click build now. He might want a Dragon Lance, and then he doesn't really want to get an early BKB, but he'll probably have to. And so it's just someone that is like, okay, I'm not super reliant on... Yeah, I'm not super reliant on items. I'm ready to just go do stuff. This Pugna's okay. It's not any kind of hard jump, but you kind of have Marcy for that, and Pugna's going to help you just threaten towers.
They are moving things around. It's Pugna mid then.
Yep.
And Pudge
Carry
off
Shadow
lane,
Fiend.
carry Shadow Fiend. So yeah, you're looking
yeah.
for that shift around. They do actually make it happen.
Okay.
What does this mean for our lanes then?
This takes
Like,
me
in terms
right
of
back to
matchups?
round. I think this is good because Shadow Fiend. When I saw the Nature's Prophet, it made me think, okay, Shadow Fiend going safe lane would now be better because he can use the razors to help clear the treants. He is obviously a kind of a weak carry, so it gets a bit scary if you're getting Fissure blocked, if you're getting treants body blocking you, right? But if they play it well, which they obviously can, they're a highly skilled team. This is very possible for them to bring heroes to rotate and get some kills on this lane, and then Shadow Fiend can maybe rotate to the jungle, or he can take the mid tower while Wish goes top and pushes that tower. Sorry, take the mid lane farm on that Shadow Fiend. Yeah, they can move stuff up. I think this Pugna's going to be really good at pressuring the map, though.
Yeah, and it adds a little bit of tower push for them. And outplay potential for Wish here is pretty damn nice to have. With Decrep against Chrono, Decrep against a DP Ghost, the Prophet with the right clicks. You've got ways to save people with potential Pudge Shard, the Telekinesis Shard, like you were mentioning, and of course, Marcy with that Dispose to get people away from the grasps of Nigma. But yeah, I'm super excited here to get into game one and see how these lanes go, because I look at this Nigma draft and I think if they get 2 or 3 lane victories, the first 5-6 minutes goes well for them, this could snowball out of control pretty quickly. Brame have definitely got to screw their heads on tight, make sure that they're not giving up any sloppy kills or anything early on, and get the SF up and running. So we've seen how great he can. Shadow Fiend's just such a great hero to like rally around and play around. If he does go for that early BKB timing, he just stands there, whacks people. You run at him, he requiems, and then you've got to reconsider how you enter these team fights.
We also saw this combo, right? They hook into the Requiem. They kept trying to go for it, but they didn't quite get it. Maybe we'll see it this game. That would be really hype. I guess
Lots of ways to enable the SF, right? Dispose, telekinesis, hook.
I suppose the main thing I'm worried about is the last time we did see the SF, it was the build was going more for tankiness because he could rely on the Lina to do all that, actual right click damage with the Daedalus MKB. And this game, there isn't really anything that supplements that. So if he needs to build tanky to survive, like Chrono, for example, it could limit their damage output. But at the same time, your ability to burst with this SF ult, with this Pudge hook, and that was, you know what, we won't talk about it.
That's a Fissure and a half from GH. And get the Nether Blast down, trying to give him move speed, but the body blocks from Miracle, allowing Sumail to get a Crypt Swarm in. The Treants trying to get in front of him, but Nande's alive. Under his tier 1, safe and sound. Treants can't chase him down. That was incredibly close.
A lot expended as well, that Fairy Fire. I mean, SF does not have the best damage at level 1. That Fairy Fire damage is pretty needed. Maybe he'll just buy another one, or... I mean, he doesn't even have the gold for it. Maybe when he gets those bounty gold.
And an early D-ward there for Nigma as well, getting rid of the mid-observer. Looks like they're going to try and collect 3 bounty runes as well. Ruby has moved up top to snag that one. But yeah, Nigma in position to take top river, and bottom jungle bounty runes. A very good start for them.
Okay. All right, a nice move by Nigma to secure those 3 bounty runes. Your mid is currently not going for a bottle, so shouldn't be too impactful there. I mean, Wish is going for one. Meanwhile, DP doing that stat build that we've seen a lot, coming out with the Falcon Blade instead. Or maybe he'll just go more for trying to CS in lane. You can't really stop a Pugna is the only issue, right? He gets this Decrepify. He's going to be using it on ya. He's going to take the range creep, whether by force of Decrepify or just with the blast from Never. I think they should just be trading farm a lot in this mid lane. Maybe, I think support rotation is going to be the biggest factor in how that goes, moving into mid game especially. Like, on these power runes, if Earthshaker's coming mid, how many times have we seen Earthshaker get picked and there's just a quap? It's always some quap or jumping hero, Void Spirit.
A park.
Yeah, like, God, it's so annoying, but this time there's actual threat.
Yeah, there sure is. There's so much to look out for this mid lane as well. Like, if you think about DP wanting to rotate with Exo, get involved in some of these side lanes at like level 7 or so, then Pugna's threatening your tower. But it feels like the laning stage is going to be extended quite a while in this mid lane, so there's even more time for what you're saying, for supports to rotate, think about guarding runes and playing active in towards their mids.
On the other side, though, there's no reason why Pugna 6 can't mean some good rotations from Brame supports. I'm not sure about earlier levels, just because, you know, DP, one of her things and one of the reasons that she gets picked into like stronger lanes in the off lane is because she doesn't mind being in the middle of a lot of heroes. She just has Siphon. So if Brame was to come mid with, say, Marcy and jump on her, throw her back into the middle of her and Pugna, she's just going to get 2 Siphons off and kind of just walk it off. So I think they need that life drain maybe to kill her, unless Wish is able to really kind of whittle him down. But that's so hard nowadays in the mid lane with these war runes.
Yeah, water runes, wands, raindrops, all sorts of goodies you can bring to bolster your lane.
Yeah.
And Nigma
I mean,
have like the strongest. I feel like this is the strongest lane of this patch. Faceless Void Chen. Like, Miracle is just going to get farm. Is there a way they can stop this from happening? Like, what can you do to combat the Chen's presence in the lane?
First of all, they've already done it. They've blocked the small camp and they've blocked the medium camp on the jungle. This is probably like one of the most prevalent moves that people are doing against Chen nowadays. I think it started with LGD. You know, then we saw teams like Liquid doing it. Now we see Brame doing it. Other teams are doing it too, but I can't recall the names of. But it's something that is causing a lot of problems in the early few levels. I mean, Chen already has 1 sentry, so he'll probably get the D ward off on the small camp. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see the Rubik buying like more sentries just to kind of keep up that threat. Like he also has another sentry. Like they want to keep as many creeps out of the range of Chen as they can, and then you can look to kill him. I mean, it's a strong lane. You got the Fade Bolt damage. You got the hook. Like, you could probably pull Kuroki out of position and kill him.
I'm sorry, but we've got important stuff happening on the minimap.
I'm
GH has
looking
just
at it. What
won
is it?
2 games of tic-tac-toe in a row.
Oh my god.
Noughts and crosses. Sumail was trying to combat him, but GH just out-mind gaming him. Gets all the 3 X's in a row.
Dude, I'm not allowed to draw on the map. If I press
That's
control, it just
upsetting.
moves my camera. It
Yeah.
sucks.
It's annoying. I don't know what Sumail was drawing. It looked like a teddy bear or something. It had a cute little face, a nice little smile. Oh, it's good to see there. Yeah, they're in the mood. Having a bit of a laugh.
Yeah, I guess we'll be waiting a little bit longer.
Yeah, looking at this bottom lane, Mind Control Prophet with GH Earthshaker. That is a very scary one. Especially, like you said, Shadow Phoenix spending Fairy Fire. Not having that additional bit. He has bought himself a new one. It's on the courier coming. He's got a pretty long walk down to bottom lane, and he's going to be there after the creep waves meet, it looks like.
GH has gone for a kind of hybrid build of not going boots all in, but he wants to basically just like block the waves and give Mind Control a good equilibrium in the lane, and that's like the most important thing, because sometimes you'll see Shakers do a multitude of things. They might go boots level 1, and they focus on just dragging the wave as much as they can, and that's all they want. You might see a stats build where they get some sticks and branches, and just try and trade. And that could be an option, honestly. Like, Shadow Fiend level 1 is not the biggest threat in the world. So if they wanted to just work together to use Treants to kind of click the Marcy down, then that could have been an option. But instead, he's going to go for Windlace, which gives him the move speed to kind of play away from Marcy a little bit, potentially go for that drag if they want, but also getting the stick so that he can trade a little bit more, and the clarities to help block the waves.
Sorry, go on.
No, please, Gary.
I just like trying to play against what you've just said. It's kind of difficult to get pulls off against Earthshaker and Nature's Prophet as well, right? They're very good at contesting with Fissure and Treants to make sure that while they're upsetting your lane equilibrium, you're not able to reset lane equilibrium yourself.
Yeah. But
Miracle getting a bit of frantic scribbling on the map. He's gone. Let me get started. I want to hit some creeps.
I feel that, but I guess on the other side, like yeah, sure, these are all the highlights of like how this offlane can play, but if they don't get what they want and Brame gets levels, it's really scary to play against. So Marcy is going to have this rebound, like level 1, especially knowing that GH doesn't have the stats to really trade properly. You can just rebound onto Mind Control, hit him up. You have the raise level 1 on Shadow Fiend. They're probably just going to try and like go on him. At level 2, if they're able to get their level 2 first as well and not get too many denies from this Treants, Another effective thing is if they hit 2 first, you have this rebound, you have the dispose back
Yeah.
into a triple raise. That can be death.
That can, yeah, absolutely can.
Yeah. Got a bit disengaged there from the Fisher, of course, but at the same time, like, especially if you somehow end up near the tower, like if Earthshaker steps a little bit out of line, you can just throw him under the tower, get that kill. They definitely might. It definitely looks like they might have to play around some pulls and not just focus on lane domination, because one misstep can cause death against Brame.
Yeah, then you add in the effect of, later on, maybe we see the TP rotate in from a Pudge or a Rubik. Even more displacement abilities can drag these heroes around. I'm definitely excited to see them move in towards these mid lane, get into the side lanes, get that action going.
Dude, this is so weird. In game, I can only see DP's drawings on the map. That's why I was so confused what you were talking about. Because now I'm looking at the stream feed and I can see everyone's.
Yeah, I see everyone is scribbling on the map.
So like, tic-tac-toe, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, GH and Samel were playing it. They had like 3 rounds of it.
Mm.
Some of them were cheating. So both of them were playing X's, so there were no noughts, there were no O's.
Do you prefer to be naught or cross?
Cross.
Yeah, same. Just feels more satisfying putting an X through.
It does. Just, put it in that box.
Yeah.
So, is there a chance for Pudge to be left alone in that top lane against a Void and a Chen? Like, I'm looking at this Rubik and wondering if he can start rotating around early. Just have to play the lane?
You gotta... Okay, you can do it, but you gotta make sure the lane's in a good spot. Because if you can drag... Well, I don't know if you want to drag a wave so much on Rubik, sorry, but if you can have if the hard camp's unblocked, if you pull it, if you... I don't know, say you use Fade Bolt, right? This is a key tool of laning as a Rubik. It reduces the damage of both enemies and all the creeps, right? Which means that your lane will naturally push because you're doing damage to creeps and you're weakening their damage against your own creeps. So it will push under the tower. When you push under a tower, it means that the wave will naturally begin to push back in the opposite direction just because the tower will, kill all that wave. The next wave will end up under the tower as well. That gets killed. And then it just pushes to your tower. In a situation like that, suddenly... I'm speaking way too fast for how long we're being paused. I'm going to milk this point. Sorry.
So, in the top lane...
As soon as that tower has killed both waves, now it pushes back. And when the creeps end up in front of Pudge's tower, he's pretty safe.
He's happy.
Yeah, he's very happy. The main tool that Nigma have in this top lane is if the creeps are under their tower instead, they have a long lane to chase the Pudge down. And
he's
really,
slow.
Yeah, he's slow. You can do a creep block, all this stuff. I mean, obviously the nice thing about Pudge here is that he can hook the creeps that Chen take over. So that is obviously a lovely thing there. It means he can't use it aggressively to kill, but it does alleviate some of the pressure. But yeah, if he can get this creep wave in front of his tower, he's peachy keen. Can't run him down, can't block him. Rubik's free to go look for the runes. There's also a chance, obviously, that they say, I'm gonna sack you. I'm just gonna rotate anyway, and he goes fine. And he just tries to farm the hard camp with the hook, or he maybe goes to his triangle and kills the creep in the hard camp there instead. He has options. You have to kind of weigh up. What do you like more, Gary? Do you like the Pudge getting farmed, or do you like the runes? And I think in this matchup, it's probably runes.
It's runes, yeah. Get runes for your Pugna. Make sure Wish has a good time in that mid lane.
Yeah.
Because at the end of that draft, you were kind of looking for a playmaker from Brame, and they swap things around. They pick that Pugna, they move Pudge into the offlane. Is Pudge enough of a playmaker here? The fact he has Marcy and Rubik as his 2 supports, they've got displacement for days. Is their team fight going to be strong enough facing against Echo, Chrono, Exo?
They're not playing, I think, to team fight straight up into Nigma. They're playing to use the Pugna and the Pudge to save whoever gets chronoed with Hook or Dismember, Eat, or Decrepify, and
so you're poking, you're baiting, you're resetting.
Yeah. And then they want to steal and kind of re-engage because you're gonna have hopefully your Rubik's gonna steal a Fisher, or your Rubik's gonna steal Chrono. Yeah, or Exo. I mean, the Chrono obviously doesn't work on the Faceless Void, but if you can Chrono the rest of his team, you have all this damage from Pugna and Shadow Fiend to kind of unload into it with a hook follow-up, what have you. So I think Brame's game idea is going to be to just not give too much away to the cooldowns of Nigma and then make their move.
It's always one of those big things. You die to the big wombo combo, respawn, immediately smoke, go out and play that
Yeah.
map as quickly as you can. And you're looking at, what, 160-second cooldown on Chrono at level 1. DP is pretty much the same story, 150. So you've got solid 2 minutes or so. 2.5 minutes.
If you really want to talk about Faceless Void, I'll be honest, whilst he's winning a lot of games, I think it's because a lot of teams don't really know how to end before he comes online. How many times have we saw Aqua when he was playing his Faceless Void, he got destroyed in lane.
Oh,
And a lot of people were quite upset with Nigma and saying like, okay, well they should have banned it. But I think honestly, like when you're in a position where you're like 10k net worth up and the Faceless Void is piss poor, let's be real, you should win that game. Like Nigma have problems with throwing and not being able to finish out their game. And hopefully, like looking, for Brame here, if they are in that situation, they won't be the ones that throw. I mean, whoever wins, but when you're playing against Faceless Void, you're clearly on a timer, and you have to kind of respect that. No matter how the game's going, he's probably going to get a Maelstrom. He's probably going to get a Midas. If he doesn't get a Midas, well, whatever. But they try to farm for quite a long time before peaking. The damage from Faceless Void doesn't come out till much later. So you gotta respect it.
Play fast.
Yeah, I think this Pugna pick was great for that reason. We talk about DP how many times, all the things she can do, but she is restricted to the cooldown of her exorcism. Pugna is not. Pugna can, whilst he doesn't give Roshan objective, he does give tower taking potential and that threat. He's going to probably take mid tower first. He's then going to maybe want to give that mid lane to a support to get at levels or a core that's struggling, and then he'll go take top tower. And they're going to open up the map probably faster than Nigma, depending on how like this Chen plays and Nature's Prophet plays.
Yeah, you compare the 150-second cooldown of Exo to the 5-second cooldown of Nether Blast, and you're like, yeah, all right. Pretty big difference there.
Yeah.
I've also got the opportunity, of course, we've seen these Marcies scaling pretty hard. The phase boots, BKB build, get the Unleash going. But when it's in the hands of Spartan, he is and always has been not even just a position 5, but position 6 or position 7 player. He is very selfless. He very often ends up with very little farm. So I'm definitely interested to see how well he does here in getting a bit of gold on this Marcy.
For sure. It's definitely my biggest concern every time I see a Marcy. I don't remember like we saw Bignum pop off really hard on his Marcy and get that BKB basher, but I haven't seen it since. No one ever seems to really be like getting that amount of farm. Oh, that's
like Lodine tried it in the previous games, right? And he was like brown boots, ogre axe, and then I'm trying to get BKB for a long old time.
Yeah.
Well, looks like Brame having a few issues. Hopefully they can get that all sorted. Swap the router out or something. Definitely going to get under the skin of Nigma Galaxy here. They are itching to play.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Miracle's even dropping the Sleepy Keeper of the Lightning emote in there. What's our observer looking for? What emote is Scriff going to? He's got the Meepo surprise hovered over. There's a Sleepy Cottle there. You're gonna put the
Prophet Scriff. No one will hate you.
Just disappear. He's telling me to disappear. What are you doing? Are you going to type in all chat, Sheepo?
No.
No.
I just wanted to see if I could, but I'm too scared to press enter, so I won't.
It's a little bit spooky. I mean, gladly long gone are the days when observers and casters can pause. Think back to the Finol pause in the middle of a game, accidentally pressing F9.
Mm-hmm.
I accidentally slammed on my keyboard at the major, and someone paused at the same time as that happened. I got so scared. I was like panicking, like, oh shit, I've paused the game here.
This is mortifying.
Like, what have I done? Going down in history as the caster who ruined a team fight by pausing in the middle of it. Yeah,
imagine that. Like, you just like feel every single player look angrily down at the chat and see that you paused the game. You were suddenly the ire of everyone. Yeah, 3,000 people in the crowd booing, jeering. I hate you, Gareth. Oh, you're the worst. Oh, jeez. Oh, that ain't good, is it? Oh, what? Oh, I'm guessing they're restarting their Rua. Yeah, I'd hope so. I mean, one of them did say DDoS, and I really hope that's not the case. It's been a long time since we've had that kind of scenario. I've been very excited to watch Brame play, so I really want to watch this game. Yeah, especially with the draft they've got. We've seen Shadowfiend popping up.
Hugner's definitely a bit of flair from Wish. He's always been one of those players. You know, I remember him back 5 years ago or something, playing in like joined Dota League and stuff like that, where he was known as like the Tinker Spammer, the SF player, stuff like that. He's always been one of the kind of flashy players.
God, yeah, Wish is the Tinker Spammer. I completely forgot that was like the only thing he was known for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah.
God, Jesus Christ, yeah, he's grown so much. Look at him go.
Mind control says go. They're all disconnected.
Yeah, we should reply.
hilarious.
Yeah, go. Yeah,
Yeah,
gee, I'll tab in. I'll stand in, guys. Don't worry. I'm a great Pudge player.
Oh my goodness gracious me. But yeah, I think some parallels between Wish and Thompson, especially now he's got the Pugner picked up, right? Flashy player, gets up in the face of his opponents. He's not afraid of anything.
Yeah. You want to just talk about completely different player for a moment? I woke up this morning. I stretched my arms like, oh yes, what a great day to be alive. And then I opened my PC. What do I see? My boy Alacrity from Southeast Asia playing Meepo. Oh yeah, what a good day. First
Meepo
time
back.
picked in these quals.
Did he win?
Yes, he did. I think they went on to lose the series, which is sad, but I think he won the Meepo game. I was kind of nice to see he bought the Ags as well with the new dig.
Is that the one where you go underground, you're like invincible, like stone form from Visage kind of deal?
Yeah, exactly. But they really hyper buffed it in the last patch where it doesn't have channel time anymore. That was like probably my biggest grievance with it previously. I was just like, bros, this thing is on a 50-second cooldown, and if I use it and it gets cancelled, it goes on cooldown. Like as in if someone cancels it with a silence, a stun, a root, anything.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah, I was like, this sucks, man. And now it's honestly very OP. The hero just kind of still sucks in the early game, which is annoying. Which is why I think a lot of people still aren't picking the hero. But it was really cool to see them play it in that match.
Oh,
and are we going?
We're blessed.
All right.
We're blessed with Dota 2.
Yeah, you're lucky. You got out of this one. I was about to talk about Meepo for like 10 more minutes, bro.
That's what I was about to start asking you questions about Meepo. What kind of items do you build?
Pause the game! Pause the game! I'm cutting the internet!
No, we're back underway. Game 1, best of 3 if you're just joining us. Lower bracket round 1 here. Nigma did get dropped down by Goon Squad, so they're playing up against Brame to try and find their way towards the International 11. Brame, no slouches.
We have exhausted every single possible way that these lanes could go. I don't even know what to talk about anymore. I will simply narrate what's going on. Miracle with the last hit on the range creep.
That's my job!
No! 11's about to get a last hit, bro!
Oh, the rebound in onto mind control. And then run away.
Okay. Alright, let's take bets. Where's first blood gonna happen?
I think bottom lane.
Okay. I also think bottom lane. What should be Chen?
Well, Chen, get the first blood or be first blooded?
Get the first blood. Alright, I think the nicest thing that maybe they could do bot is harass the Marcy down as much as they can, because she wants to jump in, right? If she is jumping in and trying to dispose you back or what have you, she'll probably just die if she does it on low health. She doesn't want to risk that. So if you can just harass her, keep her off the lane, then when she hits that level 2 timing, it makes it much harder for them. They do have a salve though, which means that they should be able to be fine for that timing, that they feel they can go in.
Yeah, we definitely see how difficult it is though to contest pulls and reset lane equilibrium in that bot lane against Treants, against Fisher. Up at top looks a little better for Brame. Pudge 10 and 5, storming his way up the last hit shot. Miracle 6 and 1, having a few struggles, but like you said, he's a slow starter. He blooms a little later as Nande does get that first blood in the bottom lane on mind control. Spartan,
we were right.
They hit level 2.
I'm really surprised they got it so deep in the lane, but yeah, I mean, good dive. The heroes have really good range on their spells to do it. No, they're going in aggressive on Nande.
Yeah, TPing straight on the SF. Treants on the right-hand side, so no body blocks coming. And they've got a rebound back in.
Close.
Potential with the mangoes, but doesn't go for it. Just hands a tango over to the SF. There's another big juicy wave going to arrive in front of his tier 1. And that is that ebb and flow of the lane. You push, you pull, you drag back, then it pushes straight back into the SF again.
Yeah, sad for mind control that I mean he had to summon the Treants and they're like on the other side of the fissure, but great for Nande, and they're gonna be super aggressive right now on GH.
All the fairy fires up. They'll turn and try and kill him. The Treants block the path of the SF though. And Spartan, well, he's got a fairy fire himself. Oh, he's away. Nothing really lost there.
Ooh,
A mind control. He's diving. He's got Treants trying to scout out this SF. There's no way to cut through the trees. Trying to raise himself out of here, but MC, he'll have it. Retribution for the Nature's Prophet.
There is nothing scarier on this earth than getting ready to take a wave of creeps under your tower and they suddenly get glyphed. You're like, oh no. Oh no.
Oh god, what do I do?
Yeah. Good pressure. They nearly got that Earthshaker kill, would have been nice and kind of helped stop that from happening, but come back with full health and mana.
And up top, Kuro had the little cyclone creep, put it onto the Pudge, which was very irritating. As a whirlwind following him around. But similar story here, Wave has been pushed in towards him, so 11's going to get himself some nice last hits under tower. And
he's had these creeps on the tower like the whole lane, it feels like. He's having a really good time.
Yeah. Yeah, like the first 2 or 3 minutes, it felt like, just looking at the CS board anyway, that Brayham were starting to pull out ahead pretty heavily. But Nigma have done a decent job catching back up. Nature's Prophet really the only one lacking at this current moment in time.
Ooh, they're going in.
Telekinesis back Kuro. I've got this hook still. Doesn't even need it though. 11 just takes him down with a rock while down at bottom lane. They will find MC again with this Marcy SF combo. Brame getting the upper hand in both of the side lanes.
GH gave up bot just to go on mid.
They get Wish, yeah. So GH comes in, swings forward. Helps Sumail get the kill there. So even if their side lanes are going a little poorly, they've got that Death Prophet in the mid getting the kill on the Pugna.
GH did a good job of body blocking the Pugna, even though the Fissure didn't completely wall him into the river.
Nice hook. Grabs Kuro. He's just come back into this lane. I don't know if they can finish him. Oh yeah, with the telekinesis they can. Drag him away from the tower. Nothing Miracle can do to really combat that. Get some hits in onto 11. He wants the bash, but it's just not coming. One more hit. There it is. 2 points in the bash will find the kill at long last. While mid lane, they diving again. This time looking for Spartan. XO from Sumail, pressuring tower with the early counterpult. Nigma, they're done with Brain's laning stage nonsense. These lanes are broken down 6 minutes in. They just come for the mid tower push with MC here as well.
My god, I talked about Wish's ability to push towers, but yeah, 5 minutes, take the cart. This is a classic Nature's Prophet maneuver. I didn't even... should have thought about it, to be honest.
We did. We just didn't think it would come so soon.
Oh,
We were talking about how they get a kill, they get a team fight win, they push towers. But yeah, sure. They don't necessarily need any of those things. Just get on top of the objectives.
I think Brame, at least, I will say, doing a very, very good job of punishing the side lanes when this is happening mid. Like, yeah, sure, your GH is going mid to kill Wish, but what is Nande and Spartan doing in the meantime? They're killing Nature's Prophet. Like 11 and Desire top lane, anytime Kuroki moves out of position, they just kill him. I think Desire's done a really good job in this top lane of keeping the camps blocked and like contesting them a lot. It's like one of the reasons why Pudge has a lot of experience as well. Just kind of keeping out of his way, letting him farm under the tower, stopping Chen from doing whatever he wants. So they do have two pretty good lanes.
It's making sure Chen doesn't get the free farm of the jungle, which we've seen previously from these Chens. It gets him the fast mech. And Sumail, his rotation will lead to nothing. Well, he forces the TP from Rubik home and the Pudge away from the creep wave, so I guess it at least releases Miracle, allows him to get some creep kills.
Yep. Sad to have your rotation not work out, but the good thing about it is that you aren't losing your mid tower as a result. Like, you're not being pressured because you took that tower, the wave is super pushed in. Pugna's kind of just like farming and not taking your tower.
Nande, half health. Does get the ulti out and goes for the TP. Anything to stop it. And GH already spent his Fissure, so that's a nah. I'm getting a good amount of farm on these core heroes, Brame. But like I was saying at the start of the game, Spartan, it always worries me when I look at him at 500 net worth with a Sentry and 2 tangos in his inventory, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to have space to give a lane to their supports on Brame. I mean, maybe someone like Rubik could sit bot and depush the the wave later, but I think Nande's just kind of happy to take these camps, swing to bot, push that wave out, go back into the jungle. They have a ward down on both teams, but most especially Brame having that ward there is gonna mean that SF is always aware of who's in his jungle and if there's like danger afoot.
That smoke was scouted. Enigma had the vision. They saw it coming, so MC's already TP'd away, and they're playing into mid again. MC getting drained of his life through the decrep of Wish. Not enough to kill him, while on the high ground, the DP gets disposed back in towards the SF, but it's Sumail who's fighting back harder than Brame imagined. And now this map starts to become really, really tight and confined for Brame, with both mid and bot tier 1s going down, the ward coverage from Nigma allowing them to play into that bottom jungle. This then, by extension, allows Miracle just to free farm wherever he wants to go.
Oh, they got the Chrono. Gonna probably have to use it if they want this kill.
He's pretty tanky, he is. Didn't get his flash heap off. Damage from the bashes. Add in the Spirit Siphon. But a good save from Desire. Throws them back as Nande does get a kill on GH back into that bottom jungle. It's just all kicking off. Like 9.5 minutes in, we've lost towers. People are battling in these deep areas.
I'm definitely feeling for Sumail in this game. I think a bunch of his moves have not worked out. The one mid where they took that tower was great, but this is like the second time he's come top now and not managed to get a kill. Like, 11 is getting this top tower for free. He's getting a Chrono expended on him. He's living through it. He's keeping his life. I love his itemization of this Vanguard, Ring of Protection, and the Wraith Band. So he has so much armor coming out, more than like a typical Pudge, on top of that damage resistance from Flesh Heap. So great space creation top.
They're getting so much farm on all their cores. I mean, it's a slight net worth lead for Nigma, and that is the gap that we obviously see with Kuro and GH getting a lot more farm than their counterparts. So we have the Chen mech, and we're starting to work towards that Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, as he's saved up 700 gold so far. And these are definitely items that can turn the tide of battle.
Yeah, they got mad timings as well. Like, just in general, even though that Chrono didn't work out, they understand their, like, ability to pressure this Pudge now a little bit better. Next Chrono they can maybe use for something else, or just bring more heroes. Understand you need someone else as well. Oh. Invis Rubik top. They're just looking at Miracle.
Yeah, just giving him a stare down. So Mask of Madness treads into Maelstrom for him, as GH did to the Shadow Fiend once more. And GH is trying to find these little pockets of farm, but Brame doing an exceptional job of making sure that he's not getting any closer to that blink.
And
yeah, what's the reasoning behind Mom over Midas here? Is Miracle just wanting to play faster with the rest of his team?
Maybe his lane just didn't go as he hoped.
Oh, mid lane, the blast on Kuro. Mech buys him a little bit of space, but Spartan able to finish the job off with Wish. GH with a Fisher, though, allowing MC to TP forward, catch out the Marcy, no rebound available to escape.
Yeah, when it comes to this Mask of Madness, to go back to what you asked, it's definitely something that I've seen Voids go when they're struggling. Because they use the lifesteal to be able to farm the jungle. Because otherwise you just sit in the lane, you're happy, you're taking, you're getting your Midas, you're just sitting in the lane. But this definitely went quite poorly for them. I think they did a good job on Brame of just pressuring, killing Kuroki, making the lane difficult and uncomfortable. God, they're smoking top again. If
they don't connect on a meaningful kill, it's a good Fisher block.
Great
That
block.
should be the end of 11 now. Pudge gets the Dismember out. He's incredibly tanky, nearly taking GH with him. Needed the mech from Kuro to make sure they're all topped up.
I can translate this into a tower.
Looks like they can, yeah. Like in the meantime, we've got this SF who has a mom himself. Going into that Dragonlance.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A very fast farmer, this Shadow Fiend. Closing in on 7k, just 13 minutes in.
This Pugna definitely hasn't played out the way I thought it would. I thought he would be the one pressuring mid tower and being the one that helps take top, but he's actually played a lot around mid. It's sort of nice in a way, just because it alleviates a little bit of attention away from the Pudge early on, and this SF is recovering. I mean, his lane was fine, to be honest. It's pretty good, actually. But yeah, they've kind of just been skirmishing around mid with supports and stuff, and letting people do their thing. But for now, like Nigma, they've put this ward up top at the entrance to the river. So they're just going to see any hero that decides to go up there to farm. Because sometimes what heroes will do is they TP top or they walk top, and they don't show on the wave there, even though it's kind of pushing in. They'll just farm the hard camp and hide and wait and see if they can get a kill like that. So this ward just means that Nigma are always aware who's top, if they can go for a kill there, if they can go for smoke. They've got that sentry on that high ground cliff, so they know there's no ward there. There's nothing scouting them. I don't think Brame have really invaded their jungle at all, so I don't think they think there's any deep wards either. So I think top is pretty secure for Nigma right now.
Yeah, they already brute force mid and bottom lane, so they can breathe. Mind control. Caught by the rebound, dispose again. Spartan and Nande pairing up beautifully to find that kill, but the escape might not be as easy. Chrono is here, ready for Miracle, but the Requiem is going to fear them away. Spartan with the Unleash finds a double kill for Nande. Shadow Fiend picks up the double. Enigma not wanting to chase any further because the reactions from Brame, they're bringing 2 additional heroes down here. They want to continue fighting. Enigma kind of stuck on an island, but good time walk from Miracle. Gets him away. But the pressure on the tower will come regardless.
Oh, that SF move was sick. Just hiding behind the trees. I mean, that should, you think you're gonna die there. They're kind of trying to pincer you. Shiga coming from below, Faceless Void coming from above. It's kind of like you're in a lose-lose situation. But yeah, using that vision advantage and hiding yourself with that ult, what it turns into a kill, turns into a live. Like that's really nice. And I think now Nigma just try to aim for some timing where they think they can take a good fight. They need this BKB on the DP. They can look for pickoffs with this Orchid, I think. Mind Control, he's finishing that soon in the next like 100 gold. This as well, like GH is slowly working his way towards that Blink Dagger. He has to seed this farm bot to the Faceless Void, I think, who's also pretty poor.
Yeah, kind of in catch-up mode.
Yeah, it sucks when all your heroes are kind of clawing for some money. Like Kuroki playing Chen, who's like a naturally greedy support as well. Generally, you want to steal like enemy farm space with a hero like Chen or Enchantress. At least he has his mech, so he's kind of like core item's done.
Yeah.
And now you just let your other heroes have the space.
I mean, Sumail probably also itching to use this Exo to get stuff done, but he's gonna have to sit back a little bit, take a back seat in this game for the next few minutes to try and get that farm going. But yeah, that move down bottom also meant that 11 was able to push out a couple of waves top, got into the jungle, farmed himself to Aghanim Scepter, which he's basically got done already.
Oh yeah, he just finished it. It's coming on Courier.
That's like carry punch timings.
Yeah. I'm just thinking now, like, are they ready to go? We're about to finish a vessel on Pugna. I mean, they're smoking on Nigma now. They do have the Chrono. Like, they can definitely take a good fight.
It feels like they need to.
Yeah, the Orchid is done on Mind Control, which is a big point.
Well, this is one of those things, right? We pointed out in the draft. If they win a fight here, get 2-3 kills, they could think about Roche. They could think about these big objectives on the map. Spartan's going to be the one that breaks the smoke. Good silence from Sumail, though. Catches them both. The supports are down. Chrono landing on SF means they'll all vie for control of that high ground as they sprout and catch Nande. Decrep life drain, heal back up. The save from Wish gets him away. He's hasted. Speedy SF gets out of danger. Echo Slam from GH will catch the Pugna, though. Find the extra kill. So they do swoop through and find 2. Marcy somehow escaping that with her life, rebounding away from danger as well.
Oh, so she did. I totally thought she died.
I thought she was gone.
I was gonna correct you, like, actually, it was 3 deaths. Alright, I mean, it's not ideal that you didn't get the SF, but it's definitely a successful smoke. Any kind of move like that, which alleviates a little bit of pressure from your map and gives you that gold from kills, is gonna be alright, but you can definitely make moves now that Chrono's down.
That's the thing, though. Like, does it alleviate pressure? Like,
no, it doesn't. I lied to you. I lied to you.
You spent all your cooldowns, got a couple of kills, and again, we pointed out this during the draft. They just wait to respawn and go out on the map to play the game. Get the Roshan. Get the Aegis in the hands of the SF. He's gonna Requiem the Roshan as well to make sure no one's jumping in. No stealing at all.
Alright, well, it alleviated pressure for 1 minute while they did the Roche. Just during that one moment, free CS, baby.
Yeah, free farm for Miracle. He's got his Maelstrom now. Trying to work on that BKB.
DB's about to have hers. Miracle's quite far off his. So is Mind Control. Frame, I would say with this Aegis, they can use their Pugna to take top tier 2 if they want. Looks like they're already angling up there with other heroes a bit, but they're taking it kind of slowly. You don't have Echo Slam. You don't have Exorcism. This would have been a good moment to kind of brute force it, but I think they just still scared. You can always get that like Fisher block off that and get bursted down, right? You gotta play it a little bit safe.
SF doesn't know the meaning of safe, just pushing out waves, getting up in that top lane.
Hey, he's got the Aegis, he's feeling it. I think Brame still want to play for their map control, because Nigma, on the other hand, like, what are the things that they can do during this Aegis? They want to keep farming. They are aware that the later the game goes, the stronger Miracle is. This is their win condition. The Faceless Void outcarries all. So he's happy to just sit in this triangle and farm as much as he can. Meanwhile, Mind Control with that global presence and the teleport, he's able to just split push and throw out these trees. If they commit all their heroes to top to try and take a tier 2, I mean, GH is already set up there. He wants to defend it, it looks like. And Mind Control's just going to pressure bot with the tree ants, and you might lose your tier 2 while not even taking theirs. So I think not GH, but Nigma just want to delay.
Yeah, they're all green-lit now. Everyone's got their ultis ready. And prepping with wards kind of shallow in their jungle. Try and see anyone coming. And Miracle just sticking out that triangle, like you said. But MC will TP up top. Keep that wave pushed back. It felt like Brame maybe were in a position here where they could start invading a little deeper, hunting for the Faceless Void, but it's been a good move from Nigma to create that barrier in front of him. Make sure there's no real way to get towards him.
Now all their teamfight spells are up. We've seen how effective Teamfight was in their series
Nigma
versus Goon Squad, yeah.
Sumail, the one leading the charge. Smoke breaks, Wish and Desire. Another good two-hero silence, and the Chrono from Miracle aiming straight towards Pugna. No one to save him now. And 2 heroes dead just like that. DD Rune has spawned bottom lane. And it looks like Brame is still trying to get themselves back into their triangle to get control of the map again. But Chen, he just stands his ground and says, yeah, all right, yeah, come on then.
Yeah, he's got those creeps.
Come on then, Shadow Fiends.
Moving in.
Yeah, you're going to keep hitting me. Oh, sidekick on SF, that's a little spooky. And the hook from 11, lined it up, reels him in. Spartan jumping in. I'll aim for the Chen army instead, remove all of his troops.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So now another window, all the ultis expended. No, they still got Exo
No.
Slam.
They have 2 ultis, but the Chronosphere is the biggest. As long as you have a BKB up and you're not getting caught by surprise by GH, you're kind of okay. I do think they should still play, a little reserve. You don't want to be diving tier 2s, because that is how you sort of start to group up by accident, and then you get Echo Slammed. The Nigma have a really good way of disengaging this as well. Oh my.
Spartan. But if you can jump the Earthshaker and stop him from jumping you, great start to the fight. Blow up GH. Mind Control trying to give chase. Nande thinking about the Requiem, but BKB popped by Sumail to move towards 11. Gets the Dismember onto Miracle. Silence comes as well onto this Pudge. Miracle has to time walk away. Can't deal with the Aghanim's rot.
11 is just standing his ground. He's so tanky. It's so hard to kill him, even using this Exorcism. I didn't think that mid jump would go well. I genuinely thought that they would expend the Hand of God. I thought that would be why it's hard for them to ever dive a tier 2 tower, but they didn't feel like using it on GH. I think just because they understand, okay, well, he's gonna respawn pretty quickly anyway, and he already got his Fisher off.
And this game is slipping pretty quickly. There's not much in it net worth-wise, but in terms of cores getting farmed, Shadow Fiend is right up at the top, a good 4,000 ahead of the nearest counterpart in Mind Control. They've got map control as well, and taking out that mid-tier 2 into the top jungle to grab the outpost. I mean, Nigma, yeah, you've been saying, going into late game, they're going to feel reasonably comfortable with this Faceless Void in their hands, but they need more time to get there. Weather this storm for the next 5-6 minutes.
Well, we're bound to hit the Mind Control BKB timing. Miracle also kind of getting in there. And Aegis has expired. I mean, they've been using their smokes on Nigma primarily around this Chronosphere, and now that it's up again, maybe we see that again. It looks like Brame are trying to beat out that timing and start by themselves. They smoke up first. They want to taking the initiative. because Nigma are trying to be greedy. They are trying to get a lot of net worth. So they're splitting their heroes on the map, like Void being bot.
Just look at Spartan. He's just sprinting towards. Hey, is there a hero here? I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it.
That is what one tends to do with a smoke.
Yeah. Well, he's like 1,000 rage ahead of any of his teammates.
Yeah,
He's got no one to rebound off. Nothing.
Oh, he doesn't even have a blink. It's very, very.
Oh, he's incredibly poor.
Yeah. I mean, you were right, by the way. He is like position 6. I've been watching his net worth on the net worth graph the whole game. Oh my god. He had like brown boots for the longest time.
It's Spartan. I remember the days of him playing like Bane and not having brown boots 15 minutes in. Like
Jesus Christ.
that's how selfless this guy has been through his career. But he brings great huddles, great team fight shot calling. And he is definitely the voice and the leader of every team he's been involved in.
Yeah. It's like, oh guys, I noticed there's a sentry in stock. Don't worry, I'll fix that for you. Alright, well here comes the smoke. They do not have Faceless Void with them. His BKB is arriving now. Maybe he'll TP top or just connect to his team.
Is under attack.
It looks like they're just gonna kind of smoke towards Void instead and play it that way. Play off this haste rune.
Thanks. MC set up bottom tier 2 as well. The great strength of this Prophet. Similar as the Dawnbreakers, the Spectres of the game. Able to play away from your team and then TP in as they catch the Marcy. Quickly take her down. MC didn't even need to TP, so he can stick it bottom if he wants to.
Yeah. I think Mind Control's been doing a nice job of using the Treants to scout things as well. He's just been like sending them around the map a little bit. Like even then, I think 11's Pudge was scouted by a Treant. And he's just like forced a little bit back. Wasn't in position to save the Marcy when they went on her.
Well, it feels like they've broken past that period of spookiness with the Aegis on the SF. 30 seconds to wait until fast spawn, and that's where it's really going to start brewing, these team fights. Like if Brave aren't able to get a pick off and go into Roche, I don't know, I struggle to see them like sneaking in or going in there raw, because Nigma do have that chrono, the blink echo, you know,
It's so scary.
They've got to set up for Roshan rather than just go for it. They're trying to come bottom. Nande, Invis with a Requiem, left across. Fear is there onto the Faceless Void, and the heals aren't enough. They tried with the Hand of God to keep him alive. Now he's dead for 47. And Roche alive in 40.
I think if they had a smoke right now, they could just run back top. It's where, you know,
The important stuff is.
Exactly, yeah. But they won't have that, so they'll just kind of run instead. This gem on Spartan, I really like that pickup when you're ahead or trying to play a lineup like this where you're a bit, you know, afraid of getting to that late game. Being able to limit how much vision they have, especially when they're playing so many teamfight heroes that want to initiate and want to have vision to know the targets to get. Like, this gem is very important. I mean, Nigma have amazing wards down right now and have had for quite some time. This one in the triangle has gone undewarded for the entire duration. They have multiple cliff wards. This top is so secure for them. Whereas this, I don't think there's any vision for Brame. They need to think about how they want to tackle getting into this area as Roche starts to approach.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely one of the struggles when you're playing this 5-man unit against, you know, the Chen, the Prophet, the DP. They're all split pushing, shoving out top, TPing bot to get that lane pushed out as well. Yeah, you know, ping-ponging around the map, trying to contend with and deal with all these issues. And that leaves Roshan potential team fights open around the pit.
Yeah. So they used scan on Brame, so they knew Nigma Galaxy was playing up there. They're gonna play it carefully. I think both teams are now aware that this Roche is the big thing, and I think they're just gonna kind of slowly poke and prod it on Brame. They have the gem. They'll want to like slowly deward as they go. I think Nande being up like this is a bit scary, because yeah, this is, you know, he got scouted. Miracle's literally staring at him right now.
Yeah, doesn't want to make the jump just yet though.
Yeah, he'll just get hooked out. It's really risky to do that with no vision. I mean, they had vision, but it's gone now.
Time to go again? Oh, they're just gonna wait. No, you can't just walk into the pit like this.
No.
Oh, the Treant dies. They're going for it. Nigma.
That is damage.
Nigma have a scan, and oh god, you're right. This sidekick SF doing 400 damage a pop.
Oh, they're running.
Roshan is nearly dead already. He's trying to go for the Requiem, but he's been bashed up. Fisher from GH. They know they're inside, and they chrono the SF. Miracle with his BKB, but the save with a hook. Requiem now from Nande. Spartan's about to drop the Sumail, charging towards him, and the snatch from 11 grabs the Aegis inside the pit. MC with his BKB TP. Oh, inside the Sprout. He's away, safe and sound. GH with another Fisher block as they buy back Marcy. Pudge holds the Aegis. Nigma spent the majority of their team fight ultis for this, but a minor win from Brame?
That was hype. They stole the shot on Nigma, but the Aegis steal was great. I mean, I thought he was gonna go like 8 different ways. Like, okay, SF's in the pit, he's gonna get the Roche, but then the Fisher from the Earthshaker, yeah, he can't get it, and then Miracle's just in there. I was so sure he had that Aegis.
Watch it back.
It was like so scary. This like total clip on the edge. What a great hook save.
Decrep, life drain, hook save. 11 blinks in to grab the Aegis. And a stolen chrono in the end as well from that Rubik.
11, the massive MVP of that fight. Like not only does he save the SF from the chrono, but then he makes up for like no hero being in the pit anymore to then go and steal the Aegis. Like what a Chad. It is definitely super sad for Nigma though. Like, they get a shard as a a little pay prize, but like you just weren't like kind of set up enough. I mean they stole it basically from right under your nose. They gave that one moment where they walk back and suddenly they lose it all. But and
now really a lot on the shoulders of GH with his blink level 2 Echo Slam. SF doesn't have Aegis, so they make the move on him. With a quick lift, the telekinesis stops the combo. No chain stuns for you. 11's in the midst of it all as well. It does die. First life gone. SF turning to fight. Life steals a bit, but Sumail survives. Pudge now stuck up on his high ground, being drifted away. Was that the seal totem allowing him to bounce over the Fisher? Miracle wants blood now. Desire is in the trees. Fisher is there. So the Void can unload a bit of damage onto him, but the hook across into the Unleash Nod. Just a bit of a poke onto Nigma. Make them feel uncomfortable. As Mind Control TP's forward, but won't be able to catch any of the retreating members of Brame. They get the tier 3. They lose the SF and the Aegis. But it's such a fearful situation for Nigma to be in right now.
Yeah, that was definitely a pretty poor like high ground siege from Brame. Maybe relying on, or 11's been so tanky all game, maybe they thought he would live for much longer, but he died pretty fast with that Aegis, and SF got put down so low that you're playing into no Exorcism and no Chronosphere. I think they could have taken it maybe a little bit slower just to kind of siege with this Pugna, not overcommit. Now you've lost your Aegis, which feels bad, and you've given Nigma time for their cooldowns to come back up. So I think like Nigma in a very commanding position right now. You see already in their moves, they're just like taking this triangle area, trying to get as much map as they can in this period of respawn. This is the kind of mistakes that I think are going to give Miracle this way to get the Scotty, get the damage item, whether he wants to go something like an MKB, a Butterfly. We've seen Butterfly be very effective, just more and more attack speed, more and more agi.
Yeah, it feels like I'm struggling to really describe my emotions on this because, oh god, Nande, he's been dusted. He's been spotted inside his Silver Edge, caught out by Miracle and Sumail. They've got a hook across on the Faceless Void though. Gets his BKB off before the Dismember, but the Shadow Fiend's down and out, and Miracle is chasing the Pudge with a chrono on him. They'll find 11, and yeah, Nigma have broken past the fearful phase of this game. They've got towards mid to late game now with this Faceless Void. It was looking like Brame were in such a dominant position with the Roshans they've taken, with a move up to high ground, but maybe handing too much to Nigma now.
You can never get carried away. It's the one big problem. You gotta keep it tight, keep it clean. And we've seen how slow some of these games can get with these teams not wanting to give anything away. One small mistake. Obviously now they did use their cooldowns. It becomes another back and forth of, okay, they've used Chrono, guys, we can go fight. I think SF, when he respawns, he needs to just recouple his souls, and then maybe they could make a move. This is a Scotty finish now, a Miracle. He's looking really good. I think Mind Control as well, finishing that Bloodthorn, it really showed off for them in that last fight, just how easy it was to kill Pudge in that Chrono with the extra damage and crit.
Yeah. And this Faceless Void just feels like such a trump card. He's got late game security with scaling. He's got team fight contribution through Chrono. It's always one of those kind of safety nets you have here as Nigma, having overwhelming team fight through him and the Earthshaker. Oh no, Brame. Nande. He goes up high ground, hits into Sumail a couple of times. But look at GH. Eyes on him. Wait for that Blink Echo Slam. He's hidden. There's no vision. Oh, but they have spotted him. They get a bit of ward coverage on the high ground and trying to play towards Miracle's Void. Hook into Dismember, but the BKB comes. The stolen Chrono onto Sumail. Locks him in place, but they found the Rubik kill. Snipe him in the back, and Sumail's too tanky to contend with. Spartan tries to unleash, and Shadow Fiend thinking about the Requiem. Brame trying to reset around this Marcy with a Requiem Fear, pushing Mind Control back, but GH, with these Fissures and the Shard, he's just chain stunning people for days. He's got the Force and the Blink and the Echo. He's got the two of them locked in place, and Nigma, they've got this game secure now for sure. 2 cores gone, the chase for more. Oh, the Hook will try and save the Rubik, but it's not gonna work. The stolen Echo Slam looks fancy, but doesn't do a damn thing. A triple for Sumail. He's gonna be crowned the king of this game now as they break up high ground. Look for these tier 2 towers in the middle lane. Maybe push up top for the tier 3s. They've killed all 5 of Brame.
Yeah, you could definitely take. Got a lot of racks here. There's not very many buybacks. You have 30 seconds till SF's up, but that's without souls. So they can take this top here, maybe then swing around to the mid tier 2 at the least if they want to play it carefully. But Chrono's back up, Gary. You're respawning into a Chronosphere. They're starting to play their cooldowns the right way. Hey, we're like, okay, Chrono's down. Now we got you with the Echo Slam. Now Echo Slam's down. We got you with the Chrono.
Ulti-cycling to perfection.
Yeah,
Sumail with his Exo takes top lane. Mid tier 2's easy. And they just walk up the ramp.
Doesn't feel good to be a Brame fan right now, but they still got tools. You know, if there's a Chronosphere, but they still have the Punch Hook to save from it. You have the Pugna saves potentially as well. But this is looking like maybe another Rax here if they can't stop them.
Miracle just gonna shrug it off. 2 lanes of barracks for Nigma. Really hitting their stride now. Mind Control swiftly down to bottom to push that lane in. And Brame. They've spent so many of their smokes. They've got 1 on the Marcy. It feels like they've got to do something here to get in behind Nigma, find the Earthshaker, stop that surprise initiation. Because allowing Nigma just to come up high ground here. Risky prospect. Requiem left. Dismember in. They found Miracle. They've got the Faceless Void. Beautifully executed by Brame. Hand of God will try and keep Mind Control alive, but that's not working out for them. Nande picks up a double kill as they hold their high ground.
That area control with the SFO is so sick. Just like no one can really get in and save him because everyone's feared. It's very nice. And just being able to cover it as well. How many times they've done this game where Desire just gets that lift off, which just makes sure that they cannot react at all to the ult. I know they were doing that earlier. I didn't check if they did it then. but yeah, super well executed, good defense. I was getting worried because I was like, yeah, they don't really have that typical team fight spell like a black hole or the Echo Slam, Chronosphere, things that kind of ensure that you can fight back like that. But yeah, they use that Requiem very well. Gives
so
them
nice.
Bit of breathing room. They still have Chrono when they respawn on Nigma though.
And Brame do recover their gem. It was left on the deck in the Radiant Triangle, so they've managed to find that back. 2.5 minutes for next Roshan as well, so yeah, it's plenty of time for Nigma's cooldowns to come back up. Maybe even get a team fight. Use them, reset, and then go Roche with the next round.
It felt like seeing those previous fights, Brame really struggle when their initial jump goes poorly. Because we saw Nande just walk in and start to click away. And you had this like Rubik Chronosphere onto the DP, but I think Void kind of jumped away and he just sort of altered the quick, snappiness of Brame's initiation. And because it elongated how long the fight went off, like the BKB started to run out, everyone was sort of starting to be a little bit out of position for all this team fight, and it just kind of, I don't know, put Brame on edge, and they had to kind of start to run away, and everything sort of fell apart. It feels like they really need this sort of, in a situation like that anyway, it feels like they really need that quick jump and kill. Like, someone's dismembered and then they're dead, or someone is requiemed and then they're dead. Right? Anything that goes longer, you start to be at threat of all this DP damage, this Chronosphere, this Echo Slam. Even like Mind Control now is just scaling as that 3rd core where he has the Nullifier and the Bloodthorn.
The Doomstick, it's ready.
Yeah. But a great close game.
Thinking about item progression, I keep looking at Spartan, honestly. Like Shiva.
Please don't look at him. He's
fluffy
flawed.
hat. He's got a wind
You're making
lace.
fun of him.
Oh, poor little guy.
Alright, here we go. All spells up. Ooh,
Everyone's ready. 11 Pudge blinks away. Caught, but dragged away with telekinesis and dispose. Spartan is open. So they'll chase him down instead. And now Brahim a little separated. Yeah, Nande has to TP away.
Do you think Nande's like terrified as his Marcy's just running directly behind him in his direction? It's like, can you run somewhere else, please? You're leading everyone towards me.
Go south, go south.
Go south. Run, run.
This
That's
entire
okay.
map just crawling with Nigma heroes, though. And they go top, they swing there, take control of triangle, they're into mid, pushing wave. MC grabbing outpost down bottom.
I think anytime you're Brahim, as long as if they're using their smokes and they're not getting a core kill, I think you can be pretty happy with that as Brahim. Oh, he is seeing mind control.
They do have eyes on him and kill off the Nature's Prophet, but I think that's a price Nigma are willing to pay. 2 heroes, 3 heroes showing bottom means Roshan is a freebie for them.
It is. Good heads up though, I think mind control has been playing bot the entire game, which is obviously really good because he's constantly applying pressure, he's making you have to think about that lane, he's making it so that, you know, Brahim are committing a Rubik to the bot lane and stuff throughout the mid game instead of being able to run as 5. But yeah, at some point you recognize the pattern. Okay, he's gonna be there, let's go gank him. And it was a really nicely executed gank there.
Oh, going to 11. Oh my god, yeah, Miracle. Just goes in with a chrono, the Ags, the stolen chrono back. Spartan's already dead, and 11 trying with his BKB, with the life drain healing him, but Wish becomes the focus of Miracle now. There's another fight in the back as well. Focus all over the place as Nande. Oh, can he get away from this? He's spent everything. No Silver Edge and no Hurricane Pike, but he has the life drain until the stuns come. GH and Miracle landing the fishes and the bashes right when they needed to.
Oh yeah, they got that nullifier now on mind control that makes the save from Wish so much harder to put out. I mean, they're dealing too much damage for this Pugna life drain to mitigate as well.
There's no buyback on SF. So that means Exo from Sumail will lead to Mega Creeps. Mind Control TP's back across after buying back himself. Desolator there for MC. Gonna shred through these buildings. Miracle trying to take down the Nether Ward, but just poking at Wish a little bit there. Try to put this game out of contention now. This Aghanim's Void, incredibly irritating with his shard on top of it. Just time walking, rewinding, bashing on his way through. And Tier 4's open season for Nigma to break down these buildings and close out game 1, 41 minutes in. 20 more seconds for SF, but in comes Miracle. Bashing, cruising. GH with a Fisher block, keeping them in their fountain, and Miracle, yeah, just time walks in and clears out the Rubik. GG called, game 1 is done, and Nigma after maybe a shaky start in the first 15 minutes, exceptional play from Brahim. Nigma come back with their overwhelming team fight capabilities.
Indeed, yeah, they definitely executed their lineup to what it wanted, right? They tried to play it kind of safe. You know, we need this Faceless Void to get his items. Whenever he has Chrono, I think they did a really good job of bringing him and getting him involved and using that spell. Obviously, they had a lot of problems around, you know, on the way. I won't say it was a flawless game. There was, you know, wasted Chronos and mistakes made that led to just, you know, losing those Roches, you know, not being super on top of like contesting it, for example. I think Brain played incredibly all game long. Like, considering how hard it is for them to team fight into the overwhelming team fight of Nigma, they really, really impressed me with how they were, you know, just executing their spells. Like their spell usage, chef's kiss.
Yeah, especially when you lose two tier 1 towers in the first 8 minutes, right? You're losing map control quickly against the Nature's Prophet. But yeah, it's got to be said, great patience and very, very deliberate waiting game, basically, from Nigma to get those BKBs, get their item timings. And Sumail, deathless in that game, 13-0-12. Stellar performance from that DP from early game pushing and pressure along with mind control. To then, of course, being that tanky frontliner, just giving space for Miracle to open up on his opponents.
Yeah, like even when his like early game rotations, you know, didn't really work out, he was still farming like through the jungle towards them or back from them, and keeping up in net worth to be able to have that impact. I really I don't know. I think they played really nicely and just got to their timings. Obviously, like Brain messing up on that high ground push was probably a big key turning point for this game as well.
Yeah, it was a rough one having 11 holding A, just not ideal for them, but they tried to make the most of what they had. But Nigma taking game one, a good solid lead for them. Lower bracket run begins now. We'll take a quick break and return, see if Brame can maybe even things up, as game two will be coming your way right after this break.
sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to your TI11 Western European Regional Qualifiers. We're down in the lower bracket with Nigma and Brame. Game 1 already in the books, as it looked like Brame were, getting ahead of things, looking for that Game 1 victory, but Nigma, with the patience, the team fight, were able to combat and come back after about 40 minutes of gameplay. Cheapo, looking towards Game 2. Anything you want to change or anything you want teams to do the same going into this next match?
It's a little hard to say because whilst Brame obviously did do well and they got to that point where they could potentially win, and we saw some throws and kind of sloppiness that did lead to that complete turnaround. At the same time, I think Nigma were in a good position throughout most of the game. Like, you look at the scores at the end of the game. Sumail's 13-0-12,
Yeah.
Miracle's 6-2-13. You compare that to Wish on his Pugna, he's 2-5-2. He was only a part of 4 kills. In terms of the ability for Brame to actually straight up murder people, it was like their fights were a lot more complicated. They executed it, which massive props. They played great. But it was rough for them. It was a lot on Nander and his Shadow Fiend to do all the damage and kill people, whereas Wish was more of that supporting role, trying to keep him safe. 11-2, he was only 2-5-6. He had some great hooks and stuff, but yeah, it was their fights were so technical. It was just so much repositioning and stuff, and yeah, and it felt very unequal in terms of what core needed to do the most on Brame.
Yeah, it felt like one slip up was the downfall of Brame and those team fights. Whereas much simpler for Nigma to kind of just wait things out, be a little more patient. And of course, as we get into those latter stages of the game, Faceless Void always going to come out the victor. Yeah,
that hero's dumb. It should be banned. Do not ever let that hero into second phase, honestly.
It might even be worth just first phase banning it, along with your Lenas, your Undyings, your Chens, your Bat Riders, stuff like that. No first phase ban.
If a team is first phasing Faceless Void, I feel like you should be able to mount a good draft against it. Even though Nigma lost in their series to Goon Squad to it, right, in that game 3, they set themselves up to have a really good game off the back of that early Void pick, right? So I do feel like the hero is punishable, but definitely I wouldn't let it through the second phase, because then things do start to get a little bit weird.
For me, it feels like the pairing of Void Chen can't be allowed to be in the hands of these teams, because Void just time walks. He's got the heal from Chen. He's not really bothered in lane. He's going to get his farm, even if it is uncomfortable, like it was in that early laning stage for Miracle. He found his footing, got himself back into the match. As our draft for game 2 is preparing, almost ready and underway here for your viewing, as Nigma take on Brame, and first ban's going to start coming out for us as well. I want Spartan to have some items in this game, so I would like to see him have a hero that can maybe hit some creeps, push out some waves on a support. Yeah. So I think you're right with that Pugna. We really didn't see much impact out of that Pugna. He lost his tower early on, didn't get to pressure opponent tower, and then he kind of came a Nether Ward and Decrep bot saving people inside Chronos. It was a challenge for Wish to really plant himself on the map and do anything meaningful.
Yeah, I agree. I just would here's the thing, I don't want to say oh yeah, do something that's easier to execute. I think they showed last game that they definitely have the technical skill to pull off it. A little bit more awkward drafts on Brame's side. The only thing is just, if you're going to do that, you have to make sure that your moment when you can win is very clean and slow, and you're not giving anything away. Because giving stuff away to a lineup that outscales you the way that Nigma's did is just, death. And I'm fine with Spartan playing Poverty Pos 5.
Okay.
If that is what makes him happy. You know, the way you don't tell Schofield not to feed halfway across the world on the other side of the map, you don't tell
10
Spartan to
seconds
farm.
remaining.
Just don't hit creeps.
Don't hit creeps.
Make space, buy time for your
5
cause.
seconds remaining.
Get them big and fat.
We'll see a... Are we gonna see any spice up in the bands? We'll probably see some exchange of like Death Prophet and Undying.
Dire team
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I mean, there's the Faceless Void first phase ban. He's out of here. None of that, but
Yeah.
it does leave Undying as that first pick. So the other hero that was left in was Dawnbreaker. She was banned first phase by Enigma in the previous game.
Okay. Well, Brain prefer Undying, as most teams do, I believe. Enigma could respond with
10
Alina.
seconds
They
remaining.
could respond with the DP. They could...
5 seconds
They definitely
remaining.
can't respond with Faceless Void. You know what? You did call it. It got banned. I guess if you're not confident to play against it, then fair enough, honestly.
After the terrors of playing against Goon Squad, I do not blame them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's Chen of course too. So Chen DP. Very... We're probably going to see way more of this as the patch goes on, I'll be real with you.
Dire
It's such a
team
good
ban.
platform, right? Because it's tower push. You have laning and you have tower push. So you can add on team fight, you can add on catch and kill heroes, split push if you want to go that
Dire
way.
team ban.
It's a nice little avenue to branch off of early on in the draft. Bat
Now
Rider.
with this Bat Rider, it's a lot of pressure onto mid lane.
Radiant team
Assuming
ban.
he's going there. Makes it very scary. They're clearly like, yeah, we want to force Death Prophet off this mid lane, go to the off lane, and we're just gonna ban like the Queen of Pain, which seems to be the biggest hero that every Bat Rider player is having issues with right now. And they could also, yeah, like something
10
like Storm is no
seconds
longer
remaining.
needing to be banned, so I don't think they care about that. They'll just ban other stuff that Enigma like to play.
5
This
seconds
GH IO a
remaining.
big one.
Yeah, you maybe even consider coming back for, I don't know, the Omnis and the Abaddons, stuff like that. They can dispel all of that stuff off. I don't know, it might be a bit tricky when you've got Chen on your lineup. You want GH on these active playmaking position 4s like Earthshakers.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good to put him on a hero like that. It's not like he's not good at them. Obviously,
10
you know,
seconds
GH's
remaining.
IO is in that similar vein, and he's fantastic at that.
5 seconds
The
remaining.
biggest issue I see is just it becomes again a game of we have no supports that can do stuff on the map, and when Bat Rider's just gonna get his boost of travel and try and run the game, if you don't have stuns and stuff like that, it really sucks. And even if you have that support, usually these support heroes like Omni Knight, Abaddon, whoever have you, they come with the cost of being sluggish. They don't have mobility. They,
Radiant
you know, they're
team ban.
usually quite poor as well because they don't have great ways to farm. So when you have a hero like that, it does, you know, it can put you in a risky position. I'm not saying that they won't pick that 100% because I've definitely seen it
Yeah,
many times.
it definitely has downsides. They become these static, like, you know, servants
10
to the
seconds
cause.
remaining.
Sit behind them with their saves. But yeah, a good bit of respect being put on
5
GH's name there.
seconds
IO and Earthshaker both removed, like you were talking about.
Yeah, I want to see either something that can play make, something that has some damage. I want to maybe see something that can help deal with the Tombstone. I want something that can respond if Bat Rider dives mid, or at least pick a mid that doesn't care about it. Maybe some puck. We'll see a puck or something.
And then what do we see from Brain? Because they've shown their kind of 5 and their potential 2/3. So we're still looking for some of these hero pairings.
Yeah, what can they? I mean, the
Radiant
ball's kind of in their
team
court
pick.
depending on what they see next, because at that point they
Dire
reveal.
team pick.
Well, they probably reveal.
Oh, yes.
That's nice.
GH Earth Spirit.
Exactly what you wanted. That's perfect for me. It's a playmaker. It can respond to mid dives. Literally gives me everything I want. It doesn't deal with the tomb, so that might be something you look for at the end here.
10 seconds
But they
remaining.
kind of need to see what Brain take and then counter that, and then also
5
think about
seconds
something that can deal
remaining.
with the tomb. Maybe there's an Ursa Bear in the future. Maybe Troll Warlord could see that. But yeah, for Brain, right now there's a lot of magic damage. Not very many reliable stuns. You could probably abuse that in some way. I've seen people play like the Morphlings. There's silences to play around. That's probably the biggest problem. But yeah, stuff that doesn't really care about stuns. I mean, you could pick a Terror Blade here, for example, would be pretty nice. Some high armor versus the physical damage and the DP ult and the Chen creeps. Something that can go jungle if you get pressured really hard. Pretty nice matchup there against DP2. The only issue is obviously Nigma have the last pick of this phase, and they can abuse you potentially. So say you picked TB plus whatever else support, maybe then you get PL'd, for example.
Dire
Yeah.
team pick.
Things get rough from there on out.
Yeah.
Oh, Tiny,
Dead hero. Whoa.
potentially their position 4 here. So I was starting to think of, do we go for like a Dawnbreaker or something for Brame? Because that's pretty good. When Batrider's chasing, your Solar Guardian on top of them, you keep that fight going around a Tombstone.
10
A
seconds.
decent amount of
remaining.
heals.
Tiny. I know
5
Wish. Oh no, I guess
seconds
Wish is gonna play the Batrider, right? Oh no, 11 likes Batrider. There's a potential this could be a mid Tiny and a offlane Batrider,
Okay.
or an offlane Batrider with a 4 Tiny. And they haven't even revealed their mid yet.
Smoke and mirrors, keeping everything hidden.
Yeah, this
Radiant's
dumb
team
flexible
pick.
drop. Every drop is so flexible now. It's so hard to know. I don't even know if this is mid or
Well,
offlane. I
yeah.
genuinely have no idea what they're doing.
Flapping wings in unison with a bat, though.
Yeah.
It's a lot of lane pressure, though, having Undying and Viper. Batrider as well. There's a lot that you've got to deal with here as Nigma.
10 seconds.
Yes. You need to
remaining.
just pick a carry now that can lane into either Bat or Viper, which is a tall
5
ask,
seconds remaining.
tall order.
We've seen a bit of Slark come back into play. What are your feelings on that hero?
Slark is a little risky only because, like, if you're playing into Viper, it's you kind of get spit on right quite often to the point where the Q is not enough to really purge it all, and you're like losing a lot of health. Like pre-6, you can be bullied pretty hard by Viper.
Hmm.
It's definitely an option though if they want to play more for a mid-game timing.
Juggernaut.
I know they've. Okay, Jug is fine. I was gonna
That's
say
way
people have
safer.
played. Yeah. That's. I will say it's the same problem where the spin is on such a long
Radiant
cooldown that
team
you can
back.
still be bullied. But I think the hope here is that Chen will be enabling him to lane well. Like Brame are gonna have to block those camps,
Dire team back.
and stop him from getting creeps. Because when he gets creeps, I think Tiny and Viper both kind of struggle to deal with them.
And then you've got
I-
Healing Ward to fall back on. And
Yeah.
the one thing Brame have got to do is keep tabs on their mana pool, right? Bringing mangoes, bringing more mana regen by a Ring of Bassi or something. Because they do spit out a lot of spells
10 seconds.
very, very quickly.
remaining.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm also a
Saband?
huge. Oh yeah, that's
Seconds
good. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm a huge fan of Tiny Viper as well, just as a duo. One of my biggest issues with Viper is that he is so slow. And when you're playing a slow hero like
Radiant
Viper,
team
it
back.
makes it hard for you to get on top of people. And the Atos build kind of got phased out
Yeah.
a while ago. So having a Tiny who's able to go first for you, avalanche, toss someone back into you, it just makes your life a lot easier. I'm not talking about the lane, I'm talking more into the mid game.
Mm.
Just, yeah, Tiny really helps you. If you're like farming nearby, he can always kind of help connect
10
heroes to you.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's like during Arlington group stage, one of the most
5
popular duos
seconds
in first phase pick was Marcy Viper, right? You have that displacement, you've got
Yeah.
decent lane, got the ability to keep chasing people down and kind of unlock the potential of the Viper to keep going.
Yeah.
Now, MC getting banned out, Nature's Prophet and Darkseer both gone. There's still the option here to put DP in the offlane with that Earth Spirit and still grab a Sumail hero as your last pick.
Yeah, I don't know what it would be though that can lane into the Batrider really well. Maybe they want to do Puck. I know now that Puck's nerfed, a lot of people have stopped favoring it, but at least during Arlington, Tiny wasn't really dissuading Pucks anymore. Like a lot of people were happy to play into it. And it's a support, so it's kind of like whatever.
10
That being said,
seconds remaining.
Sumail had a baller game on Death Prophet, and I think that sometimes factors a
5
lot into who
seconds
plays the hero
remaining.
the next game. He probably feels great. He's happy to play it again. And we will just see a mind control hero.
Yeah, just in the mood for a little bit of DP.
Yeah. I mean, what could you play? You could play Visage, maybe. You don't have a initiator, like, other than Earth Spirit, but that's not that the worst. Like, DP's gonna be able to just have a BKB and run in, you have a
Radiant team
Earth Spirit roll. I mean, right now, I think
Oh.
Brame...
What
Lynx is
is
new.
that?
Dude, they struggle so hard with units. If Mind Control wants to just take some, like,
Lycan?
Lycanthrope, yeah, Visage. It looks... Actually, I guess the Clinx's new, the Barrage spell is not that bad, but
Yeah.
it's dodgeable, right? You can just walk,
10 seconds
just walk
remaining.
out of
Just
them out.
walk away from it.
Just walk away.
I mean,
5
yeah,
seconds
Clink's
remaining.
going to give you a lot of physical damage, decent tower push there as well. And I guess with like burning army, burning barrage is pretty good in choke points to try and burst people down. Definitely a unique pick though, and unusual to see it here. Also unusual that it's not an absolute last pick, right? Usually with these flavor picks that come out, they are grabbed completely at the very end, but maybe a bit of upset here, right? If Nigma have not played against this, like what do we do? What do we pick against the Clinks?
I just feel like you can abuse this with either mobility or units. Like the puck we talked about would be, I mean, like they have no stuns. They're going to be relying on trying to get some orchid or something on Clinks maybe, or
Choose your hero.
Derm. Yeah, okay, I can see it. This works too. It's just a different idea that I didn't really think about. You know, letting Sumail and Miracle have like free reign over a fight because you've doomed like the only thing that can stop them seems like a perfectly fine idea. And
it feels like a similar story to what we saw between DGG and Ivy. Like you think about these matchups, those matchups. Ivy wanted to play a little bit faster. DGG wanted to play into that late game to get pleb built up. And maybe a similar story here where Nigma feeling game one, feeling that they can be a little more patient, waiting until 30 plus minutes. So Miracle and Mind Control and Sumail all have the farm that they need. Doom is always one of those heroes that's going to get the gold.
yeah, he does. And if his lane is bad or anything, I mean, how many times now have we seen Dooms that don't mind, especially if the other four are good at playing together, which they are. Like Jug can easily get involved if they want to run him mid and push the tower a bit and then just spin out. As long as Wish isn't there with a lasso, there's nothing that really stops him. Like they have no way to cancel his like spin TP or spin out other than lasso, which probably lends to some peace of mind as long as you like can see the Batrider on the map and what have you. So yeah, maybe they can get him involved. Maybe they can smoke to his lane in the safe lane. I feel like all of Braim's heroes are very killable.
It's like, what's the scaling like for Braim? Like, I look at this and I think Bat, Viper, Tiny, Undying. Once they're going to hit a brick wall 25, 30 minutes in where, you know, Nigma, if they've managed to kind of weather that storm, get through laning stage, they're in a good spot. But then Clinks is thrown in there and I don't know. Like, I do not have a good read on where Clinks is, what he's meant to be doing. Last time I saw him, it was, you know, Arteezy buying Maelstrom, Sumail rushing Maelstrom, buying 2 branches and literally going Javelin, farming Ancient stacks. It might be the same story now, still.
Well, you know, just because of the way the draft plays out, you know, I want to, like, talk about Nigma's last pick as the key to, like, their draft, but Braim definitely are not, like, worthless here. Like, their draft is good. The thing that they have is absolute lane domination. They want to win their lanes really hard. This Doom, you know, he's picked here, he can recover here, sure, but, like, DP, if she gets halted hard mid, if they rotate with Tiny, toss her back and just like kill her, I mean, they can really like make it hard for her. Obviously, she's going to get exorcism and be able to still go for objectives, but like if you kind of shut down Sumail's game, it really hurts the tempo of Nigma, who need DP to be the one that kind of goes and does stuff for them. Same way with like Jug, if they can just shut him down and kill him, he's just going to be like sitting in the jungle. You know, he doesn't want to come connect and help the team fight that much. He needs to recover. He needs his Midas.
Yeah. The hands of Midas.
Yeah, like they have really strong lanes. They have Undying, they have Viper, they have the Batrider, they have abilities to rotate and contest these runes. They have ways to take tower with this Clinks. It's definitely not looking bad at all.
Pretty wild
Clinks.
bounty rune fights, honestly.
Weird.
People backstabbing, going in around. Still going to end in a 2 for 2.
Yeah.
But a D-Ward mid from Spartan there going to be denied by GH.
I think Clinks is a hero that is starting to see way more picks recently. In general, whereas before he felt pretty unseen, and when he would come up, people don't really know what he does. My experience of watching him in pro games is just that while he is a little bit slow, this barrage really lets him farm hard. But he can do ancients. He can farm the jungle. He is a much harder farmer now than his old designs. Also, Spartan doing a great job here of walling mind control out of the lane, and now he needs to connect this this lane to the one that GH is pulling. Yeah. Unfortunately, doesn't get the range creep. But that's fine.
Just got the Devour on it.
The Clinks is really strong. And with these items, that he buys, he goes like a lot of damage. He can get like Daedalus. I've even seen like some rapiers coming out. This hero does a lot of damage. The amount of little skeleton burning armies as well, like that seems to be quite value. And it makes it so hard to fight because they do a lot of damage, and they are just everywhere in a fight. It makes your supports like feel super hard to kind of walk up and get into the fight. Like if you're not building a lot of armor, it can completely demolish you.
Yeah. Yeah, don't even need the Aghanims. Just get the shard and have them pop out when you're invis.
Yeah, just every little thing makes fighting into Clinks quite difficult, but the counter to him, obviously, he's just a little boy. If you can get on top of him, you can simply kill him.
Break his brittle bones.
Yes.
Well, Spartan, like you said, doing a good job. Getting up in the face of mind control with all these lane manipulations going on. Dragon waves back and forth. And GH going to try and do a similar job on Nande there. Of course, we've got that mid DP against the Bat Rider, where it looks like Sumail taking an early lead against Wish. 14-2 against the 8-0 of the Bat. Well, this does start to change a little bit once we get level 3, level 4 on Wish. Get his bottle refilled. Look towards these solo kills.
Spirit the level 4's a big one to watch for.
Spirit Siphon 1 is going to be so annoying, though.
Yeah,
Kuro might just be the first blood. Poison attacks coming out of 11. He's got Mango there if he needs it, but decided just to go with the raw right clicks instead. Grab that first kill on the Chen. It does mean that Miracle's left to his own devices, not being touched by the Viper too much.
I'm seeing this so reliably now with these teams where they block the medium camp with the ward. I wonder if we'll see teams start to just bring the sentry early and like get that free gold. It's like free gold and XP. It could honestly change the lane because you get your level 2 faster.
Yeah.
Like if you give your carry the last hit as well on it. I don't know, it just seems like I've seen it twice in the series in a row, and I've seen it in other series too. I think teams will start to pick up on it soon when they watch replays and... Or just from when they deward it, because they do deward it eventually.
Yeah, it's like it's there. You know, the vision's there. Wish has hit level 4. Not able just yet to get in on top of Sumail. 17 one charges. Always a fear that you're going to have that turnaround from the DP. Wait for that 4-minute rune to come up and then maybe think about going for a bit of a dive. Could also see Desire's Tiny rotate. But currently very focused on keeping this Viper farming. And Dragon Waves back away from Miracle.
For Doom, we see a distinct difference here where we've seen these lane presence Dooms that max or put 3 points in Scorched Earth. And they just try to, be there and pressure the carry and not give them everything for free. But Mind Control understands that this is not a game for that. It is so hard to lane into Undying and the Burning Spears. So he's going for that Devour. He's playing just for catch up. And it gives GH space too, right? Like think about how easy it would be if the lane equilibrium is close to Jug's tower bot, you could just TP with GH Earth Spirit and get a kill there for free. Like a spin onto Viper should be pretty easy kill.
Yeah, even in the mid lane, if that dive does come from the Bat, which is maybe why Wish is being so tentative about his aggression. And GH's rotations definitely scary as they just go straight onto the Clinks. Tombstone's dropped, his lightning creep, the mind control's picked up, has not only secured him range creeps, but almost the kill on the Clinks. Places the branch, gets the salve off, and mind control dung to zombies. Spartan's got an army of his own, now chasing GH out of lane.
That was such a good branch. What a cool... Oh, 1 health, 1 hit from death, man. What a player. What a great branch play.
Sick little moves from Nande.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks so good for the Doom. Yeah, that lightning creep. Doing a lot of magic damage, 140 burst. And a good roll in from GH. I mean, maybe now thinking about going on Spartan. Infernal Blade there from the Doom. And a roll back. They want the Clinks. Sentry drop to kick through. Nande, again, so close to death, but they don't have quite enough damage to finish them off. But they're completely out of regen now, though. Okay, they've got a soul rep from Spartan. He'll walk back to base.
Maybe he can die to the tower or something. I don't know. You don't want to give XP away, but you kind of need to reset your resources. Oh, he brought mana on the courier. That's fine. And GH is just going to swing around for the 6-minute rune. I think Tiny should do the same. He's going to stack the Ancients instead.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, something that, like you said, Clink's very adept at taking. Batrider goes for the bot rune. RNG not his friend. Illusion spawns top. Sumail doesn't even have a bottle here, going for that Falcon Blade wand build.
Again, yeah. Falcon Blade build seems really nice. He's gonna rotate under a ward though. So they'll know he's coming. If Nande dies here, that would be really bad, considering they know what's happening.
Yeah, they see it all coming. Spartan was even getting a little pull off there. They'll go for the Undying instead, a little freebie. TP rotation's coming in as Sumail does use Exo. Tiny cancels. Pressure very quickly again, similar to game 1. Straight onto tier 1s with this exorcism. And while the Tiny's been rotating, he went back to stack, he went to look for runes. That's completely left Kuro and Miracle to reclaim control of that bottom lane. Viper on his own, not able to really do the job they desire.
I think Wish went like some full farming build. He didn't go point of flame break. He didn't really want to try and apply kill threat to a DP.
Yeah, trying to stack jungle for him so he can fall back on that as he gets the bottle refill from Spartan.
Yeah, I mean they might also just give it to the Clinks, depending. I guess the first condition that they need to do a lot is get Wish his travels, and then after that it's just farm up Clinks.
They've gone all the way around through triangle. I see Sumail, tombstone's out. Wish with the lasso will catch the DP, drag her into the Ancients. Not much mind control can do here, but watch Sumail attempt to TP home, and the Spirit Siphons keep him topped up long enough. While MC does bring down Spartan and down in bottom lane. They've got in on top of 11, but no further stuns. It means a TP back to Fountain will give him the safety he needed.
I guess that is one thing. No stuns. They even brought GH bot. So I guess at this point you should just commit to trying to take this tower here. And GH currently without TP, which is a little spooky, but I don't think they're gonna go for anything on Brame right now. Just there's no lasso. Clinks isn't gonna be killing anyone really. They are holding that rune bot, but it's not an action rune. This is an illusion rune into a regen rune. No action rune for either mid player. I mean, obviously Sumail making do without and still going top and making that nice play. Getting that tower to half health. Anything helps.
Just unsettling the rhythm of Brame. So far, their laning stages look superb in game 1 and game 2. Coming out on top on all 3 of their cores.
This is super even.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And Clinks is getting his Maelstrom delivered. So it is that very similar build we saw, I don't know, like a year ago or something, when Artesian and Sumail were playing it. There's the Maelstrom rush, farm stacks of Ancients, accelerate yourself incredibly quickly and become a force on the map.
I'd like to see Brame stack the Ancients a little bit more. They only did it once so far, but just it's kind of like an ALK. You're just investing really hard into your Clinks. Yeah, and they're just gonna take the current stacks in the jungle on Wish as Bat Rider and get him closer to those boosted travel. Sumail's actually coming in with a ward as well.
Snipes out. A couple of large creeps for him, very nicely done. And that little bit of high ground vision. Well, 11 on top of Miracle and finds the kill on him. Thanks to Desire's tiny rotation, they kill off the Jug. And he had 2 heroes behind him as well. Miracle dying there, a bit of a surprise.
I didn't see how it went down. I just saw that his spin's on cooldown, and I'm assuming they just like Viper striked through it and got that kill.
Yeah, they managed to catch him unaware. Yeah, looks like Desire will be stacking up the Ancients a little more as well. So Clinks can start to make that migration from top lane through his top jungle down towards bot.
Yeah, nice. They're bringing Exo to take top, so for Nande, he's got his Maelstrom, he's feeling good. He should just... it looks like he's waiting for that rotate, that creep respawn. He can super elevate his farming now with this Maelstrom. He can just like run it through the jungle, head to the triangle, take that, swing to bot, help take that tower if he wants.
They're smoking up top to connect with him though.
Okay.
So they know Sumail's here pushing away with Exo. And they want to try and fight into it. And this is still a position in the game where Enigma are waiting for key items. Midas Jug, Midas Doom still a little away from them. A good realization from Nigma that danger was coming. Tombstone from Spartan. Sumail with the 3-man silence gonna create a bit of a gap between him and the rest of Brame. So a wasted rotation. And now Nigma, they're the ones smoking and wrapping around in behind them. Thinking about the go once the Tombstone's down. I mean, it's 1 hit away from death, 10 seconds to expire, healed up by the Soul Rip for now. And in comes Desire. Avalanche toss back Sumail, but Miracle and GH with a long roll forward, whiffing on the initiation. I'll try and aim for the Tiny. He's the straggler. Kick the rock at him. Spin him down.
It's not bad for Brame. I would say I really like their move, because even though it doesn't result in anything, you're wasting the exorcism. I think they're still going to get the result of what they wanted for their fight.
Yeah,
Still.
GH just keeps going in deeper and deeper. You got the dust off on the clinks, kick some rocks at him with a magnetize on him, but he's got himself that death pack, tanks back up and looks for the next round of brawling. Viper now deciding to join in, but doomed up and clipped by another magnetized pebble. Mind control being burst down almost immediately by the burning barrage, and Sumail lassoed up. Wish finding the catch and the kill on GH here as the Viper is still alive somehow. He's on 10 HP. Survives through the doom. Miracle chasing in towards Spartan with a spin on the Undying. Throws the tombstone down, and Miracle decides he has to TP home.
Structures are fortified.
Brame, what a great punch back there. Yeah, they lose the clinks, but taking 3 with him.
And Kuroki hit level 6 just now. Literally just now. Imagine if that had been able to change. He was sitting bot the entire fight. He never came top. He was desperate for that level 6.
That would have been a game changer.
But yeah, God, like nice re-initiation from Brame, like turning even low health on clinks. He's like, I can get these kills if I just turn, maybe give my life, get this barrage off. I think Nigma, a big mistake there to keep going without your exorcism. They lost a lot of damage, and it did give Brame that space to get those kills. And, like you give Bat 2 kills, I think, off like just by running in there. He's now gunning for a blink dagger. He's got his travels. Like I think this is kind of a mistake we've seen a couple times. These Bat Riders, they get fed a couple kills and just have an amazing game off the back of it after a rougher start.
Just seeing that damage from the clinks on the Doom is pretty insane, though. Like from 100
Right?
to 0 in one barrage.
Didn't he get like Undying Soul Rip too? Actually, it's only level 1. Yeah, it was definitely mostly the clinks.
That's pretty huge damage. And Nande clearing through these ancients. Looks like they're going to give a bit of control in that mid lane. Tier 1 being chipped away at by this next Exo from Sumail. But again, it is patience from Nigma. That's the name of the game for them. They need these Hands of Midases to kick in. Hanses of Midases.
Hanses and Midases.
That's the one. And they're TPing in to defend now. Tombstone's there. Avalanche catch on Takuro. Chen just too far forward. Couldn't get his mech or his Hand of God off.
Good defense there. I thought they might just give it, but the ability to just throw down Tombstone, I mean, there's a reason Undying is so popular right now. You can just throw this down and then get complete area control. And they're just going to play now towards a high ground cliff ward. Look for another kill. Lasso's back up. It forces Miracle out of his farming space. He'll have to go top, but Mind Control's up there. He's farming. Yeah, the map becomes a little smaller when they play like this. So hopefully they can just keep this ward up for themselves. They're losing the one on the cliff in their own jungle, so they won't be able to see Nigma going in there. It even looks like they might want to fight.
Yeah, I mean, GH. He's actually got the catch on Clinks. Trying to solo kill him. Maybe turn onto the Viper now, but quickly realizing that's not where he wants to be. Lasso will be there to catch out MC's Doom, baited in by the Earth Spirit roll. Enigma yet again paying dearly for these aggressive moves into that top jungle.
A quick move from Nigma to just go de-ward that cliff ward as soon as they see Brame moving back top, but it's still map pressure. You've feeling afraid on Nigma no matter where you go. Like your wards are all up here on Nigma, and yet you're still dying as your offlaner. Brame is showing that they'll just go from one side of the map to another and hunt and hunt and hunt and look for these fights, because the nice thing about their draft is that they're not super cooldown dependent. Whilst Nigma are waiting for the exorcism and then grouping up and doing stuff together. Meanwhile, you have Brame who are like, okay, we have a Viper, let's just go spit on them. We can combo them with Tiny. We can just go throw down a Tombstone, which is, it's still quite a long cooldown, but
Just keep
Clinks
on
can
brawling.
just keep fighting. Yeah.
I wish. He doesn't have Lasso. Miracle trying to spin away, but look at who's coming for him. Nande and Desire with a Tumbler's Toy. Avalanche Barrage, kill off the Jug. Transfer this into a potential tier 1 push, but they also want to consider this mid tower. Thinking about traversing across this bottom jungle, even smoking up under a Radiant Ward, though. So GH is going to pop the smoke on some of them.
It's just the pressure. They have to sit there to try and take the tower, but they're TPing in. They're going for the kill.
Tower falls. Mind Control getting run at, though. Good silence from the DP to stop any more poison coming, but 11 is going to break past it, keep the hunt on, and MC denied to Roche, but not coming. Wish there with a final touch of damage. While Desire He's got the avalanche toss on Sumail. Back into Spartan. Flesh Golem, Tombstone again. Oh, the stuns. They're all on cooldown.
Nice TP for him.
And bottom tower falls to the creeps. Swing bot, swing mid. Clinks, though, caught down in that bottom lane, found by GH and Sumail. Everyone's moving so quickly across this map. Wish and Desire, they're back down here as well, with Spartan getting in front of GH will stop the roll, and a lasso finding Sumail. They've got the Hand of God to heal him up. Sumail with the Spirit Siphons, surrounded by these Brame heroes, though, as Spartan still trying to focus GH, but they're back on the DP. 11 finds Kuroki, a little deeper in the jungle, and Desire's there with a great avalanche. Find them the kill on the Death Prophet.
I'm sorry.
GH with a roll back in. He's going to get killed as well. Kicks Desire under tower, but he's done for. A double for 11.
I was so confused that I saw zombies. I was like, wait, didn't the tombstone happen in the river? I think they just followed DP all the way across the map. Just never got killed. Anyway, it wasn't that impactful, but it was just something funny. And are you just seeing how Brame is playing this game? They are everywhere. They take bot, they put a ward on the cliff, and they run back into their jungle, get a kill there, then they run back to bot, get a kill on Miracle, then they smoke back to mid, take a fight there, then go back to bot again. They are just not giving up anything. They are not letting up. They are just trying to cover as much of this map as possible. Their movements are super erratic. The only thing it's not giving them is like solid warding control.
Yeah.
Like this is the obviously the bad point is that you go somewhere, you put a ward down, you leave it, the enemy just come and deward it. But that's the only downside. Otherwise, they are kind of running them, and
But
it's
they're
not
losing
like the
towers
network is,
though.
They are a little bit.
It feels like until the Clinks is like fully online, they're not able to bring down objectives themselves.
Yeah. Usually I just feel bad when this kind of movement is happening because one core on the enemy side is like hardcore farming, but it doesn't even really feel like that. You look at the net worth and everyone on Brame is keeping up. Just by running into these areas, it's forcing Nigma to leave their farming patterns, and that seems to be why it's quite equal. I mean, they're not gaining a massive lead from it, but they are buying time for Clinks to just get super online. He's got that Gleipnir now.
Yeah, Sumail having a much more challenging game this time around. Previously, he was like 13-0. Now he's 3-2-2. Not as easy as it was previously, but we're still looking for these timings for Nigma. The BKB on the Death Prophet, Maelstrom on the Juggernaut, and Doom with his own BKB. So in the next 3-4 minutes or so, we will have everything click into place for Nigma in terms of items. But of course, that's 3 or 4 minutes here where Brame, they can really rack up a serious amount of net worth on this Clinks, who already has Gleipnir working on his Daedalus now. And the Batrider going for this Blink Force Staff. So opting not to go for the BKB, going for full maneuverability to drag people around and displace them. Spartan just going to take a step too far forward, gets his mech off, buys a bit of time for his team to arrive, and there's the Clinks with the Gleipnir on the damage. GH being burst down along with Kuroki. Spartan making sure that the Tombstone's dropped and a lasso dragged back Miracle. His spin's about to end, and that means the magic damage going to pummel him down into the ground. Hits the floor with a thud. Tier 1's unlocked for them, and Brame just rampaging over this middle lane.
Oh yeah, that's really nice. The heal with the mech plus the soul rib just makes it hard for Nigma to burst. They don't have that burst. They are quite sustained damage all at once, and it's just getting that tombstone down afterwards just makes it really hard to fight into. I'm just looking at the differences in. I mean, they're still going for more. I mean, this is Brame at their max confidence going in.
Go on, Mind Control. You just bought that BKB. Yeah, do you want to use it? The rest of Nigma are trying to come here, and he's actually battled back enough to force the Tiny away. But look at the Clinks. Destroys Kuroki. Sumail has to Exo now to chase down this Viper. Spartan lurking in the shadows. Mind Control back in, and a roll with a Doom on top of 11. Should be able to finally find this kill. Brame were considering going back in, but they've run out of mana and cooldowns. And this will allow GH to chase in for more. Spartan, he's got his eyes set on the prize there. Desire being hunted, but the Clinks with the damage. The Gleipnir keeps Sumail locked in place for that barrage to burst him down.
They have a
And now
tombstone.
the
They can keep
opening.
fighting.
Yeah, the move back in by Wish. Omni Slash does jump onto the Undying, bounces back off the Tiny, but Miracle now has to spin to survive any further aggression from Brame, because it just keeps on coming. Desire forced out forward, drifts into them with a Gleipnir, catching their kill off GH. The Nande Clinks shredding through these Nigma heroes. Mech from Kuro buys a bit of time for him, but he will not survive.
Tower is under attack.
All out aggression.
it just keeps coming. The net worth lead is still not massively growing, but it feels so bad for Enigma. Losing these fights, they don't ever seem to have any sort of handle or position of power. Like the kill lead is growing, and it just keeps trending this way. Then eventually Brain will take these fights where they actually have like a solid purpose. Like, okay, we're gonna go kill them now, and we're gonna get a Roche off the back of it. Because right now it's just like trying to keep Nigma away from farming. They're trying to stop them from hitting creeps, stop them from, you know, getting their item timings. Just keep snowballing. I mean, Clinks is getting super involved, so his levels are just going up. He's getting all that XP from being involved. He's getting his items. They're just, I mean, they're scaling to a good place. And you just see, like, I was gonna say earlier, you see a difference in how the carries are itemizing. So Miracle's gone for his Midas Maelstrom. He really wants to farm. Maelstrom helps with that damage on the spin, especially with the shard damage as well. And then he's going for a Lincoln Sphere. He is playing to be a little bit afraid. Whereas you look at Nande on his Clinks, he does.
Nope.
Gleipnir into Daedalus. He wants to output the most damage possible, and he trusts his team to keep fighting and doing well.
And they're getting a catch again. High ground vision gives them the jump on Kuro. Roshan available to them now. Kuro might have to buy back to defend this. Oh, I just don't know about that. And yeah, I mean, Clinks is probably thinking, hey, if Doom's going to buy an Aghanim Scepter at some point, why should I buy a Lincoln's? I think it's a thought process going through a lot of cores' heads nowadays with that AoE Doom available. And here we go with Enigma smoking. They're going to the pit, but Aegis is already grabbed by the Clinks. They are standing their ground, thinking about making a jump in this mid lane, though. Roll towards Spartan. We'll find the Undying with a Magnetize, and a good kick. Going to clip the bat as well. That's a tanky boy. Flesh Golem's out.
Pop mech.
Still has his back, and a huge avalanche. Desire will toss the DP back in. Your Scepter catches the Viper. Mind Control going to get the War Stomp and the Doom onto him. Focusing 11 and killing off the Tombstone. Miracle slices, dices into the Viper's back. And now the move in towards the Undying will find the kill at long last. Burning Barrage, though, takes Miracle to half. Doesn't finish off the job on any heroes, though. And GA just keeps rolling onto the Dusted Clinks. This is where Enigma, though, got to be wary. Reset. They've spent cooldowns. They're low HP. They need the Yules on the DP. The roll going to be cancelled. And Desire with a double kill. Find another. Sumail's gone. Brame hold on to Aegis. Get some huge kills. And they're forcing Enigma back again.
Look good for a hot moment for Enigma.
Kuro, the final casualty of war. Oh, I say that. I say
They're
that.
running him down.
Mind Control. Oh, that toss forward. He does get the preemptive War Stomp down, but Desire has another avalanche. Get into their base. They're just diving tier 3s to team wipe Enigma.
Wish is out of control. 0 deaths. He's speedrunning this best of 3.
7-0-12, yeah. Huge performance out of this Bat Rider. And a 6k lead now manifesting for Brame.
I'm very impressed just by how they're taking these fights. Even when Nigma get sort of like a little hold back into the game, like getting that roll in, it's just like they're holding their turns for the last second. If you watched like Undying, for example, you know, they go on him. He doesn't pop his mech instinctively. He's trying to kind of bait as many heroes in as he can before he gets that heal off, gets the soul rep. It's nice kind of trying to bait them in. And then you see, as soon as they overstep, as soon as they go too far, suddenly Brame turn. They look back around, and then they kill you. They wait for this Gleipnir cooldown. They catch so many heroes all clumped together as they chase, and do so much damage. This Clinks is outputting... I mean, it's just undealable for Enigma, it feels like.
He's doing like 6k damage a team fight. That's pretty ridiculous numbers. I mean, that was Sumail with no BKB on that fight, right? So now he has it. Maybe a bit of a change for Enigma here. But I am starting to wonder, you know, game 1, they had the patience. They knew that their team fight was overwhelming. They had Chrono, Echo Slam, Exo. This time around, they're much more reliant on this Doom to blink War Stomp. And I think more importantly, GH, every initiation he makes, every catch that he finds, it has to pay off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
One thing that makes it really hard for Mind Control, and I do not envy this, is playing into a Tombstone is so hard. Because your blink can get cancelled just, you know, off the cuff, and it can ruin the entire team fight. They need to be able to start the fight on their own terms on Nigma. Either Brame needs to like step out of position and they punish it, or they play around some super good ward, get like the Doom off to start the fight. What do they want?
They're going high ground. They're going up here with the Clinks. Doom's in, Lasso's there, gets stunned up so he can't drag her back. The DP gets the BKB off. Chen nearly dead but has the mecha in the hand of God as Doom focuses into Nande. Trying to catch him here with the magnetize on him. Yules into the air, they need the reveal. He's still dusted in fact, so they see the clinks on his run back. First life gone. What can Rain do to return into the fight? Omni slash ready. Here comes Miracle. Slices into them. The creep's going to tank a little bit, but it jumps on the Nande again. Down they go with the clinks. Nothing the back can really do to combat this. They'll TP away. Try and escape.
Got that little throw on the high ground again.
Desire. Oh, Desire blows him up. GH trying to catch him. Demolished by the Tiny. But yeah, the little poke up to high ground there. Nigma really showing that they can't be pushed over quite that easily.
That was a very key problem for why that failed so badly, and it was just Spartan overstepping. Like, he should never be pushing a tower. Like, he literally walked up on... You see it now. He walked up onto the high ground to click the tower. Why are you clicking the tower, sir? He needs to be standing back. He's the one with the mech. He's the one with the soul rave. Like, whoever gets gone on in front of you, you're meant to be the one saving them and putting down that tombstone to keep area denial. But when you step up like that, I mean, really, really snap decision making from Nigma to just punish it and kill him and give them that good fight. Because yeah, that's pretty much key for them. If they can kill Undying, their fights are so easy, or so much easier, I should say.
Oh, GH has found him. The roll missing that time. Wish very speedy. With his windlace, boots of travel. Force staff helping out. Spartan just going to chuck the tombstone down. Chase into Miracle and actually find the lasso thanks to the Ether Lens extended range. And in comes Desire. Avalanche toss. Miracle destroyed by Brain's counter initiation back in. And look at this Clinks go. Just a glide near into a barrage. Nearly breaks Kuroki. Wish. That's aggressive. Does find the pick off in the end. Well, just 3 heroes are diving tier 2 while the other 2 are killing off the tower.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, they're playing brave, and they have itemized really well to do these dives as well. If you look at their items, 11 has a Hurricane Pike. The Tiny also has a 4-staff as well. Like, on the bot, even though they lost that fight, when their Clinks got gone on and Omni Slash, they had 2 4-staffs to kind of keep pushing him back and try and disengage. So in maybe a more controlled fight where they aren't dying on their Undying and the heroes are in a good spot, like initiations from Nigma do become a little bit harder into stuff like that. You look on the other side and Earth Spirit's going for a BKB. He wants to just be able to go in and use his spells without dying. This Gleipnir is disrupting their team fights so much by making, halting their mobility. You're taking all this damage from the barrage every time you get Gleipnir. So GH wants to just get in there, not have to care about all this magic damage, use his spells and enable his team, get the kick, like whoever needs to be kicked out of position, get it off. And Kuroki just itemizing for a little bit more save, going for a Gleipnir. They don't have 4-staffs of their own, but they are all starting to get towards that magic community, like you pointed out, Sumail having his BKB, Jug as well having that spin. Just BKBs and Glimmer Caves. Maybe they can get a 4-staff on Kuroki as well later. I would like to see that. Just ways to kind of get people to safety so they can re-engage and get, reset the fight. They need to be able to reset the fight. Yeah,
or if they're getting jumped, or if they're the ones jumping, make sure they can actually finish people off before the Clinks turns on them. 11 on this Viper, also scaling incredibly well. Manta on top of Hurricane Pike. Skadi is coming. Now we start to get 30 minutes in, thinking about the next Roshan. How do we Viper control around the pit as the smoke is broken, the illusions baiting and tanking. The initiation from Nigma there as Clinks just waltzed in invis, spotted them coming. And look at Spartan, he's going enemy high ground. Miracle, gonna give him the Omni Slash, 4-staff across, Spartan's still alive, the toss there, gonna kill off Spartan as Desire does destroy his own teammates' chances, but they got the kill on Miracle. Nande was able to stand his ground. The wall stop now, finding the Viper. He's caught out of position, but the double 4-staff up to the high ground, not going to allow him to escape, though. GH lands his roll, and now they move towards the Bat Rider here. Wish trying to get away. GH, if he spots them, he's rolling on them. Desire's low. Clinks could still turn around and play with this, though. With an Avalanche and a Gleipnir, they'll burst through GH, find the kill on the Earth Spirit, but now the Clinks is doomed. What can Sumail and Kuro do? Penitent's in on to Nande, and they've got the damage! The Acorn shots in this Ancient Granite Golem pummel him.
Great fight for them. Honestly, I was a little bit
weird
scared
one.
when they decided to fight into the exorcism, and yeah, it did not pay off.
Wait, is Desire doing it? Oh, they're blinking to blink.
Oh,
Oh no.
he went for it.
Pennison's doing 250 damage off that talent. Actually gets them the kill there. Helps them out. Kill off the Tiny.
Right.
Right, this is a fight where Miracle got blown up initially and Nigma fought 4v5, right?
Yeah.
I guess
he felt
Undying
confident
died,
off
but
that, yeah. It's just usually when you're able to get someone to waste exorcism like that with Death Prophet like he went in, the smoke got popped, they had to back off.
now Spartan out of position. He got his ward down, but Nigma all in position. Wish gonna drag the Doom up towards the high ground spot. Unload a bit of magic damage from the Viper, but Mind Control has a BKB and dewards the Obs. Tombstone dealt with. And Brame now, 3 heroes down. Roshan's available. Yeah, I was gonna say Spartan just gonna buy back for this. Make sure that they can continue to contest the pit.
Don't have Tombstone though, and Nigma are very aware of this. They don't have, they do have Omni Slash, sorry, and they have Exorcism coming up. This would be a really good time to smoke if they want to make that fight for the Roche. They don't have Doom for 40 seconds, so if they want to be super safe, they can wait.
Got to deal with these waves as well first. MC gonna show on the mid.
It's
Clear
good to
it
get
out.
your mid pushed in when you're trying to contest Roche, because it gives so much information and vision. Like, no one can stand on that mid lane without being seen by creeps.
Enigma all grouping up again. Roshan has been begun. 11 inside the pit. Tombstone dropped. And Spartan with a damage amp out of this Flash Golem. As they make a jump on an illusion, Wish baiting Mind Control in to make that initiation. And Roche down to 2,000 health, dropping quickly to the Burning Barrage, picked up. Aegis claimed by the Clink, says Nigma. They strike, trying to fight inside the pit, but the Tombstone stacking up zombies. GH aiming for Spartan, trying to get in on top of this Undying, but he's got mech, he's got heals for days. And kill the Tombstone off, yes, but Brame got the Aegis, they got the Roshan, and didn't lose a single soul.
It's like every time I look at 11's build, I'm just like, he doesn't have a BKB. This is so illegal. But he's just in the pit, gets gone on, 4 staffs away. Undying, gets gone on, 4 staffs away. They have how many now?
3?
Like 1 on Bat, 1 on Tiny.
And Viper has the Pike.
Yeah, 1 on... Yeah. It's just funny that they're being allowed to do this. And 11 as well, he's going for Skadi. He just wants to play as this third big core. It kind of makes a problem for Nigma, right, where they want to Doom Clinks and that's it, problem gone. But if you have a Viper who's also 5-slotted with like damage items as well, it's hard to play with or against. Sorry.
How do you feel about double Skadi? Because it looks like Clinks is buying one as well.
Well, then they can hit 2 different people. So effective.
Fair enough. One hits Chen, one hits DP.
It's a really good stats item, and it. Oh.
Sheepo, there's a Clinks with the DD rune.
I'm scared.
Oh, Nande. I mean, how much damage he's going to be doing? Like 600, 700 a click. Avalanche toss. That was miracle. That was your position 1 carry. Yeah, he's dead for a minute.
Yep. Look at the control. Didn't even DD. He still has it, and they can use this for high ground push. You have your Aegis. Just please, Brame. I beg of you, just consider how to take the high ground slowly. Just think about the conditions with which you need to take it, and do not walk up with your Undying.
Looks like Nigma are going to find the Tiny though. He's swung pretty hard off to that right-hand side of the map. He's got Yule's Blink, but cancelled out by GH's roll. The rest of the Brame are swarming. They're coming in with the lasso, finding the Earth Spirit. Focus him down. The damage is ridiculous. Mind Control now going to get burst down as well. The DD on Clinks, 1,300 crits apiece. And now you've got a minute with no Earth Spirit, no Doom. Double Catapult Wave coming in mid. And a DD rune still on the Clinks for a good 10, 15 seconds.
Well, that is no longer a nice pick off. That is rough. Losing your Doom like that, especially like you saw the last time they went high ground, the Doom was very crucial to how they took this high ground. The Viper doesn't have a shard, so that will make the push slightly slower, but overall, yeah, they've got this deep Tombstone up, and they can just stand here.
Oh, and Miracle has to spin to get away from Gleipnir.
Yeah.
Tier 3 dropping quickly.
to defend. How can they do it? How can they do it?
I mean, Shen's cut waves in behind them, but that's not stopping this push coming in.
They're fine to let one Rex go, especially mid. It's not the worst Rex, just because you are able to kind of get to mid so easily from either side lane, right? So, you know, no matter what side of the map you're holding, you can always cut the mid lane. So Megas in mid is not a big issue for them. It's more the side. And now Doom's alive, they have a chance, a way to come back, a way to take a fight. I think what they did earlier, I mean, even though it didn't go well for them, putting the ward on that high ground cliff and trying to get that pick off on Tiny when Brame started to split up, it was a good idea. It's just, it feels like they're struggling just because they don't have the damage to burst someone really quickly and then get out. Like I talked about the supports not having repositioning tools like Force Staffs. It makes it hard to just Force Staff your Doom out, for example, and you know, do the deed, get the kill, get out. Which Brame have just been doing pretty much non-stop for 36 minutes.
Yeah, because once Enigma are in a fight there, they are hard committed. You use Exo, you're committed. Use Doom, you're committed. If mind control jumping in, you need that target to die. But yeah, you're right. It's like Magnetize, Doom, Exo, all extended periods of damage. Not that burst that they kind of need.
It honestly might even be ideal for Nigma to try and win a fight outside of the base. Just... they have only one buyback, so it's very scary.
Nicely done there by Nigma, though, getting a bunch of neutral items with these Hands of Midas. Making sure they get that guaranteed neutral drop as they all come up. Havoc Hammer, Spell Prism, Flicker. Our Flicker's going to be a big one this game as well. I guess Viper back. Undying.
Very nice, yeah. Who's going to take it, DP? No, she went Prism. Doom?
GH has got it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Doom holding the Havoc Hammer.
Yeah.
What about the Dire team? What they got? Telescope, a hammer for themselves. And Telescope here, what, for the bat or so? He's got Quickening Charm right now, though.
Spawn has the most important neutral item. He is by far the strongest person on this map right now with that neutral item.
Verdurous Gale. Dale.
It's not even that good of an item. The heal is negligible. But the 100 health, baby!
Oh, hell yeah. Well, they've caught him now, though. Is that 100 HP gonna allow him to survive? They drop a sentry for vision, but the Force Staff's getting back down to low ground. GH not landing that roll. And Spartan, that tombstone is in a prime position. He's going to get spun down by Miracle. GH rolling into the back. He's aiming for the Clinks. They'll take down the Undying now as the Gleipnir turn around, blowing up the Earth Spirit, but the Clinks is doomed up. MC focusing straight in with the help of Sumail to try and catch Nande, but he's on the run. Little Skelly bro, where are you heading? Off to the left-hand side while the Viper turns the fight. Omni Slash bouncing into illusions and creeps, but they get the MC kill. Brame turning on Miracle now. 11 not able to stun him or catch him as they'll use up the Golem. A spin allowing Miracle to TP away.
Yeah, this is the beauty of your Viper, going these items. They doomed the Clinks. He ran for his life and died, but you still have other people able to do damage and threaten you.
And Kuro Chen just going to drop quickly in his own jungle. Clear up his army of ancients. Dragon and Golem. Both being picked off by the Viper.
Miracle having this Lincolns was nice, though. This might be the first fight where he hasn't just got blown up and died, and it's definitely harder now, you know, for Batriders to just simply start and get him, because while they have ways to pop the Lincolns, it makes the kind of initiation just a little less clean. Are they up to four? They're up to four staffs now. As well.
Yeah, I'm just watching this Undying back. He goes up high ground, gets forced to low ground, he dies. But then Nigma in such an awkward position where they're trying to go up into the triangle. They're stuck on low ground in the river. MC and Sumail do the best they can. They kill off the Clinks in the end. But then you just left your Miracle Juggernaut here to his own devices to try and Omni Slash save himself and spin TP home. These fights are getting real scrappy and awkward.
It does feel like whenever Nigma go, like, take a long fight, they just sort of lose it. But it also feels like they're not good at bursting heroes, so it's really weird. I think they maybe need to get to this position where Mind Control has his refresher, because dooming Clinks, yeah, nice. If they can doom Clinks and Viper, or Clinks and Batrider, you know, any combination really, that would make their fights just beautiful. And then it becomes a game of like, okay, we have to hold our buybacks on Brame, and maybe we win a fight by fighting near a tower or an objective, like an outpost, and and we can just buy back and keep fighting, and then they don't have double refresher Doom, and we can win the fight, and we can keep hunting them down and pressure to end the game. Or we need to play really hard around this Roshan so we have the Aegis and the second life, and then the refresher Doom doesn't mean anything. Kind of goes both ways that they have to play around it, but this refresher would definitely go a long way to help Nigma and their team fighting.
Where's Nande going? He's death factored up. What is he doing? 500 a click? Not bad. Rapier's queued up. And bottom lane getting chipped away at, so Enigma the ones, again, that have to react. Come back bottom.
It's so risky. When you're playing into a Doom, which is nearly certain death, that's honestly quite scary. I mean,
It absolutely is.
it would feel better if they had... Oh, he has a Lincolns now. I was going to say, it would be nice if someone else also had a Lincolns and they could put it on him. And then that way he's kind of safe, right? Even if they break the Lincolns, he has his own Lincolns, so it's like kind of double Lincolns. And then you can just siege with him.
GH up to high ground, gets the ward down. They've got perfect vision now as he rolls back towards the pit. The avalanche toss trying to catch in onto Enigma's backlines. Spartan being spun down, but 11's already picked up the Earth Spirit, forcing him to buy back. And 11, the Omnis Slash is directly onto him, but Spartan actually drags it away and tanks it for him. So 11 can turn and fight. Mind control, being chased around by zombies, as is Kuro. 3 hits though, that's all it takes for the Clinks to bring him down. They'll turn onto Nande, full stab him away. Lotus Orb up on the Clinks now as well, but Doom slow to a crawl inside the Nether Toxin as Nande grabs a double. Nigma losing heroes left and right. DP stuck up on the high ground. Wish will burn down Sumail. And a huge team fight for Brame opens up Roshan for them.
I was watching 11 that entire fight. Man is on the edge. Dude, he is not dying. He is not giving anything. But how did DP get lassoed onto the cliff?
I don't know.
Alright, I want my replay. Help me, Observer.
like
I need your assistance.
4 different fights at the same time. Like GH
know,
rolling
right?
in the back. There's Viper fighting with the jug.
Alright,
Look.
I want the replay.
If he gets full staff up to high ground, or does he get tossed?
Tossed.
Tossed to what?
Does he have the
talent?
Yeah, he
He has the talent.
Damn, what a winning fight. Does it get cancelled as well? I see him TPing in the corner of the screen. Nice avalanche.
It's there. I mean, MC comes in. I'll just watch this Viper. Full staff across, saved, Manta's out, gets another Toxin down, and then Miracle, just no options whatsoever. So we're going to lose every barracks in this Nigma base, and we're going to lose Kuroki as well. Wish just straight up refreshes, so he's got a lasso ready to go. Round 2.
What an abuse of the lack of tools on Nigma. Like, we talk about how these 4 staffs have been so impactful all game.
And they've caught out Doom now. And they'll lose Spartan, but Mind Control dragged inside the Nether Toxin. Destroyed by Nande. And Miracle dipping back into Fountain. Tier 4s, they need to be defended. This Viper and Clinks opening up on them quickly. And Desire. That's an aggressive move. Does get out his Ghost Scepter, and he's got 4 staffs all the way home pretty much, just drifting away as GH. No buyback for him. All Mind Control means we're in a 4 or 5 versus 3. Clinks, don't forget, does still have the Aegis. Multiple lives for him and Desire. Tossing Sumail around. Miracle will try and spin into the Tiny. Yes, he gets a consolation prize. Maybe a little bit more here. Sumail, BKB TP. The Omni Slash coming into play. Bouncing across illusions, but the Ghost Scepter from Wish keeps him safe and sound. And Miracle. He's got buyback available, but it feels like they're down and out now here in game 2. Brame are going to throw everything they've got at them. They lose the Viper, but buybacks out of the Tiny, and maybe 11 here will shut out this game as the Aegis, it will be claimed, but Nande already on an ultra kill. And Desire looking for another round. Avalanche toss. Where's the Jug gone? He's gone northwards. Nande's hunting for him. They could go for throne, but they want to go for kills. Come on, let me kill off Miracle one more time. No mana for lasso here from Wish, but they'll have the Avalanche toss combo, and down you go. Earth Spirit, the only man standing between. Yeah, well, it's just called GG. Straight out from Kuro. They know it's done. And we're heading to game 3.
What a series this is turning out to be, Gary. I love this game. Just seeing how Brame completely transformed and took just the map by storm. They left no area free for Nigma to ever just relax in. They understand, okay, if Jug, DP, Doom, all these heroes are just allowed to farm with their Midas. They went 2 Midases. If you just let them farm up, they're gonna win the game. Like, their lineup just kind of scales better to that point. But Brame, by taking that super aggressive approach, they delayed every timing. They secured their Roches. I think Nanda getting involved in everything was absolutely fantastic play. Obviously, Wish on his Batrider without deaths all the way to the end. These 4 staffs on everyone, allowing them to just like Nigma go in. They 4 staff out. They 4 staff out. They 4 staff out. They drag Nigma further and further and further out of position, and then turn around and punish them. And I love that. Nigma, on the other hand, they didn't have these types of items and tools. We saw Sumail get cliff there. That sucks for him. You have no 4 staffs on your team. The only thing that can even help you is like GH rolling on you and then kicking you down, but that's so hard.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rapiers there at the end as well. Batrider holding one, Clinks had one, and doing tremendous amounts of damage. In the end, that Clinks 55,000 damage. And compare that to Miracle's 36, there's a pretty big gap there. But you're absolutely right. It's a suffocating performance from Brame, just completely closing in on Nigma there in game 2, showing what they're made of, tying things up, and making sure that it's no easy route for Nigma here. And dropping down from the lower bracket here, facing up against some severely challenging opponents in Brame, showing that it's the outskilling, the outplaying, the kind of outdrafting as well. That Clink's last pick was a bit of genius. Beautiful stuff from Nande, but we'll have a quick break and return with game 3 to see what actually is in store for us. So we'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, welcome back. Here we are as Nigma Galaxy take on Brame in Game 3. Brame able to tie things up with that Game 2 victory. Stellar performances all around. And a little bit of a surprise twist at the end of their draft with a Klink's pick. And Sheepo, as we see tournaments, drafts, series develop, we usually have small refinements, little things being tuned here and there. But some big switch-ups happening. Bans completely changing on Nigma's side.
Feels like they change between every game, and there's just a new problem and a new problem, and you have to decide what problem you let through in the end. This would be the first game of this series where Enigma has now gotten through, as Enigma decide that Undying was too big of an issue, and Brame have first pick. They actually didn't even take that. I think the dice roll, or the coin flip, sorry. I think Brame won it, but they took Dire, and Enigma took second pick, I want to say. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, they're like decided that they're fine just banning this Undying and going forward. Alchemist, a very brave first phase hero. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So does this indicate it's a flex pick, or is this just them being confident in the Alch? Excuse me.
I'll be real with you. I ain't no idea.
Yeah, like I'm looking at this thinking, maybe we see a 4 Alch, a 3 Alch, something's gonna come out here.
10 seconds
I've not liked. I mean, looking into the history of Alch as a support, I've not really enjoyed seeing it that much. I know OG were playing with it, Misha played it, Seb played it, and every time I didn't really like it. I know they gave it a couple buffs in a new patch with that. Was it a talent or something that allows the acid spray to give armor to allies now? Yeah, but it doesn't really make sense as, oh yes, this is the big buff of Alchemist. We're gonna pick it into Enigma because it pretty much isn't relevant against that hero. And I would say Alch as a core is even countered by Enigma.
All your net worth goes down the drain inside a black hole. Getting sucked away. I mean, maybe the argument is Eidolons plus a ranged support deals with so acid spray again with a ranged support deals with Eidolons in the laning stage, but yeah, definitely a curious one. And going back to their own DP, it felt like Sumail is kind of zoned in, locked himself on his hero this series. Looks pretty good on it.
10
And Earth Spirit for
seconds
GH
remaining.
was definitely a menace in the previous game.
5 seconds remaining.
It was nice, but the biggest problem I had with it compared to this Tiny, right, and we're seeing this again in this game, was Tiny found a lot more ways to get gold. Well, at the end, he had like 15k net worth, and in these mid-game fights, this Tiny has a Blink, this Tiny has a 4-staff, he's starting to build towards a Lotus Orb and a Yules, and he has so many ways to help get involved in these fights to either save allies or halt the enemy. Meanwhile, GH, all he was able to really scrape together was Brown Boots, Urn, and a BKB. He didn't even finish upgrading his stick into a wand. And that feels bad. It feels really bad. Like we saw when Sumail got clipped, they needed that 4-staff. You see just the amount of versatility that Tiny's able to have in comparison. And if this game, if Nigma don't really pop off, we could see a similar situation where he's kind of poverty.
I'm starting to wonder what Kuro is going to be playing this game, though. Enchantress, Chen gone. Can't even go back for any of these other kind of GH cross Kuroki flex heroes that maybe they could have picked up with the Io, the Earthshaker. Lots of support bands from Brame aiming towards them. Disruptor is something that Kuro has played from time to time. Maybe, grab something like I don't know, Phoenix here.
For Brame, they... Actually, if you want to finish out Nigmas, I mean, for them, they could go still just any kind of lane, strong laner. They have Edge open to them still. Oh no, Edge was banned. Sorry, my bad.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's no AA Undying. Like a lot of Kuro's hero pool is just gone.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, go on with Brame. That's their pick. They're going into reserve time.
Damage! I want damage. Tiny is damage, but I would like more damage. You are playing into Alk. You're playing into DP. These are heroes with a lot of health, and I want to see ways to kill them. You have this Enigma Black Hole. Sure, what are you pouring on top of it in the early game? I like this Shadow Shaman a lot. Fighting into the stuns, the Eidolons, Tiny's combo, some Shadow Shaman, ult, Zeus. Yeah, this is damage.
That's your damage.
And I like it. I like it a lot. It also is nice when you're playing into kind of big meaty boys. Zeus's shard giving that percentage damage just makes things a little bit easier. And as well, you have that Midnight Pulse. So it looks like they shouldn't have any struggle to really kill Nigma's heroes this game. The biggest issue I see for them is just that they are quite squishy early game. Obviously, Tiny's going to work his way slowly towards that Blink. They're going to have to give him a lane to kind of get that, or he'll get it through just kills in the early game. The Shadow Shaman can die quite easily to Earth Spirit. Plus, I mean, right now they could just pick some initiating guy that goes in. And I feel like Shaman would have a rough game. Like, maybe something with kill pressure on lane. You could I'm just thinking, like, back... Because CK used to be a really popular hero, but it kind of stopped getting picked up. Because even though it'd be like, oh, I don't want to play CK, there's an Enigma Black Hole, and there's Zeus, and it sucks. But, like, the burst ability to just massacre someone at the start of a fight with Blink, and also, like, the laning presence of the stun, it used to be, like, quite terrifying, but I don't think Mind Control really plays it.
I kind of feel like you want ranged hero with Earth Spirit as well. And Winter Wyvern looks like probably going to be Kuro's hero here, but they do still have the potential flex, and it's probably one of the perfect times to do it with the Death Prophet. Sumail plays it 3-4 games in a row, and you're like, Sumail, and then suddenly, oh, Mind Control's playing it, eh? I didn't quite expect that.
Yeah, 100, they could definitely do that, and it pairs nice with this Earth Spirit.
100? Yeah, all right.
I'm sorry, old man. Yes, Gareth, 100%. They could definitely put the Death Prophet in the off lane.
Dire team ban.
Yeah. You little zoomer.
Whatever. They needed something to cancel this black hole, threaten it, and the Winter Wyvern does a good job there. It just feels like they are trying to cover little weaknesses and holes. I think this opening of Alt DP is so bold to me. It reads that they have a game plan in mind of how they want to play the game. Like, it's pretty exposed, right? Like, Brame get to answer and try and deal with this and come up with their own strategy of how do we want to counter this, because otherwise it's just, okay, we're picking supports and utility and stuff to sort of deal with Brame's lineup and deal with that as they go.
Yeah, I mean, Brame, coming back to the Shadow Shaman pick, it's always nice to have this support being able to cover one of your weaknesses for their side as well, being tower push. Enigma, pretty good with Eidolons and Wraith Pact and whatever, but having that additional ability to even mirror what the DP's doing. Like if Sumail shows with his DP exoing a tier 1, you've got Shadow Shaman going off to the other side of the map and finding the return kill on a tower elsewhere.
And the biggest thing, Gary, the Roche. How many
Yes.
times have we seen the Shadow Shaman hit level 6 and they're like, alright boys, to Roche, and do a 12-minute Roche with Shaman wards. They can
5
absolutely
seconds remaining.
steal that right from under Nigma's nose if they're not careful, because it's something that they're going to want to do. And this is kind of like a general DP pattern. Use first Exorcism for a tower. If it doesn't go down, use the second Exorcism to secure the tower, and you need to use the next one. If you're really, really strong, you can maybe use the second, third Exorcism to take the Roshan. If not, you take the mid tower, and then you use the next one for the pit, right? But Shaman can definitely do it way earlier. You can tank with these Eidolons.
Radiant team pick.
You're gonna have oh, the Clinks is back.
It comes around again.
But it's to be fair, it is definitely a little bit harder this game because your ability to chase is a lot weaker on Brame. Like there's no bat running someone down
10 seconds
and
remaining.
stuff like that. They have still a lot of useful tools. They have
5
like
seconds
Blink
remaining.
Tiny's going to be able to toss people back. Shaman also might be looking towards getting that Blink and doing a lot of pickoffs. Same with Enigma. There's a lot of kind of Blink potential here on them.
They've also got a lack of, a hero that goes in and breaks vision, right? Tiny kind of wants to wait till he sees his target to blink out a toss. Shadow Shaman kind of squishy. Is Klink's going to be the one just invis running in to start the fight? Or is this Brame just looking to counter-initiate onto what Enigma bring towards their towers and towards Roshan?
I think Tiny might just have to tank it. But
Okay.
something that is always nice is you're playing with Zeus, so whenever they're making a move, they have the option of, okay, we think something's up, let's just pop the Zeus ult.
You may now select your
Hi.
heroes.
Sniper! Here we go.
Oh
Miracle
my God.
Sniper.
I love sniper games.
And
I'm
it's
so
the-
excited.
It's the MCDP and Kuro's playing Alchemist. Sumail's playing Winter Wyvern. It's a complete change-up.
Wait,
They're
what?
going here into game 3, completely changing what they've been playing the past few series and games.
I think Wyvern is meant to be good against Zeus mid. I feel like I remember seeing that matchup happen at Arlington. I feel like... Oh god, my memory is failing me. But I think this actually is not a bad matchup for mid.
Okay.
Even though obviously the kind of... the first thing you think of is, oh, but he uses Cold Embrace and then Zeus uses Electric. But no, I think it's pretty good. I think the range from Wyvern is really nice as well.
You outrange him with Arctic Burn. You kind of counter push the wave with your Splinter Blast.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm a fan of it for sure. They have a lot of really long range cores on Enigma Galaxy this game, and Brame don't really have the reach to deal with it. They have to be really keen with their vision game, which Zeus helps with for sure. But they need to be
He
getting on
does.
these wards.
I think that kind of compounds the fact they don't have that tanky initiation hero as well. If they're not able to break past the front line of a Kuro, Alkan, and GH Earth Spirit to get onto the sniper and get turned around on by a curse or a kickback from the Earth Spirit, things could be difficult for them. But yeah, a weird and wonderful draft from Nigma here. Kuro Alchemist, definitely something that I'm excited to see what he does with.
I'm so turned off by Out 5. It is. I'm just not a fan of this hero. He feels so sad, but I'm not gonna say it's worthless. I just don't like it. It's like a personal thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have an acid spray with Sniper in lane, potentially against that Enigma with the Eidolon, so they've got ways to deal with that. And GH with this Earth Spirit pairing with a DP of Mind Control can have a pretty solid lane themselves against a Clinks and a Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
I think Enigma Galaxy have set themselves up really nicely with kind of wonky picks to win out lanes, got good team fight, scale into that late game as well. But Brame, they have Enigma. And it always feels like he's that, he's that one up. He's the ace in the hole. Like, hey, I've got Black Hole. I've got the ability to also just push out waves and force you to react to me over and over again. As Nigma are all smoked up, and they see Nande. The Clinks rolled upon by GH. Lined it up perfectly, but into Invis we go.
God, Invis level 1. That's not gonna feel great. But you do what you must to not get first blooded. Pretty good smoke there, though. To force even that skill is just gonna relieve a little bit of pressure in the off lane. They can maybe get some denies, knowing that there's no like searing arrows. And
Yeah.
it's nice.
And compound things a little further.
The battle
Oh, concoction. Wound up by Kuro. Doesn't have any high ground vision, so he's going to get run at here by the tiny Shadow Shaman and the Zeus. GH coming in to save his captain. Bit of zap back from the Zeus, though. Going to bring down Kuro for first blood.
Oh, my boy. He is dead. Very good for Wish. Very, very good for Wish.
Oh, what's
Look
that,
at him.
fast
He's
bottle?
literally about to get his bottle, yeah.
Incredibly close to it. It's a long walk back to lanes, though. You know, Spartans come. He's tried to de-ward. Nothing up there on the high ground. That's going to allow GH and Mind Control to have a good grasp on this first wave at the very least. Miracle having to wander down bottom as well. As 11 already got that first deny out of the demonic conversion. And Kuroki here just trying to hold the lane for him.
I have to think about this Alk. I liked what you said about...
You do have to, yeah.
I do have
That's
to
your
think
job.
about this Alk. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. The gears are turning a little bit. I think what you're saying is nice, because every time we've seen a sniper play in these pro games, I feel like they really struggle in the mid game, like in terms of damage and not having like safety. How many times have we seen some BKB satanic build just because they're scared of getting gone on and dying, right? So it's made up for by the fact that the lane can be really strong, especially when they get these points in shrapnel. Oh, we're just tossing in the miracle right now, bot.
Yeah, they've got concoction to back him up and a good amount of damage from headshot, though. So Desire's gonna get as good as he was giving.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You're playing with a you're playing with a 5 support who has a stun for you, a way to make you hit harder. Like, they definitely have kill threat in this lane. Between Alchemist and Sniper, we'll give them a couple levels.
Yeah, and honestly, like we don't think about it that much because Alk is usually a carry, but Berserk Potion as a support spell is actually pretty insane. You put that on the Sniper, he's got 50 attack speed, HP regen, dispels him as well. So a nice bit of safety there from Kuro if he gets to that point. How's that top lane going for them? Waves pushing in towards MC.
It's this annoying hurricane creep.
A curious snipe from the Earth Spirit. Gauntlet thrown. Winter Wyvern gives it to Spartan.
Alright, we're... Spawn getting a little nice kind of half pull off there. Only onto the 2 creeps. It's just going to make this lane go back. I think especially bot, the creep equilibrium is something to look at a lot, because with this tiny... Yeah, there's kill threat from Sniper and Alchemist, but if the creeps are on 11's tower, this tiny can get a toss back, and the kills are kind of, you know, very scary. Same kind of top. You're playing a Shadow Shaman who has short range. Anytime he walks up to kind of do something, he is at threat of getting rolled on by GH and getting kicked back. And there's not, you know, Nande doesn't really have anything to protect him.
And I've got that level 2 Spirit Siphon now as well.
Yeah.
Dust is there on Earth Spirit, so they could actually aim the Clinks if they kind of whittle him down, chip away at him. That's what Mind Control's doing now. You're putting Nande within kill threshold. I do get the shackles back on the DP, but now the turnaround comes, and they are focusing the Clinks. Dust is up. GH and Mind Control make short work of him. And that's just that little move. Like, it doesn't seem like much when it's in the moment. You know, that Spirit Siphon, you chase him for, what, 2 seconds? But that puts him just below that threshold where you know that if we go again 5 seconds later, we get the kill.
Yeah. And on bot they're going as well.
Tossing around Kuroki. They're under the acid spray now, though. Avalanche there, trying to slow down Miracle's damage. But 11 died quickly to these headshots, and Miracle's actually going to turn with another concoction. They'll get him a double kill. Sniper off to a roaring start.
Scary lane, like you said. This acid spray. Miracle, they go on Miracle. He just walks into the acid spray. He doesn't care. He knows that as long as he's in this safe space, they're doing so much more damage to Brain than they can do back.
So, Sheepa, what are your thoughts on Alk 5?
Yeah, I'm like a massive fan. Like, honestly, it's like one of my favorite things in the entire world.
Oh, you were
I'm just
saying it
kidding.
during the draft.
No,
Sorry.
I hate it. It's good in lane. It's definitely good in lane. I think my biggest issue with Alk as a support comes more from like this kind of mid game where he starts to like throw up the concoction, but
he's like an ogre
around and like stuns himself, and it just like looks kind of weird.
He's an ogre. No, when he gets shard, he basically has bloodlust. His concoction is just fire blast. Added a bit of minus armor, and it's all good in the world.
Or just compare it to like Shadow Shaman, who has this instant hex, this channeled spell that is, you know, you can get it out and it does a lot. Alk has to sit there channeling like a goof, and just just stare them down and hope they don't BKB or react or anything. You have to kind of hide and like use vision to your advantage. Whether it's the like this is the kind of style that I'm not a fan of, but I'm not saying it's bad. Again, I'm not saying it's bad. I just it can definitely work, and we've seen it win games, and it's already winning this bot lane, which is definitely everything you could ask for.
Yeah, winning. I need some more kills on this 11 Enigma. I'm gonna try and go for it again. Inside the acid spray, taking a lot of headshot damage, and one more peep will take him down. GH also arriving to save up Miracle here and find another double kill potentially. Concoction comes, and there it is. Miracle 4-0-0 to start this game. I was about to start talking about his CS looking a little sad. He's down at the bottom of all the cores, but now more than ready to catch up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Kuroki playing in the trees, just coming from behind.
I mean, they've shown GH bottom. Look at mind control. He's level 5, and he's just diving onto tier 1. Spartan, and trying to get in on top of the DP, but his catapult starting to chip away at that tower.
Yeah, right now I think they maybe need to bring someone top to kind of punish this. It looks like Zeus is the one that's going to make the move, which I like. You know, just going to secure the damage needed to kill mind control. You don't have a TP on Earth Spirit to respond to this.
And they'll find him. Gets off a Spirit Siphon. Zeus is here, though, with level 3 Arc Lightning. Thunder God's Wrath at the ready as well, but mind control, it still has a Fairy Fire, and he's not even going to have to use it with level 3 Siphon, just drains all the life back into himself.
Alright, isn't enough damage, guys. I've totally overestimated the damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And this push on bottom lane just keeps on going. Like Miracle is plinking away at this tier 1. Malefice used on an Earth Spirit Illusion while GH lurks on that right-hand side in the shadows. Tower not in deny range. So Braim's still going to try and defend it, but this backstab could be huge. 11 having already died twice. Enigma has been shut down tremendously by Enigma already. Kuroki gets walked into by 11. Yeah, found danger. The Thunder God's Wrath will kill off the Alchemist. But you've lost your Enigma a 3rd time in this lane. Shackles up at top on mind control, but yet again, he doesn't really seem to mind too much. Phase Boots, Ring of Protection, Fairy Fire. Yeah.
It's obviously not ideal when your support leaves because he's not able to just freely lane the way he was before, but now they're TPing back the Spirit.
Oh, not quite landing the roll. They're going to finish off Spartan, though, with a Crypt Swarm and another couple of touches from mind control that earns on him, but the Fairy Fire there from Shadow Shaman keeps him alive. And Desire, this time his rotation saves him in the raindrops. Oh, it's enough for Spartan to stay alive.
Spartan God.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, good rotation. This is the kind of rotations and ideas I was thinking about for Braim. Like they brought Wish top, but they just don't have the control really to keep mind control in place long enough to kill him. Just having Tiny TPing and reacting, getting that little return kill. I think they don't want to give them this tower for free.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going on the Clinks now. Concoction from range. Nande into Invis as Kuroki places a sentry under the tower, hoping to give chase. Samael did move up here. And Kuro winding up another concoction. I don't know if he can land it on the Tiny in time. It will, because he's launched it on himself. Self-stun, Desire slowed by the Arctic Burn, and mind control. He's got these Exo Ghosts and more than enough damage to bring the Tiny down. So not only do they get the tier 1 bottom thanks to the sniper, they're now going to get tier 1 top, and this is just Enigma really just executing this game plan to perfection.
It's starting to look a little bad.
The Clinks! It's just dead to the Alchemist! Kuroki just wanders up there, finds the Clinks. Half HP, bursts him down. Now they're TPing bottom because the shackles are onto Miracle. Sniper throws out a shrapnel. Another bit of lightning from Wish does zap him down. They get that vision, and they see Miracle on the retreat as Enigma trying to react to this. Oh, Kuro, though, self-stunned. He tried to channel it and TP down, and Wish, he's got a double. Make it a triple. No, not quite. But they do bring down all 3 members of Enigma in that bottom lane.
Okay. That was
That's my fault. I praised them, and
yeah,
bad things happened.
I was thinking good things about them in my head. Okay, so that move top great. The dive's great. Mind Control has been exerting so much pressure top that Brame have been just TPing and trying to respond to it and bringing heroes, and you have to respond to it. And he's still getting what he wants. He's getting kills. He's doing a good job. He's forcing clinks off the lane. He's really suffering in his net worth, and this is by far a much different picture than last game. However, TPing bot like that, 1 by 1, when your sniper's already dead, you need to have a situation bot where, you know, Miracle at least has some health, and you can use the shrapnel together. You know, combine your spells, big as team, you know, and just the TPs are taking longer and longer due to you know, one after the other, and suddenly no one's there to save each other. It's kind of just
Chain
save your
feeding a
buddy
little bit.
syndrome, yeah. And that just gives Enigma that farm that he was struggling with. You know, his lane went so badly. It's those kinds of kills that gives you the XP and gold to make it back in this game. And we're seeing the build that Saberlight, you know, brought in Stockholm, this Urn just being able to not have to go blink. And look at him go now with the damage.
Yeah, just Black Hole Karaoke. Well, Winter's Curse is there, though, to turn it back around on the Enigma and the Clinks. They're just down here alone. There's no supports to back them up because they're trying to gank up top. Mind Control gets the 2-man silence and the Spirit Siphons out. Toss up into the Serpent Walls. He's trapped now. Wish and Spartan trying to bring him down, but Mind Control is just far too tanky.
He's so
Phase
tanky.
Boots, one charges, raindrops, everything to save him, and they move on to Desire now. Nigma just snapping into action very quickly to get Sumail a triple kill. Oh, he managed that. Just kills one bot, TP's top, gets another couple.
Yeah, he's starting to make his rotations now as well. Getting involved, feeling strong. He'll have that Witchblade now, and yeah, it's a lot of damage. I think Nande is feeling quite stressed. He's not really got free places to farm because they are struggling. They can't take the objectives. They still have mid and bot tower up on the side of Radiant. You know, usually Enigma wants to take that tower and start to farm the enemy jungle, and then that gives your carry the space to rotate between triangle and the bottom camps. But yeah, they're all just standing together in this jungle, and it definitely feels bad for them. At least their mid tower is still standing.
Yeah, it's being pinged out, though. Exo is ready. Mind Control could make that move in towards mid, but you look at what Brame are doing. Spirit Vessel charges, 3 of them up on 11.
Yeah.
And they're angling in towards mid. Sumail's went to Wyvern. He's got Curse ready in just a couple of seconds, and they've scanned over on the dire side of the river, so they know there's people there. That's why Sumail's playing so defensively now, actually backing up to his own triangle and popping the invis.
It's a shame that didn't work for them. But, you know, Enigma are just gonna keep it safe, keep it... They have a spirit standing in front of Miracle in that triangle for them. Like, they see that there's no heroes on the map, and they understand, okay, we have to break this smoke. So now, you know, realizing that Miracle's not in danger, GH will leave the nest and go bot.
I mean, this is pretty fearless from Mind Control. Every time I looked up, there's just heroes swarming around him, but he gets the silence off and the TP home. No way. And in the meantime, GH is killing off Desire.
And they're looking at Nande right now. Do they have vision on him? No, but...
GH sees the stacks. He wants people to come and clear them. Dire Vision does see Sumail coming up into this area. And they're TPing into mid. Wish trying to join in, defend that mid tier 1. Enigma in position though, and they're eyeing up this fight. Now Spartan not able to get the angle. And in comes Sumail. Aiming for Wish. GH will find the silence. Catch on to Spartan. Mind Control breaks out of the shackles as 11. Concoction not quite landing. Close from Kuro though. And now Exo towards the tier 1.
They're keeping up pressure really well. This, this Alchemist, he's so good, bro. He's so good. 5 Alch. Pick it now.
Yeah.
Stop rising.
Have you tried being sincere?
No.
No?
But seriously, though, I think he's playing insane this game. I think his laning was fantastic. His use of the fog and vision was great at getting kills on that bot lane. He moved and rotated.
And Brame looking to fight back, though. They cleared their ancients, but look at the overwhelming damage from Sumail with this Witchblade. Gets a double kill. TP out successful from the last remaining member of Brame there.
But you lost 2 cores.
You did indeed.
Not looking good. How do they find their way back into this game? They're quite a ways off from the tiny blink. Enigma also, he went for that vessel, which is pretty typical. I don't think it's wrong to have not rushed a blink, especially when you're playing into a Wyvern. We saw bot how easy it was to cancel that black hole, but he's definitely finding it really hard to get into these fights, especially with Nigma Galaxy's like catch with this roll. The DP mind control is so brave. He's just walking in without a single care.
It's just kind of wild how different this is. You know, we've seen a couple of Enigma Galaxy series now. This is the second one where it's gone to 3 games. And then in the prior 5 games, we've been like, yeah, Enigma, they look okay. They're winning some here and there. Not looking awful, but this seems like TI Enigma. This seems like the Enigma that desperately wants to get to TI. They're fighting, brawling, getting on top of Tiny. Pops down the Verdurous Dale, but Caesar Serenity will not save you there. And Kuro has the stun, catching out Spartan with his concoction. Similar to what we saw in Game 2 from Brame, it's suffocating. They're all over the map. They're down bottom killing 2, and they're immediately smoking across.
Yeah, it is very similar to last game. Go to bot, run top. Maybe we'll see them go bot again. They're just chasing Nande down, keeping him out of his Ancients. I mean, that's one of the big ways that Clinks gets farmed, is just by hitting Ancients, getting stacks, and they're not giving him that space to breathe.
Oh, GH so close to getting the latch on him. And focus the Tiny instead. Earn charge placed, roll back in, kill off Desire. I wish TPing forward here, a little risky, but it looks like Nigma have set themselves to back away.
Mind Control wants a Roche. I don't know if they'll do it right now, but Mind Control is pinging it, standing in there. They might just try pushing out top first and sweeping through this jungle, or they're just going to walk right into Roche and not care at all.
Yeah, level 4 acid spray, a level 3 acid spray. And give them that minus armor.
They don't have Blink from Enigma. There's not really any easy way for them to contest this pit. They need the vision first of all, but Wish might need to ult just to scout everyone's positions to start this fight. But who's starting your fight? It's
exactly.
So hard.
That was my big issue with their draft. Is like Tiny, but then he needs Blink, so he needs time, he needs farm. And when your other cores are behind and getting picked off, you need them to be farming. So Tiny's not going to get that priority.
Yeah, and the smoke is a good idea. I think they were looking around top because sometimes did they even know there was a Roche going on? I have no idea. The smoke made me think so. Or maybe they just, I don't know. They're looking for another fight.
So bold and fearless. Magnetizes the Tiny. Does get tossed around here as they shackle over on the DP. Spirit Siphons and 1 charges. Not going to keep him alive because he's burnt down by the Zeus. The rest of Enigma now on the retreat. So Brame, a little bit of positioning there to hold the high ground under their Observer Ward. Gave them the vision that they needed. And fighting into Aegis. Brave of them.
Yeah, great 2 pickoffs for Brame. Getting that DP kill, especially, who's proven so hard to take down all game, having to expend the snakes to do it. But you can be pretty happy with that. That smoke around gave them the really good positioning to take that fight at least.
Sumail gets the hit onto Nande. Kuro has sentries.
Yes, they have sentries.
They will get the reveal on him, but the avalanche, just enough to hold them back. So far, Sumail having a perfect game. 7-0-6 on this Wyvern. Boots of Travels, Witchblade, and already on his way to Aghanim Scepter as he TP's top. Helped out by GH, who lands another perfect roll onto Spartan. And look at the damage coming in from the Wyvern. Blows up the Shadow Shaman. And they're not relinquishing control either. Like 3 heroes are still stood in the Dire Ancients, making sure the Clinks can't be farming there. And going back in on the Tiny. Concoction, Acid Spray. Bit of damage from the Sniper and the DP. Finish off Desire in the trees.
Enigma playing very aggressively with their wards. They've had this one up in the cliff for quite some time now on the triangle for Brame. It's the one place where Clinks wants to be, and on top of that, it's very difficult because sometimes when the map moves like this, the carry will just go to the enemy triangle, but they're not even giving space for that. Like, having your mid tower up, having your top tower up, it makes entering that triangle so hard.
Hey, look at Spartan. He's going, I want a D-ward. I want to get some vision down. And Kuroki shuts it down completely as GH annihilates the Shadow Shaman once again.
That's aggressive play.
That's the problem you pointed out in the draft, right? Shadow Shaman, quite a slow, sluggish hero if he's ever just slightly out of position. GH is going to find him.
Yeah, I definitely like the damage and stuff that came out from the Zeus and Shaman pick, but playing into an Earth Spirit, you're definitely seeing the problems with both squishy heroes and how fast they can just be ran at.
Yeah, 5k lead being built up by Enigma. And Zeus still farming decently. Klink's not too far behind his opponents. And a good little jump from Wish. Gets away from the roll. Second round from GH missing this time as well. And 11, it looks like he's looking for the black hole. Catches out the Winter Wyvern, but look at Miracle just plinking away at 11. They'll find him. Wish also magnetized and taken down by the sniper from long range. Kuro's Alchemist a little too deep there, just holding back the rest of Brame. But Wish, his kill streak picked up by Miracles. Even more money into the hands of Sniper.
They got very brave there. Not brave, sorry. They got very aggro. Like, Earthspirit used every single rock he had just to keep chasing that Zeus with Rolling Boulder, which meant he didn't have a rock to silence the Enigma Black Hole. And they just... I mean, not like they really needed it. This Wyvern... Oh god, Desire is running for his life right now.
Oh man. I mean, what's left of it? Unstoppable. A Miracle Sniper coming out here to play. And like, even though Brame got 3 kills there, it just didn't feel like a victory because you're spending Black Hole, you're spending Thunder God's Wrath, and you're not getting an overwhelming victory.
I think you're kind of happy with 3 pickoffs when... Not pickoffs, but 3 kills, especially when you're behind and playing into an Aegis.
Oh, but look at GH! How's he found this? Rolls into the trees, then rolls away. Sumail in mind control, thinking about the dive under tower. Exploiting that Enigma pre-BKB, and while the Black Hole's on cooldown.
What I do really like is Wish went for an E-Blade first item. Originally, I think when the game was a little bit more even, he was queuing up that Kaya, you know, wanting to go for an item build like that, you know, tank up a bit first, get some stats, get a little bit of that, and then Q. I think he wanted something else, not E-Blade. It was like... I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he built that Kaya into an E-Blade. He's not very tanky at all, very, very squishy. If they catch him, he dies. But if he gets the go, he gets, he did so much damage. Like, he nearly killed Sumail straight up with that combo.
Oh, Spartan. He's been saved by the E-Blade for now, and they've got some good damage onto Mind Control and Sumail, but they're so tanky, they withstand it with the Spirit Siphons, and Miracle just left to open up. So much damage from him as the Winter's Curse catches the 2 remaining members. They buy back on Tiny, but Nande, he looks like he's already dead. Screwed over by the Sumail jump, and Miracle picking up a triple. He's godlike now. And Desire, he's going to get caught as well, it looks like. They've got the vision. Assassinate into Concoction. Kuroki just keeps giving chase, allowing them to find another kill.
Oh,
Die back, Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, that's his blink goal. He's just lost it all, pretty much.
Kuro giving the tip to him.
Damn. Aren't they friends or something? Oh no, I don't know if this team likes each other or hates each other, because we had that duel at the start as well onto Spartan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think so.
I don't know.
I don't know. Miracle's just next to the base, killing Spartan again.
Goodness gracious me.
This is quickly spiraling out of control, and if Brame want to win, they need to kind of find a way to get a handle on it. Enigma has a blink, so there is a chance that Enigma bunch up and they get a good black hole, especially they need to get it onto this Wyvern, and then, you know, maybe the fight goes really well. They need to find space for Tiny to finish his blink. He was close, but then he died back, and that's quite unfortunate too. You have the damage. Zeus with an E-Blade, and there's no BKBs currently, other than DP. I think Sumail and Miracle can very much so die to this burst. But it's hard. You have Gleipnir too on Klinks. He's definitely not like poverty mode. He's got 1 item, he's going for more. This time we will see him not go for that Daedalus straight up. He's just gonna get a Dragon Lance and then go for that BKB. Yeah, you could try and play a pick-off game, maybe here.
Yeah, because we've seen them execute these very difficult, kind of nuanced team fights with weird initiations where they had that Shadow Fiend, Rubik, Pudge, dragging people into Requiems and stuff like that. And maybe this time around they can do it with this Blink Black Hole out of 11.
Yeah. 11 playing this tree line is pretty much kind of ideal. It might be good to ward it as well.
That lane ward saw him, yeah. Yeah, they pinged it. They know 11's hiding in the trees. Well, Sumail, half health from 1 burst of Zeus, and then Zeus dies.
Yeah.
Hmm.
This is the body issue you talked about, isn't it? You can't... A Zeus breaking the vision like that and walking into 4 heroes, he'll just pretty much die instantly.
Yeah, who starts? 11's been scouted. Blink is cancelled. Oh, dearie me. It's all falling apart now.
That was a very impactful lane ward, yeah. As soon as you pointed it out, they just started playing south. I mean, like, the Miracle's just blowing at this point. But yeah, they just started playing south side of the tree line, and that made it impossible. Like, Zeus is coming out, he's like, come on, let's go. And he's like, well, I'm in the trees, and they're not playing near the trees. I can't black hole this.
24,000 damage in a 24-minute game. He's done 1,000 damage a minute, this sniper has.
He has, yeah.
Bloody ridiculous.
Well, they have Blink on Tiny now. Maybe they can do some toss-back plays. Otherwise, the kind of game plan for Nigma seems fairly straightforward. You just keep your farm up. You keep applying this pressure. The next Roche is available. Oh no, it is available in 1 minute's time. So as long as they keep this top side, secure.
Oh man, GH.
I mean, they're looking for kills instead.
Yeah, he's baiting. They've all TP down here. They want to fight in this triangle.
Not for too long. Their vision is top and Roche is top, so they should definitely keep playing. If they hold a smoke, then they have this ward bot, so if someone shows on it, they have the option to either go Roche or just smoke right back into them.
Spartan. He gets the Hex on GH, but now he quickly realizes it's time to turn and run. Yeah, he's dead. GH will keep tabs on him, and there comes Sumail with his freshly purchased Aghanim Scepter, allowing Mind Control to get the kill. So they remove the vision. Now they stampede up towards the Ancients. 20 seconds for Roshan to spawn.
11 will die immediately soon.
Oh yeah, and he really needs this money for BKB. And Sumail can just solo kill him here, it feels like. Yeah, they've got that high ground ward. 11 tries to break the trees, and he's got a bit of backup coming. There's the Winter's Curse, though, to finish off the job. And Brame just not nearby enough while the backstab is arriving. Miracle's hasted. He's silver-edged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all it takes to bring down Desire's Tiny. Sumail did get found here, though, by the Zeus and the Clink's damage. And a cold embrace. Bought a bit of time for the rest of Nigma to gather up their forces and bring down Wish's Zeus. That big hit there for a Miracle. As Nande will TP back down towards the bottom lane. That's a big kill on the Wyvern, but they lose Enigma and the Zeus for it.
Miracle's very strong. Their Tiny getting down by him is pretty rough. It's like they're rushing to try and save and help their heroes, but Enigma just connecting from the south, and they're running into each other, and they're definitely weaker on Brame at this point. They need to just keep playing for these single pickups. Like, Sniper's showing bot right now. This could be potentially huge. You have your Shaman here, you have your Clinks here. They have probably enough damage to kill him, but
do they have the confidence,
TP's gonna TP too. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Neutral him.
GH? Where are you off to?
I think he was hunting for Nande.
Yeah, I think he knew kind of where he was. Not too far off.
They did have that ward. I think they saw him go invis, so we just guessed. But he doubled back for the neutral IM, so he lived. It's actually a pretty good guess otherwise.
Yeah, fortunate move for Nande.
Yeah.
But now they are being hemmed back in their base. The bunker must be created. Everyone's respawned now, but is it smoke to Roche time? Is this your black hole moment?
They can't get the Roche, I don't think, but they can hold their high ground. The biggest thing they have going for them is that they haven't gotten full usefulness out of this tiny blink yet. There's early on in this game, especially when you're playing Sniper and you have a build like Silver Edge Hurricane Pike, you're not the tankiest hero in the world. There is a land where they throw him back into tier 4s and he does die twice. The main thing is just Enigma probably gonna follow it up with a Wyvern ult.
Oh, there it is on the Clinks. A high ground vision with the sentry placed next to it. Finds Nande. BKB delayed even further. And Enigma. Are they getting ready to go high ground?
Sniper for sure.
Sniper, one of the better heroes to do this.
Yeah. Last game, one of the things that Nigma tried to make an effort to do, even while losing to Brame, like overwhelming them, was they tried to make sure they dewarded the areas every time Brame left them. It's something that Brame's not doing here in response to Nigma. They're just being quelled by these wards constantly.
Well, they try the toss back, but Desire doesn't get it. Oh, that damage with that Ghost Scepter to assassinate, and GH, a sharpshooter, lands it with the kick.
There goes one of your conditions. I guess maybe your second condition for defense is they all group up as 5 and you get a black hole?
Yeah, I mean, one way to do that is to, send Spartan out on a recon mission, hope the enemy dogpiles onto the Shadow Shaman, then you come in with a big black hole.
Yeah. Guys, commit 5 heroes to kill this shaman. Isn't he juicy? Isn't he beautiful?
Oh, he's got 10 deaths already. Wait,
It's not great.
Hang on. Yeah, 10 out of 43 is a quarter of the deaths. 14
Miracle's having the game of his
deaths
life.
of Desire. Oh my god, Tiny.
Yep.
Sad story.
He's had to put himself out there a fair amount to try and farm his Blink Dagger. Miracle's really just been preying on supports super hard this game. They're so weak, and he's level 21. He's got his items.
Yeah, he's even got his Axe Shard now as well. Little disengage out the concussive grenade.
Yeah. And 11's been doing his best all game to try and push out this top lane and just force any heroes to respond and give his team like a little bit of wiggle room. Hiding in those trees. Ooh.
Smoke's gonna break. TP out. Oh, it's gonna be close. Sumail. Oh, by the skin of his teeth, that Enigma gets out of there. Wasting a bit of time on this Aegis though. 2.5 minutes remain. Enigma gonna have to rally themselves together. As it looks like, oh, Miracle, did he see? He's seen Spartan, hasn't he? He just blinks forward. Oh, yeah. What a gorgeous, gorgeous performance out of Miracle here.
Yeah. This is not the big game 3 I was kind of hoping for, given the first 2 games.
Uh-huh.
But if they come back, it would be very exciting. Or at least give them one, real good run for their money. Nande's got his BKB now at least, so that makes things a little bit better. And Miracle, opting for that Blink and Hurricane Pike, it's not like he's got a Daedalus worth damage. There's chance.
Yeah, I mean, they try and pick off Kuro top. Chemical Rage not making him tanky enough. And Klinks is... No, Enigma we talked about is one of these kind of, trump cards where you've got that black hole, the big team fight capabilities. I think also Klinks is... Oh, wow, GH. Just continuing to use these high ground Tinker wards to spot out the tree line play from 11. But I think Klinks is also one of these surprise factors where you're not quite sure what's coming your way as they toss back Miracle. Still holding Aegis, and he gets a concussive grenade out to jump back away, and Mind Control aiming for Desire, but not wanting to dive too deep. Now caught by the shackles under the tower, almost dying to the Serpent Wards, and he will be finished off. GH needs the assistance of this Winter's Curse to bring down Spartan with a bit more damage from Sumail. They'll get it. Aegis claimed up as Cold Embrace required again to keep Sumail topped up. Enigma maybe biting off a little more than they could chew there, pushing towards the enemy base.
Yeah, they showed bot, right? So Brain just quickly go top for that Kuroki pick off. I mean, you have to take what you can get. As soon as someone shows somewhere, you have to go where best you can make impact and get these little kills just to have a hope of staying in the game. Good little punish. For Nigma, I do think that they are, still incredibly strong. And as long as Miracle is not out of position, it should be relatively simple for them to just wait for next Roche and then, use that Aegis to end the game. I think they're very much respecting Brame. I think that's the biggest thing you can say here, because another team might have just plonked themselves outside the base and just started sieging with Shrapnel plus Miracle, but they really don't want to be in this position where Tiny is tossing you back or overcommitting and he buys backs and there's a black hole and there's so many little factors, little comeback factors on Brame that they're just making sure that they're fully ahead and they're fully happy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, just don't forget the context of this. It's game 3 in a series in the lower bracket on your road to TI. Enigma, one of the teams that kind of expected to make it there, so a lot resting on their shoulders to prove not just the fans but the haters that they can still perform. And Brame, it feels like at this, at this juncture, they probably a little freer, right, in terms of mentality. Like, okay, they're behind 21k deficit, they're being pushed back in their base, but it's it's all to win for. It's all on the line. Just go for it. And Spartan is one of the kings of building up his team. He's the master of morale. Just a few screams from him and your team can pull up team fights out of the hat that you've never seen before.
The nice thing is, I don't think Brame are doing that terribly in terms of making their comeback work. They are holding their high ground. I think their vision game has been pretty decent too. I mean, their wards are expiring now, but they previously had 3 wards covering the bottom side of the map. They did eventually bring their Shaman bot. Yeah, he died, but he got that D ward on the cliff, which means that it's just easier for Brame to play bot. This constant push from 11 on top lane has meant that, yeah, Nigma are running, up, down, up, down, up, down, but they're not finding the kills at the speed that they used to, and it's mostly on supports.
And Nande. He sees Kuro. Launches out a few projectiles, but just chip damage.
With that ward, they lost all their vision, like through it. 2 expired and 1 dewarded. Now it's dark for them, and it is a little scary. Nigma, wary of the fact that Roche isn't going to respawn for a while, so they're happy to play bot and cut these waves. I would like to see them just poke a little bit. I think like you can run these Brame heroes up and down the base by just poking a bot, then they all run bot and stand bot, getting ready for that push. Then you know, you're playing in the fog. They don't know where you could maybe poke a top.
And you can tell how focused these players are. No one's dropped a chat wheel line in like 10 minutes. As GA just rolls straight across the front of them. Silences the Enigma. BKB required from 11. MC, Black Hole. They got the Golden Brace on GH, though, keeping him alive while Wish jumps in. He's aggressively moved forward. The Winter's Curse now on the Clinks, though. And MC, he's healing back up through the Spirit Siphons. Spartan in the back has caught GH, but I don't think it matters because Miracle is now beyond godlike, taking them down left and right. 3 buybacks from Brame. They need to defend their base desperately. The burning barrage, nearly killing off Kuro. They will finish him off in the end. Nigma resetting. They've spent all of their teamfight ultis now. And Brain with a triple buyback. Everything resets and calms down. As we wait to see the timer on that Roshan.
And a minute and a half. I mean, that's enough time for Black Hole to come up. So we could see a defense there.
Yeah, and a little swing towards Brame. About 1,000 gold going back their way. So chipping away at the net worth lead that Nigma have built up these 36 minutes. And kill off Desire. Easy one for Miracle.
Miracle's playing savagely. He's just out for blood constantly.
A bit of a go here on mind control, but with plate mail up, he's incredibly tanky, and the physical resist almost let him survive. And that,
what a team.
That assassinate nearly.
Yeah.
Nearly in there.
Just in time, getting what they can. The support's dying so fast to Sniper. Do you think they'll both hit 16 deaths by the end of this?
Probably.
Sad.
I might get up to 20 at this rate.
You know, Brame have a lot of ideas about how to defend. I mean, I'm talking about them a lot, but it's when you're in a position like this, it's so hard, and lots of teams approach it differently. Like some just turtle for their life, but I think Brame they've been really trying to leave the base, and that's kind of how you retain some level of stability in the game. Because even though they're 26k ahead, look at where all that net worth is, and Clinks is still sitting like kind of comfortably there at second. And because they have that, because he's been able to get out, because he managed to get these little kills where he can, even if Shaman's dying for it, it means he's still in the game. He's still scaling, he's still getting items, and this could be what allows him to make that comeback fight.
Yeah, it still feels like he is that surprise factor. You're not quite sure how to play against him, not quite sure how much damage he does. And if you are able to get one of these big black holes, which we haven't had the opportunity for 11 to really land yet, but you apply a burning barrage into the middle of that and people just disappear. Enigma, though, getting the Roshan. Aghanim Scepter going to be handed over to someone here.
And realistically speaking, this game is very wildly in Enigma's favor.
Yes.
I think the win percentage is like super high on Duo Plus. The net worth is 33k now. Like, by all means, they should win this game. But there's always hope for the Black Hole.
Yeah, it feels like an inevitability, but it also, at the same time, doesn't feel like it's an inevitable loss just because the black hole is there.
No, I mean, Samael just needs to make sure his positioning is good. The Enigma doesn't have any Lincolns.
Ah.
So
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Samael's pretty much always going to be able to cancel it as long as he is not getting super out of position. I know that top fight went semi-okay. They got that nice black hole just because Samael was like a little bit far out and wasn't able to connect in time to use the curse. But if you're sieging, you're laying out a plan of how you want to siege. Okay, this hero hits the tower. This hero stay behind me. Make sure that this hero is canceling this spell, and this hero is killing this hero. You know, if you see this hero jump, right? All these little things you're talking about as a team.
The process of operations.
Yeah, and it goes the other way as well. Brame are probably talking too. Hey, if this hero walks up on the high ground, toss them back. Or, you know, we have buyback on this hero. Can you bait in with your body, and then we get a black hole, and then we just buy back with you and keep fighting and chase down. Like, you gotta be just thinking about what they can do. I mean, sadly, they don't. Speaking of buybacks, they only have one on Enigma.
Oh.
And if he uses black hole, he's not much of a use of a buyback anyway. I think he sold his vessel as well, just to try and get this refresher.
Yeah, looks like it. Every little bit counts.
I think the worst case scenario for Brame is probably just that Nigma goes high ground or something, and someone Spartan walks out of position for like 1 second and just gets blown up by Miracle, who doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, swift blink here as well. He was just sitting in Silver Edge, hiding away, waiting for someone to show. Brame, very disciplined, stay in their base. But now you've got 3 lanes trending towards the dire side. And tier 4 items starting to drop as well. Or finishing to drop. There's a timeless relic for Earth Spirit grabbed up at the very end of them.
Yeah. They use the first half of the Aegis to farm and contain Dire in the base, and now they're going to go high ground.
Yeah, MC front lines. Sniper backline gives the damage. Yeah, Brame don't have any tier 4 items, I don't believe. None for them. They've not been farming neutrals.
Nanda's looking for some right now. But he's doing it under vision of Nigma, I think. Yeah, they spot him going top. They might be a little bit more bold here.
Yeah, they can finish off this tier 3. Mind control blinks straight up there.
Yeah, they saw Klink's top.
Yeah, why not go for it? Assassinate thrown onto Desire, stopping any kind of blink toss initiation. Well done by Miracle. And that's a lane for Nigma, carving their way through the Dire base. As Brame, they look for the defense in the mid lane, but Nigma have already started TPing and filtering back, pushing out top lane, coming back to high ground to hold, not giving any chances here.
Quick sweep. Make sure there's no Klinks here. If they get a Klinks, good for them. And Klinks is going out on his own as well. He's just itemizing for this damage. Nigma are not really giving him the chance for pick off. Something like a sheepstick is not that good for him. Looking for someone being alone and killing them. This game is so hard for them that he just can only really try and get that Daedalus and just do as much damage as he can. And he is the key. If he dies, the game is so... I mean, he has buyback right now. I wonder if he would buy out if he had enough money for Daedalus, kind of like Ride or Die it.
Yeah, one last chance. Because they're just losing buildings at a drastic rate now. If they don't make a move, if they don't smoke and make a play, they'll just lose another lane of barracks.
They're playing this very patiently. They're not giving Brame the tiny toss target. Because he has to toss to something too. He's not level 20. He doesn't have the no target. And maybe mind control could get picked up there.
Yeah, good bit of damage. No, they chips away at him a little bit. Range racks down, melee still up. And you're right, Nigma absolutely respecting the tools that Brame have here in their high ground defense. And Miracle.
They understand. It's all tiny.
20 seconds on that Aegis. And that could be what they're waiting for, just wait out the Aegis and then make a go. 11, he's hiding away in the trees, waiting to see if he can make a jump. But Nigma, they come in, they clear out.
Yeah. I can just imagine how hard it is for Desire to make these decisions too, because you have to put yourself so out of position to try and toss back, and it's not even guaranteed to work, because he has a BKB, he has a Hurricane Pike, unless you're doing this into a black hole, but at that point, Samel has a Blink Dagger, he's just going to cancel it.
Yeah.
They have this refresher, but you're probably all going to die within that Winter's Curse, or off the back of the end of it. The amount of counter initiation from Nigma, just because of how far ahead they are, it makes this whole process so difficult.
And they've seen the Klinks again. They know he's farmed the Ancients and he's gone down bottom. So Nigma gather up top. Their entire arsenal available at their disposal to throw at these buildings. There's the glyph from Brame and a smoke as 5. This has to work for them or it is lights out. Mind control frontlining. A long wraparound from Spartan. He's making sure he's not out of position. He's so far out of position, he can't be out of position. But they've got to catch and mind control. BKB's up and Sumail just destroys the Tiny. Desire does have buyback, and he's going to have to use it. Spartan wrapping in from the back. Gets Serpent Wars down as he hunts for Sumail. There's the Thunder God's Wrath, so no blink in aggressively as Miracle shreds through 11. There's no black hole, there's no refresher, there's no anything. Brain just gets slaughtered. They walk into the meat grinder, get turned into sausage as Nigma demolish them, and they hunt for more diving tier 4s. The Wish Zeus caught out by the assassinating mind controls there with the silence and the jump, and that's got to be it. Nigma, they've secured themselves a victory now. Miracle, he's gone deep fountain diving as Nande, oh, a bit of damage from the Clinks, but quickly turned around on by the Winter's Curse, and Sumail is there. Good game, well played is called. Brahim held out to the bitter end. But Nigma, they move forward.
Yeah, the first 2 games were extremely hype of this series, but this was definitely a flex by Nigma on just what they're capable of. I loved how they were swinging from one side of the map to the other and keeping Brahim controlled. This Clinks, which was a menace previously, now felt like he really just couldn't do anything. He was just being constantly shoved out of his Ancients with no real place to farm. I mean, the fact that he found farm anyway is very impressive, but yeah, it cost a lot of sacrifice. The support struggled so hard. Their range was very, like low, and the vision from Nigma, just from dominating so hard in this early game, meant that they always kind of saw them, were able to pick them off. This sniper was utilized to the fullest, and GH with those catches all game long. I mean, damn, they just played really well.
Well, this is the kind of outdraft, the drafting bait and switch we've come to know and love, and Nigma pulling it out at the exact moment they needed to. Kuro going on the 5 Alk, bringing out the mind control DP. Miracle Sniper, 29, 1, and 14 there. A stellar game from him. And yeah, a challenging draft to execute for Brahim as Spartan and Desire both dying quite a fair amount in that match because they did have struggles breaking vision and finding those initiations to open the fight for the Zeus, Enigma, and Clinks. But yeah, congratulations to Nigma moving on into that lower bracket round 2 to face up against DGG. Brahim, unfortunately, that is the end of the story here for their TI-11 qualifier run. As I think we can take a look at the bracket and the schedule for today. Of course, plenty more Dota action coming your way. 2 more series coming this way as well as the lower bracket does continue. If we can see the schedule coming up, we should be having Into the Breach against Waterrune Enjoyers and Alliance versus Team Bald Reborn. There we have it as our 2 next best of 3s with Owen and Fogged. And yeah, looking forward to those ones. There's, of course, DGG going to be against Nigma in that lower bracket round 2. And we'll find out what happens later on today. Any predictions, Sheepo, for those later 2 series?
I think everyone's really excited to watch Team Bold play. It would be nice to see how Alliance plays into them. Obviously, it could spell the end for Gork Stack. Alliance looked really good in their last series, even though they lost. I think it was probably the better they've looked in a long time.
Yeah.
So, hyped for that one. I don't really have solid predictions. Into the Breach, I think, are a really good team. Obviously, taking a game off Secret. I just want to highlight again, we just covered Brahim. Brahim, in their last 5 matches against Into the Breach, 5-0'd them. So Brahim coming into this match, it makes sense to me that this series was as close as it was for the first 2 games at least. And just outside of that, yeah, I think Into the Breach is a really solid team. I think they could definitely win their next match and go far in the bracket. I'm just excited for Europe West Dota.
Yeah, the games are getting longer and longer. We started our run here, casting games, 31-minute victories for Liquid. We're like, yeah, okay, this is easy. Now we're getting into the meat and potatoes of things. The game's going 50, 60 minutes. And I'm curious to see how Owen and Fogged fare. They had a long night last night, and it might be a long one tonight as well. Games and series going the distance. But we will have a quick break as we return with more European action after this.
This is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe qualifiers for the International 2022. I'm OD Pixel, and I'll be joined, of course, by the fabulous Fogt for the rest of today. We've got 2 more series coming up for you, and they're going to be very, very fun ones. And we're going to have quite some series to top, though, Fogt, because those previous 2, they were pretty intense as well, right? We've had both series go the full way today. Spoilers, in case any of you didn't want any. Mute the stream right now. First series of the day, of course, DGG able to take it against Ivy, but it was a very long, hard-thought series, that one. And then, obviously, I'm sure a lot of you were watching just now, Enigma Galaxy versus Brame. Pretty crazy stuff. I loved the last draft. I think we all did. Maybe some of the fans didn't at the start. They're like, what's going on? But a bit of a Miracle Sniper and Samael Wyvern and, of course, Kuroki Alchemist. What more could you hope for? And they did it. They're still in. They're moving on. So Enigma DGG will be the next matchup that they'll be.
You don't even mention GH's Earth Spirit in that game. Come on, how dare you?
I mean, there's just so much, so much to talk about with that. But it's all been talked about. We're not looking to the past. We're looking to the future now. We've got a new series up on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Into the Breach versus Water Rune Enjoys. Of course, Water Rune Enjoys. It is their first game here, starting off in the low bracket. Into the Breach. They were up there in the upper, got knocked down by Secret, but they did have a pretty good series against them. That game 2, they looked very, very good, didn't they, Fogt?
Yeah, they looked great. I mean, even game 3 had its moments, in the early game in particular. It was decent until, I think it was actually pretty much dead even until 20 minutes, and then the game just exploded and Secret took over. But Into the Breach is looking pretty good. I gotta be honest. They looked nice, and Milan must be having lots of words with them because they have some really cool last picks that they've gone for, at least yesterday.
Absolutely. On paper, no doubt about it, this could be a tough game, tough series for Water Rune Enjoys, but expectations have been had, certainly for a lot of the series in this Western Europe qualifiers, but it's already proving to be very, very crazy. We're getting these upsets, we're getting these teams taking games off sort of squads that you don't imagine to be dropping them, so who knows what's going to happen here. Anyway, draft underway. We're starting off with a tiny DP from Into the Breach, and on the side of Water Rune Enjoys, Chen and Marcy. Nothing too crazy, nothing too surprising here. Tiny is always going to be high priority for Into the Breach because of how well Ari can play it. We saw it in the series against Secret. This lad knows what he's doing on the Tiny.
Yeah, and last time these 2 teams did meet up, I think it was exact same rosters. It's been some time. I think it's been a little over 2 months ago. They did get 2-0'd. Into the Breach did kind of dominate those games. So they already do have some information, especially going versus them, because they played them before, but also Into the Breach has a lot of experience, at least learning from yesterday, playing and scrimming a lot more versus these top teams, I imagine, too. So yeah, let's see how the drafts are going to go, because we've also been learning a lot in these last few weeks because of all these tons of matches for the regional qualifiers. The strong heroes, the carry heroes, the spellcaster Linas, all this fun stuff. And potentially maybe, we don't know exactly where this Marcy's going to be just yet, right? Because we did get to see the offlanes, we've seen carries, we've seen it in multiple roles, so still potentially flexible.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, overall, it does feel like, for the most part, so far in this patch, in this meta, the openings, they don't seem to vary too much, right? No. You'll get sort of the odd team that has this hero that they want to slap into their first 2, but outside of that, the beginning of the draft seemed very, very familiar.
Yeah, I think Eastern Europe had a little bit of differences, at least in the priority of like Phoenix, right? These Phoenixes and Mars did start to come back a little bit, but in Europe, they're gone, non-existent. So definitely a little slight regional differences. But yeah, openers, top heroes, I think everyone is getting pretty good reads of the patch, at least with that. Because as we've seen it's Undying like every game, Enigma every game, it's like Death Prophet every game, Marcy, etc. So people definitely have very good reads about that.
Let's see now which heroes are going to come in towards the bans here. Start seeing some of the carries.
10 seconds.
What's the one that we pretty much see every game that Faceless Void is available? See if anyone wants to grab their hands on that one.
Dire team ban.
This is just still in the pool also. It depends on it. I could work very well for
now
kind
it's
of...
gone.
It's got my bad. I literally looked down. I was
You
like, oh,
just
this is
alright. You
Marcy's
just
still
woke
in.
up. It's early.
Yeah, I had my nice super strong coffee a couple hours ago, but I'm good to go. I'm glad they banned that, especially when you're playing into Marcy. You want to ban these, like, and Chen, I guess too. It's like these big pushers, heroes that benefit from that sidekick heavily, like the familiars do. I like that ban. I was just checking what he was drinking. Got to make sure we don't have any weird water bottles or anything again.
Yeah, where's
Jibby?
Jibby, yeah. You know, I don't think he had anything crazy on his webcam.
He didn't. I was checking.
He didn't.
I was checking.
Yeah.
They're more serious right now, you know. DPC is important, but this is importanter.
Yeah. Of course, there.
Respect to the Terrorblade, you know. Otaker, we mentioned it yesterday a lot. It's his most popular hero, so can't blame him.
I mean, out of that series that we had from them against Secret, what was you sort of impressed from Otaker? I mean, obviously it's Slark, right?
Yeah, the Slark was excellent. I mean, that game was really well played. And I actually had doubted them a little bit in the draft because I was wondering who's going to be more, take a step back and be playmaker. And it was the Lina, right? Supreme kind of popped off. So, and now it makes a lot of sense to see why that's banned out.
Team pick.
I mean, wow, they're banning all the Zoo. Look at that. All three taken out. They do not want to get pushed down. And even though they ban the Zoo, they take the Wyvern for the Chen.
I mean, that I guess if anything, that's just a testament to how strong the Zoo is, right? You know, you're gonna draft one of these, you know, considered counters to that sort of play style, but you still want to ban them because you just don't want to play against it.
Yeah. Wyvern is an excellent hero versus Chen and Marcy. Even like Marcy can suffer a lot. You pop Unleash, he just cold embraces the target you're trying to focus a lot of times too. It's very frustrating matchup for sure. And it's interesting because they banned the Enchantress, so it's like this Chen versus Enchantress thing. And sure, we haven't really gotten to see it to fruition, but the little friends and stuff like that, and you know, just the matchups. But they get Wyvern instead, so they actually have the better curse anyway.
Let's see what they want to reveal with this pick in terms of where the Marcy's going. If they do want to pick themselves that support or offlaner.
Yeah, they have to reveal something here.
Yeah. Unless they want to grab the mid or the carry. And they could definitely grab the mid if they want to have expectations of already potentially having a matchup.
All right,
Okay,
throwback.
So Viper Marcy time.
The disgusting duo that we've kind of been seeing less of course, because teams are banning a lot more Viper, but people have started to learn how to play versus this hero a little bit more. Picking some ranged carries, keeping distance like that in the laning phase so you're just not poked, or just going for these constant kills, level 1.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, which sort of heroes do you think ended up being the main carries that were picked into this? That didn't care too much, or could at least survive through that sort of laning stage?
I mean, now we won't see it, of course, but it was a bit of that, like, Jug that was doing really well, because you could just spin him down. But now, I mean, people are just, they're just tanking the lanes. Like, they're just picking these voids and stuff like that. I think Bristle also is still, anyway, picked into it a few times, if I recall correctly. People don't care, but...
So they're getting some push. They didn't get the Beast or the Lycan, of course, but they'll go for the Luna.
Okay. I like it, though, because it gives them that push, but also it gives them mixed damage in a way. So if it targets like cold embraced, you know, he still will have options to Eclipse/Lucent Beam them.
5 seconds.
A lot of damage between like and now also the lanes are really strong too. When I look at it, Marcy, Viper, Chen, Luna. As long as the Luna is a little careful, letting the Chen do his Chen things, can be definitely protected.
Our next pick here for Into the Breach.
What carry match? I mean, if you want to do carry matchup in particular, there's a lot of options. Even Jug's not bad.
I was going to say, now there's a Luna carry on the other side. You know, there's nothing wrong with going a bit old school and grabbing a Jug.
The only scary thing is Chen, because the creeps, they're just going to eat your Omni in most situations, or there's going to be a hand of God Mech to counteract it.
Hey, that's why you buy the Midas.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fair. I could see it.
I mean, honestly, the obvious one's the Void. Void's still there.
I mean, if they want
you
to.
just want to play Faceless Void, play it.
I mean, you can. It gives you overall
it never
better
feels
game.
bad. It never feels bad.
Your lane's a little not. I mean, your lane's pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie, but
It's going to be rough with most carries that are popular now because
Sure.
it's Viper Marcy, right? They're going to harass you.
I'm taking a lot of time for this pick. Maybe wondering if they want to just like sack lanes, run aggro, try, or something like. Sometimes that's also a solution that we've seen people do. Okay.
Go with the Morph to deal with this one.
Cool. Hero that I'm still waiting to get fully impressed by it. I know it has immense potential, especially versus like when you can actually utilize Morph really nicely versus either the
10
Undyings
seconds
versus
remaining.
Ember Spirits and stuff like that. But this hero's been a little lackluster, but can have a
5
really good
seconds
matchup in this game.
remaining.
Some limited disables for sure.
Let's have a look. So, leaving by the looks of it, you imagine what their offlane hero to last, or is this Death Prophet going to go side lane?
I think it's going to be Jibba. He's played it a couple
Radiant
times now.
team
He's
Yeah.
really good at it.
Yeah. I mean, what would you like to see for that mid then? You know, in terms of what we've had from Supreme so far.
I mean, nobody's showing. Nobody knows who's going to be going mid just yet, so it's kind of up in the air. We do still have the Invoker in the pool that we saw.
10 seconds remaining.
Don't think it's so bad. Works kind of well with
5
both
seconds
lineups.
remaining. Dire team ban.
We'll take out that AA, running the Morph. I don't want to be hit by that direct counter.
Yeah, because I mean, I guess where they would have run it though.
I mean, you could have done Viper mid, Marcy offlane. But then again, should you really be scared of that?
10
Right?
seconds
like that's what I
remaining.
mean. That it's like
Hey,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
to be
I guess
honest
you-
though, if
you ban it
maybe,
because
maybe
you have all
5
three. You have
seconds
Wyvern,
remaining.
Morph, and Death Prophet.
And
So
dude,
it's just like they can
AA
run it.
mid can slap. It
Exactly.
could slap pretty hard.
So
Get that
yeah,
Ags.
You know what? It's just because they have all three. If it's just like Morphling, then I'd be like, okay. I mean, but it's Death Prophet, Wyvern, and Morph.
Yes,
so yeah,
for
okay,
sure.
Fine,
yeah,
fine.
yeah.
I'm around.
Radiant team ban.
Remember Pango bans? Okay. It's another very popular Supreme heroes. I
honestly-
mean, Void
well-
Spirit's in the pool.
True.
Right? I think
And
he's
they
got a
just-
Void
true.
Spirit. Because there's like,
I-
there's
but-
literally a Marcy stun. That's it.
But then what about just
10
going with his
seconds
Invoker?
remaining.
That's what I was thinking also. They could just, I think Invoker does,
5
it fits both
seconds
drafts.
remaining.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be who reveals what.
Dire team pick.
I'm feeling like it's Void Spirit for Into the Breach.
I mean, they're going to have that last pick, so they'll be able to respond to how Water Rune enjoys close this up. I mean, yeah, Invoker you're right, for either
Right?
side.
Because the
Be
alacrity is
good.
really nice
Buff.
for the
10
push and
seconds
all that.
remaining.
Even the EMP
Yeah.
is going to be really nice, even for Water Enjoy.
Sun striking, the cold
5
embraced
seconds
heroes. It's,
remaining.
yep, you've got everything. Trying to play some Invoker.
Radiant team pick.
Storm Spirit.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's playing into a Tiny and into a Death Prophet silence that can be a bit annoying. Morphling can also like
seems
turn
tricky.
into you and pull you.
Now, you're seeing that Storm. What way are you going? Are you going the Void Spirit way, or are you going an Invoker way?
10
You can put
seconds
Death Prophet mid or
remaining.
go Queen of Pain, or you can go Invoker. If you get
Queen of
Quap, you can
Pain.
actually just
Oh.
5
destroy the
seconds
Storm.
remaining.
Oh, that is true.
And there's
Yeah.
no stuns. Like there's like very limited disable.
Oh,
so.
it is. Yeah, you're right. If you get
It
some
looks
high
juicy.
mobility mid, you're going to be having a great time. And banning the puck, obviously, they want to get something that's going to be jumping around the map. They didn't. Wow.
Oh,
okay.
my.
No, wait, is this a mid morph? Because they feel like you can freely farm against the Storm.
Guess
And then
so.
it is, yeah.
Okay,
Supreme's
wow.
going to take because they've seen the matchup, and you know if you play
Interesting.
safe enough, play around the stick charges or whatnot, you can farm in that lane.
You can. You absolutely
Yeah.
can. You have to watch out for like level 2 or level 3 in particular if the Storm gets pull.
True.
And then he can actually set up a kill if the Morphling's not careful. But seeing this matchup a lot, the Morph can fare well unless the Storm just full plays. You have to play super aggressive at the Storm and play very confident and get that pull and try to go for those pressure kills early on. But I understand why they did this, right? Because now Weaver is like, it's not Quap from mid, but it's the same elusive kind of style where now it's a carry Weaver
10
versus
seconds
Viper
remaining.
Marcy. He can actually get a good amount up there if he's careful.
He can.
5
I think
seconds
it
remaining.
overall, it definitely feels like a draft from Into the Breach where I feel you only do this if you feel you are better than your opponents. You know, just straight up, right? Saying that we're going to have a carry Weaver and also put a Morph in the mid lane to also hit creeps and farm. Like that, you know, you're kind of saying a message there. You know, because
I agree.
to sort of put the Morph in the mid, it is risky still. You're sure in that 1v1 matchup, if you play smart with your HP, you shouldn't die. But if suddenly things start to get tripped up in the mid lane, you're going to really struggle to sort of find those core heroes that are going to be able to make those plays to get back in the game. So, I'm excited to see this because if it pays off, it's going to look like a very one-sided game, I feel, for Into the Breach if they get away with this lane.
They'll be able to outscale if they're able to like, keep the game a little bit slower and not let Water Rune Enjoyers get these big pushes going. I guess maybe that's their concept because they have Wyvern. They can slow down these pushes constantly, and then they'll be able to outscale. I'm just honestly really curious, and I'm really looking forward to see what Supreme is even going to do on the Morph. Will he vary a little bit? I'm unsure. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean,
how much can you vary?
Exactly, that's the thing, you know, right? You got to kind of get these first big items or such. Is he going to be able to gank as a Morph? I imagine most of that is going to rest on sort of the moves from, Ari. You know, I said, of course, we had a great game from Ari on his Tiny before. He's got his work cut out. This man's going to be having to make plays and a half across the map whilst he's got a Morph and a Weaver farming away. Very interesting dynamic and approach that Into the Breach have taken in this game, and we'll find out if it works as we get ourselves into this game 1 of Into the Breach versus Water Rune Enjoyers.
Oh, I gotta reconnect. Give me a moment. I cannot see. My screen is black on mine. At least I have the PGM. At least I can see everything that's going on a little bit. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I can see the potential for, oh god, I'm going to say 11 monkeys, for Water Rune Enjoyers to get like a good push going and get like a nice advantage with this Luna and stuff like that, but I can also just see them getting outscaled versus this Morph and this Weaver and just lacking catch to ever really get onto them.
Very excited to watch this mid matchup. And just see if Supreme trips up and makes a mistake. If he dies to the Storm in the 1v1, it's going to be rough.
30 seconds to battle.
All right, I can't click on hero, so I'm going to be going full PGM for this game, unfortunately. Looks like my lobby got bugged out, at least for me somehow, but it doesn't look like we have too many, anything that's like out of the ordinary in particular for any starting items. Headdress, per usual, on our Chen, some stat items, boots on Ari to start up so he can make these moves around. And we do see deep vision, at least from both sides, so both may be looking to at least read the lane positionings if anybody's going to do any dodging or anything like that. But I think we'll have standard lanes.
Let's have a look. Let's
see. Seeing Ziz, he's ZYZZ, or ZYZZ for you.
Z's. I think it was Z's.
He starts a sentry and immediately buys a second one. Love to see that. I think it's really important, not of course to just block camps, but you're playing versus Weaver. You want a casual sentry in lane. I think I say it every time that we do see Weaver, but we do see Kadaro. He's prepared as well. He knows how to counteract it. Let's get this underway.
Let's have a look. See how well Otake can farm here against the Viper Marcy.
Yep, and let's see how well Top is able to farm as well too, because that's also can be a bit of a scary lane even for Luna. Death Prophet is insanely powerful, and a tiny combo and tossback on Top can do a lot. But same time too, Chen is usually able to guarantee lanes pretty consistently.
And yeah, in the mid, what do you expect sort of at the CS result between these two? Like, is the Morph truly just able to freely farm, or should Storm be able to bully him away from some waves?
I think he should be able to freely farm. Stokov has impressed a lot, especially like on his Lina and his, honestly, Storm Spirit a couple times. But I think Supreme is comfortable with this matchup. That's why he went for it. And at the very least, it's like, sure, in the past, this last patch, of course, when we had small camps, then you'd be like, yeah, Storm will out-farm because he's got small camp. But no small camp available. So let's see if Supreme can withstand the pressure of these early levels, because that's the biggest concern, as we said. Up to level 3 is when he struggles the most.
Creep away from being able to send his bottle out.
Yeah. He's struggling, though. 9 and 4 on the Storm at the moment. Slightly. Ziz does make a bit of an aggressive dive down bottom on the Marcy. We'll be okay. He's tanky, but he's been using the rebound actually to secure the range creeps because they're having a little bit of issue getting onto that one versus the Weaver and Wyvern.
So far on the top lane, CS, Palantimos, 7 for 3. It's going to slow down a little bit. As we can see, Xibe not getting a huge amount out of this lane.
No, definitely not. Mary's doing an excellent job.
Oh, and it's actually going to
Yes,
be down
of course.
bottom there. The Otaka will get the first blood moments before dying himself. But that'll be a worth from him, getting that first blood.
Super worth it. It's versus the Viper lane. Anytime you get the kills on him, and he's winning in the CS by a decent advantage too. I love when we do that, we love, oh yeah, look at top, and then boom, bottom. First blood happens. Poor observers. Pretty big deal for a Taker. He's getting free farm. Luna is getting contested. Even though Death Prophet, we see Xibe, he's not getting that guaranteed farm. He's got pretty much the same as the Viper, and he is slowing down Palantimos slightly more, at least for now. Constantly looking at mid. This is as the Morphling, you have to be able to endure the fact that the wave is going to get pushed on you a lot of times because you don't have an element to be able to push out when you go for the adaptive strike. But then Storm always is just going to force it under the tower.
I mean, what sort of item route do you see Supreme going here from this sort of mid position?
I think standard. I don't think he's going to deviate on it.
There's not going to be anything crazy. You're still just playing Morph at the end of the day?
I would think so. I mean, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't gotten to see these mid morphs as much, but I'd imagine he just goes standard.
Bottom lane, Otaka continuing to deal fantastically with the pressure.
This was smart. This was a smart switch up that they did.
Absolutely, because when you draft Viper Marcy, you don't expect the enemy carry to have perfect CS at 4 minutes in. That's not what you would have hoped for. We'll see in the mid. Stokov very, very low. Supreme not going to quite be able to continue to chase him down. Though Ziz is here. Splinter Blast. We blocked by the infused raindrop.
Stokov will be able to get the rune, though. Pretty damn important, at least. Is it still? I mean, he gets the deny in the face of Supreme. Nicely done.
There's out bottle charges here, Supreme.
Yeah, really good rotation by the Marcy.
Yeah, Ziz is still here, punching it.
Yeah, he's still sitting here. I mean, Kadaro can't walk back the lane because of this.
He's going to make sure he takes a fair bit of damage. At least has to get up in the air with the Arctic Burn.
Has to be careful how close he walks near that Marcy, too. Whenever sidekick's available. 31-5, though. Weaver. Significant advantage over the Luna. Palantimos is getting slowed down a lot.
And Xibe's starting to catch back up. We're seeing sort of pretty much even last hits on the top now between the two cores. Xibe closing the gap.
They can't actually apply pressure onto Xibe at all. Right? Most heroes, I mean, most lanes can't anymore because of how crazy Spirit Siphon is, of course. But Ted and Luna, until there's like creeps, it's just not. That's not going to do much of anything. And we actually see 2 points in Crypt Swarm. First time I've seen that now with the new Death Prophet. Even he was always taking the Spirit Siphon. But
I mean, was that just down to the fact that he was having a tough time CSing, so just
I guess
a bit more of a chance to secure last hits from range?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Second point is still super valuable on both spells, so. Yeah, not slowing the Weaver down. Morphling is getting impacted a little bit because of that bottle refill that he didn't get. But a slow start, and usually, especially with like Viper lineups, Viper lanes, you want to get in it, you want to be able to kind of crush the lane a bit. That's not happening. Not by any means. The other 2 lanes, though, are going pretty good, at least for Water Rune enjoyers. Seeing the rotations, at least from the supports. See Ari, check Stop Rune.
So try to make a move on Xibe. Some nice micro here, blocking him up. He's able to clean out the creeps there with the Crypt Swarm, and that'll allow him to get back to safety. Even thinking about turning back in, Xibe gets another Crypt Swarm off. Both him and Ari very, very low, but they will survive.
Geez, really pushing the limits there. Both have to go back to base now at this point. So Palantimos will be able to secure that farm, catch right back up to the Weaver. Yeah, great. I mean, very calm early game. Nothing crazy kind of going on here. Water Rune enjoyers, though. They are coming out a little bit ahead, which I think their lineup would like to do, at least out of these lanes.
That is true as well, as I believe Scriff pointing out, Lunar Blessing now, nighttime. Yep. Everybody's getting a tasty amount of bonus damage.
If only it affected creeps as well. That would be amazing. Chen army at nighttime. Can you imagine? Okay, an early rotation to Arcane Rune.
Yeah, wants to make something happen with this. Jibe staying close to the tower.
Bottom.
I see top as
Is
well.
also.
They're making the move. Stoikov gonna lead in on to Jibe. They've got the catch with the root. And they should have the damage here with the three of them. They'll take Jibe down.
Dire's middle tower is
Nice rotation. That's always the advantage also of this Storm versus Morphling matchup. Morphling not going to look to make the moves. He is just going to play the standard Morphling. Storm can easily look to punish these side lanes. And with Chen, they can look to start pressuring towers and this aura.
under attack.
Top, somebody might have to come to address it. Even maybe more than one hero.
I mean, it's just,
Dire's middle
it's
tower
going to be very interesting to see how this plays out for Into the Breach, because it just doesn't seem like the approach that most teams would take when they see this sort of heavy push lineup come at them. You know, this whole idea of, hey, you know what, we'll put a Morphling in the mid. You know, because
They have no active playmaker now to
yeah,
slow this
you've got
kind of
these
stuff
two
down.
cores. Like, who's going to turn up to these pushes?
It's got to pretty much just be multiple heroes that do it. Yeah, they're just going to give the top tower. I mean, it's not the most important tower by any means. It's actually the least important, of course.
Yeah.
But either way, a big injection of gold, at least, for the Luna. Now you can open up the map for where Luna can go, and same thing for Chen to make rotations and pressure those other lanes. No rune for Stoikov this time, though. Doesn't get that regen rune, of course. We did see Morphling take it, so he's just going to jungle in the meantime. But they're going to probably look to make another move soon. At least rotate down bottom with the Chen, I'd imagine, in a few moments. Right now, it looks like Mary is doing as much stacking as possible. Attempting to... Oh, he's triple stacking. Look at this.
Dire's middle tower is
Oh,
under
very nice.
Very nice.
I smashed it.
So prioritizing just going for the farm mid, though. Try to poke Stoikov.
Very hard kill to get.
Yep. Just looking for mostly damage on the tower mid. Got quite a lot of it here.
See
Gonna
mid.
try.
The setup. Won't have enough damage though. Supreme more than fine here as he waveforms away. He's got a regen rune as well.
The dream for the Supreme. We're gonna still kind of wrap around and play aggressive. Stoikov, he's playing super aggro as the Storm Spirit this game.
See Ari step up into this, but he's got backup. Stoikov, he wants to continue to go. Zips in aggressively over towards Ari. Really wants to kill off this tiny. My goodness, Stoikov. He's crazy.
Jeez, oh, these players are really pushing the limits for these. I mean, this one wasn't even close to him getting the kill, to be honest with you. This one, he needed to commit a lot more to have any attempt.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready to go, and I think, you know, this
Look at
is...
the bottom.
Let's see what they can do with Vibe Strike. We drop down onto a Taker. The Taker's got the bugs out onto BNC, won't chase. Oh, there's the backups coming in here. Z's here at the side. And catch him with the dust. The time-lapse has already been used, but won't quite be able to chase him into the trees.
Nice attempt, though. Now Ari is in the area, perhaps for Ziz. Whoop.
Quick combo. Any way for Ziz to jump away. There's not. He'll get taken down. So BNC
Blink.
trying to find the trade on Ari. Won't be... Ooh, not quite enough damage. And Cold Embrace there as well. It's in
Nice
the mid.
deny mid.
has been denied.
Still an early time to lose that tower, though.
It is very early, which that's going to be a concern because they got that top tower, but mid is always going to be more important, at least to see rotations and everything, at least for the side of Into the Breach. And now also, like Weaver, he's still top net worth. He can just move out of this bottom lane, get to jungle, look to pressure a little bit, give the Wyvern lane, maximize. And then now Wyvern, he's going to be probably the most important element, I feel like, for Water Rune Enjoyers to kill now in these next minutes or so, because he's going to be the one that just holds this bottom tower and this mid tower as long as possible. I want to see rotations coming out from Water Rune Enjoyers. And looks like they are going to start moving.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, of course, yeah, Stoikov, he wants to fight, given any sort of reason. You know, he wants to go.
You're playing versus Morph Weaver. It's super greedy, so they got to punish it.
Absolutely. If you speed this game up, Into the Breach could crumble.
Really trying to dive versus this Wyvern.
And we're going to catch him with the dust. Take up.
He's out
as well. He's still surrounded by the four of them, but pretty much the entire team's coming in to back him up. So this has now become a bit of an awkward spot for Water Rune Enjoyers to find themselves as they'll lose Mary. They'll lose BNC as well. Maybe even more.
Perhaps another.
I mean, Stoikov's going to try and jump onto Jibe, but the ghosts are out. This is not a fight for the Storm to take.
Oh, diving past the tower, because this is the one thing that I feel like we see this one every game that there's a Wyvern, right? It's like you see the Wyvern nuke the wave and everybody's just like, we need to dive this Wyvern, but they split up, they kind of go for both targets and get fully countered on, and now it's actually into the breach going to be the one to push another tower, perhaps.
Stoikov, he's very low on mana. He's still trying to push out this wave in the mid. They've got the two of them here. TP's coming over.
Should be all right.
And Kadaro, found himself pretty deep in enemy territory. Has got the curse if he can get it off, but not quite able to do so.
Nice injection for Palantimos, who's already been kind of just chilling on his own the entire time. So that's very nice, level 9 already. He's also got the more stacks coming along as we see Ancients. There he is, boosting him up. But still, I think the name of the game should still be speed. I know that they scale. They have like this tri-core with the Luna, the Viper, and the Storm. But it does still feel like a little bit of a fear, at least, if the game just continue to just stall out.
Sure.
You can just let this Weaver and Morphling just sit back and farm. So I think still, name of the game plan is still just go bottom. Even though you died, you lost a couple of heroes, just don't overcommit. Take the tower.
I mean, it definitely feels like at the moment, if they do group up, they're going to be very strong at taking these objectives. And it's not going to be easy for Into the Breach to turn up and defend when the full 5-man's there and they're sort of pushing around Palantimos' Luna.
Yeah, and if they don't have like the Death Prophet Exorcism, if they don't have Curse or anything, they'll completely neglect going for those fights. But if they do have Curse, I mean, you have to be very careful whenever this Chen does turn up. So we'll get this tower. It's only less than 1k lead for this Luna, which Palantimos definitely wants to increase a little more. He's still in a good spot, but definitely wants to keep boosting up that gold. He wants to be higher than that versus the Weaver. Farms a lot faster. Rune.
Stoikov. Trying to zip in and start off the action, but the curse is down, catching the three of them. Stoikov getting low. Ari able to jump into position. They'll take out the Storm. Toss onto ZYZZ. He's up to the high ground. Palantimos also having to escape the siphon of Jibbe. They're getting split up here, Water Rune Enjoyers. He's into the breach. They'll continue to chase them down one by one. Mary being bullied by Oteka off to the side. They'll zip forward here with a waveform. Cut through the Viper. Zip ZYZZ out of the game as well. 4 dead on Water Rune Enjoyers.
Kind of the worst place for them to get caught, it feels like. In the river, this lineup in general is all about like fighting around those towers and just getting the push going. But getting caught in river by a beautiful curse and a follow-up with Ari there, it's going to make things more difficult than it felt like they were already starting to become. Even though it's less than 1k, but it does feel like this pressure needs to come from them, and they get caught trying to go for a play on a Rune.
Absolutely, the 5-man from Water Rune Enjoyers can be strong at this point, but very much punished by these ultimates of Into the Breach. And just at this part, they were just split up completely. There was just no fight to be had any further for Water Rune Enjoyers.
The thing is that their lineup overall, it's got good group up and push, but it doesn't actually have good team fight in a way. It's kind of weird. So it makes it a lot harder when you do fight into these big ultimates. The Exorcism had just come up, so they kind of just had the perfect setup there for the side of Into the Breach. It's typically going to start the Rosh, though. This they can sneak pretty easy, especially that both those ults are down.
Will Into the Breach scout this?
I don't think they're going to expect this one. This is pretty sneaky. I like it a lot. This is really nice. As soon as the nighttime hit, too, so they're... I mean, now Luna's there, but they were starting it and Luna wasn't there, and they had the aura benefit, of course. All right, super early, 15 minutes. A good move. Trying to take advantage of those ultis being on cooldown. Back to the name of the game. Get that push going. They have the lanes, side lanes are in a good position. Mid is still really hard to actually sandwich on without, like, smoking and wrapping, though, so... Looks like they're just going to back up and use it as some farm for the time being.
We'll see, for Into the Breach. I don't think they'll mind too much if, again, things calm down with the enemy having the Aegis. As long as the Supreme Morph and the Oteka Weaver are able to continue to farm.
Yeah, I feel like they'll always take the slowdown for sure in this game. They have really good ways to keep the waves pushed out, too. You see their, like, the wave push, the wave clear, as, Blitz, the old school. Looking at the way that they can push out lanes, it's super easy. Death Prophet nukes it, Wyvern nukes another one, and they can constantly look to make plays with the Tiny. Smoke up. Kadaro, very sneaky, though.
So they have the damage. Going to continue to try and push on here for Supreme. Jump in.
Nice
Mantis
Manta.
pop. Caught by the dispose. And he will get caught. They'll take him out. Not able to play his way out of that one. The persistence from Waterrune and Joyous secures them the kill on the Morph.
Nobody on the side into the breach even reacting kind of at all, except for the Wyvern who TP's bottom, but it comes out quite late. Really good dive. Now they can actually push.
Absolutely,
so
yeah.
that
Here
smoke.
off the map. Time to push. Take these towers.
This Luna will be very strong whenever it is a full group up around her, though. With the sidekick, with all the buffs, as we like to, the Chen army, always giving thousands of auras. So Luna is going to be incredibly strong in those team fights if she is able to stay ahead. But still, only 500 out of the Weaver is not a... Luna wants to farm a lot faster. This Weaver is having a phenomenal game from the lane.
Going for the BKB next, south the Maelstrom. Same to be said for Palantimos. He'll should have his sooner, though. So we'll still have that solid timing to make moves as a unit. Waterrune and Joyous.
He needs to just finish BKB before he turns up at all, because he doesn't have Aegis. They know that. The Storm has it, so Palantimos does have to be in a pretty careful position for at least a minute till he has it. Does find a Pupil's Gift also, so yeah, this is going to be a really tough to bring down Luna when he is grouped up with his whole team. Super tanky.
Still got 2 minutes to play with the Aegis, so definitely time to try and look for a fight, or at least threaten a tier 2 tower.
Lanes just keep getting forced in, so they don't actually have... They don't have good opportunities to really look to use this Aegis, to be honest. Under the Breach is doing a really good job of pushing, just shoving the lanes, not giving opportunities for them to find any type of catch or anything like that. Looks like it's mostly going to be just a farming Aegis.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, Waterrune and Joyous. I mean, is there any way that they could maybe feel that they themselves actually have the edge in terms of the Luna being able to carry as sort of the later stages kick in?
They got to get more control of the map if that's the case, though, because he's going to get out-farmed versus the 2 cores. Even the Death Prophet is going to start transitioning pretty hard. Jibe is getting a ton of farm on the map. So they need to just continue to play fast and somehow get these towers. Like, this is a big kill. Now maybe they can actually sandwich and potentially look to go for bottom tower.
I've got Supreme.
Hasted Morphling is causing some issues.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Ari, very close to the blink.
That's probably what Into the Breach is waiting for before they look to take any of these fights, because their initiation is a Wyvern Curse at the moment. But even though they get this kill on the Wyvern, it's just going to be another one with those kills of just like to back up and farm rather than to go for any extra pressure onto the tower. Still being careful.
No, they're not looking to rush it.
Nope.
We'll see what Palantimos queues up as his next item. See if that's going to be something they feel is, that's something that he's able to get online soon enough, so they can look to make those moves. We'll see with the build of Supreme, Manta into the BKB, making sure that he lives regardless of what they throw at him.
Yeah, does he just tank up? Does he go? I mean, it's a really good Scotty game, so I'd imagine that's probably the choice for the Luna. Versus, it's the same thing as like the AA, the AA ban. You're versus Morphling, Death Prophet, Wyvern, so I'd imagine he does go Scotty next. Tank up. Aegis has been reclaimed, and the blink is done, so kind of perfect timing for Into the Breach to find something.
Yeah, Ari's ready to go. Immediately able to catch out the Chen. Mary goes down.
Now it's their go time. All ults available, Blink Dagger, and you constantly have this good lane positioning on your team because you're constantly shoving lanes. You have good wards as well because of Ari placing that deep vision earlier. Not rushing it though by any means. I'm pretty sure that they're probably saying like the Morph will be okay to outcarry this team if he does get the space to farm.
I think so. I mean, I'm a little concerned with sort of how relaxed Waterrune and Joyous seem to be.
I gotta be honest. I agree.
I feel like as time passes, it's only going to get harder for this lineup.
BKB's done on Death Prophet. BKB's finished on the Weaver. Morphling getting closer. So not only are they going to have the team fight disadvantage because they don't really have that much team fights. Like it's their ult from Luna is kind of their best one. On the other side, In the Breach has tons of ults that they can utilize, and they have BKBs on most of the cores.
We'll have an
Big on top though
for the next fight.
Okay.
Ari is going to be able to get the jump in again onto Mary. Supreme with the follow-up. See, at the same time, Stoikov's ready to fight. We're going aggressively with the Arcane Rune, but Kadara able to protect himself from Cold Embrace. And we'll see Supreme go down. Now the silence onto the Storm. And Taker trying to find it, but Stoikov is able to zip out in time. He'll get away. A trade that Water Rune and Joyous will be very happy with. Into the breach, of course, they won't. They want to keep this going, try and find more. Ari's able to jump into the side, gets the toss avalanche onto the two of them. BNC taken out. There's the follow-up from Kadara as he locks the two of them down. They surround Palantimos. Palantimos will fall.
What a, I mean, that was beautiful by Ari.
They might not be done yet. Ari, he's going to look to go again. He's in with an avalanche out of toss. I mean, we saw it against Secret. Ari on the tiny.
That was unbelievable though. Like the way that they're already pinging. Like as soon as their morph died, they were just like, we're gonna stop this fight if they overchase. They start overchasing. His team jumps to the Viper in the front, and he's like, I got a 2-man stun Ava, and he does it perfectly. The toss onto one, Ava follow, Kadaro follow up. I'm still astonished at how Supreme died. I mean, he just got burst, and I think the tornado creep from Mary pulled him into the Eclipse.
Did he die so quick? I didn't even see him die.
Look, watch. He gets tornadoed. He gets wild winged into Eclipse. And I think he just didn't expect to get pulled back into it. But still very confident into the breach. Even though they lose that Morphling, they have this Weaver, this Death Prophet that are transitioning, as we were saying. And they have Ari the monster on Tiny.
Oh yeah, that's the thing we're sort of talking about, the Weaver and the Morphal scale. Ari's like, what about me? I'm going to carry this one.
He queues up Echo Saber after that fight.
Did he actually? Did he?
He absolutely
he's ready to carry this. You know, he's had enough of sort of the passive approach that his team wants to go with the draft. You know, this man wants to kill.
And now game looks a lot more difficult because pace of the game is just going to naturally match into the breach and their ultimate cooldowns in particular, how they want to pick and choose these battles. So 30 seconds till EXO. They can chill, wait for that fight. Weaver's also finishing up the BKB. I mean, yeah, I'm getting more and more worried for Water Rune enjoyers.
But Palantir, he's close to Skadi. You've only got to imagine that when the Skadi's done, that's go time. You know, they're grouping up, they're going, because I don't know what else they're waiting for. Because if they keep on waiting, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, the thing is, though, now it's tough to, of course, say. Like, in hindsight, of course, there could have been like other things they do, but it's tough now going into and finding the Wyvern, because that's what they need to do. But Wyvern has Blink Dagger now as well, too. So they have to try to get these big team fight advantages by taking out these supports early in the fight. But into breach, as we said, ult's back up. They're smoked, they're ready to go. Morphling has BKB, so shouldn't die in the next scenario either.
Got to keep our eyes on Ari in these fights.
Taker also, of course, going for that Scotty, playing versus triple ranged cores. It's going to be very beneficial once he picks it up as well. Kind of interesting how we do see that. Two lineups with 3 ranged cores. Not the most standard kind of thing that you do see.
Absolutely. I mean, only 2 melee heroes in the entire lineups.
Yeah.
In the entire game.
Ari.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but catch on to poor old Z's there with the avalanche, and no hesitation from Supreme to jump in and help finish the kill up.
They're starting to run away with it, and Roche is up. There's, I believe, a Chen creep inside of there, so they'll spot it, but there's an Exorcism available, and then they're also just like, come to us, right?
I mean,
yeah. Like, please fight us.
You come anywhere near this cliff, and Ari's going to be jumping you.
Yeah.
And they know it. I mean, they'll smoke up to try and get an angle to approach.
Into the breach is ready for it, though.
Ari. He's in with the jump to start things off. Mary will be able to get the mech off, but he still gets popped here by Supreme. I'll take a forcing back BNC. Not really an area that Water Rune enjoyers can step into at all.
Oh, Mary's having a rough one. They constantly killing him before he gets like anything off. He got mech this time, but the last time he didn't get a single spell off. Now Roche. It's dropping Chen up in 10.
I mean, who's making the jump? How are you starting this? Whoa, it's a 4-man rebound stun there as they initiate. Over to the side, Winter's Curse will be used, but they're able to split from this. Ari goes down, the Eclipse and the BKB is there from Palantir as he pushes in towards the pit, and BNC was able to steal the Aegis. As they'll get it on the Viper, Water Rune enjoyers able to take this fight around the Roshan pit. Palantimos gets the triple.
I mean, Ziz making up for the entire
it's a-
game, a
well,
four-man
four-man.
rebound.
Yeah.
That looked pretty difficult to approach, and they just literally burst the Weaver instantly. He time lapses back in and dies anyway, and they steal the Aegis. All right, anything can happen.
That was, yeah, you don't get to see a 4-man rebound stun every day. That was fantastic stuff there from Ziz.
All right, how much gold injection did this Luna just get as well too, right? That is insane after this last fight. Look at this again. Wow.
I mean, just massive. Just to be able to take out the Weaver at the start of that fight, force that buyback, and then, Palantimos able to get the BKB Eclipse off at the side, also being perfectly split so that the curse just didn't really catch many, if anything, other than the initial target at all. They approached that. A very difficult fight in an incredibly impressive way there.
I can't believe it, right? With 4 heroes, too. They did not have the channel live until the last minutes of it, or last seconds of it. Phenomenal. I mean, yeah, totally shocked by the way that it went down, but the angle of approach is perfect.
Dire are scanning.
I can't believe Blink just walks in and takes the Aegis as well, too.
So back in action. It's the breach.
Still keep the fight.
Get the moves going.
Yep, they're still very strong. They still are. They still should have mostly the team fight advantage, but Blink just stands his ground.
Get the kill. I mean, Jibe not able to trade with that. Off to the side, Stoikov does get caught in the combo of Ari. We see BNC continue to push forward. The curse will come out in time, allows the Taker to get the time lapse off. That's the Aegis taken out of the hands of BNC.
Oh, Taker's getting tripped up a little because that Mindbreaker, it looked like.
If we can go for BNC a second time, Ari. 2-man avalanche, but the BKB is off in time from BNC. Still, though, the heals are there. Cold Embrace keeps Ari alive. Supreme trying to shift up, but Palantimos just stands his ground and shreds through the 2 of them.
Perfect situation for Glaives there, and he has all those auras that we were mentioning from Chen. Well, at least a couple of them. He didn't have any creeps there, but... Wow, standing their ground. This Morphling unable to actually fight versus this Scotty, the pickup.
I mean, absolutely. It seems like, at the end of the day, maybe they had it right here. We're saying,
Maybe they did.
Palantimos, he's going to be able to out-carry the both of them.
Especially if they can steal an Aegis. Level 21 now. Close to a Daedalus. He's got the Wraith Pact on Chen, so Chen can actually negate a lot of that damage.
Yeah, just excellent aggression from BNC. Just, these heroes kept trying to trade with him, and he was just stacking up the poison attacks, doing so much damage.
I mean, in the fight afterwards, like when they chased forward, they were just getting bounced. The Glaives were just bouncing between the 2 of them perfectly.
Let's see if Palantimos can keep this up. Top of the net worth, about 5k ahead of that of a Taker at this stage, and well on the way to having a full Daedalus.
Yeah, they got to start. They got to start feeling really good. I think Into the Breach is probably just like, oh my god, what just happened to us? Like,
yeah, like this Luna's
smoked,
destroying
we reset.
them.
Game was looking pretty solid for us. We probably would have had a Rosh and everything, but the whole game is flipped. Now they're probably feeling a little bit scared about taking it to these later stages for themselves because this Luna is just massive after all that. Storm also BKB, so survivable. Also almost level 18, DD rune. After they've controlled the map a little bit, they're getting these power runes for the Storm too.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward spot now for Into the Breach. Do they still trust in their ability to farm and outscale? Or may they be a bit too concerned now with how much of a lead that Palantimos is getting against their cause?
He has full Daedalus now.
Yeah, it's
Titan
massive.
Sliver, Daedalus. He's got all the buffs, the sidekicks, etc. With the Breach now, maybe also have to be a little more careful themselves. Ari, he's got this Echo Satyr Ags. He wants to try to scale, but someone's got to take the step back to have some type of more supportish items. Very selfish on Into the Breach. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but just not having these like Glimmer Capes or anything or Force Staffs to reset versus these fights now that Water Running Juniors have astonished in the last 2 engagements.
Dire are scanning.
See what they can get here.
They're hunting.
Does seem like Into the Breach are aware that this could be
But look at the line.
coming for them.
They know.
They're gonna spot a Taker in the trees. He has to BKB time lapse.
Really good sweep, though, by them. Like, they literally draw exactly the line. They know perfectly that they're going to be sitting inside the tree line there. Not going to check for the other two, but they will be able to push out these lanes. And, oh, look at the rune bottom.
Stoikov will be happy with that, especially with how aggressive he likes to play in these fights.
Taker nearly has his Scotty finished up, so still, after these last few fights, is quite significantly far behind the Luna, but this will at least allow him to stick on the Luna a little easier and perhaps fight back. And what, is that the... Okay, Aghanims is finished now, also for the Morphling.
We will see top Ari. Does get spotted in the trees as they lay down the high ground ward.
He stayed there for over 2 minutes. All right, let's see what the Aghs Morphling is also going to be able to do. That's the stolen attack speed, maybe. I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, he's going to be going for the Luna with this then?
I guess so. I mean, it would just make him a better Morphling, right?
Yeah. No.
If it's nighttime, his whole team gets plus damage, too, if he turns into Luna. Hey.
That's very true. Very true. Something that Taker and Ari in particular will be very happy to receive.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But they're the ones getting aggressed on pretty heavily now because of these moments. Look at the lane positioning. They've got bottom pushed out, but other two side lanes, even though they have great heroes to keep these waves pushed out, they can't actually do it because of Water Enjoyers getting this map control. The breach, though, they're trying. I think they've got like everything that they wanted, at least in items. For now. They got all big pickups.
See if they can get the catch.
They see Mary. It's pretty far.
Looking pretty dead.
Ari.
It's already kind of baiting Palantimos into a bit of action, but Palantimos does have backup. Stoikov is going to go straight for the backlines, get on top of the Wyvern, take out the two supports. Ari and Kadara go down. With this, Water Rune enjoys. They're ready to push for more. They turn towards Jibe. Lucer Beam comes crashing down. Stoikov cleans up the triple. Palantimos focused by Supreme and Taker will finally come to an end, but Stoikov has the backup of BNC. The two of them looking to tackle the Morphling as they drag in Supreme. Supreme pops the Manta. Waveform TP in an attempt to escape, and he'll make it away.
Oh my god, it's looking like total disaster for Into the Breach until they get that cleanup kill, at least on the Luna. The Curse actually kind of griefed them, I feel like, a little bit because they tried to commit onto this Luna and then it just gets turned on and they lose both supports instantly. But somehow they're able to stand the ground with the two of them and make up for it. But again and again, Water Rune Enjoyers, they're able to take these fights. Standing the ground with the Luna, Palantimos just a boss.
Now we'll see again, Stoikov, and same amount of damage done in this fight. Just cleaning up the backlines and sort of getting both cores down to a point where they just couldn't really solidly turn back up into this. I mean, Supreme, as you say, just getting away with minimal HP in a very, very dangerous spot towards the end of that team fight.
Stoikov is scaling super hard now, too, though, with his Luna. So they are getting this like really good dual core scaling at the very least.
Most of the two supports again in trouble as they've lost Kadaro. I'm trying to get Z's base. He's chilling on the cliff, and Stoikov's in with the backup. They'll zip over, get the grab onto a Take if they got enough damage to burst through him. Not quite. Take able to get the time lapse off. Ari jumps over towards BNC. BNC out of mana and soon to be out of HP as well. He'll get left behind by the rest of Water Rune Enjoys.
Already getting another snag. Playing a little too over-aggressive, Water Rune Enjoyers. Stoikov trying to push the limits. Not quite enough damage. But you can see that Into the Breach was a little hesitant how far they fully committed there, that they finally find the opportunity to get these big kills. Weaver catching back up. But Stoikov, as I mentioned, he's getting big scale also. So it's not just the Luna at this point that is going to be that big scaling core, at least on the side of Water Rune Enjoyer. So maybe that's probably what they were also thinking, that he's going to have a pretty decent game. Because he's got Lincoln's now essentially done, and the catch is pretty lackluster at that point when he has it.
Roshan back up.
It's going to be the big decider.
Both teams, they can take it down very quickly.
Supports need to be, all the supports have to be careful because there's such reach on both sides to be able to get on them. Mary in particular, I'd say his position needs to be a little bit better, just so he can get down these Wraith Packs, make sure he gets these heals off because it's going to be a pretty big deal for this Luna. Well, for Stoikov, he has to just find the supports. If he can find the Wyvern, the Tiny, Could just allow Palantimos to rip them all apart because of how massive he is on this Luna. Near 25, Roche is up.
He's going to make the first move around the pit.
Look at all the Chen creeps.
Water Rune Enjoyers sticking to their high ground around the cliff.
Play around that vision. I like how Stoikov is just standing in the front with Gem. I think that's pretty good positioning from him because he's got Lincolns. He knows he's safe.
Oh, yeah, he's ready to zip in.
Yep.
He's as soon as he sees, I get a main target probably being the Wyvern.
Yep.
If he can get Kadaro before the curse comes out in a team fight, it's going to put his team in a pretty good spot.
His damage is pretty high too. He has the quiver, so
yeah. No,
should be able to burst the Wyvern very easily.
A long wrap around from
Ace
into the
for
breach.
Palantimos. It's a good rune.
Awari's in with a jump. Starts things off onto Z's. They'll burst him low. They'll take him out. Stoikov's going to look towards the backlines. He's trying to find Kadaro. Kadaro, though, is going to hide up on the cliff. Keeping himself alive with the cold embrace. Now Stoikov, he's pretty low on the mana, and BKB soon to come to an end. The curse will come out, trapping Z's and Palantimos as a buyback from the Marcy into a dieback. He's out of the game for 70 alongside that and Mary. Both supports down. And now with the jump for Ferrari, the toss back onto the Storm. He catches Stoikov. They'll take him out 3 down on Water Rune Enjoyers.
Clips.
See if they can get anything in the turnaround here. Palantimos is trying, but the rest of his team pretty much dead. Not having the control to set up for the damage he wants to do, and now he's in a scary spot. We'll be able to put the BKB turn and get one. In fact,
the
Suns from the Centaur, nearly causing the death of a Taker, may still do so. It does. The micro there from beyond the grave. Mary setting up for Palantimos to get a double. They're actually going to get Kadara as well out of this one.
But Supreme's coming back in to clean up.
Oh, and it is going to be a cleanup. BNC on his own. Jibei and Supreme, they'll slowly run him down. A long, drawn-out, chaotic fight, but at the end of it all, into the breach, end up being Supreme.
They do, and they do it really nicely with their constant resetting. And really, I have to give tons of credit to the supports in particular. Kadaro, you'll see the way he danced. You know, you were mentioning dancing on the cliff. He wasn't allowing the storm to get on him. And Ari, I think, 4 or 5 different blink resets that he gets these Ava toss combos to have things work out well for them. Otaker makes a big mistake, though, in this fight. I think he just did not pay attention to these Chen creeps and kind of gets himself killed. But all in all, his team makes up for it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very easy. You know, when the Chen's dead, you're like, you know, he's probably checked out of the game, gone to get a drink. He's not looking at his creeps. That's not the case here. These are professionals, and you got to be watching out because he's ready to press that stun button on his Centaur, whether he's dead or alive.
Both of them, right? I think both of the Centaur stomps even clipped him. So we get back into it. They're still feeling strong into the breach. I think they got a gem during that also, too. They took away the gem from Mary. Yep. They have a full Butterfly and Supreme and an Aghanims on the Tiny. So pretty big injection of gold. And they get the Roche.
Popping the BKB there, Supreme, just in case.
Not letting it get stolen again.
Yep.
This is much closer than I'd expected, though, especially with the 2 lineups. Like,
absolutely.
Of course, sure, the Aegis Steel does make a big difference for Water Enjoyers to get that big momentum kind of going for their way, but very impressed with the way that they've been taking the fights. We also seen the reason why Into the Breach was a bit chill, seeing the Morphling power coming into play, how easy he can actually stand his ground. And honestly, the Aghanims is pretty crazy how much you steal. His attack speed slow. Even the Expel Amp stolen. I saw him stealing from the Storm, and that actually, like, in one of the fights, maybe can make a difference of how much burst damage the Storm can have.
Now, Water Rune Enjoyers will still smoke up themselves. Try and find a chance to catch Into the Breach at a point where they may be unsuspecting due to the fact that Into the Breach themselves have the Aegis amongst them.
It's a big pickup. They got the Timeless Relic for the Death Prophet. These debuff durations, the silences, the fears that come out from Siphon. Of course, also your damage being amped up. It's going to be an extra element. Ooh.
Stoikov is going to try and start things, but the immediate BKB's there from Jibei. Jump the silence onto Stoikov. Pop the Lincolns. See the opening stun actually catching Supreme. We'll get caught by this rebound as well for the ZZ. They continue to try and lock down this Morphling. And Morphling able to jump back over the side, turns towards Stoikov, but Stoikov commits him with the BKB. Palantimos has been completely abandoned here as they've run away to the side. Now they'll push back in around him.
Stoikov!
As they'll be able to take down the Wyvern. Stoikov does fall. Oteka pots the BKB and cleans up the two of them. Ziz and Stoikov go down.
Stoikov is doing God's work with the Arcane Rune too, doing so much to both supports, actually getting everybody relatively low, but BKB ends immediately dies from one stun.
And at this point, Water Rune and Joyce, I've got the three of them hiding behind the tier 2 tower.
They're being smart though, avoiding that exorcism.
Through that fight, I didn't need to lose the Aegis or the Cheese or the Refresher Shard into the breach. They've still got them all.
Yeah, they didn't pop anything. They only lost their 5 position as well too for a pretty damn good trade. Started out very awkward too. Ari like blinks in. Oh my god, Ari? Okay, there we go. He walked by 3 bounty runes. those have been there for a while.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Well, they could let's go again. I mean, Ari.
Waiting to see which talent he chooses as well too, by the way. Okay, he goes with Greed. Toss requires no target. It's a very conceptually kind of can be broken because you can cliff people in fights and kind of just break them. But I mean, he's all about the damage.
He's going this damage.
He's all about half carry.
He's ready to throw trees at people.
It is absurd how much damage you do have now at this point, though. When you do have Ags plus this 20 talent and everything too, he's also going to have to be a force to be reckoned with.
And Water Rune and Joyce setting up from the trees around the tier 2. They want to try and take a fight outside of their base, but would still be into this Aegis.
No Exo for 30 unless he pops the Refresher.
And they're starting to back up now. It's difficult to take this team fight.
Morph's 25 now too.
I mean, Ari could look to jump. So it's going to start things off by just laying out some damage from a distance onto BNC.
Trying to force the BKBs with any poke. Can't quite there. Is that double Lincolns, I believe, there? Yeah, so double Lincolns. Actually, triple Lincolns, sorry. Triple Lincolns on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers. They do not want to get cursed. Or morphed into, I guess, in particular also, so, okay.
Blocking either of these ults could definitely mess with the flow of the team fight that Into the Breach wants to get going.
They do have a bit of ways to pop it as well, too, but they can't triple Lincoln somebody and keep very protected, of course. CYZZ, not quite scaling yet. We didn't really get to touch on his build too much, but he's gone for the lens and then going to be going for BKB, not the phase BKB build that we've been seeing most teams doing, so a bit different. Also takes the sidekick lifesteal. That's the first time I've seen someone take that time over the rebound.
Yeah, I guess because we're just sort of more focused on making Palantimos' game easier.
Yeah, I mean, the rebound talent's pretty insane because you have an 8-second cooldown on an AoE stun, but it's really all about Luna at this point, so I guess that's what his idea really was. Aegis for 5 more seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Supreme, a
top
full
tower
Satanic, though, with that 25. He's incredibly difficult to bring down.
Shibek still holding on to the cheese and the Refresher Shard.
Dire's
That
top
second
tower
exorcism
is
means
under attack.
very much one for the fight and one for the push.
Difficult to prioritize for Water Rune Enjoyers at this point because they have to jump the Wyvern, but if you don't kill one of these 3 cores, they're gonna they do so much damage on the 3 of them.
I mean, we're again just sort of feeling that the difficult spot that they're in, that we kind of expected them to be in, maybe a bit sooner than 46 minutes into the game, as they have done excellent in some of the mid-game fights. They're gonna look to start things. To Jibbe, but Jibbe able to put the BKB, the cheese, the ult, it's out, and Palantimos with his BKB, he's having a run. He's having to get out of here. Supreme's looking to chase him, closing the gap with the waveform. That's Palantimos going down. See Stoikov zipping back to the temporary safety of his base. Ari nearly catching him with the avalanche. Catches Aziz instead as they take out Marcy. And Palantimos in with the second life. Just wants to pay here to try and turn things around.
They got to get more, though. Luna bought back.
And Supreme's going to put the man to Stoikov's very, very low on mana. He's just going to straight up die. Pushes himself beyond the limits. And gets punished.
Oh, I mean, he wants to chase more because they used they expended the big buyback, but overcommits, can't get anything.
Now sitting at 11k gold deficit. Every single team fight just getting more and more difficult.
Palantimos can't hold his ground. It's like, even though he has the sidekick lifesteal and all that, and the cores just commit on him. The Weaver, the Morphling, they just get right on top of him.
See what they can do. 40 seconds to Stoikov's out. He has got the buyback. See if he wants to use it here. Doesn't look like he'll be quite pressured out.
All the lanes starting to push in, though. All three. Bottom still has the catapults, even, actually, yeah. They could even make.
How many range creeps is this? Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane.
What
I was looking. I'm like, mid lane's got a pretty okay, but what the hell's going on bottom? Look at this wave. And a DD does spawn. It's spotted, so they'll have a DD Morphling as well for the fight. The Luna couldn't stand toe to toe already anyway, as he just continues to get like morphed. But ooh,
some big money there for Stoikov. He'll clean up that push.
Can't stop it though. Even though he gets the creeps, the catapults don't die. Tier 2 likely to drop. And now a Taker, a bit safer for him too. I believe he's got the gold for that Satanic as well. So easier access for him to not get burst down and just always stick on top of either Lunar Storm. Smoked up. Jibe like a centimeter from 25. Literally one creep.
There we go.
Nice. I like that talent. I like the Spirit Siphon one still more than the Exorcism one. Surprising he didn't take the slow though, but I guess he did want it. He wanted to be tanky, but that's fine. Roche back up.
I mean, Insta Breach could probably force it and get away with it.
And they'll get massive advantage from it too, because then they'll have 2 Refresher Shards. So even one of the supports can maybe have it, maybe the Wyvern.
I'm Supreme's tempted to just start, yeah.
He can just solo
doing it. Yeah.
He doesn't need to worry he doesn't even need to have his team kind of in the area. Or not inside the pit.
I mean, what are you going to do here if you're Water Rune enjoys? Do you try and throw bodies into the pit?
I think it's pretty scary walking into this area.
Yeah, I think you got to prepare for the high ground. This is not the place to be.
Who are you giving the Aghanims to? Are they actually going to give it to Otakar? I would prefer it on Kadaro as well.
I mean, I guess for saving like Jibe or saving Supreme, it's big.
90% of the time when I see core players get this Aghanims, they die because they forget about
They don't double tap it.
Yeah, but
I mean, that's not, these are professionals, bro. Come on.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, too, it does increase his net worth, so it does make your buyback more expensive, too. That's why sometimes, like, having it on the supports isn't so bad, but whatever.
True. And it also does increase the potential for your teammates to mold at you when you don't time-lapse them.
Exactly.
Because they know you have the potential to. So it's just a disastrous item. We'll see how a Taker can cope with it.
We'll see how he does with it.
Let's have a look here. The push coming in. Water Rune enjoys. How are they going to be able to stop this? Supreme getting a little bit low, which does have that Aegis. They'll be able to take it out of him pretty quickly. A curse gets dropped, but it's only onto the Viper. Zip across from Stoikov as he looks towards Kadara. Does get caught by the silence, is able to remove it. And then we'll actually continue zipping aggressively. Pots the BKB, gets back in on top of Kadara. They're able to take down the Wyvern. And now turn towards the Taker, but Taker pots the BKB. He's able to get the kill. They get the toss on the Palantimos. Palantimos has the BKB. Hurricane Pike's back up to the high ground, trying to get away here from Into the Breach. And will be able to safely do so. Able to separate himself after being tossed right into the midst of them.
That's so scary, though. Now, no BKB for 80 on the Luna. He can't show his face. If he gets tossed back again, he's just dead.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And these cores gave nothing to the supports.
Oh, all right. Yeah, the catch on BNC, but Stoikov's there with the response. Zips straight away on top of Ari. Supreme pots the BKB and wants to get the melee racks finished.
There it is.
But he's been
the time lapse.
See what they can do here. He's out with the waveform. Lost the barracks, and Water Rune enjoys not able to punish Into the Breach there for taking those from them. See, now, he had a big range creep party going on earlier. We got a big one coming out from the Dire side there. About
and
10
you saw
range creeps going to work.
Taker, he's a good core player. You saw that? He's a nice one. He saved his teammate. He did time-lapse the Tiny, so nicely done.
Yeah, even saving a support.
Yeah. But they didn't give the support to anything. They took the refresher shard even on the Morphling. They just really don't want to give Guitar.
I mean, that's
Ari
true.
anything.
That's true. If you're taking the Axon Weaver over your supports, then you better be saving them.
Supreme, a full Daedalus as well finished up. He's fully critical mass now at this point. How is this Luna going to tank up versus any of this? How are they going to else kill these targets? They keep only being able to kill the supports.
So hard. Yeah, without doubt, though, definitely impressive. You know how well Water Rune Enjoys have been able to hold on in this game, but it does feel that the inevitable is coming around the corner.
Yeah,
with just the setup, the lineup that Into the Breach have, and the fact that we're 52 minutes in.
Yeah, and this Morph Weaver are insane, and even the Death Prophet is kind of this third core, level 25. Exorcism is no joke at this point.
Let's see what they can do.
I say third core, I mean like third carry, of course. But Rax is going down.
Not anything they can really do to stop this.
The Ghosts just clean it up. There's another set of Exorcism if they'd like to move the Refresher Shard in as well. If they even want to use it. They have a DD also on the Morphing. And they have another Refresher Shard also on the Morph, so... Here we go.
He's going to try and start things. Gets in on top of Taker. Z's jumps in onto Supreme, but Supreme is going to be saved. So able to get the BKB off and zip to the side there, thanks to the time that's finding that second chance to live. Still, the Palantimos pushing on. Cuts through Kadaro, now will force into the breach to retreat. Stoikov, he's trying to chase, pretty much uses his entire mana pool to get in on top of the Weaver. Will die for it, but was able to get the setup, but Water Rune Enjoys to kill off a Taker. They'll now turn towards Supreme. Supreme using the BKB in the waveform to get away. Jibei now surrounded. Z's jumps back in, but the BKB's up from Jibei. Water Rune Enjoys kiting them out for now. Jump from Ari over towards Z's, but now Ari's in trouble. He's getting focused down by the Luna and the Viper. It's a third hero dead on Into the Breach. As Water Rune Enjoys, they're holding.
The Viper and the Luna able to hold their ground next to the Chen. I think I saw Tomato revenge on the Luna for a second there too. He had like plus 300 damage from this Hellbear Smasher that died. They're able to hold on again. Great save from Taker to I think protect the Morphling, but ends up paying with his life because the big jump of Stoikov.
I mean, yeah, Stoikov, he throughout this whole game, he just has no fear. He goes for it. And it's these sort of situations where he knows he can sort of throw away his life with that big sort of setup, but it will be worth it overall. They're just getting that little bit of a catch and chase onto Otake there, using his complete mana pool, gives them the chance to kill the Weaver and keep the game alive here, Water Rune Enjoys, despite being over 20,000 gold behind.
Yeah, they're able. It's really just because they keep the distance, right? Like Stoikov is like a tank in a way, and then he keeps like these two ranged, massive DPSers actually in the backline, able to focus fire targets. So now going the other way a little bit here. A Hex also on BNC.
I mean, they're pushing down the mid.
They're
pushing down the mid. They're onto the tier 3. See how much they can get from this. Ari's dead for 40 seconds. Taker will be back up in less than 5.
Tower's gone though. And yeah, Halberd, Hex, they have a lot of different tools to still control this Weaver. Still is probably going to be the buybacks, of course, for Into the Breach. But Water Rune Enjoys live to see another day.
They really do. This is, this is turning out to be a very, very exciting game.
Very close. They have a lot of gold saves.
It's a refresher now.
All
for
right.
Palantimos.
What do we have on our Storm? We could get a refresher on Storm too. He has Aghanims. So we could see them do the like black hole plays.
It's not. I think that's exactly what he's going to want, right? Yeah.
I think so. I think they definitely have potential to turn these fights now.
And we're close to the 60 minutes. Any crazy 60 minutes here?
Everything. Every item is so bonkers.
I mean,
Mirror Shield is probably going to be one of the big ones still because they have all these like Lincolns, so you'd be able to like double up the protection. But attack speed could also just be crazy. The Pirate Hat, just to negate that gold advantage too.
All smoke on smoke. Palantimos on the front though in the river.
What do they still have on the side of Into the Breach? They have a cheese, and I think that's it, right?
Oh, then it's just it. They've been through the refresher shards.
Been through everything, okay.
The other cheeses.
The base is being pushed in, though. So right now they know probably that Water Rune Enjoys is outside the base.
Yeah, I've got that illusion rune that Palantimos was able to pick up, so that will help deal with a couple of the waves coming in.
Yeah,
Mary! Oop! He's going to get caught, but Stoikov, he's going to go straight away for the jump onto Supreme. Try and get in on top of the Morphling. BNC steps forward as well. The Viper Strap. Palantimos comes in with the BKB in the hole. They're bringing Supreme down very, very low. Supreme has the waveform off to the side. Keep his distance for now from the Lina. Palantimos turns over towards Kadaro. Now turns over towards Zari. Stoikov again with these aggressive setups. Getting in, setting up for Palantimos to clean up the kills, and they're ready to try for more. Hex there onto Jibe. He'll get time-lapsed by a taker, but it only just drags him closer towards the enemy team as he still goes down. 3 dead on into the breach, and it's possibly more.
my
Taker
God.
and Supreme trying to deal with the fact that Water and Enjoyers are running them down, but they cannot turn and fight. They have to run. As Water and Enjoyers, again, taking these team fights.
The Luna's damage is through the roof in these fights with the Eclipse, too. Like, do you see how much damage he has? He has like plus 200 something from these Lucent Beams. So his right clicks are actually just ripping them to shreds on the side. Jibbit thinks he's tanky, but he's not. 31 armor Death Prophet dies in no time. As Stoikov constantly getting these amazing grabs.
He really is. He really is. He's, you know, every sort of team needs a Stoikov. You know, the lad that's just going to go in, get these setups, just no cares, no fear. He's starting the fights. He's making sure that the space is created. I mean, when you have this storm sort of zipping around all over you, the comms of Into the Breach has got to be kind of crazy. You know, how do you deal with this? You're sort of just getting forced to react immediately, and suddenly this team fight that you have and this potential you should have with the cores, the carries that are scaling, and the 20k lead that they had minutes ago, it just seemingly means nothing when Water and Enjoyers come running at you as they have been.
If they have all their auras, if the Chen is able to survive and keep everybody buffed up, the Viper and the Luna, then these two are going to just destroy the side of the beach. They have to kill Mary. Honestly, the Wraith Pack, the Boots of the Bearing, all these heals and Solar Crest, it's tanking them up enough. And yes, Stoikov causing chaos. They might just get this Rosh here.
Yeah, BNC's going for it. He's going for it. I mean, they'll want to get involved on this Into the Breach. I mean, Stoikov, he's going to be ready to go. See BNC put the BKB in an attempt to finish with the Roshan. No, take enters to the BNC. Will still be able to get the Aegis. Aegis on the Viper. See Stoikov getting caught by the Avalanche toss, but it's not enough to deal with him as Stoikov turns, takes out Kadaro. Kadaro buys back immediately. They've got to try and help out Supreme. Supreme pops the BKB, turns towards Stoikov, but Supreme, he's getting shredded once again by the Palantimos. Luna has to get away from this lineup of Water and Enjoys that's running them down. Taker pops the time lapse, but they've got the vision on Stoikov, zips in, drags him back with a Vortex. That's the Weaver gone. As Water and Enjoys, they'll be able to grab the Aegis. I believe they grabbed the Cheese as well.
And the Aghanims.
Who got the Aegis?
I think they got it too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Palantimos was able to grab that. So that whole the 23k lead, it's gone.
It's gone.
It's
completely.
gone. We're straight back to even. And if Water and Enjoys were able to do this as they have been, whilst they were 23k down, you know, good luck against them now in a level playing field.
And Stoikov probably is going to be able to commit the gold for the refresher if he's like to. So this is unbelievably impressive. And 60 minutes. So let's see what they get. This game continues to deliver, even though it's been totally crazy from both sides. All right, who gets what, though? Let's see.
I mean, they got the Book of the Dead. Always love that one. A little bit of side lane pressure, especially when this is all sort of 5-on-5s. It could be difficult for Into the Breach to really send anyone out to deal with that silent pressure if the summons start coming down those lanes.
I mean, there's going to be a ton of summons in the fights with Chen. Chen's got his army now fully finished up. These things hurt, too. On supports, these things really do hurt. He's going to be able to Boots of the Bearing and just run them probably at the Wyvern, who's already been getting taken care of from Storm.
Yeah, and of course, Marcy with the Seer Stone. That on top of the Ether Lens. You've got to watch out for the Disposers.
Oh, my God. And the range, I mean, the range that he can catch from is absurd.
We've got Fallen Sky coming out for Into the Breach.
Shiva's instead, so Stoikov feeling they don't even need it. Just feeling like he needs to tank up, which, I mean, might be the case. They didn't need it before, so.
Ooh. And I guess, are we going to get the Stygian Desolator going the way of Palantimos?
Ooh. I mean, I guess. I guess so.
And then obviously for Into the Breach.
Who do you give the Arcanist armor to?
I mean, someone probably wants to hold it, don't they?
Chen's holding the book. I don't think anyone has a slot, actually. Storm can, but I mean,
it's pretty nice, right? 20% magic resistance passively for the whole team.
Well, Stoikov wants 4 mana regen instead, so whatever.
All right.
Aegis, Cheese, they're looking to push themselves. Ari, toss back.
Gonna get him in pretty deep. BNC
Big pull.
able to force down to the side. He's going to be fine this fight, though. Supreme will jump the backlines this time, able to take out Mary. They've taken out the Chen. See if that's going to be the key for them to take the rest of the team fight. Mary buys back. He's ready to rejoin the team as he T-poses over towards the outpost. And that is Kadaro dead without buyback for 95 seconds.
Refresher was used from the Luna.
They could keep this push going again here, Waterrune enjoys. Still have the cheese on Stoikov. And BNC here with the siege. That shard.
Kills it very fast. Constant poke, though. Oh, that range, of course, from the Death Prophet with Seer Stone and Aether Lens. Siphon has a casual... I mean, you can just mouse over and have fun with seeing the range of Spirit Siphon.
So then Mary, I'm going to finish off the melee racks.
There you go. Death Prophet with Seer Stone. There you go. Very nice. The jump.
What?
JP.
Aziz is in. He's going to look for the jump. Stoikov's going to zip straight over towards Otake. He gets the setup in with the Vortex. Otake getting burst slow, still able to get the time lapse off in time. JP puts the BKB. Stoikov using the last bit of mana to get out to the side. Still got half of his mana pull left, so could look to get back in. BNC just standing his ground there with the BKB, pretty much finishing the life of the Death Prophet. They're able to do so. Stoikov zips back in to finish off the kill. He'll buy back straight away. He wants to keep this fight going. So TP over. BNC actually cancels his TP there. Opts to deal with the pressure of the creep waves coming in. It's quite an expensive fight that time around for Waterrune enjoys. They end up expending 3 buybacks.
Big ones, too. BNC's, I think, is really important, save for Stoikov. They have to be super careful now. Especially, I mean, Stoikov in particular, because he's been pretty reckless with a couple of his jump-ins. Now with that buyback, has to be very careful, especially of this Wyvern. Was able to find him this time, but...
Of course, we do the big old item here, the Rapier done on Morphling Supreme.
What level is he to? He's about to hit 30, so quite a bit tankier as well, getting like 700 HP. Luna, I think, also hit 30, so we've got the mini stuns, so potentially could just lock people down infinitely with double eclipses.
Yep.
And he's got Moonshard Eden, so he's full. All right, what neutral items did we see on the side of Into the Breach now? I see Stygian, I see the hammer.
Oh,
I see the book.
Stygian going the way of Supreme.
Oh boy.
That's, yeah, this waveform attacks target. That's going to shred through heroes.
And Otaker also has a lot more, even more ways to just get in and out of fights now too. The Fallen Sky and 2 Shikuchi charges.
Oh.
Oh.
All right.
Was he clicking Seer Stone at the same time? Or something was clicked.
Something
Something was pressed.
Pressed all the buttons.
Okay, BNC's the one who's holding the Arcanist instead. They swap things up a little bit.
Now, Waterrune enjoys have given some very impressive fights. This next one have to be even more impressive into a pretty much fully stacked morph with a Rapier.
I think Mary has to stay very far back because his buffs and his auras are actually very important for the Luna. And Palantimos and BNC somehow just have to be able to keep that distance that they were having in the successful fights. So for Stoikov, he still probably has to be a bit reckless with the way he jumps so he can give the space for those two to get the right clicks, but feels like it's still anybody's game with these crazy team fights we've had.
Absolutely.
But now, okay, so like you said, buybacks, many were used. Morphling and Weaver still have it, so does Luna. Morphling also has 8,000, I mean, current gold afterwards too, because I'm sure that's also going to be pretty crazy on most of these. So across the board, we have even backup rapiers that could be purchased and whatnot with those buybacks soon. And continue to, really important to be looking at the Luna of having all the buffs of how these team fights will probably go, because there is a crazy amount of buffs.
And is there nothing Palantimos can do in terms of change up of items? He's got nearly 12k gold. I mean, can you get a Rapier in, or is that just not going to feel good dropping one of these other items for it?
Might have to do some backpacking plays with Refresher to get something at some point soon.
Yeah.
Because I'm also looking, and I'm like, they don't really have True Strike either. A Butterfly could still be pretty beneficial versus this Morph and this Weaver. But at the same time, also, they have like 8k gold, so they could just pivot. So I'm just unsure of what he could get, unless he just wants a full commit Rapier. And be careful how many books you feed. You do give quite a bit of gold still. bottom lane is starting to become an issue.
Dire are scanning.
And at the same time, they'll have to deal with the fact that Roshan will be up soon.
That 5th Rosh.
Waterrune enjoys. Stepping out. Ari, he's in with the jump. He's on top of Palantimos, but Palantimos ready to respond. They turn straight away towards Ari, just shreds through him with the Eclipse. The Eclipse destroys him. Ari buys back immediately. We see Otake and Jibe continue to push forward. They'll get Mary off the side, and with the Winter's Curse, they'll actually trap the two of them. Mary and Stoikov get caught out. Jibe, has he got damage on his own to finish off these kills? He's kind of struggling to kill Mary off. Mary's going to be able to walk away. See, back over towards the mid. BKB popped by Stoikov. He'll opt to zip TP out, and he'll make it back in time.
So only Ari dies in the end of all of it. I think the curse actually potentially saved the YV Chen there, but was trying to get a multiple hero setup there at the very least. But we did see, yeah, the refresher was popped, the double eclipse was popped. It's pretty massive.
I mean, we'll see them try for the outpost. Of course, Roshan now back up. With that fight into the breach, easily getting the space to finish this one off. We'll see who takes what. Who still needs an axe? Is it Kadara?
It's just Wyvern, right? I mean, okay, I guess
Jibe
Jibe still needs it. Don't give anything to supports. Greedy cores.
And there we go. That's the rapier now purchased by Palantimos.
Okay. So he's all in. I mean, just backpack the refresher for the time being. Has to be careful, though. They still do kill him pretty fast if they get on him. Especially if the Chen auras and stuff aren't there.
Absolutely.
This might be one of the longer games in the regional qualifiers, I think.
I think without a doubt. I think we've had some sort of scrape past the 60 minutes, but this one's getting quite far into it. The Hex on Supreme straight away. Ari's going to be there with the backup. Jumps in with the combo. Stoikov's ready to zip straight over towards the back. He's found Kadara. Gets on top of the Wyvern. Palantimos trying to run, but Supreme pushes into the high ground. Is able to take him down. Buyback comes out from Palantimos. Dispose. Catches Supreme. So he jump forward with the Fallen Sky Stoikov. He's looking towards the morph, but Supreme's out of full HP. Back up to full HP. The curse is off in time, but Kadara does die. He's trapped the two of them. Stoikov won't have much mana to play with coming out at the end of this curse. BKB is back up, though. BNC turns with the Hex on towards Ari. Drag him in as well with the Vortex. Back up towards the mid. They kill the Morphling off once, but it's Palantimos out for good. Dead for 2 minutes. This looking to be the game unless the three of them could do something insane. But there's 2 Rapiers. One on the Morph, one on the Weaver. As Into the Breach should have the tools to close this one up. The tier 4s are gone. Ancient exposed. Stoikov will give it one final attempt, but the BKBs are popped. Into the Breach, they'll look to shut this one down.
Wow. Still, what a showing. Honestly, going to this far of a game, I really expected this Luna to have a lot more struggles, especially after like the 30, 40-minute mark or something like that. But either way, some excellent team fights, great persistence, playing around their Chen. Stoikov with some very ballsy jumps in, paying off massively. But they do end up losing as the game does proceed. Supreme, we do see why they decided to go for this option of the Morph mid, of course. He ends the game 18-3.
Yeah, pretty insane game. Very, very much enjoyable. I mean, yeah, to sort of have that turnaround. Looking at the graphs again, it did get to the point where, yeah, it was about 23,000 gold lead that Into the Breach had that slipped away completely. The game started to even go back in towards a net worth favor towards Waterrune Enjoyers as they made that turnaround in the late game, but not enough to hold on to the game. And indeed, Into the Breach finally able to push through and get this victory in game 1. But yeah, after that one, very excited to see what happens in the rest of this series. I think, you know, again, considering sort of the picture Into the Breach going with like this Morphling mid, I think, you know, the confidence they may have had coming into this, maybe they'll be a bit more respectful for what Waterrune Enjoys can pull off, because they really gave them a fantastic fight in this game on Fog.
Yeah, I mean, it was anybody's game multiple times in this one. So yeah, I think for Into the Breach, they got to go back, they got to look at some stuff and just be like, all right, these guys are actually pretty good. We got to be careful, you know. Stoikov,
they got to be careful.
He's scary. Same with Palantimo, so got to give them that respect they deserve.
Absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, a long one. It'll be 69 minutes or so coming up on the clock for this first game of the best of 3. Into the Breach will be able to take it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the advert break for Game 2 of Into the Breach versus Waterrune Enjoys.
It's what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe qualifiers. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogged, and we've just had game one of Water Rune Enjoyers against Into the Breach. Into the Breach able to take it, but Water Rune Enjoyers giving a fantastic fight, ends up pushing the game close to the 70-minute mark in the first game. Game two, draft has begun, so we'll be able to shoot you into the draft here, so we can see what's going to go down and see what sort of changes we have after. You know, Fogged, I mean, but what sort of were your big takeaways after that first game for kind of why Water Rune Enjoyers were able to hold on as well as they were in such a long game against a team, you know, Into the Breach that we saw the other day take a game off Secret, but coming down into this lower bracket, already having a bit of a struggle getting the win. Took their time.
Yeah, I think maybe this Chen did kind of mess them up a little bit. I see them banning it. It was really annoying because of these auras, and it felt like they always would kind of try and jump him first so that he couldn't keep this Palantimos Luna all protected like that. So I guess that's one of the biggest things that did bother them. So they'll get rid of that at least. But overall, I think it was just it was a couple of these situations where Water Rune Enjoyers just took fights that I think Into the Breach didn't expect. I think that Roche getting the Aegis, like that whole thing set the entire stage for Water Rune Enjoyers being able to keep this game prolonged as long as it could.
No, I think I could only imagine as well that maybe Into the Breach kind of felt that Water Rune Enjoyers would do a bit more of what we were expecting, where they would kind of put the pressure on early, and then, you know, Into the Breach would be able to make sure that they could just sort of avoid those moves and just get more out of the map, whilst Into the Breach were trying to pressure for the sort of the early tier 2s and such around, like a quick BKB on the Luna. But that didn't quite happen, right? Because Water Rune Enjoyers, they had a different outlook on the game. They played sort of this more farm-heavy style around the Luna, and it nearly sort of won the game for them.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this time around, they're going to get Stoikov on his Lina. This has been one of his most impressive heroes all through DPC as well.
Okay.
Mostly was only the right-click build because you couldn't really do the Spellcaster build before. But I'm curious to see which one he's going to do. Probably depends on what other cores he has, of course, and what he's playing against. But I like seeing Lina right now because of the variety of build that you can do. It's like so clear-cut. Your talent's literally just like one's for right-click, one's for just straight spell damage. It's really cool. Except that 25 talent, but whatever.
Yeah, and I like this as well, taking the Tiny away from Into the Breach, something that they've pretty solidly been doing as their second pick. And, you know, Ari's been looking very, very good on it pretty consistently.
I think this is a really good approach for sure. And now Into the Breach, it's like, what's the next strong hero that people have been valuing super high that they would want to grab here? There's the Death Prophet if they want to go for something like that, but Into Tiny is susceptible to get burst. Oh, Bat's still in the pool. Look at that, actually. Yeah, another one slipped in. All right. JK, Bat's still there. Lina's lane is pretty good versus the Bat, though.
Sure.
But it's all about what happens in the mid-game and how OP Bat really does get afterwards.
No, absolutely, yeah. You know, you get the sort of bots BKB, you just run in, lasso the Lina, any sort of follow-up, the Lina's probably going to die in most of those fights.
Lane should be Lina favorite, though, so maybe Stoikov can get some big stuff out of the game out of there to get that big advantage. So keep away from this Bat, because that's kind of what it's going to be most of the game. It feels like the Lina keeping away from Bat, trying to keep her distance.
Let's have a look for Into the Breach, what they maybe feel is worth also taking away on top of just the Chen from Water Rune Enjoyers.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, I don't blame them for banning the Viper either.
They take that, yeah.
I think Blink was just really annoying. And I think
he was. He, you know, sort of just outside the lane, right? You know, didn't manage to really slow down and take his farm, but he was frontlining alongside Stoikov really solidly, just doing a lot of damage and being quite the nuisance.
It also just changes these game styles. I think this, you know, this Amar, I want to say the Amar thing because it's like these farm preventers that he goes for in these offlanes, these carry preventers, the Vipers, even the
10
Mars, the
seconds
Razors, and stuff
remaining.
like that. I think it just sometimes makes the games, you have to just
5
always constantly like
seconds
adapt
remaining.
rather than like playing your style. So sometimes I'm always just fine with banning those.
Radiant team ban.
I mean, they did see it. We'll take her play it. Pudge Bat Rider is always really fun. Never get to see it, but always the potential. You know, you hook the bat when he grabs
Dire
them and
team
pull them in,
ban.
pull them both out of position. But
So the Tusk ban.
targeting Ari a little more here because they did steal away his Tiny, trying to limit his pool. His Marcy's gone too, so Ari is a bit limited. He's played the
Well,
Pango.
Yeah,
but
the Pango is one of his main ones, and it's still been left in. But clearly, because
5
Water Rune
seconds
enjoys, don't
remaining.
fear that as much as these other two.
I don't like Thor Pango at the moment.
know,
Even
yeah.
if it's like his comfort and it's all like if they're comfortable within the overall game, sure. But like
Radiant
it just
team
feels
ban.
really weak at the moment.
Taking out the Omni, we have seen quite a few lineups for a few teams going for sort of this Omni plus carry in this third, fourth pick. Omni Troll
10
being
seconds
one that we
remaining.
seem to see the most.
Yep, and they have Bat, so they're just trying to cover the Bat
5
from the
seconds
dispels.
remaining.
Of course, there's still like a Bat and still these Oracles and stuff like that, but Omni is the one that's been more on the rise and picked more.
Radiant team pick. Dire team
The
pick.
Beast. And they're gonna take that buff. I mean, that looks pretty good. It's a nice three picks at the moment.
Yeah,
for
I'm,
Water
I'm
Rune
liking
Joys.
what Rune and Joy is opening this time.
They snapped it too.
This
They
looks
knew.
very good.
They were like, "Ooh, we're getting a Death Prophet on third pick. Hell yeah!"
10 seconds remaining.
So definitely wanting some type of reach or someone that's getting in there on into the breach.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, again, I would be a bit surprised if
Dire
Void just goes
team
ignored.
Faceless
And it won't.
void.
It won't.
I was gonna
This-
say, I don't
You know
know.
what I mean?
Especially versus Death Prophet, because it's like 90% chance of Death Prophet off lane unless it's a support. He can always break the Siphon. Inside the lane, it's always can be pretty nice.
And honestly, I mean, I guess what, so the bat
10 seconds
that
remaining.
is definitely going mid. You can't play any side lane bat with Jibe.
I've seen some
5
people still
seconds
trying to do the
remaining.
off lane bet
Because
sometimes,
Jibe
but
can
mostly
play
it's mid.
Okay, yeah, you can play the bat.
I think they could be flexible, I guess, and then get a better matchup.
No,
to
I
mid.
just want to see a Supreme Invoker, especially when
You
he's
just
got
really
the Void.
want it?
You know what I mean?
And it's also-
I'm down for a bit of Void Invoker action.
It's with Void. It's versus the Lina, so if he goes the early Quas Wax and then adapts afterwards, it can definitely look really good.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny hates getting EMP'd as well, right? His hero's trying to
Yeah.
make moves and suddenly he can't
Radiant
cast his
team
spells.
pick.
They're gonna go with the AA though. They're gonna have that heal prevention versus DP.
Ooh.
This is a
Alright.
killer, and also this is what the pros have always said as well too. It's when you have Void AA, that's like you are guaranteed killing the target you're chronoing in most situations.
Absolutely.
Almost every
Absolutely,
single time.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, cool. We have the ice, like brother and
5
sister kind of in a way.
seconds
The
remaining.
AA,
Yeah,
the
the-
CM.
the-
It's nice.
The cold couple.
Yep. I like the Ice Vortex quite a bit here too with Bat Rider. It's very annoying ability that gets overlooked a lot of times. Because this hero doesn't get picked still that much either, but has of course gotten some buffs and changes. Ice Vortex is really annoying once you get Shard. Buff up the Bat Rider spells, buff up CM, have the burst. And even a scouting mechanic too. That's the nice thing about Ice Vortex. So let's see how they react. You see the Void now.
I mean, last game we did have Lycan being banned. I mean, is there any world where they can try and run them over with a Lycan?
I don't really like that lane. That sounds a little tough. It's like CM Void versus
Dire
Lycan
team ban.
Tiny potentially maybe. Or would it would have to be Lycan 1 actually. It would have to be Lycan carry. Never mind. I don't think I've seen anyone play Lycan on the 1 position, to be
I
honest.
mean, true, and I guess if they want to go for that, they could maybe. I mean, is there a chance they just go for the Palantimos Luna again?
Versus the Void, though, I think that's putting yourself
10
even more on a
seconds
timer than the
remaining.
last game. But I mean, they somehow kept the
They
game going.
kind
for
of
a
nearly
long
did it,
time.
you
5
know.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
If they're that solid on it.
How much do you want? Now the question is, like, do you want the straight like hard carry here as Palantimos, or do you want to have Lina be the hard carry and you be like this more secondary kind of guy that has like these stuns and
I
everything
mean,
like that? 'Cause
I think he'll still pick a hard carry.
probably.
I don't know if Palantimos will kind of go for that sort of style instead and sort of sack his game, and you know he wants to hit creeps, I'm sure.
No, I mean, it's definitely more his style. But I'm thinking maybe something even like
Radiant
CK.
team
It is a carry, but it also does have.
Hey, there you go.
playmaking
They were
potential.
thinking that as well. They ban it.
Okay. Because that's
Yeah.
Palantimos is like that for me is when I think Palantimos, I think CK.
Dire team ban.
It's just tough to think of any carries that want to play versus Void versus Bad and AA. Like it's pretty miserable. Any healing carries just don't really want to play because the AA.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
elusive carries you don't really want to.
You could still go TB, right?
5 seconds remaining. Radiant
Scary
team
into
ban.
Bat Rider, but you at least you're not that worried about the AA blast at least.
No, you're
You
going
always
to be
have
able
a
to
way
sun
play
that.
it.
Very much spanning those carries that
10
would have had the
seconds remaining.
potential to survive through sort of chrono, whether it be just sort of the
5
raw
seconds
HP
remaining.
or the raw.
Another,
versa.
you know, I do have to comment though and say that I'm really glad
Yeah.
to see that the EU region is not like the Eastern Europe region where they just pick Bristle back every game too, because I am so glad we're not seeing Bristle.
Dire team pick.
I was so sick of seeing it.
A brew ban here. A little bit of respect for what Jibe can do on the offlane brew.
That's an interesting ban.
Does it
And
say
now,
anything
and now I'm
that-
trying to think what hero
Yeah.
they would want, like because usually it's like some of these. I mean, CK,
10
right?
seconds remaining.
Usually it's CK when you ban Brew, but it is taken away.
Well, what
maybe
about-
it is TB.
5
I mean, what
seconds
about
remaining.
PL?
Radiant team pick.
And they'll get a 5th pick Visage. They'll be very happy with that one. A very hot and
looks nice.
contested hero. Left in and being available for this last pick. Something that I believe was banned out very early in the last draft, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. They've got this. I mean, the lane is a little weird though. CM Visage, right?
10
AA
seconds
Void.
remaining.
Unless they put the AA as a 4 position. Definitely
5
lacking a bit of that
seconds
front line
remaining.
on the side of Into the Breach.
Sure,
And
sure.
somebody to start the fights until they have like the Blink Dagger on Bat or the Void one who's jumping in first.
And what carry can deal with all of this?
Just pick something safe and traditional maybe. If you want to go for kill threat in lane. The Jug is again there versus the Visage, but no one's touching it.
Yeah,
no one wants to play
No one
it.
wants the jug.
Oh, man.
He's forgotten. Is it one of these illusion carries?
That's why it's the Terrorblade, Jug. Or I'm not sure. I'm not sure. AA and Void just make it really hard to really think of anything because they have BKB disables and everything else. It's a completely different pick out of left field. So he is taking the step back.
You're right.
He is gonna do it.
He is. Yeah.
Okay.
This is you're kind of happy with this?
It gives them this real front. Like now they have like tons of front line with B and C and Palantimos kind of being these tanky fronts.
Yeah.
So Stoikov can DPS away. This gives them some good vision also to match up versus the Batrider. Huh. It's an interesting pick. I haven't seen a carry Night Stalker since Saberlight, right?
No, this is it's exciting stuff. I mean, very much that silence when you're getting on top of a hero like the Void, sort of pre-BKB, it's going to be hard for them to deal with because again they've got kind of the aggressive supports on Into the Breach. Nothing to save the Void if they ever get on top of him in that portion of the game, and they will have burst. Stoikov on the Lina, Z's making the moves on his Tiny. Definitely a lot of kill potential that could come at a point of the game that Into the Breach might not be prepared to fully deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Water Enjoyers have a very aggressive lineup again. I do definitely see the way that they can dictate pace of the game, just like I thought they could last game, even though they took it to all the way to later stages. But this is an interesting one because I really do like these double silences always whenever you're playing into Void. It can make the game incredibly difficult. And tons of disable catch, even some save potential from the Bane. All right, okay.
Well, let's see. I mean, so far, of course, if you just joined in, one game up in this series, Into the Breach, but it was a tough game. It was a tough game. Nearly 70 minutes of Dota 2 action. We'll see if we get anywhere close to that here in Game 2. As just have a bit of a momentary pause as we get all the teams, all the players ready to go. But overall, again, would you sort of say it sort of follows the same vibe of, you know, if this goes late, you would imagine the Void is going to carry this?
He should be able to, yeah. But Lena, if Stoikov's able to keep the distance, he could have this really solid game. I guess it's all going to depend, like, how early these blinks are going to come out for bat. How farmed is Visage going to be? Is Visage going to be able to do this, like, Aghanims kind of... From the offlane, you usually don't see that build. That's usually more the mid thing. But can he get around, get on the Lena and stuff like that? It could be difficult. I do quite like Waterrune Enjoyer's draft to be aggressive in the early game and have some pretty good lanes. I don't know how this... Like, I look at lane, I'm like, Visage, CM... They've got good spam and nuke, but this is a very durable safe lane. Bane, Night Stalker. And then Lena versus Bat mid looks pretty good. DP Tiny, we've seen this one tons of times, and it's into a Void AA, which can be a bit of a weak lane. So lanes look really good.
Yeah, they do. They do. And as I said, just impressed all around with how well Waterrune Enjoyers were able to play in that last game. And I think every reason to believe that we could have another very close one on our hands. And into the breach. I'll see what sort of approach they take in terms of the timings they'll go for this game. And we'll see what Ari's going to be able to do on the CM. Definitely feels like one of the sort of support heroes that we don't see him on as much as sort of the other ones. You know, obviously very, very much being targeted during that draft this time.
Yeah, he's going to be very squishy, right? Like their front line is incredibly squishy on the side of Into the Breach until they get a real initiator, like I was mentioning. Who walks in first? Void has to either time walk in, or Batrider just has to at some point BKB and just charge unless he has Blink Dagger. So,
I mean, yeah, because that's the thing. Before BKB, they can't really have any of these heroes going. No. At least in any sort of situation where there's 2 or more prepared to react from Waterrune Enjoyers. And even when the BKB is there, of course, still the potential with the Fiend's Grip to put a stop to it as they get in.
Yeah, it's a bit scary to fight versus all this massive burst damage and spells that Waterrune Enjoyers. I keep almost saying 11 Monkeys because of the
logo, yeah.
The stupid logo. But yeah, it can definitely be difficult for getting these initiating plays and can't just get burst. So yeah. Let's see if they... I don't think we're going to have any lane dodges, though. It looks like everyone's just set in stone of how the lanes are going to be set up at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, is there anyone that's going to be super unhappy with certain pairing or certain matchup? I think Palantimos doesn't really care what he's farming against, right? As a Night Stalker, as you said yourself, he's beefy. He's ready to deal with whatever they throw at him.
Bane should be able to offset a lot of that, the harass that comes out too. Yeah. I think the Void might actually have the... Oh, Taker might have the... Maybe might have the struggle, right? Because he's versus DP Tiny. Can be a little hard. You have AA. Like, AA doesn't really provide the most inside lanes. But maybe if they get to like the time dilation, they get a bash luck with cold feet, chilling touch, they can actually punish. I don't know. We'll see. This is interesting. A lot of team fight coming out from the side of Waterrune Enjoyers, though. Whenever they have the NS, whenever he's running in with like the DP, they should have a big advantage, at least running into the fights. But they have to watch out to get deleted, because that's the power of Into the Breach. They have a lot of ways to just disintegrate a hero with the AA Blast.
Yes. Yeah, if they're able to sort of get that set up, get that hit on target. We do now have everybody back in the lobby, so back in the game, so we should be able to go. Here we go. The G's been cool. We're ready to play here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of Waterrune Enjoyers versus Into the Breach. Into the Breach currently up 1 game in this best of 3. Loser of the series will be going home or staying home. That they will be out of the running in this qualifiers, and the winner will get to go on and play against the winner of the following series, which I believe there may be some ladies and gentlemen looking forward to in the chat, watching at home. Of course, Alliance versus Team Bold Reborn will be coming up after this series, and the winner of that will play against the winner of this.
Ooh. Well, looks like they might be trying for a first blood here. Both teams doing similar as they did last game. Just the high ground wards to see any of these lanes. But they're actually warding they're warding defensively for mid. So this is to protect versus those tiny rotations in particular. Because there's a lot of kill threat onto this Batrider. If one rotation from ZYZZ comes in, there's a Lena. They could set up onto Supreme. You do see this Tiny up here too.
Now, Nobody wins.
A naked Tiny as well, because I believe he did the boots thing, where you get boots level 1, run out, sell them, put down the ward right away, and then you deliver your items after. Okay, now he's got his items. He'll lose his courier, though.
He will lose his courier. Easy courier there for Kadaro.
He also could lose his
He
life.
might lose his life. As Kadaro getting very, very low. And he will die. BNC actually with that Crypt Swarm was able to get the kill first. So Water Rune Enjoyers will get first blood. But yeah, poor old ZYZZ loses his courier, watches it die before him, and then he dies himself.
Do get 3 bounty runes, though, and one of them is just left. So 3 for 0 at the moment until somebody picks up that last one. Offlaner getting first blood, though. That could be nice. And we do actually see the lane dodging. Okay. So they were also worried, it looks like, for the Void, perhaps. And they're putting Otaker down bottom with Hidaro. Maybe thinking that they can actually apply a good amount more pressure up here to BNC with 2 nukers. Since they're, like we were saying, the CM and the Visage into the NS and the Bane. The NS and the Bane can actually tank it, so.
Yeah.
Okay, into the breach, I like it.
No, I guess that's fair. I mean, one thing as well about that top lane is, you know, once sort of the toss and the avalanche is available, if Faces Void tries to time walk away and you get kind of caught in that stun toss back underneath the Death Prophet, you're just dead.
Yeah.
You know, it can be pretty nasty.
That's why I'm really glad they actually did go for this. Well, we'll see how well the Void's able to do down bottom, because sometimes I see these lane swaps because you're like, oh, I don't want to lane this, and then he literally just can't get anything anyway because he's into a tough lane. This is not an easy lane either.
Not an easy one to get the CS right. You know, hefty right-click advantage here from the Night Stalker.
And just the regen that they used to have, like 4.7 on Bane, or on Night Stalker, 3.2 on the Bane. They're able to just constantly trade with you a little bit better. But we'll see. This is the lane that they wanted anyway. They wanted to go for this, so we'll see if it pays off for Into the Breach.
But of course, also the lane that Water Rune Enjoyers were like, all right, that's what we're doing. You know, they themselves didn't try and match this or swap anything up.
Nope, they're cool with this. They're like, all right, well, if you want to dodge a lane, I don't think we care. We have the better lane matchups overall anyway. Mid, first 2 waves, doing excellent on Supreme.
Keeping it dead even, and we'll see if that continues as the levels start to come in for Stoikov.
Got a lot of stacks right now on Stoikov. Stoikov's fine, though. He did go for bottle, though, on the Lina a little earlier than usually we traditionally see. Like, you rush the boots with the wand, and you play versus the bat with that, but cool approach. Just wants to... I mean, with Lina, it makes a lot of sense, too, because you just want to always keep the Fiery Soul stacks up, but usually you can with just a stick. Does have to be a little careful, because he didn't go for those boots, though, that he could just get walked down if he makes a mistake at level 4.
No, I was going to say, is this sort of a lane where there's potential for solo kills?
The fact that he didn't go boots.
Yeah.
Usually, like I said, like 90% of the time you see these players, they get the boots immediately versus the bat with the stick. So you can't get killed at level 4. Because here he could get Flame Break, and he could go for this solo kill here if Stoikov's not careful. Ooh. So I think that's why Supreme's giving high fives.
I mean, yeah, Stoikov's got to, as you said, really keep the distance, allow those stacks to reset.
I usually don't see these Bat Riders the first 3 waves have this type of like evenness versus Alina. So really well played from Supreme. Up top, toss back, Ari.
See if we can finish off the job.
One more hit in the tree throw.
Oh, he's got the stick charges. Oh, he's going to be fine. And we're seeing on the CS indeed, you know, even with the lane swaps, you know, Otaker not having kind of easy free farm down bottom. Having the slowest start of the cores.
AA just doesn't... AA as a support, like it's a 5-position AA in the offlane, doesn't really trade very well with most support heroes. Even though he's using all his entire mana pool to attempt, can't actually out-trade a Bane too easy. Guys, nice little bash there on the flag bearer creep. RNG there for Otaker. Nice. And now Stoikov's safe. He got over the hump of that level 4. Boots are ready. Supreme couldn't really push and take advantage. But he's even in the mid matchup, which is, yeah, like we said, amazing for Supreme. Top, another toss.
This time round, a little bit deeper. Ari, he's got a little bit of a longer way to walk, but will manage to get away once again.
They're out of regen up here, though. Just the sticks and fairy fire, so Ari could just get gone again.
As he's in with the catch, and indeed this time Ari will fall.
It's not even, honestly, that's not even the worst because you want to reset. Rather than walking to base as this super slow Crystal Maiden, this is probably more beneficial. It's a good kill, of course, for Water Rune enjoyers, but I don't think Ari's actually that upset about those type of deaths.
Good pressure, though, from the Tiny. Looking for these opportunities to set things up for the DP.
He's doing really nice with this 1-1-1 skill build. Bottom. Nighttime is hit. Can Mary get in front of Kadara? Oh, he tried. Still might be able to just walk him down with the brain sap. It's close. Not quite.
Yeah, Palantimos would rather spend his time still focused on the lane and just making sure that Otaka does not have an easy time farming down here.
They are shutting down the Void Coil. I mean, 17 last hits. That is probably Mary. Good dodge.
So the bashes come in. Need a few more Otaka and he won't quite get them.
Well played, honestly. That looked very scary for Mary for a second. And we do see Palantimos. He's just queuing up his armlet. He's got the Helm of Iron Will. They can't really push him out of lane with this until they have Chrono in particular. So even though they lane swapped on the side of Into the Breach, as we mentioned, Water Rune enjoys with these 3 strong lanes. It's looking nice. Rune does go the way to Supreme. First time, I think, in like 10 games, I don't see 3 heroes in the mid lane contesting Water Runes or Power Runes at the 6th minute. They're gonna rotate, though. Supreme still has bottom fights happening. They still have a siege in mid. So Supreme and Ari could look to dive onto Stokov and get some tower pressure here. He's got the point in Flame Break now, too.
We'll see if there's any sort of reactions if that dive comes in.
Stokov has like no mana. He has 1 nuke. Uh-oh.
It's a very dangerous spot to be. There's the TP's coming in. We'll see if it's going to be enough to offer any sort of safety for Stoikov. The lasso comes out.
Okay.
Stoikov, he's going to be fine. He's able to walk this one off. The backup comes in from Water Rune enjoyers. They'll be able to make sure their Lina lives. In fact, Stoikov, he's thinking about getting back in on this. Trying to close in onto Ari. To slow off with the tree, but Ari should also be fine. Nobody to go down quite yet. Supreme poking back at the sticky napalm stacks, building up on Mary, but wasn't able to quite connect with the Flame Break.
He's trying to toss back. Level 2 toss. He's getting stickied up. Can he get away? He will. Supreme got greedy there, I think. He's still looking to chase, potentially, but on the initial go on the Lina, I think he could just... he was trying to save Lasso. It's a typical thing that Bat Riders try to do. You go for this kill without it. He hesitated on it a little bit and gets caught in the stun while he goes for Lasso. So a nice play for Stokov to survive and good rotation from supports, but a little bit of a slip up there from Supreme. Still top of net worth, though, so still having an excellent game.
Want to see top lane. Exorcism used from BNC to put pressure onto the towers. Able to get it down to half HP with the first round.
He's good to keep pressuring for a moment up here. As soon as the Visage hits 6, this lane becomes a lot more difficult. He does always have the Spirit Siphon charges, but most heroes will still struggle versus those familiars in lane. It's also, yeah, 3 points in Grave Chill, so.
And Supreme's going to look for the rotation because they know how far up the lane they're pushed.
No Exorcism also, so they're not worried about getting turned on.
If Supreme gets something out of this, we'll get tossed back underneath the tower. Z's, of course, far away from any potential safety, will go down. Supreme setting up here to make sure that the side lanes start to get some of these kills.
He stole the flag bearer creep from his safe lane. How rude.
Easy money.
Easy money. All things considered, Otaker, he's 500 behind the Night Stalk. It could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, clearly with the decision to put him down here, maybe they kind of expected that you know, it wasn't going to be easy, but for what they sort of saw as the potential of what would happen if he stayed top, it's better than if he'd stayed up there and tried to farm against the aggression of the Tiny and the Death Prophet in lane.
Yeah, also, even just that, the Death Prophet could have potentially, or more than likely, taken the tower now at this point, too, if it was a Void up there. Because the Vicious and CM up there, they're able to prevent BNC from doing it. Giving the mid to the Tiny. Stoikov looking to try to make some rotations happen. Tough lane to sit in, though. Sit versus the Bat Rider. Supreme, I believe he has Boots of Travel coming out now also.
Yeah, good timing here.
Very early.
3-10 minutes.
And they're double checking the runes as well. Ari again. Oh. They want to dive.
So TP's coming in. Supreme won't be able to get on top of Z's, but the toss is there. Frostbite won't do enough damage to kill off this Tiny. Z's will be fine.
Wants to hold lasso for a bigger kill. Haster in top, Mary. What? They're going to just grab him.
Yeah, he's not happy with that. You know, you take the haste rune, I'll take your life.
Mm-hmm. Supreme continued having that top net worth. Visage catching back up, but BNC, Exorcism's back up. Thinking about the tower. The bots, though. The Bat Rider's in.
As soon as he pops the Exorcism, they're on top of him. Get the siphons off. Surrounded by the 3 heroes, he needs help. CZ's coming with the avalanche. Hold back the 2 of them. BNC able to get off another siphon. Toss to the side as well. Z's doing everything in his power to keep BNC alive, and it will work out. BNC still good to go for now. As Pound Timos was trying to continue this fight and get something in return for losing the Tiny. They won't quite be able to turn and get a trade kill. Some great moves there from Z's, just keeping his core DP alive.
Ooh, and the AA Blast comes in just after the heal. That was very close to stopping the heal. Good play from Tiny, giving his life for his Death Prophet. They don't get to hit the tower, though, with Exorcism. So I think Into the Breach, still very happy with the way that they've formed that defense. And the fact that Otaker gets the space down bottom, also to get a tower. Might even also be able to, yeah, should be able to set up a kill. Don't even need Chrono.
Yeah, Supreme is just all over the map now with these bots. Top to bottom, any chance he sees for a kill, he'll be there.
Can't believe how, yeah, I cannot believe how great of a lane that he really had versus the Lina. I've seen it go completely differently, but Supreme, that's going to allow him to really be that front line for his team to just pierce through things. His back can be kind of tanky also. He's going to have 1500 HP or more when that Ogre Axe does come in. So can likely just commit for heroes. And the space, the amount of space that you're able to make when you are a Bat Rider with bots like this, that's where the Void just loves you. Otaker's just like, yes, my game is recovered. I'm no longer the bottom core. He's actually one of the top.
I see a smoke up from Water and Enjoys. They want to try and do something with the Laguna.
They want to get a tower early, too. It's 12 minutes, and with Death Prophet, they still haven't been able to hit one. The fact they lost their safe lane tower to a Void says a lot.
We'll see again, Supreme with the bots. He's heading over. And get on top of BNC. Ice Blast.
Off the mark.
Yeah, between the middle of the two of them. Does still clip Stoikov. BNC's trying to heal up with the siphons. See if he's able to stay alive here. He's still living here. Supreme will get the grab though with the lasso onto Stoikov. BNC slowly but surely still goes down. They'll also find Mary off to the side who committed in to get the kill on Ari. There's 3 dead on Water and Enjoys. Again, Supreme just with these moves, always involved. As the Bat Rider, it's making it very difficult for Water and Enjoys to look for these sort of smoke plays.
He's breaking the game overall. Like even though what we mentioned, you know, the lane's really strong for the side of Water Enjoyers, the Bat Rider, he came out ahead and he's, like you said, he's everywhere.
He's been in every kill.
Single one of these moves. Yep.
5-0-3.
He's able to get on top of the Lina quite easily there too. Stoikov got hit by the blast. He's just dead. Can't contribute anything. It's Bat Pick working perfectly for them. And as we said, during all of it, Otaker, he's top net worth at least of the carries. Mask of Madness and Javelin finished up. And again, they're looking to make moves very fast-paced. They know that the Supreme can just join in at any moment, so essentially they have 4 heroes up here. Water Enjoyers, they're gonna give the respect now to it. They're gonna hesitate.
I mean, they know how difficult it is to make a move whilst this Bat's got the potential to get involved. Unless they catch Bat alone. Supreme.
Big play.
Caught by the grip. See if they can burst through, and TPs are coming in. The stun will actually catch the both of them. This might give them a chance to pick up both kills. As it does indeed. Palantimos gets the double. As the Light Strike Array catching them both, catching Otaker as he TPs in. That's a massive couple of kills there for Water and Enjoys in the mid.
Just gets slightly clipped by it, right? The stun, the silence, can't back up his Bat Rider. Very nice play camping the rune.
They might be able to get more. The toss back on Kadaro. Damage from Stoikov. It'll be enough to take him out. See Jibbe Desperate to take something in return as he tries to focus down Palantimos, but the Night Stalker's too tanky.
Beautiful series of events, getting the two most important heroes in the game just because you can't Baroon. Stoikov fully recovered, bad off the map for some time too.
See, as soon as Supreme's back in the game, though, he's smoking up. Wants to get something done with the lasso.
They are crippling Blink this game, BNC, right? We saw also during that whole situation, as our beautiful observer pointed out, Exorcism was used and BNC got killed there.
Oh.
And now they're going to go from again. Oh? Okay, go find him.
See if he can do anything to survive. The Cypher's now freezing field's coming out. Ari's going to lay down the damage with the ultimate. Will get put to a stop by the Nightmare. Lasso onto BNC. Will set him up for Oteka to finish him off. They'll lose Ari in return. Oteka was going to jump in with the Chrono. Only catches the Tiny. But it will be another guaranteed kill on top of it all here for Into the Breach. And I've got to ask Fogged as well. Thoughts on this one? We've got a Midas on the Night Stalker.
I saw him going for it.
I thought this man was meant to be our playmaker this game.
He wants to also transition. He's probably like, uh-oh, state of the game is a little weird with the way the Bat Rider was having all this success. Maybe thinking we do need a secondary carry, I guess. You already know my thoughts about Midas, so I'm not going to say it.
Now we'll see. I'm excited to go. I mean, you know, for Palantimos, it's probably a case of, yeah, sure, I'll play a playmaker. Yeah, give me Night Stalker. Yeah, Lena, you can carry. And he's like, oh, I got a lot of money. Oh, time to get the Midas. Time to still be the carry myself. I mean, last game definitely was very impressive on the Luna. You know, this man knows what he's doing.
Stupid little Midas item. God, I hate this item. I'm alright with this in some games when you're playing versus like select dominators and stuff like that, but I mean, we'll see if it pays off. If he's able to keep up with farm, keep ahead of this Void, he could just be this very tanky big nuisance. That then they have these two cores that are scaling, so.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And he will always be able to stick like on the Void if he is very farmed. He can actually solo kill the Void in a lot of situations until we get to those later stages because he's level 11. Void level 9 at the moment still. Getting a wraparound.
Oh, they get the grip on Oteka. To set things up, back into the silence of Palantimos. See if they can get Oteka away. They can't. Palantimos stays on top of him, takes him down.
Big Ice Blast, though.
They lose Mary, and they lose more here. Stoikov. He's got to run. Ari trying to get the catch, but the silence comes in from BNC. Stops Ari from being able to get any sort of setup still. The bird's in on top of Z's and BNC, bringing the Tiny down very, very low here. Z's off to the side. I'm going to continue to try and chase, but the Avalanche catches them. BKB's off in time for Supreme. It's on top of BNC. Visage getting pushed back to the side. The damage, it's enough. BNC will be able to take down Jibbe. It will cost him his own life as Supreme cleans up.
Decent chase forward, though. Getting the Void. They do get hit by what? It looked like a 3 or 4 man Ice Blast, though, which allows Into the Breach to chase forward with Supreme. And he just picks up the BKB because he's so far ahead.
Oziz shows his face in the river, but not for long.
Wanted to prevent this bottle refill. Supreme low mana, no longer Invis bottom.
There's this Invis, and of course still has Lasso up for the next play.
They do keep getting this Void, but Otaker's not really that. He's underfarmed compared to the Night Stalker, but he's got Treads, Mask of Madness, Maelstrom, and he always has the AA, so he always has kill threat with Chrono still, even though he has died twice this game. Supreme with this Invis is stalking behind the tower, too. Well, if he hung around a little longer, he could have probably got Palantimos.
I was going to see Palantimos to step out pretty far in the mid.
He still might be able to. Oh, man, it's close.
He's staying close to the tower, Palantimos.
But BNC not so lucky.
Yeah, they'll go for BNC instead off to the side. Of course, he was not expecting the Invis bat to strike from the shadows.
Jibbe hitting level 12 off that, immediately summons level 2 familiars. And of course, important, Otaker getting these last hits on these kills. Pretty massive. All right, let's see if this Midas pays off. They're going to have... it's going to be a little delayed, of course, that BKB timing for the Night Stalker, but they do have it done on the Lina. And they still have this deep ward down that was not taken away.
I'll blink on Tiny now as well. Z's has already been making some great plays, great saves. So could be around to bail out those that get gone on.
He's always gonna have. They're always gonna have good window to kill a Taker too. At this, like when they have the Tiny, the Night Stalker. So until he has BKB, trying to find this Void is definitely a really good option for the side of Water Rune Enjoyers. But they're not able to find anything here. They swoop toward their ward into the breach. Does get away, and they'll have time to secure not only DD but maybe even buy time for Lasso. 45 seconds, so it's gonna be back up. Chrono's ready. They want to just make a move with Chrono. It looks like.
Same time, Water Rune Enjoyers won't be too opposed to a fight themselves. They'll smoke.
Stoikov is low mana. 300 mana on this Lina. More of that right-click Lina, but definitely needs mana to be able to keep up his fiery soul stacks.
Looks like they want to set up for a bit of a push around the exorcism. But at the same time, a little suspicious about what Into the Breach have in store for them around this mid.
They're just, it's so scary because you walk up DP, if he just gets Chrono to A-Blast, he's dead. Doesn't matter BKB, doesn't matter anything. So trying to set up something there, but Into the Breach all sticking together. And no Taker, if he's able to get this BKB, then the big issue is going to start happening for this Night Stalker. Are you ever going to be able to kill him? Are you going to have the silence, the stuns on before he's able to get it off in particular? So that's really all Taker needs to be mostly protected. Sure, there's still Fiend Script, but...
I'm going to look for it again. Another smoke here from Water Rune Enjoyers.
Stoikov a little bit healthier on the mana pool this time around.
And they don't want to be sitting around. They do want to make these plays. A little bit more aggressive from them this time than as we saw at this point in game one.
Looks like the power runes are going to be a big thing that both teams are playing around, since both their mids can just explode off them. And haste to Arcane on the side of Into the Breach DD for Lina. It's a regen. Baited. But can they catch something?
What? So they get the jump onto the Void. They get the toss back, but the Chrono is off in time. The Chrono's there, onto the two of them and onto the big one, of course. Stoikov caught in it. As a toss gone wrong there. A Taker throwing the tip over towards these.
They don't get the full
always
chain
the
stun.
threat, yeah. I mean, I mean, Stoikov, I don't know, was he sort of slow with the light strike follow-up, or?
I think they just didn't see. I think maybe it was like a lack of direct communication.
Yeah, they didn't
or
sort of
something
call
like
it.
that.
Yeah.
Because he also, I think, he Avid and then tossed instead
Yes.
of doing the toss, walk up, and then Ava back. So a little bit of a slip up there kind of gives a free initiation for Otaker.
Well, let's see. Yeah, because you can combo this right with the light strike if you make the call, but in DJ's just not
It's a little
time.
slow.
It happened so quickly that the light strike was coming, but not before. And also, I believe, a wasted grip at the end of that as well. Attempted with the Fiend's grip, but immediately got stopped. Very unfortunate set of events there for Water Rune Enjoyers. And Supreme,
they're gonna lose.
he's going to look to push on for more. They get the jump in, lasso down onto Mary. We'll see Z's jump in and try and help out. Mary buying a bit of time here with the Self-Nightmare, but does still die. Does allow them to turn and take down Jibe in return. So you take her. First life's gone. Palantimos. And on top of the AA, ends the life of Kadaro. Try and see if they can find more. A time walk and a TP gets Taker back to safety.
Decent trade kills, though. They got
Ari.
Aegis. They got 2 kills as well.
Uh-oh, he doesn't have a TP on the CM. A bit of a scary part of the map here.
He's going to sneak. I believe in him. Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, he's terrified.
He's Palantimo. Oh, my
He's
God.
terrified.
The Batman
no.
is cutting off his escape.
Oh, no.
Okay. He has this ward to
I
play
mean,
around, though.
yeah,
Can
they
he make it?
don't know.
Oh, God. They might deward his ward, and then what does he do?
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Oh, God, Ari.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right, he's going to be stuck there for a while.
This is a scary part of the woods.
But a pretty good fight, either way, for the side of Water Rune Enjoyers. I think that was a pretty big toss back coming up from ZYZZ. He's asking, like, his team's like, "What got you, bro?"
Ah, this is nice. Here we go.
What a bailout.
Here
Look at
comes the
this.
backup. They'll be able to sweep across, make sure Ari's safe enough to get back to their warm embrace.
Hey, that ain't no 5 CM. That's a 4 CM. You better defend him. I like it.
There we go. BKB's now done on a take-up, so he'll have an even easier time being in the front of these fights, even if he does get thrown in by Z's.
That being said, though, on the other side, Palantimos has his. Lina also has a Shadow Blade, too, to sneak around. Multiple, now that with Bat Blink also, they have clear ways to always get into the fight, though. So Bat Rider might have, or Bane might have to be really quick on his fingers versus Supreme, because if Supreme grabs Lina or the Night Stalker in a lot of situations, even Death Bravo, one of the cores, they're likely just dead if it doesn't get immediately Fiend Script or saved somehow. Daro in mid, I mean, Ziz.
Oh, nice Nightmare dodge. May just give him a chance. We'll see, actually. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, see, he's got the BKB off in time. Taker has got a Chrono if he wants to drop it, and he will.
Oh, nice one.
Be able to set up onto the two of them, catches BNC, as well as Mary.
Beautiful Chrono. They even saw Stoikov, I guess, in the back, but can't quite catch him. I think Tiny's also lucky to live. Bane kind of giving his life, but
he sort of lives there because BNC was he found himself very far up the mid lane, right?
Yeah, maybe he actually got the Death Prop and the Bane killed because they were trying to save the Tiny, something like that. But either way, Into the Breach will take that one. There's Void doing Void things. I love it also. A Taker, he knows. I love when I like when the players know at the times when they should, like, you sacrifice the gold for Shard. It's such a good Shard, especially on Void, so I'm glad that he purchases it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's insane.
I feel like a lot of times I see they're like, oh, I'm gonna get it from Roche, but it's so damn good, especially this game, and especially on Void most situations. Further initiation range, further reinitiation, etc. Escape.
And Waterine enjoys another smoke.
They're trying
there's
to
a
play
bit of a
with Chronos
chance.
down.
Yeah. And they know that they have to play like this. Oh, Ari! This time around, this area of the woods ain't definitely not safe. He's on his own this time, and they will find him.
Thanks to gank, though. It's a core that does not get killed because of it. For now.
Yes, Shibe.
He's got Stone Form.
Now he's got a tier 1 tower if backup wants to come in, and looks like he's not even needed. He's too speedy. He's out of there.
Yep. Nice slow. Lol. I have Boots the Bearing. Immune.
And Waterine enjoys, they're just so desperate to look for these kills, and they're just not quite finding the clean opportunities to engage on the cores.
This is a nice one.
Maybe this will do it. Set up, toss back, into the grip. There's no answer for that one. They get Jibe. I mean, they finally are able to find one of these cores that they've been hunting for quite some time.
Yep, and they're keeping up with that gold, too. Just keeping it nice and consistent. The Lina Night Stalker keeping steady with the Bat and Void. Watching, do they know that there's a Glimmer Cape out? Okay, they don't have any dust. They have very little sentries, so as soon as they do see it from Kadaro, they will have to at least buy some, because I see some branches on this Tiny. Got to be careful for the Glimmer Cape. Have to have detection. Right now, no Fiend's Grip is up, and no Laguna Blade. Chronosphere's at the ready. Into the Breach, likely to make a move here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
About to be 18 on the Bat, too, so a little bit of lesser cooldown would be nice. Oh, they're actually setting up on top. They see this big wave coming in. They know someone might be tempted to farm it.
Ults up for Into the Breach means it's again a very tough ordeal for Waterine and Joyous to try for a kill.
Palantimos has Blink, so he can get to backlines, at least to mess with the AA, mess with the CM, but of course, as you mentioned, no BKB Void, he's fine. Same with the Bat. Can't be very disruptive, though. He can pierce right through that Chronosphere.
With the scan, they know that they're coming down this top lane.
Okay.
Palantimos, he's trying to set up for the trees. They get the jump onto the AA. Immediate move to the back lines. See at the same time, Void trying to initiate the front. He's dropped the Chrono and he's caught Stoikov. They got enough damage to take him out. Defensive Nightmare comes in. He'll give Stoikov the chance to put the BKB. Toss over to the side. Stoikov will live through that attempt off the back of the Chrono. And now Into the Breach. They've got to retreat. Supreme getting chased down.
He's dead.
He's actually going to end up ticking out there to the damage the BNC was able to get out on top of him. As an excellent hold there outside of the tier 2 from Waterine Enjoyers. You know, it was a very, very deep chrono, and the problem that time round, you know, Palantimos gets in on the back lines, and they pretty much make it impossible for any sort of follow-up damage to come out from these supports.
They both just double blinked in immediately, so both of them could not really do much of anything. They didn't have detection for the initial go, then they put one down, but yeah, great jump. The simultaneous jump just catches them off guard, and they can't actually get to the Lina. Otaker maybe just tunnel visioning a little too hard to go for the Lina.
Yeah, for sure. So the status of the rest of his team having to deal with this huge Night Stalker coming at them at the back lines, you know, on his own, not quite having the power to bring down a Lina in the chrono.
No, they have to have the AA Blast always coming in with it too, so has to protect these supports a little bit better. Big move from Water Rune Enjoyers. A DD now on Stoikov as well. Also Blink finishing a full Octarine. Some pretty big items picked up after that last fight. That some pretty big blunder from Into the Breach, but they're looking to go perhaps again, even without Chrono.
I mean, well, that's difficult.
Yeah.
Maybe if they
Exo's
get a
gonna be
lasso.
back and, playing near the pit, at the least.
20 seconds until Roshan.
If they can get a grab around this ward, and the supports are able to actually cast, somebody's dead. But it's all depending on if they're able to actually get those spells off, as we saw last time.
Just going to start it. Z's. You get caught at the front of it all. And we'll be able to get the toss over towards the Palantimos there, as Palantimos gets handed Kadaro.
We'll take her.
And there's immediate buyback. In fact, look, he's just taking him out on his own. Stoikov. The full combo and the DD coming into action. As a taker goes down, and they're of course going to chase on for more here. Water Rune enjoys. Palantimos finding Ari. Jibe, of course, left behind. There's no one else to help him. Supreme's already just completely left the area and gone down towards the bottom lane. He knows there's nothing more to be had here.
And
as Water
Exo's
Rune
up.
enjoys, they can step into the pit. They've still got DD going on Stoikov. This Roshan, it's all theirs.
It's all theirs, and they can use this exorcism to continue perhaps taking even a tier 2 or even a next fight. Huge plays. Stoikov getting the catch on Otaker from the tree lines.
Yeah. He was not ready for that one bit. 7K lead now.
It was Into the Breach, playing a posturing at least kind of aggressively without Chronosphere, so they get punished for just their posturing. As this Night Stalker at the Midas, it's paying off Owen.
I mean, at this point, it certainly is. For sure. Yeah, look, he's going to have BKB Nullifier. Nullifier is 100 gold away.
Now they don't need that detection. You know, screw it. You guys don't need to carry dusts. They don't care about no glimmer.
I mean, some of these heroes have just got to be terrified of this Night Stalker, right? And Palantimos in these fights, just getting on top of them. And what do? You can't save everybody.
His damage is going to be insane. Like, look at his damage right now, and then add 185 on top of it once he pops it, of course, into Dark Ascension. So these supports are going to essentially get like 2-3 shotted from this NS, who is easily able to commit onto them now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he'll go into the back lines every single time. Not a lot the Palantimos are scared of as long as he gets the BKB off. And that's the thing, when sort of he charges into the back lines, what do you do as the Void? Like, do you chrono the Night Stalker in an effort to try and kill him? I mean,
I think you have to. Honestly, you have to start putting more attention to him. Because sure, Stoikov's a problem, but at this point he has Aegis, so I think right now you just have to protect your supports. They're very important for a lot of your damage in that chrono. Tough position now for Into the Breach versus this Aegis versus Awakens as well. Kadaro, it's a gem.
And they're going to get the setup. Toss back from Z's. Let's see the jump from Rotaker. Gets the chrono out on the two of them. But where's the damage? There's a silence at the moment on the AA. So Kadaro's blast coming out a bit late. Means that it doesn't hit anything at all. Now Stoikov does get grabbed out by the lasso, but of course he has the Aegis. He's going to be back for another round. A Taker getting chased out by BNC. Will manage to get the time walk off, but now overall it's just Water Rune Enjoyers ready to chase them down, and they may even be able to close up on the Taker Void here as he's got nowhere else to run. The fear pushes him back. Water Rune Enjoyers now 10k up, as solidly performing in these team fights. And again, just sort of the struggle for the Void. A Taker gets in, drops this chrono, but I mean, yeah, BNC, he got the silence off in time on the AA, so there was no blast. There was just, again, not that follow-up.
It was perfect. I mean, like, you literally summed it up. It was perfect, the grab that they get. It's a good chrono, but they just, yeah, there's no extra damage follow-up afterwards. And he also does catch his bat, which does look a little awkward. Stoic off another DD at the ready. Silver Edge and Lincoln's. Starting to cruise through this game. Top 3 cores net worth.
Well, they're looking very impressive here, Water Rune Enjoyers. I think, coming into this series, after being able to take a game off Secret in that upper bracket matchup into the breach, this was maybe expected to be a matchup that was going to be a lot easier than this has ended up looking. Game 1, it was a struggle for Into the Breach to get that win. And now here in Game 2, Water Rune Enjoyers, they're taking a serious lead against them.
And it's with a pretty clever way that they drafted, right? Like we were talking about how they might look for going for this carry here that takes a step back so that the Lina can carry. Palutimus, it kind of is that hero that does take a little step back, but he's been carrying anyway.
Yeah, he's still got the money.
Jumping in. He's breaking the lineup, really. He's breaking these supports, making it so there's no damage for Otaker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And of course, also, have to give credit. I forgot to mention it because it was a lot of things, but the Ogre Seal Totem, of course, from BNC was the thing that dodged the AA Blast, I think, inside that river fight. But yeah, this little final thing. I was like, there was something I was forgetting, but Otaker gets spotted.
And Chrono's back up. See Supreme. Is able to get the lasso off in time. Did they have the damage? Now Palutimus in final. Otaker jumps in. He's only managed to catch the Bane in the Chrono. Will get the kill, but now he's so low here. Stoikov jumps in. Laguna Blade finishes off Otaker. As another fight where the Chrono is just not good enough to cut it here for the team. And we see, again, the tips just being fired the way of Otaker. They know how much he's struggling in this game to find these opportunities to set up for the team fight that Into the Breach need to find if they want to have any chance of holding back against Water Rune Enjoyers.
Yeah, he's jumping in blind to really go for anything, and because of it, they get a Bane, but they don't even get the Night Stalker kill. That was a lasso that was committed to try to go for it. Now Taker, he's really struggling this time.
Aziz, he's ready to dive in the base there, looking for some cheeky tossbacks.
He's got A on disc, he's feeling safe. And the push commences.
Got a fair bit of damage here on Aziz. Aziz will die.
It's a gem. Can they get it?
What?
Oh.
What? That's Supreme. He's able to retrieve it. BNC now taking a heavy amount of damage. We'll get the siphons off. We'll be fine. BKB's back up. He's also got a Lotus on the way out.
Okay. They can't actually push forward, though. They have to be a little more careful versus this Jibe Visage. Level 18. The Mindbreaker, I think, also tripping up the Tiny, but I don't think he expected to be stopped that much from just this Visage there. As it's going to be a full AC. So, I mean, Jibe is still scaling pretty hard on this Visage. But it's a very uphill battle versus this Lina and versus this Night Stalker who just assassinate the supports. A DD. Okay. Chrono not at the ready, though.
Yeah, no.
That could have maybe been a saving grace for them.
Actually queuing up the Ags for himself here, Otaker.
Oh, look at top. You see that Supreme. Of course, he picked up the gem, but he also bought a Force Staff between these last fights for these Lincolns. Now he can actually go for the target. He can go for the Lina in most situations because of this. As long as he sees him. And that gem is going to help a lot versus Silver Edge, too. So it was a pretty big death on Ziz.
Let's see what they've got here. Smoke up. Oh, it's coming to an end, though. And they've got Chrono back in a second.
Almost 25 on Palantimos. Probably wanting that before
massive.
the next fight. Overwhelming blink. I mean, these supports, it's so beautiful.
They're just dead.
He blinks in and they're just like, oh my god, I can't move. And he 3-shots me. I think they do have to probably expend one of those big grabs onto this Night Stalker at this point. You can't just focus onto Stoikov.
Full Octarine as well now for Supreme.
It's 20 as well. Flame Break charges. But Palantimos now 25. All right. So it's pretty much constant. That's Dark Ascension.
Who's going to start this? 30 seconds until we see when Roshan's back up.
Still have this ward down in mid, too. This one wasn't actually somehow taken out, even though Into the Breach does have a gem.
Looking for the smoke around. How prepared are Into the Breach? They're holding this high ground area for now. Starting to step out.
Kidaro's in the front lines. That's the AA. He's got to be careful.
Supreme, he's going to try and jump across them and look for them, but already Z's and BNC, they've made the move on top of them, but Taker will be able to get the chrono, does catch the three of them. Never catch the lead off to the side, but a defensive nightmare comes in, and Stoikov, he's able to survive, get the BKB off. Mary turns, grip, Laguna thrown down onto a Taker, they blow up the void. Supreme will opt for a lasso over towards Mary. Finally, they kill the Bane, but they've lost 3 heroes. Kadara having to buy back here on Into the Breach, make that 4. It's a triple kill for Palantimos, as once again, these team fights just all over the place for Into the Breach. It just seems to be too much for them to deal with right now. Waterrune enjoys continuing to overrun them in the team fights.
The Night Stalker pick is honestly just crushing it. Again, he blinks into the AA, he gets the fear on top, and the AA can't release the blast in time. It ends up passing over the 3 heroes, so it does apply the debuff, but they needed the damage, they needed everything there. As onto the tier 4s, Palantimos level 26, 11, 0, and 6, phenomenal performance.
Not something you'd necessarily expect, and I think to a point Into the Breach, they probably weren't expecting this either, being picked against them to close up the draft, but it really couldn't have been anything better here from Palantimos. Top stuff.
And we definitely got to at least feel, at least for me a little bit, you know, I mentioned the AA and the CM. Sometimes you can have a little bit this lack of this front line in some situations if things start going poorly. I'm seeing the AA on the front line in some of these team fights, and he keeps getting tossed and comboed, so.
I mean, to be fair to him, even if he's on the back line, this Night Stalker's finding him. You know, he's like, it doesn't matter where I am. I'm just going to walk around wherever. I'm probably dead. That's my life.
That is very true.
You know. I see a little hesitance to commit for the Roshan. Waterrune enjoys.
Chrono's still down for 40, but yeah, being careful they don't get full comboed.
Of course, they're ready to keep this going. Waterrune enjoys. Smoke up again. Further big items being done. Hex is finished on Stoikov.
Look at Palantimos. He doesn't even have boots. He actually got rid of his boots and gets a Hyperstone. He's like, I don't need boots for these pesky supports.
I know, he blinks in on top of them. They're not going to be able to run from him.
They're not going anywhere.
Doesn't matter how slow he's moving. They'll be moving slower.
Look at him go, 457 move speed.
Here we go, charging in. Oh, Taker's already put the BKB. He's going to try and help Jibe. He'll jump across. There's no chrono, of course. So a bit of an awkward move. They'll lose Jibe. And now he gets caught immediately by the grip. Tried to jump back in as the chrono came back up online, but Mary grabs him. 3 dead. Soon to be 4 by the looks of it, was Supreme getting found by the Light Strike Array from Stoikov. It looks like we're going to be going to a game 3, Fogged.
It definitely is. What a... wow. Palantir with a Night Stalker. Yeah, they better tip him. Whoever recommended that last pick
whoever
also,
made that
worked
call.
Perfectly.
Yeah, it really has. They'll get another kill on Jibe here. Or maybe not. Stonefall might prevent that before the game's over. So there we have it. GG is called. Waterrune enjoys taking this game 2. And they did not look... this was not a shaky victory like Into the Breach pulled off in game 1. This was pretty brutal.
In a quick fashion, too, because I think around, 25, 27 minutes into the Breach, they were having pretty clean plays happening. The Chronos connecting, etc. like that. But then, bam, these Blink Daggers and stuff come online for the Night Stalker. He's able to just stop the backline from doing much of anything. And it feels like it was right from that top fight, right? That's where everything the whole dynamic shifted. And yeah, I mean, this is probably the most appropriate thing for this series, because as we saw last game, 70-minute game, very back and forth. This one, kind of back and forth as well till the Waterrune enjoyers got their full team lineup working. But yeah, I mean, it's very appropriate that we get a 3rd game.
It really is. It really is. I feel this feels like a tough series now for Into the Breach to kind of pull back into their favor, right? When you've had such a hard, drawn-out victory in game 1, and then this game 2, you end up looking pretty helpless against the way that Waterrune enjoys have played against you. It's going to be tough for them in this 3rd game, Fogged.
Yep, they're going to have to figure out at least some type of adaptation. Maybe some type of small fixes, at least with draft or something like that. The CMAA, I'm always a little hesitant on these very squishy double supports. Sometimes it can't work if you don't have a traditional offlaner that can initiate for you. The Visage can kind of act as this tanky frontline. But yeah, you kind of get the gist of what I was saying. But yeah, this next game, it can go anybody's favor. And I think I think Water Rune Jonas might even be ahead of the drafting like meta now because of these last games, because the way that they did this one and they got this beautiful draft, and they keep putting they're putting Ari in an awkward position, right? Taking the Tiny, not letting him have these type of heroes that he likes to play.
Oh, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. So much Dota has happened today and so much more to come. We've already had 2 games go the long distance, the full 3 games. We're about to have a third one here. This one, game 3, coming up round the corner. Currently 1-1 between Into the Breach and Water Rune Enjoyers. We'll see which way the series goes after this break.
is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe qualifiers here for the International 2022. We're now into Game 3 here between Water Rune Enjoyers and Into the Breach. It's been a pretty crazy series so far, so looking forward to some more fun in this Game 3. Fogged, what are we going to see from the teams? Any sort of straight-up adaptations? I mean, how on earth do you just sort of draft against Water Rune Enjoyers if you're Into the Breach? It seems like you never really know what to expect from the way they close their drafts up.
Yeah, it definitely seems difficult. Seems like they have a really good understanding of the meta and how to at least sometimes attempt, maybe, I mean, I'm going to say, attempt to maybe take a step back with their carry player and have the mid carry. I mean, didn't happen this time, but the idea was there. Palatinos just kind of knocked it out of the park crazily. This time, though, into the breach, they'll get the Lina. Let's see if we do get the Invoker on the other side for Water Rune Enjoyers. Because that's the one that we've seen a lot, but we'll just get a tiny death profit.
Oh, yeah, this is solid.
Yep.
Tiny DP again.
Safe, it's consistent. Gives you Initiator from your 4. It can be flexible in case you want to run anything in a different role.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see what priority they go for on Into the
5
Breach.
seconds remaining.
Does Ari want to play in particular, right? What other melee heroes? Does he have any? Does he want to play something like Tusk, perhaps, to kind of switch things up a little bit, maybe? So we've seen a good amount of Tusk bans, right? I mean, sometimes it's player specific.
Yeah, I think
but
it depends on the player, right?
yeah, that's fair.
Let's have a look.
So how do they just? I mean, they could still try for their Pango kind of thing, but
I don't know if they want to pick this early.
I don't know if they
think
wanna
they
do
need
this
to.
early.
It's not going to get banned.
no. Or do you go real crazy and you get your Pudge early?
Dire
'Cause
team
that one was
back.
banned a couple times.
Beastmaster.
Okay, they go Beast.
Now, this has been banned in both games, as far as I'm aware, right? So in the second phase. If you want
Lots
it, you've got to
safe.
grab it early.
This is a safe traditional offlaner. It's gonna give you exactly what it is. You know, it's nothing fancy, really crazy from Beastmaster ever. BKB piercing, lockdown, pretty good lane, auras, etc. So glad that they're going back to that rather than like unknowing what to do, and then they end up with like no real like offlaner, no 4 position with a like no melee 4 position front line and no offlaner
10
too. So I'm glad that they've rushed the
remaining.
pick a little bit. Because now Ari, he can play one of those ranged heroes a little bit easier.
5 seconds remaining.
Gonna ban out those counters, those annoying heroes to play with. Enchantress also has just been banned constantly, but
I'm sure the Hoodwink ban. So again, some respect for what they fear from Ari.
that is one of his top 3 heroes. I think it's it's top 4, right? It's Marcy,
10
Tiny,
seconds
Pango,
remaining.
and the Hoodwink.
5
They know who they're up
seconds
against.
remaining. Radiant team back.
Nice
Yeah,
to see the
because of
Bristol
the-
ban.
Yep. Because of the Hoodwink ban, I guess, right?
Yep.
The Roar, or the Break, sorry.
Do you think that was the case that that they were setting up for him? You know, any other sort of cause that would not have liked playing against the Break of a Hoodwink that come to mind?
10 seconds remaining.
That's probably the best one, because it just synergizes so well with the DP.
5 seconds
They get like
remaining.
the push ball rolling. Haven't really seen much PA. Seems like she's out of the picture. Water Rune Enjoyers probably can still look to set up for a Wyvern. It's a very good Wyvern game if they can get that for Mary. He's had a lot of successful games on it. Versus the Beast can be nice.
Dire team back.
But they are just looking, yeah, so the Tusk also even taking us. I really think they're just straight targeting Ari.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Which is why I feel you would be tempted then to get Ari's hero. Yeah, ASAP, really.
Yeah. That's kind of why I was saying, you know, maybe you snap pick his in the first 2 because he seems to be
10
he seems to
seconds
get a lot of
remaining.
attention in bans.
Mhm.
But I like the Beast. I like this opener, this
5
Lina
seconds
Beast quite a lot.
remaining.
And now for Into the Breach. They want to target any of the other sort of potential sort of threats that Palantimos can bring. I mean, and obviously the Night Stalker last game was incredibly difficult for them to deal with.
You may also start looking at traditional carries as well, too, because Terrorblades in the pool. You're playing with Beastmaster. Like, TB versus Beast always just gets all these auras. It's pretty ridiculous.
Radiant
They do have
team
Lina at
back.
least, but they're going to give
Yeah,
respect.
they're going to
okay?
ban that Night. I mean, it was so good last game.
it's good versus Beast as well, too,
Yeah.
right? You get the Shard, you just eat the Helm of the Overlord the entire game, so I can understand that ban. But that means they're getting in their head, in my opinion.
Sure, because you
10
feel like,
seconds
you know, when you set out to play today, if you're into the Breach, you weren't thinking we're going to have to ban
5
Night Stalker in our
seconds
second
remaining.
phase.
Exactly, yeah.
So, yeah, having
It
to-
goes a bit both ways, too, the Beastmaster, Night Stalker. Sure, you can eat the Helm, but also the Beastmaster can tend to have vision of the Night Stalker when he's flying. It gets this hard roar on him.
Radiant
I tend to
team
like the
pick.
NS versus the Beastmaster a little more, but they can, of course, play versus each other pretty strongly. Shadow Demon then,
Dire
too.
team
Okay.
pick.
And yeah, they'll take the Wyvern. That one was kind of very straightforward, I feel like. So Bat's still in the pool, but I don't know if you want to go for it again on Into the Breach.
I feel like with sort of the bans on like the SD and the Hoodwink,
10
maybe they're
seconds
still going to go
remaining.
the way of. I mean, it's some sort of a illusion carry or
seconds
agi
remaining.
carry, right? That
It's TB, right? It's Wyvern Terrorblade, I'd imagine.
Dire team
Because SD crushes him in the lane, too. And they're going to take the Pudge now. I thought they'd actually pick the Pudge second pick. Gonna have nice setup versus Wyvern. You can save people out of this ult. You can get Ags. You can have that heal prevention versus Death Prophet and Wyvern.
10 seconds remaining.
Seen no Taker do it before.
And do you
Hopefully they
still
won that game.
still fancy the TB into this?
Oh yeah, I think you probably just want to do Terrorblade. It's up to Palantimos, really. Does he feel like he's going to survive versus it? Be able to keep his distance? He could also still do his CK,
10
I think.
seconds remaining.
He loves that hero, so I think either one are an option. CK not looking as
5
appealing.
seconds remaining.
Of course, when there's always a Pudge, always wouldn't mind a Slark.
Yeah, the Slarks, the Ursas, all those do definitely come to mind as well. See which one it's going to be for him.
And if they want to keep his pick till last,
Oh, if they want to, yeah, if they might have wait.
given
That's true.
the last pick.
They could still flex, at least with the offlaners and mid, the DP versus the Lina, but
Dire team ban.
see what it'll be.
Sniper.
Ooh,
Well, we've had
So-
some sniper fun already today.
hey,
Earlier
and that
with
keeps things
Miracle.
flexible. That could be safe lane or mid.
I
Right?
mean, yeah, I don't mind it right in the safe line. You
10
can
seconds
kill the balls, right?
yeah, we also
outrange them,
we saw
farm the
Miracle
balls.
doing it too.
5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
that game it was a mid-Wyvern. I mean, they were
Oh my,
sort
you're
of
right.
the same route as Enigma Galaxy. It looked very good when they did it in that game 3.
This is true. All right, maybe things are still very flexible for Water enjoyers too. Cool. Doesn't mean we're not getting the Terrorblade, but either way, if they can keep this sniper protected,
Radiant team ban.
and they'll still ban Bat. Yeah, I mean Bat was still in the pool, so I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, whenever Bat's in like the 4th, 5th picks, I'm like, oh god, definitely very scary.
I mean, interestingly enough, you know, we are going to have
10
the
seconds
support pick
remaining.
coming in as
Dire
last
team
pick for
back.
Into the Breach, right?
Yep, last pick is for Ari. It looks like
I
at
d-
least.
No, Ari's going to play CM, right?
I think it's
Oh,
going
you-
to be a safe lane punch.
You did
CM.
not swap it around this time, okay.
Yeah,
it gives
I don't
me
think
else
you
for
want to
Ari.
play 4 CM. It just feels. It felt. He did okay last game, but like it just compared to when he's on his tiny, you can just it's
10
worlds of
seconds
difference.
remaining.
I mean, even though you don't like it as
5
much,
seconds
shouldn't there be
remaining.
some
not that
temptation to
bad.
go for the Pango?
Exactly. I mean, it's not. I'm thinking the same thing. It's not
Yeah,
that
get on
bad.
top of the sniper. Sniper's not going to have fun against that.
Radiant team ban.
Omni Knight. Okay. Wanting to watch out for the dispel, of course. But that means they thought that this was a Wyvern core, right?
Yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, it could be.
All
right?
right,
It
that's
could very
what
well
I
be
thi-
the
yeah, I mean, it
mid-Wyvern
could
and the
very well
carry
be.
sniper.
10
This is really
seconds
interesting.
remaining.
The only thing about the mid Wyvern when you're playing versus Beast is, you know, your curse is
5
the counter.
seconds
Is like, of
remaining.
course, like the counter to the inner Beast, and like everybody kills each other fast. But it does raise more attention to you. That's always what I like to bring up when these support heroes get moved from their support roles. They can be very strong mids, but that does mean the focus is going to be on you a lot more.
Let's see what they got here with the last ban. What do they want to take away from the supports?
What are you worried about?
I mean, will they bother with the Pango ban or?
They might, just because they might be looking at what else
It's just
do we
an
ban.
easy ban.
Like, look at all these
Yeah.
bans. It's literally everything from him. Okay, they'll get rid of the Mirana, another one that he does play.
Yeah.
They're looking more at those ranged heroes that pair with Beastmaster as well. That's why I'm also like, Pango can be a bit scary.
Could they throw a bit of a curveball and let Ari play the Pudge, get a different carry?
No.
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 Not yet.
I don't like Pudge support. I think this hero
okay.
has to be played as core. You kind of remove the entire buff, the entire effectiveness of the new flesh heap if you played as support.
Right.
And now he's gonna play support because I said that. Right? Oh, just matching carry, or matching,
Radiant team
so you can have some type of initiation.
Oh,
I think they maybe did. Oh my god.
Wait,
They
is
did.
this an Ari Pudge or an Ari Ricky?
I think it's an Ari Pudge now. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
even
what
know
I'm saying.
what is going on.
So I'm telling you, they want to.
Oh my god. I mean, if it's safe aim sniper,
Yeah.
you can set up some hooks.
seconds
I guess I don't. This is wild. I can't believe this draft has come to this. Did we expect this? I mean, if you asked Into the Breach, the start of this day,
Is this how it
guys,
would
you're
end
gonna
up?
be playing some Ricky.
So what do we got
Alright.
for last pick? Do you know what I'm dude? Offlane Slardar, close it up, GG.
Looks good.
It's gonna be Dawn
Nice
for
try, nice
offlane.
try, nice try.
I want a bit of save, want a bit of backup. Dawn's going to be strong in that. It will be Ari Ricky, so don't worry, you're not getting the support Pudge, but it's
Okay.
going to be the support Ricky, and it
Oh
will still be the
my.
carry Pudge.
Is it a good support? I don't know. I'm a little confused from the support Ricky. I gotta be honest with you, Owen. Like, usually when you see the Ricky picked up,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say in the support position, but in general, it's because the silence has a big effectiveness. Like, you see, like,
Okay.
Storm Spirit, Ember, or something like that. You know, you're gonna force them to get some weird force stuff. I don't really see the silence being incredibly effective in this game. I gotta be honest. The scouting tool versus Wyvern, I can give them that, but they already have Beastmaster. So I'm really curious what Ari's gonna get done.
I've got to check as well. I'm going to look at his stats, see how much Ricky the Lad plays. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. And his pub games, Ricky.
Okay,
113 games played, 55% win rate in the pubs here from Ari when he's played
Are we
Ricky.
meteor hammering or what are we doing?
No, you don't Meteor Hammer. Not in
asking,
TI.
I'm
You
asking.
don't Ricky Meteor Hammer in TI qualifiers. No.
I mean, you just go for Shard. Shard is definitely obviously the play, which can be really strong, but okay, I mean, let's see if they have enough damage. They do have good damage that's going to be coming up from Supreme at the least, but Straft looks a little weird, Owen.
And let's see, and a lot of fun. You know, what we want out of this, see if Into the Breach can pull this off. Something a bit different, but then again, something a bit different last game worked very well for Water and Enjoyers.
Yeah,
Series
and maybe
that,
he can. Maybe he can make some magic happen. You know, they have a Hawk scouting, they have an Invis Ricky. They'll look for this sniper in the back, look for this Wyvern to give his team opportunities. Let's see. I'm going to have to be impressed by Ari for this one because I know we've seen some support Rickies. It's been some time. But Boca, he was the legend on it, of course, when it was a lot when it was actually weaker than in the form of it is now. But yeah, let's see. This is a very strange draft, and we'll see if they can make it work.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game 3, the deciding match here between Into the Breach and Water Rune Enjoys. Loser is out. The loser is out. It's the end of the road for them. So everything on the line to play for here in this final match.
And let's see if they can make it happen with their, I would say, more pick-off-oriented draft as well. When you look at Into the Breach, it's a lot more about just getting a kill first and then starting a fight afterwards. When you look at Water Rune Enjoyers, massive team fight.
And I don't want to concern you. Well, I don't know if this does concern you, but 2 days ago when Ari played support Ricky, he rushed the Fusel Blade. Is that the
I don't
way?
think he's going to be able to do that.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's what he's done. That's what
If he gets kills where he's not supposed to, really, pretty much, and he's able to become a core and transition, sure, but it's very unlikely. I'm worried for him. I gotta be honest. There's so much burst damage. Ricky's really squishy. Playing versus support Tiny. Let's see what the man can do. Let's see how these lanes go. The CM Pudge, this lane can be extremely aggressive. Can even pose kill threat onto a Death Prophet if she's not careful. till those siphon levels do build up. 1 for 1.
Got the frostbite. They got the damage to take down Z. Some good body blocks from Otaka, and that will set up for first blood for himself.
Lots of damage between them. Ari also not KSing. There you go. That's the important thing as the Ricky too. He had an option to Blink Strike for the last hit, but did not.
And that was yeah. The majority of the runes here, we'll see him chase down Jibby to the bottom lane. No surprises right with the lane setups.
Yep, these are very standard, I figure. Though we can't really have any type of variety from either side.
Well,
let's see what they can do.
And yeah, so Stoikov in the mid as a sniper.
Yep.
I mean, against Lina, Lina obviously a hugely popular hero at the moment. Do you think sniper's a good approach to what you want to put against it in the lane?
Yeah, it's pretty good. You get that distance. You have you have a little base damage disadvantage, but you can fare okay
top lane.
versus Lina.
Z's might be in trouble again here.
It's a very strong lane between the CM and the Pudge. Tons of damage at level 1 and 2. Maybe have another hook.
They know he's down the tree line, but Taker doesn't want to spend too much time hunting for him. Does mean that Z's is going to kind of have to hover around these trees and not really be too much of an issue for a Taker in the lane for a bit.
I'm always curious to see what build the snipers are going to go to, because I think every sniper player has their own way of building, skill build, etc. He actually does go shrapnel.
Oh
so.
yeah, I feel like we don't see that much. It's normally sort of 0-4-4 max stats or something.
Yeah, so a bit interesting to see him go for that. He's done great on last hit so far, even the nice 4 to nice. Probably wanting just to be able to match the fact that Lina always pushes the wave onto you. At least with shrapnel, you can stop that.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at mid though. Top is top is fun. This is the lane to watch. This is where the constant kills will happen.
Got to watch out for these hooks. Level 2 now.
Especially near that tower.
Yeah.
One frostbite on the side, and you're just dead under the tower hook. They're actually just gonna go double mango from Kadaro. He wants blood, but Otaker's like, nah, I'm chilling. Hook and creeps. Standard. Support C kills, chorus C creeps. His bottom. Already getting good harassment on Tamari. Oh, and Supreme, he gets the deny on the flag bearer creep immediately with the taunt.
Oh, he needs to find something there to sort of equalize. Yeah, and indeed, yeah, 12-5, cleaning up that wave. So keeping it straight even now in that mid lane.
Straight even. Top, they have a little bit of an advantage, at least for into the breach, and they constantly have this kill threat also, which things are working really nicely for them. The 1-1-1 skill build right now on Otaker. Still level 2 on Blink too. But they actually run into Tiny, and they might try to settle.
Get the toss back onto Otaka.
Yeah, they're going to get the Tiny, though.
They will. Or maybe with the stick charges.
Ooh.
He's out of range.
Another nuke.
Okay, Kadara seals the deal. Bottom of lane, the brawling also continues. We get the full combo off onto Jibe, but not enough damage to kill him off. And now he'll look to turn a bit with Ari. Trade some good damage back the way of Palantimos.
Doing some very good damage, really, as this Ricky. Hard to trade back with him. 8 HP regen pretty much under this Inspiration Aura. So far, pretty good from Ari. I'm wondering if he gets Cloud early versus the Dawnbreaker, because you can actually slip him up a little bit there.
Not now.
So far, the Ricky, though, definitely working at least for lane. Jibe, he's been able to hold his own. He has the backup of Ari, and Beastmaster's not zoned at all.
Not on the top lane. So far, BNC having that edge, despite the kills that they have been getting. There's the breach bottom lane. Another attempt for Jibe, but not quite able to get that final hit in. Jibe living once more down here. Despite these consistent attempts from Waterrune and Joyous to get the kill, they just can't quite do it.
And now Ari's happy because his Beastmaster can't walk up for last hit, so he can take them all.
And there we go. This is how he gets his defusals when he's playing Ricky support.
Yeah, and top, they kind of settled that going for the kills on the Death Prop, unless they get him under tower, it's pretty damn difficult because he always has the Siphon charges. They still can maybe go for Tiny, but I think it's still hard. He's very tanky too. So Taker's starting to focus quite a bit more on those last hits, using hooks on them constantly.
Bottom lane.
Big toss.
Ooh, not quite able to get the hook this time.
See you later, Kidaro.
And this Death Prophet having a very, very solid start, BNC.
Very similar to last time.
Yeah, he became quite the unkillable hero. That was a game where arguably there was more direct counters to the Death Prophet as well in the mix.
True.
And still couldn't deal with him. To bottom. So they can get Jibe this time. This time round, surely they can finish one. Maybe no, they can't
No
again.
way.
He's actually into the trees in time.
Ari trying to turn it.
I mean,
Can't
so
quite.
many times that we see Jibe just get so low, they just don't quite have enough damage to kill him.
And they get turned and slowed on, right? As soon as they don't finish him, the boar hits him once, and then Ari jumps and puts the blink strike slow on him too, and they actually can't get the kill.
At least 3 times where they're just not quite been able to get the job done down bottom. And it's,
He is getting slowed down a little bit in the farm. He's been
Sure.
sitting around like 20-something for a while, so it's good aggression. It's good aggression coming out from Waterman Enjoyers at the very least if they don't get the kill. But at the same time, Palantimos also has to be a little careful of how far he overextends maybe in 1 or 2 of these situations. As we see also, Power Rune, Supreme, he's going to be able to get a DD. So let's see if he looks to get active or if he just looks to sit in the mid lane for the moment. He's kind of just sit mid.
This'll come in handy.
We'll see. Aziz and Kadara bump into each other.
Hello.
Not going to want to waste any mana on one another there.
Assassin. I mean, it's Max Shrapnel on. Very
Max
different.
Shrapnel.
Max Shrapnel. Well, 3
Hell yeah. All right, well, time, I guess, what, time to farm? Or what does this say? Even though isn't nowadays Max and the 2 passes still quicker to farm?
Yes, usually. So, I mean, this would say that he wants to look to fight
Okay.
a
Yeah.
little bit more. Look to turn up to these tower defenses and stuff like that. Or even just hold his mid tower a little longer with his Wyvern. Something along those lines.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Glyph comes out, looking to go for the Lina.
They're trying to
in
do
mid.
something mid. Z's. Look at the toss back.
Oh,
Oh. Okay, Shrapnel onto himself. He will immediately TP.
Oh.
Well, he's what happened there, folk?
he thought he was getting tossed on top of, so he shrapnels his face, but not the
Ah.
case, and Pudge is mid lane and gets an
Yeah, but
easy
they're
hook
both
setup.
dead.
And he has TP cooldown. The worst case scenario for our sniper.
And he's got Max Shrapnel.
There he's got back.
There we go. TP's coming in on the mid. But yeah, not how they've planned things out there in the mid lane. What I really enjoys. See bottom lane.
He can't get him again.
He just never dies, Jibe. He just never dies.
Oh, maybe this time?
There we go. Finally they're able to take him down. It's taken them so many tries. It was inevitable. It was going to happen eventually.
Dire are scanning.
I want to see how many mangoes have been consumed in this early game. I feel like I'm just hearing mangoes nonstop. The CM is chunking them. The Wyvern is chunking them. Dawnbreaker was too. Lots of mangoes being eaten. Supreme, looking to invade here. Invis Rune Falcon Blade. Just going to be to steal a camp at the moment. Looks like he might make a rotation with Kadaro, but keeps just going toward mid. We'll take our free farming. No stacks for the Pudge, but a really solid advantage at this laning.
Oh, bottom. Another kill here
Nice
for the
try.
2 of them. This time Kadaro, the one to fall.
Tries to drop the smoke screen before the stun does come out, but can't quite stop this. Can't quite get the silence first.
Dire's top tower.
See them pop
Top
the
tower.
ghost.
They're going to be able to likely take this one now. I don't think. Doesn't look like they're going to rotate. They're pretty low on the Lina.
Invisibility.
Yeah, I think they'll let this one go. Doesn't look like they're too interested in trying to turn up and defend.
Look at bottom, though. They have a Hawk. I mean, now Palantimos walks into the way, but Supreme is here.
Structures are
See if they can set up for this. Teamos are going to be in a pretty dangerous spot there underneath the tower. Nothing to be done to save him.
And now we see the traditional Wyvern sitting behind the tower to try to slow down the push. Mary, can they find him? The Hawk will still see him for a second. Another Hawk to scout. Goes right. And he looks like he'll be okay. Oh man, that was close.
He'll get away, but of course the tower will still go down. And as it was, top tier 1's still up.
Still up.
CZ's trying to get him for a kill opportunity. Even bring over Palantimos with the Solar Guardian to clean up Kadaro. Get this tower taken out.
Oh, I think you likely want to try to punish off of that, though. You're like, okay, they just use both Exorcism and Solar Guardian up top. You can look to sandwich on the mid lane and maybe go for a push. And it's just a Dawnbreak. It's a Solar Guardian for a 5-position kill, too. So I'm sure Kidaro is like, yeah, I died, but like, whatever. You know, we can actually just respawn and look to punish. As long as they are able to punish, then it's a death that doesn't really matter. And immediately to mid, fills up Supreme's bottle.
See if I want to start pressuring the tier 1 here.
Supreme will poke. Palantimos is already here. Can't commit, though. I thought we'd see a little more of a collapse there, to be honest, from like the Beastmaster and stuff like that.
Yeah, for now, Jibet is focused on farming through the jungle of Water and Enjoys.
Yeah, it looks like most of his team, I think they're pretty content with the state of the game. Seeing some stacks coming out, Kadaro now prepping them for the Pudge.
Yeah.
Looks like the name of the game is probably just farm till Ags. If a fight comes to us, if they want to like force it, we'll take it. We can get some catches and stuff like that, but the main timing we want is this Ags on Pudge before we really force it.
We'll see with the smoke. Water and Enjoyers, they're on the hunt. I know that Into the Breach have been getting quite a bit from their jungle.
They've got Exo. They can actually like wrap around mid, perhaps get a ward behind tower, and look maybe for a toss back. It is level 3 toss also. One of the few players I'm seeing maxing the toss as this 4 position since it's gotten nerfed so many times. Now they know this wrap is coming. The hook.
Ooh, not going to grab. Here come the ghosts. BNC putting on the pressure. What's the answer going to be here from Into the Breach?
I mean, the Wyvern is stuck.
They got a stun in time. They do. Light Strike from Supreme puts a stop to Mary's attempted escape.
And they can't actually use the Exorcism to push now because of that. Everyone Into the Breach has turned up to defend. And now no Exorcism. They can turn the push themselves. It's Pudge. Very tanky in the front line. Tower gonna drop unbelievably fast. With the Breach coming out quite ahead these first 12 minutes.
Oh, very much so. More so than we've seen either of these teams be able to do this early on in the game so far. 12 minutes in. 4K lead.
Back to farming for Pudge. Otaker's gonna have this Ags finished up in the next few minutes. Gonna be very tough for them to bring him down. They at least do have,
it's gonna be
one form of percent damage, but it's a level 1 Arctic Burn.
And are you a fan then of this the Mage Slayer build on the Carry Dawn?
Ooh, I saw him queuing it up. I guess it can help a lot versus even the rot damage, so you can stand toe-to-toe versus Pudge, but his damage is going to be pretty minimal. And as we mentioned, you know, the sniper, he doesn't have the max take aim or headshot, so he's more shrapnel build. Very interesting choice.
See bottom lane. Ari trying to start things off. Jibet. He's not going to commit with the Roar. Just to hold back on that, see what sort of reaction comes in. BNC and Mary have turned up.
Yeah, maybe it's, with the mates, maybe it's like a similar style to what...
They're going to use the curse here to get Ari. We'll get the job done.
Maybe it's similar style to what we were saying with like the Lina, right? Where he wanted to take back foot semi on the Night Stalker. Maybe he wants to semi take back foot on Dawnbreaker as a carry and let the sniper take the way.
And protecting this DD as well, Supreme. We'll get this grabbed up in the bottle.
Tiny is so poor on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers. He is 1,500 away from even close to Blink Dagger. So as for them making moves on the map, it's very difficult. Very difficult to really force much of anything if you don't have Curse. You can counter-initiate with your Solar Guardian, but might just get turned on. A couple times we've seen, I mean, it's one of the times we've seen this Dawnbreaker recently where every time the Solar Guardian was used after like the early game, it was to her death. And there it is. The Ags is done.
Very, very good timing here for a take of this game.
They're going to smoke, and now they're going to look to force much more of these fights.
I mean, they're
Now
very
they have
strong.
damage.
They're very
Yeah.
strong here. Just 15 minutes in, 6k lead, and with the items that Otaker and Supreme have, it's not going to be easy for Water Rune Enjoyers to fight into this.
Uh-oh. CYZZ. Ooh. Yeah, he spotted.
He's looking pretty dead.
Incredibly dead. Look at that damage. Nothing you can do.
I mean, what do you do if you're Water Rune Enjoyers? You know, you kind of have to avoid this because
I think you have to avoid.
even if you have the full 5-man, somebody's just getting blown up, whether it be by the Lina or a Hook or a Raw coming in. Like, how do you survive through this at this point?
Gonna have to look to, you still have to look to make some type of moves when Tiny respawns, but everything is under vision constantly. Like the Hawk comes in, it's gonna see this rotation coming, so Shippe unlikely to get punished from this rotation again too. They might even just turn and kill the Tiny. Not quite. We do see the third hero, Mary, shows up. They're careful. Like, Palantimos is waiting for an opportunity to perhaps go for Solar Guardian, but I'm
Yeah.
scared that he's just going to Solar Guardian into his death.
I think that's definitely feels like the problem at this point with how farmed the two main cores of Into the Breach are.
Lina's going to have BKB, so she has full freedom in these fights to pick and choose how she wants to go for the battle. And she does pack a pretty punch. The right-clicking Lina build. And look at Ari. He's getting all the space in the world. I can't blame him, but there's like nothing happening on the map. He's got Shard. Now he's going to go Diffusal.
Yep.
Sure.
Oh, he's just changed it.
I think he still probably will, but
He will, yeah, for sure. He'll get a Wraith Band or two, but still go.
with the state of the game, like they're crushing the map.
Yeah.
Now Palantimos shows his face, and he's very dead.
There's the setup, and here comes the combo.
Support Ricky. There you go.
Wait, did you say support Ricky or report Ricky?
Support Ricky,
Okay.
but maybe both. Did he take the last hit? No, okay.
He didn't. No, he didn't.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's been set up a lot. Yeah, 1-1-6. He's had a very good game so far,
Yes.
Ari. Yeah, we even just sort of the pressure in that bottom lane, the ability to just, I guess, stand your ground, trade back. Well, you got decent armor right early on, starting off, and
Good. You've got good armor, good
Yeah.
HP regen. You do have good stats to do. And he probably saved Jibbe. Like the little slows
Yeah,
for the blink
yeah,
strikes, like all that little
absolutely.
stuff. That's been huge. 7K lead. I mean, they're just farming. I think they're so happy with the state of the game. Supreme's just like, okay, I BKB already at this point. We have to really just deal with the sniper. And we have great ways to find him and get on him. We just gotta have to itemize with blink daggers, as I'm seeing queued up next already for Otaker.
so close as well. Just a couple hundred gold, and he'll be ready to jump in and look for the sniper every single time.
Or Ari just walks in and waddles in and gets a little dart on him, and then they can full initiate onto him afterwards.
Now here's the smoke.
Okay.
Water Rune Enjoyers. They'll look to try and fight around Stoikov. Actually, maybe not. He's going to settle for farming. He'll break out of the smoke.
They still have 600 gold to blink Tiny. I think Ziz needs to farm. I think it's too tough for their heroes to really make moves until he has a blink. And I'm just watching Palantimos sitting in tree lines, and it's making me sad for him. He can't show in top wave constantly. Not really getting... He's been doing this a lot this game, too. He only has 112 last hits compared to Pudge, who has 179. You see how much time Palantimos has to spend.
I mean, what's he getting with the hammer? Is he getting the Deso or the BKB?
Probably once Deso, but
Yeah.
probably he's going to have to go BKB. And into the breach. Another DD rune, of course, on the Lina.
Ari
And they've
leading the way.
Great ways to pick off, yeah, with Ari leading.
They can force Roche. I mean,
Sure.
they're happy to take a fight right if it comes to them. So go for the Roshan, and if anybody turns up, they don't have a care in the world. They'll happily take the fight.
They won't even make it. Dies way too fast with all the auras and DD. Frenzy on the Lina as well. 75 attack speed, it's gone. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this this game's kind of what I feel like you'd expect, right? When you sort of saw, you know, what had happened with the teams previously in terms of kind of performance coming into the qualifiers and into the breach being able to take a game off Secret. You kind of expected to sort of see, you know, 19 minutes into the breach having this lead. Now they're finally pulling it off here in game 3. So far, so good and looks